Chapter 1 NBA Summer League. A cheer awakened Ning E, and he felt a haze in his mind, as if he had not recovered from a hangover. Damn it, I shouldn't have drunk so much. Ning E rubbed his head and looked around, only to be stunned. Where am I? And how did I end up here? He found himself in a gymnasium, with some players running on the court, clearly in the middle of a basketball game, while many spectators sat in the stands. Ning E's mind was in a fog, struggling to comprehend. He thought to himself, didn't he just get drunk? How did the whole world change after waking up? Or was he still dreaming? But if it was a dream, it was incredibly realistic. The cheers from the audience, the players running on the court, the scoreboard in the distance, the timer, and next to him was a group of young people wearing Kings jerseys. Ning E's heart trembled as some memories surfaced in his mind. It was 2013, when Ning E was a sophomore in college and a player for the Syracuse University basketball team. That year, Ning E started for the first time at Syracuse University and worked hard with his teammates to take the team to the top 64 of the tournament. Unfortunately, they lost in the first round of the tournament, 58-59 to Marquette University. It was also in that summer that Ning E participated in the NBA draft. Ning E didn't expect to be selected in the first round, but to his disappointment, he wasn't even picked in the second round. No team chose him, and he went undrafted. After not being selected, Ning E didn't give up. Instead, he joined the Kings training camp and participated in the Summer League, like other players fighting for a chance to enter the NBA, hoping to make an impression and be noticed by an NBA team, giving him a chance to play in the NBA. But reality was harsh. As a player from China, even though Ning E represented the Kings in the NBA Summer League, he was just a substitute, with no fixed playing time. He was almost a spectator on the sidelines, only getting to play during garbage time. When the Summer League ended, Ning E ultimately did not receive a contract from any team. Afterward, he drifted through some lower-tier leagues, hoping to one day receive a contract from an NBA team, but unfortunately, that day never came. Years later, Ning E suffered a major injury, completely becoming an ordinary person and had to give up basketball. He found a job and, thanks to his intelligence and hard work, climbed to the position of sales manager. Perhaps to outsiders, he was a young and successful professional. But no one knew that Ning E actually never liked this job or this life. How many times in the dead of night would Ning E think back to the time he participated in the NBA draft, always wondering if he hadn't gone undrafted, if he had made it to the NBA and become an NBA player? Perhaps his life would have been different. That was a turning point in his life, a blow that shattered his dreams, leaving him with an irreparable regret in his heart. Am I back in 2013? Ning E shook his head, feeling a mix of excitement and confusion. Was this all real, or was he dreaming? Bang! A loud noise came from the court. Ning E turned to see a player hanging on the rim with both hands, bending it out of shape as if the entire basketball hoop was shaking, and he was roaring like a fierce beast. This was a two-handed dunk, quite powerful. In the stands, people were excited, cheering loudly. Ning E felt his blood boil, starting to surge. He clenched his fists. This feeling. I haven't felt this in many years. Indeed, only basketball can make me feel excited. At this moment, Ning E realized he was not dreaming. He had truly returned to 2013, back to Las Vegas, the venue of the NBA Summer League. This game was the last Summer League game he played for the Kings in 2013, against the Timberwolves. Time travel? I didn't expect this to happen to me. Ning E took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and then looked at the scoreboard, 61-76. The Kings are down by 15 points, with 6 minutes remaining. Seeing this, Ning E knew the coach was about to call a timeout. Sure enough, Chris Gent, the assistant coach responsible for the Summer League, called a timeout. It's my turn now. Ning E stood up, his brows tightly furrowed, just as he remembered he hadn't played in the first 3 quarters, and now, with 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, he was being substituted in, but the Kings were already down by 15 points, and the game was basically out of reach. In Ning E's memory, he played for 6 minutes, all the way to the end of the game, scoring 4 points, along with 1 rebound and 1 assist, but the Kings still lost the game. This meant those 6 minutes were entirely garbage time, and many spectators had actually left early. For Ning, this was his last Summer League game, but he just went through the motions. No one paid attention to him. So when the Summer League ended, he still went unnoticed. I'm not reconciled, but what can I do? Ning E clenched his fists. He had traveled back in time to 2013, but what could he do? With his abilities, it was impossible to change the outcome of this game. Even if he was unwilling, what good would it do? Nearby, Chris Gent called out Ning E's name. Ning, you're up next. Then he looked at a few others, Jim Burke, Will Clyburn, CJ Aiken, you guys too. Ning E, Jim Burke, Will Clyburn, CJ Aiken, and another player already on the court, Ray McCallum. Among the 5, only Ray McCallum was this year's second-round pick, 36th overall. The other 4 were all undrafted players. From this lineup, it was clear that Chris Gent was ready to give up. This wasn't surprising after all, it was the Summer League. Not the regular season. Winning or losing wasn't really important. The main focus was on player development and talent. Selection. Chris Gent had already identified his target, who was Ben McLemore, the Kings' first-round 7th overall pick this year. So he wasn't too concerned about the others or the outcome of the game. Let me explain. Chris Gent briefly laid out the strategy, then waved his hand. Go for it. The group nodded silently and walked towards the court. Ning Yi walked last, feeling unwilling but helpless, a sense of oppression in his heart, and his steps became unusually heavy. He had returned to 2013, given a chance to do it all again, but he couldn't change anything. All he felt was helplessness, the same helplessness as back then, or even more so. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Ning Yi's mind. Star development system activated. Scanning host. Mid-range shooting skill unlocked, level 7. Chapter 2, Star development system. Boom. Ning Yi felt a loud bang in his head, as if a lot of things were rushing in all at once. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment before quickly disappearing. The voice rang out again. Level 7 mid-range shooting skill has been activated. Skill attributes can rapidly improve mid-range shooting accuracy. The skill can be used continuously and can enhance along with the host's progress. Once it reaches the pinnacle of level 7, it will automatically advance to level 8. These words echoed directly in Ning Yi's mind, leaving him astonished and feeling incredulous, completely surpassing his understanding, making him feel a bit dazed. Ning Yi stood frozen in place. Ning Yi that moment. CJ Aiken, who was walking ahead, turned around and frowned, asking, "Are you okay?" "Oh." Ning Yi came back to his senses and shook his head at CJ Aiken, indicating that he was fine. As he walked onto the court, Ning Yi couldn't help but ask in his heart. Everything was too incredible, too sci-fi for him to comprehend. He instinctively tried to ask that voice, hoping to get an answer. To his surprise, the question he hadn't expected to receive an answer to was indeed responded to. The voice echoed in his mind, and it seemed the other party could understand him without him needing to speak, directly responding in his mind. After a series of questions and answers, Ning Yi finally understood, feeling both incredulous and somewhat excited. The Star development system was a magical thing that could help him improve his basketball skills, even his physical fitness, allowing him to become stronger step by step. It was similar to a biological computer, or like superintelligence. Ning Yi wasn't clear on what exactly it was, but he felt it might be because of his crossing over that he gained this system. In fact, Ning Yi still felt like everything was a dream, filled with wonder and incredibility, but the system told him that this was not a dream. This was real. He had returned to 2013 and obtained the Star development system. He had a chance to start over and rewrite his destiny. This is not a dream. Maybe I can really change my fate. Ning Yi took a deep breath, trying to suppress the excitement in his heart and calm himself down. This is the last Summer League game, and there are only 5 minutes left. This is my last opportunity. One must seize these last 5 minutes. Level 7 shooting skill. Ning Yi looked at his right hand, recalling what the system had just said, feeling a bit nervous yet expectant. Beep. The whistle blew, the timeout was over, and the game continued. During this timeout, the Timberwolves also made personnel rotations. After all, the Kings had substituted their players and had chosen to give up, so there was no need for them to chase aggressively. The assistant coach Terry Porter was in charge of the Timberwolves for the Summer League, and he sent out the lineup of point guard David Ketch, shooting guard Billy Garfield, small forward Shabazz Muhammad, power forward Vernon Carey, and center Robin Dudley. Looking at these players from the Timberwolves, Ning Yi recalled carefully but ultimately had no impression of them. That year, the Timberwolves had 2 draft picks, the 9th overall in the first round and the 26th overall in the first round. However, they had traded the 9th pick for Trey Burke to the Jazz in exchange for the 14th and 21st picks, using the 14th pick to select Shabazz Muhammad and the 21st pick for Gorgui Dieng. Additionally, the Timberwolves selected Andre Roberson with the 26th pick, but then traded this defensive-only player to the Thunder. In this Summer League, Gorgui Dieng and Shabazz Muhammad were naturally also present, but at this moment, Terry Porter did not let Dieng play, only sending in Shabazz Muhammad. The Kings were on the offense in this lineup. Ray McCallum was the point guard, while Clyburn was the shooting guard. Ning Yi was the small forward, CJ Aiken was the power forward, and Jim Burke was the center. At this moment, Ray McCallum was advancing with the ball, and Ning Yi and the other 3 quickly ran to the front court. When the 4 of them were in position, Ray McCallum had also crossed the half-court line. He glanced at the situation on the court and passed the ball to Will Clyburn. Will Clyburn drove to the basket with the ball, taking 3 big steps for a layup. In fact, he hadn't shaken off his defender at all, and there were players in the paint, making the layup seem somewhat forced. Bang! The ball missed, bouncing off the rim. Rebound. People shouted mine. CJ Aiken yelled, leaping into the air and grabbing the basketball. Seeing CJ Aiken grab the rebound, Ning Yi's heart stirred. He immediately activated and quickly ran towards AChance, shouting ball. Hearing the voice, AChance recognized it was Ning Yi. He was surrounded by Timberwolf players and had no chance to shoot. So, he dribbled the ball once and passed it to Ning Yi. Ning Yi caught the ball, immediately jumped up, holding the ball with his right hand, and flicked his wrist. Swish! With a soft sound, the ball went straight into the net. This was a two-pointer, changing the score to 63-76. Good shot. AChance shouted, high-fiving Ning Yi in celebration. Ning Yi was also very excited, but not because the shot went in, but because he felt the power of the level 7 mid-range shooting skill. At the moment he released the ball, he had an inexplicable confidence even before he shot. He knew it would definitely go in. This feeling was something he had never experienced before. Although it was somewhat unfamiliar, he knew it was a realm that surpassed his previous shooting level. Level 7 shooting skill is indeed powerful. The star development system is truly magical. With this skill, maybe I can really change this game. Ning Yi thought to himself, his fighting spirit soaring high. The gap was narrowed to 13 points, but neither the fans in the stands nor the Kings players and coaches felt any excitement, as it was just one shot. Only Ning Yi knew that this was just the beginning. The Timberwolves were on the offense. AChance was advancing with the ball and quickly reached the front court. Now that the Timberwolves were leading, they weren't in a hurry to attack, but were consciously consuming time. Although a 13-point lead wasn't enough for them to forget about offense and just wait for victory, consuming time was necessary at this moment. It wasn't until there were only a few seconds left on the shot clock that AChance passed the ball to Billy Garfield, who went for an onion, took a step forward, and made a quick jump shot. Swish! The ball went in. Sure enough, back to a 15-point lead in the stands. Some fans shook their heads on the court. The Kings were on the offense, and the ball quickly reached the front court. Ning Yi was lingering outside the three-point line and did not step up to take the ball because he wasn't skilled at handling the ball. Even with the level 7 mid-range shooting, it was only limited to mid-range shots. In fact, Ning Yi's specialty was mid-range shooting, while other aspects were quite average, not excellent enough for him to be drafted even in the second round. And he had limited playing time in the Summer League out of course. This had one advantage. Timberwolves players were very lax in their defense against him. The small forward guarding Ning Yi, Shabazz Muhammad, was over a meter away from him, and his attention wasn't even on Ning Yi. Perhaps to Shabazz Muhammad, Ning Yi wasn't worth paying attention to. Taking advantage of this, Ning Yi quietly shook off Shabazz Muhammad and moved to the left baseline, just one step inside the three-point line, with no one in front of him. Chapter 3. The power of level 7 mid-range. Meanwhile, the teammate passed the ball over. Ning Yi received the ball without any hesitation. Decisively and swiftly, he took a mid-range shot, and with a swoosh, the ball went straight through the net. In fact, at that moment, there was a large area on the left corner with no one around. If it were someone else, they would definitely choose to shoot a three-pointer. However, Ning wasn't confident his level 7 mid-range shot only applied to mid-range, not including three-pointers. Another one in. Who is this Oriental guy? I don't know, but he looks good. In less than a minute, he has already scored 4 points. In the stands, spectators began to engage in conversation. Some recognized the name Ning Yi, while others were unfamiliar with it. After all, this was the Summer League, not the NBA regular season, and not all players hailed from the NBA. Even benchwarmers in the NBA often had a legion of fans. Yet players in the Summer League tended to be somewhat obscure, unless they were particularly popular figures. Although there were those who knew of Ning Yi, they were far from the majority. However, after he successfully made 2 consecutive mid-range shots, he became the focal point of discussion, and his name resonated with an increasing number of people. Well done, Ning. Great job, Ning. AChance, Will Blaburn, Ray McCollum, and Jim Burke all exchanged high fives with Ning Yi, their spirits buoyed by his consecutive successes. On the other side, several players from the Timberwolves furrowed their brows, exchanging glances and realizing they could no longer overlook Ning Yi. In the next play, the Timberwolves' offense faltered, and Jim Burke of the Kings seized the rebound, passing it to Ray McCollum, who swiftly advanced the ball for a counterattack. In an instant, the ball found its way back to Ning Yi, but this time, the Timberwolves players were not caught off guard. Under pressure, Ning Yi's shot clanged off the rim. Was it the interference? A level 7 shooting skill could only be accurate in open situations. Once disrupted, the success rate would plummet. Ning Yi frowned, concern creeping into his mind. If that were indeed the case, reversing the game's momentum in these few minutes would be a mere fantasy. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Ning Yi's mind. You are mistaken. A level 7 mid-range shot is still a level 7 mid-range shot. All mid-range shots are equivalent, devoid of distinctions between open and contested. The reason you failed to score under pressure is due to your own inadequate resistance to interference. This is related to your technique, mentality, and physical condition. Although you have activated the level 7 mid-range shooting skill, you have merely scratched the surface. There remains a considerable distance to reach its pinnacle. If you attain that peak, even under duress, you will still maintain a certain success rate. At that point, you will be able to advance and unlock the level 8 shooting skill. Listening intently, Ning Yi realized that the issue was not with the skill itself, but rather with his own capabilities. Indeed, nothing in this world comes without effort. Even with a system in place, personal diligence is essential. Taking a deep breath, Ning Yi inquired of the system, "So what should I do now?" "Strive to adapt, integrating the level 7 mid-range shooting skill into your very being," the system advised. However, this will not instantly elevate you to the pinnacle of level 7. That requires more elements, including time, training, and physical conditioning. Nonetheless, if integrated well, you will witness certain improvements in a short span. "I understand," Ning Yi nodded. This is akin to the martial arts skills depicted in wuxia novels. The power imparted to you directly is ultimately not the result of your own cultivation, and it cannot be wielded with effortless precision. To achieve complete mastery and wield it as an extension of oneself, one must invest effort in honing, refining, and adapting, ultimately transforming it into an integral part of oneself. This process varies from person to person. Some may take a bit longer, while others may require less time. Ning Yi was uncertain of which category he belonged to, yet he knew he must strive diligently to integrate and enhance his shooting skills and ability to withstand interference, for time was of the essence. Taking a deep breath, Ning Yi swiftly retreated on defense, positioning himself appropriately and shouting to his teammates, "Brothers, defend!" The Timberwolves were on the offensive. Once again, the Timberwolves struggled to find their rhythm, their discomfort palpable under the Kings' tenacious defense. Perhaps it was the inspiration drawn from Ning Yi that invigorated his teammates, intensifying their defensive efforts. As the Kings launched a counterattack, Ray McCollum advanced into the front court, surveying the unfolding situation. Just as he prepared to penetrate the defense himself, he noticed Ning Yi approaching, arms outstretched, eager for the ball, his gaze resolute and radiant. The moment Ray McCollum met Ning Yi's determined eyes, a jolt surged through him, prompting an instinctive pass. Ning Yi seized the ball, pivoting instantly to face the hoop, lifting the ball high. In a dreamlike moment, Timberwolves small forward Shabazz Muhammad soared into the air. Yet, in the next instant, Shabazz's expression shifted dramatically. He had been deceived. Ning Yi was not attempting a shot, but merely feigning one. After Shabazz leaped in vain, Ning Yi swiftly lowered his body, tapping the ball forward, slipping effortlessly past Shabazz. With another step forward, Ning Yi halted, and before the defender could close in, he executed a jump shot that mirrored his earlier movements almost perfectly. Swish! The ball found its mark once more. Roar! At this moment, the fans of the Kings in the stands rose in unison, erupting into thunderous cheers. Ning Yi scored yet another basket, having remarkably netted 6 points in a mere span of time, shooting 3 out of 4 attempts with astonishing efficiency, thereby narrowing the deficit to a mere 11 points. The game continued on the court. The Timberwolves launched a counterattack, and Shabazz Muhammad skillfully maneuvered past Ning Yi with a series of quick changes in direction. Despite Ning Yi possessing a level 7 mid-range shooting skill, he remained lacking in other areas. His speed, strength, and explosiveness could not match that of Shabazz Muhammad. Confronted with Muhammad's offensive prowess, Ning Yi found himself unable to hold his ground, yet he could not allow an easy score. Thus, he opted to commit a foul. Shabazz Muhammad approached the free throw line, missing his first attempt but succeeding on the second, bringing the score to 67-79, with a 12-point gap that still loomed large. Glancing at the timer, and then at the Timberwolves players, Ning Yi furrowed his brow. His recent 6-point surge had undoubtedly provoked the Timberwolves, and their defensive efforts against him would surely intensify. With a little over 3 minutes remaining, he recognized the pressing need for space and opportunity to shoot. Ning Yi called out to C.J. Aiken, Ray McCollum, Will Clyburn, and Jim Burke, aware that the opposing team would bolster their defense against him. "I need you all to set screens and provide me with cover," he urged, his tone growing more resolute. "Please trust me." Chapter 4. By one's own efforts, the four, C.J. Aiken, Ray McCollum, Will Clyburn, and Jim Burke, exchanged glances, taken aback. Ning Yi was not Ben McCollum. He was merely a bench player, not even a starter. Although they too were not core players. They questioned why they should assist him with screens while he took the shots. They hesitated to acquiesce, feeling that Ning Yi lacked the authority to make such a request. Yet his recent performance, scoring 3 baskets in just over a minute, indicated that he was in exceptional form. This point left a few in hesitation. I believe we should place our trust in Ning. CJ Aiken then spoke up, stating, Ning is in remarkable form. Had he not scored 3 consecutive goals, the deficit would not have narrowed to 11 points. Nonetheless, this margin is still considerable, and with only a little over 3 minutes remaining, even if we disregard Ning's suggestions, our chances remain bleak. We might as well take a chance. Perhaps a miracle could occur. Upon hearing CJ Aiken's words, the other 3 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, Ning, we shall trust you this once, and hope you do not let us down. Certainly, Ning replied with a firm nod. This is his opportunity to reshape his destiny, and he must seize it. In truth, for CJ Aiken, Ray McCallum, Will Clyburn, and Jim Burke, their support for Ning holds little significance. This marks the final Summer League game, where apart from Ray McCallum, all other players are undrafted, harboring no lofty expectations. However, should Ning truly conjure a miracle and turn the tide of the match, he would undoubtedly become the center of attention, and his teammates would also bask in his glory, sharing in a fraction of the credit. Thus, when CJ Aiken spoke, they readily acquiesced. The Kings commenced their offense. Ray McCallum advanced into the front court, seeking out Ning, yet he did not immediately pass the ball to him. Instead, he merely nodded in Ning-Yi's direction while dribbling with one hand and signaling with the other. In that fleeting moment, CJ Aiken, Will Clyburn, and Jim Burke sprang into action. Jim Burke moved to set a screen for Ray McCallum, while Will Clyburn drifted toward the opposite baseline, appearing poised to receive a pass from McCallum should an opportunity to distribute the ball arise. Meanwhile, CJ Aiken maneuvered outward, crossing paths with Ning and drawing the Timberwolves' power forward to the perimeter, simultaneously providing a screen that obstructed the Timberwolves' small forward. At this moment, the defensive focus of the Timberwolves was entirely on Ray McCallum and Will Clyburn. With the assistance of CJ Aiken's screen, an opportunity was created for Ning. Whoosh! Ray McCallum passed the ball into Ning-Yi's hands. At this moment, the Timberwolves finally grasped the situation, yet it was too late. Ning-Yi leaped, his body naturally extending, and with a flick of his wrist, he released the ball. It soared through the air as if guided by an invisible force, tracing a perfect arc before swishing through the net, creating a cascade of white waves. Another flawless shot, absolutely splendid. In the stands, Kings fans rose to their feet, exuberantly cheering and shouting with delight. The ball went in, bringing the score to 69-79, narrowing the gap to merely 10 points. With 3 minutes and 9 seconds remaining, a 10-point deficit is not insurmountable. At this moment, the expressions of the Minnesota Timberwolves players began to shift. A 10-point margin serves as a critical juncture. When the deficit exceeds 10 points, catching up becomes a formidable challenge. However, when the gap is within 10, the situation becomes more ambiguous. A swift surge could easily erase a 10-point difference. Several Timberwolves players glanced towards the sidelines, yet the coach refrained from calling a timeout. Instead, he rose from his seat, clapped his hands, and encouraged the players on the court, saying, "Play well. It's all right. I have faith in you." The players nodded in agreement and initiated their offensive strategy. David Ketch advanced the ball into the front court and quickly passed it to Billy Garfield. Garfield attempted to penetrate the defense, but was unsuccessful. In the ensuing seconds, the Timberwolves executed a series of passes, ultimately creating an opportunity for Vernon Kane. Kane, with a clear shot, attempted a mid-range jumper, but it clanged off the rim. Rebound. Jim Burke secured the rebound, and the Kings launched a counterattack. Once again, several teammates provided cover for Ning, utilizing swift ball movement and effective pick-and-roll tactics to create opportunities for him. Positioned just inside the three-point line, Ning executed another mid-range jumper. Swish! The ball found its mark, narrowing the deficit to 8 points. As the gap shrank to within 10, the Kings fans erupted in a frenzy, their cheers resounding throughout the arena as they chanted Ning-Yi's name with fervor. From a 15-point deficit to just 8, Ning-Yi single-handedly reignited the Kings' hopes for victory with his remarkable shooting prowess. It is exhilarating, delightful surprise. Ning, well done, truly remarkable. CJ Aiken, Ray McCallum, Will Clyburn, and Jim Burke rushed over, their faces alight with excitement, enveloping Ning-Yi in a warm embrace. Initially, they had merely hoped for the best, yet to their astonishment, Ning-Yi had indeed accomplished the feat, narrowing the deficit to 8 points with just over 2 minutes remaining in the game, leaving them with a glimmer of hope. Defense! Defense! Ning-Yi exclaimed as he broke free from the embrace. The others swiftly returned to their positions. Frustration simmered among the Timberwolves players, eager to score and stabilize the situation after conceding so many points to the Kings. However, the more anxious they became, the more elusive the basket appeared. Once again, the Timberwolves failed to convert, granting the Kings yet another opportunity. This time, the Minnesota Timberwolves have learned their lesson. Regardless of the prowess displayed by C.J. Aiken and his teammates on the Kings, they have steadfastly maintained their focus on Ning E, ensuring he is closely guarded at all times. Furthermore, as Ning E has consistently excelled with his mid-range shots, the Timberwolves have tightened their defensive formation, positioning themselves within the three-point line to deny him any space for his signature jumpers. Observing this, Ning E furrowed his brow. His 7th-level mid-range shooting skill, limited to that very range, was rendered nearly futile as all 5 opponents congested the area within the arc, leaving scant room for a clean shot. What to do? Anxiety churned within him as the shot clock dwindled and opportunities remained elusive. This predicament was untenable. C.J. Aiken and his companions shared his urgency, actively moving and attempting to set screens for Ning E, yet failing to create any viable scoring chances. At this juncture, their faith in Ning E surpassed even their trust in their own abilities, devoted solely to facilitating his success, yet they found themselves thwarted. With time slipping away and mere seconds left on the offensive clock, Ning E clenched his jaw, executed a reverse cut, and positioned himself beyond the three-point line, signaling for the ball. A swift whoosh echoed as the ball was passed him. Standing just beyond the arc, he lifted the ball, poised for his mid-range shot. "Beware of his jumper. Don't rush him," shouted the Timberwolves fans from the stands. Indeed, the players were well aware of the situation. Shabazz Muhammad closed in, but did not encroach too closely, opting to remain just within the three-point line. When he saw Ning E elevate, he refrained from jumping, wary of being deceived as he had been previously. However, in the next instant, Shabazz Muhammad's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 5. The Unyielding Resolve. What? A three-pointer? The spectators gasped in surprise. C.J. Aiken, Will Clyburn, and others were equally astonished, completely unprepared for this turn of events. Ning E leaped from beyond the arc, his right hand cradling the ball, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the hoop. As he reached the apex of his jump, he flicked his wrist. The ball soared forth, tracing a vibrant orange arc before. With a resounding thud, it struck the rim, bouncing upward. A sigh of relief escaped Shabazz Muhammad. He had not anticipated Ning E would attempt a three-pointer, and thus had not even lifted a hand in defense. Alas! C.J. Aiken and the others sighed in disappointment. Among the stands, Kings fans echoed their lamentations, feeling a sense of regret. Had that three-pointer found its mark, the deficit would have been reduced to a mere 5 points. Yet at that moment, as the basketball descended, it struck the rim once more, not rebounding outward, but instead bouncing inward by a mere 10 centimeters. And to the astonishment of all, it swished seamlessly through the net. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the crowd. After a few seconds, realization dawned, and a tremendous cheer erupted. In an astonishing turn of events, the ball miraculously found its way into the hoop, defying all expectations. Initially believed to have no chance of success, it astonishingly bounced twice off the rim before gracefully slipping through. The audience erupted in joy, with Kings fans exclaiming in delight. "Hooray!" C.J. Aiken and his exuberant companion shouted, leaping towards Ning E in a frenzy of excitement. The successful three-point shot altered the score to 74-79, reducing the deficit to a mere 5 points. With only 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining in the game, this 5-point gap was not insurmountable. The Kings had ample time, and the possibilities were endless, rendering the match rife with suspense. A comeback, a turnaround. These notions no longer seemed fanciful. "Ning, you have truly achieved something remarkable." C.J. Aiken playfully patted Ning E on the back, his excitement palpable. Although he was not the focal point, he was both a witness and a participant. That shot was merely a stroke of luck," Ning E chuckled. The ball was indeed a stroke of luck. He himself had no confidence in it, yet fortunately, it found its way in. The Minnesota Timberwolves called for a timeout. As Ning E stepped off the court, the cheers, applause, and shouts of his name from the stands continued unabated. Undoubtedly, at this moment, he was the focal point of the arena. "Well done, Ning," praised Chris Gent, the assistant coach of the Kings, as he approached. "Thank you," Ning E replied graciously. Indeed, Chris nodded, patting Ning E on the shoulder. However, his tone shifted. "With just over a minute remaining, take a breather. The game will be entrusted to your teammates from here on." Ning E's expression changed. Nearby, C.J. McCollum, Will Clyburn, and others were equally astonished, all staring at Chris Gent in disbelief. What did it mean to let Ning Yi rest? In these crucial moments, it was entirely reliant on Ning Yi. Had it not been for his efforts, the deficit would not have been reduced to a mere 5 points. To suggest he should rest now is utterly absurd. Observing the situation, Chris Gent's expression grew stern as he pointed towards the Timberwolves bench and declared, "Do you see? The Timberwolves have substituted in their starters. The remaining minute and a half is pivotal. We still have a chance, and we must bring in our key players, understand?" However, C.J. Aiken protested. Ning Yi firmly grasped C.J. Aiken's arm, inhaled deeply, and forced himself to remain composed. Casting a glance at Chris Gent, he said to C.J. Aiken, "This is a game. We must heed the coach's directives." C.J. Aiken turned to Ning Yi, then glanced at Chris Gent, letting out a dissatisfied huff. Pulling Ning Yi aside, he sighed, "Ning, this is unfair to you." Ning Yi interrupted, "I appreciate your concern. But look at Chris Gent. Does he strike you as someone who would reconsider? It's futile. The more you argue with him, the more obstinate he becomes. If this escalates into an unpleasant situation, it may adversely affect you, Ray, Will, and Jim." "I couldn't care less," C.J. Aiken retorted. However, he refrained from confronting Chris Gent further. He shared a good rapport with Ning Yi and was unafraid of offending Chris Gent, yet he could not disregard Ray McCallum, Will Clyburn, and Jim Burke, all of whom aspired to sign with the Kings and become part of the team. Offending Chris Gent would not bode well for them. Chris Gent made the necessary personnel adjustments, unfurled the tactical board, and commenced strategizing, his demeanor exuding ambition as if orchestrating a monumental comeback. Notably, neither Ning Yi nor C.J. Aiken was included in the lineup. Instead, Ray McCallum, Will Clyburn, and Jim Burke remained on the court. Joined by this year's 7th overall draft pick, Ben McCallum, and free agent Sherrod Ford. Seated on the bench, Ning Yi sighed inwardly. He was reluctant to accept this turn of events. He had strived diligently to close the gap alongside C.J. Aiken and the others, bringing the score within reach of a turnaround, only to be abruptly substituted. This felt akin to betrayal, a classic case of taking advantage of someone else's hard work. Chris Gent's opportunistic approach was truly disheartening. Yet what could he do? Ning Yi understood that even if he were to confront Chris Gent or engage in a heated argument, the outcome would remain unchanged, likely dragging C.J. Aiken into the fray. Before long, the timeout concluded. As the players returned to the court, the fans were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the Kings lineup, soon erupting in anger, shouting, "Why is Ning not on the court? Where is Ning? We want Ning to play. Chris Gent, what are you doing? Get Ning back in." The crowd erupted in discontent. Meanwhile, a few individuals quietly voiced their cynical remarks. With just over a minute remaining and a 5-point deficit, victory was still within reach. It was imperative to bring in the star players. At such a critical juncture, a talent like Ben McCallum was essential to secure the win, while that young player from the East was simply inadequate. Nonsense. As soon as the words left his lips, an immediate retort emerged. "What you say is utter nonsense. What is so special about Ben McLemore? He was merely the 7th pick in the first round. Draft position signifies nothing. If he were truly exceptional, how could we have fallen behind by as much as 15 points previously? If he were so remarkable, why didn't he step up to reverse our fortunes?" In times of adversity, it was Ning who emerged, leading the team to narrow the score, rekindling our hope. Indeed, another voice chimed in. It was Ning who salvaged this game. He should have been on the court in those final moments, regardless of the outcome. Discontent brewed among the crowd, anger palpable as they directed their ire at Chris Gent, whose name was drowned out by a chorus of boos reverberating throughout the arena, as if to engulf him entirely. Chris Gent's face turned a deep shade of gray, dark and brooding. The reason for his actions was twofold: to provide Ben McLemore with an opportunity to shine, and to harbor a disdain for Ning Yi, whom he looked down upon. However, he never anticipated such a profound backlash from the fans. Observing Chris Gent's discomfiture, Timberwolves assistant coach Terry Porter could not suppress a smirk before his gaze shifted toward Ning Yi, studying him intently. Chapter 6. A tribute to heroes with a swift motion. The Timberwolves scored, bringing the tally to 74-81. This timeout had evidently borne fruit, as they opened with a basket, stanching the bleeding and extending their lead to 7 points. It is crucial to note that a 7-point margin differs significantly from a 5-point one. Even with mere seconds remaining, a 5-point gap still offers a chance for a comeback, whereas a 7-point deficit presents a daunting challenge. Substitute. Bring Ning in. We need Dongfang Ning. The Kings fans erupted into a chorus of discontent, placing the blame squarely on Chris Gent's shoulders. What had once been a manageable situation with the score narrowing had swiftly deteriorated due to his substitution. How could he not be held accountable? Chris Gent's expression darkened. He could not afford to argue with the fans and redirected his frustration toward Ning Yi, his eyes seething with resentment and disdain. Damn it, CJ Aiken fumed. Ning Yi, equally incensed, felt that being pulled midway through the game was one matter, but Gent's audacity was truly infuriating. Rising abruptly, he advanced toward Chris Gent. Seeing Ning Yi approach with a menacing demeanor, Chris Gent felt a tremor of fear and instinctively took a couple of steps back. Despite his towering height, nearing 2 meters, his fortitude had waned with age. Faced with Ning Yi's fierce approach, he faltered, nervously exclaiming, "What do you intend to do?" With a scoff, Ning Yi replied, "I have no intention of resorting to violence. Yet your cowardice is indeed laughable, coach. Very well, I shall address you as coach one last time. Rest assured, I will not strike you, but your actions today are utterly repugnant." Having spoken his piece, Ning Yi turned and departed. "You," Chris Gent fumed internally, his demeanor a facade of bravado. "How dare you speak to me like that? You must not wish to remain on the team. After all, this was merely the final game of the Summer League. It mattered not." Ning Yi halted, pivoted to face Chris Gent, and with deliberate clarity warned, "Furthermore, I advise you to refrain from regarding me with that contemptuous gaze." Chris Gent's face twitched in irritation, and just as he was about to retort, a hand clapped down on his shoulder, startling him and nearly causing him to collapse onto the floor. Behind him, CJ Aiken withdrew his hand, chuckling derisively, "Petty man." CJ Aiken quickly caught up with Ning Yi, disregarding the ongoing match, and accompanied him out. In the stands, spectators observed Ning Yi's retreating figure as he entered the players' tunnel, and soon applause erupted, as if honoring a hero. Outside the arena, Ning Yi gazed skyward, inhaling deeply. The weight on his heart began to lift. He understood that he had irrevocably offended Chris Gent. Yet, he harbored no regrets. His previous restraint had been to shield CJ Aiken and the others from repercussions, but that did not imply he would continue to concede without limits. At times, retreating only leads one into the abyss. Merely because I am from Huaxia, I am subjected to baseless discrimination, deemed incapable of competing with others, denied sufficient playing time, denied the chance to showcase my abilities? Ning Yi chuckled, aware of the bias Chris Gent harbored against him, yet he refused to accept it. What is wrong with being from Huaxia? Presently, Huaxia basketball may be lacking, but the future may hold different prospects. With a population exceeding 1 billion, it is only a matter of time before someone rises to prominence. Ning, CJ Aiken's voice called out. Ning Yi turned back, sincerely apologizing. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." "Not a problem. I know my own capabilities. Even without your involvement, I would surely have had no chance," CJ Aiken shrugged. Lamenting, "It's just a pity about this game." Ning Yi nodded, casting one last glance at the arena, and remarked with a smile, "Let us go grab a drink." The two departed. A moment later, fans poured out of the arena. The game concluded with a score of 76-83, resulting in a 7-point defeat for the Kings. Since Ning Yi's exit, the Kings had managed only 2 additional points, and when the final whistle blew, the frustration among the Kings supporters erupted. They directed their ire towards Chris Gent, their shouts and curses reverberating throughout the venue, leaving him utterly humiliated. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the locker room. At the Bailey Hotel, room 402, Ning Yi unceremoniously deposited the inebriated CJ Aiken onto the couch, exhaling a sigh of relief. This fellow must consume an extraordinary amount. He's so heavy. After leaving the arena, Ning Yi and CJ Aiken proceeded to a bar. Ning Yi, although the day had not unfolded as he had hoped, remained composed and mature, owing to his experiences prior to his transmigration and his youthful mindset of being in his 20s. Furthermore, with the basketball star development system at his disposal, he harbored confidence in his ability to grow stronger. He believed that opportunities would inevitably arise as he enhanced his prowess. In contrast, CJ Aiken struggled to maintain his composure and tranquility, feeling a deep sense of frustration that drove him to seek solace in alcohol, ultimately leading to his inebriation while Ning Yi remained sober. Gulping down a glass of water, Ning Yi gazed out the window, observing the dazzling neon lights that adorn the night in Las Vegas, a city that never sleeps, vibrant and resplendent. However, he found little joy in the spectacle. As he internally called upon the basketball star development system, "System, are you there? What information do you possess?" The system's voice responded. Ning Yi inquired, "I wish to learn more about you." I have recently unlocked the level 7 mid-range shooting skill. Are there other skills available, such as dribbling, passing, and three-point shooting? The system replied, you may perceive me as an artificial intelligence. My purpose is to assist you in becoming an NBA star. As for skills, you are correct. There are indeed numerous others, including three-point shooting, passing, ball handling, driving, rebounding, defense, positioning, and more, encompassing all aspects of basketball technique. Ning nodded thoughtfully and asked, what is the maximum level for each skill? 9 levels, the system explained. Levels 1 to 3 are considered amateur standards, while levels above 3 represent professional proficiency. However, even within professional tiers, the disparity in skill can be substantial, leading to a classification of 6 distinct levels. Levels 4 and 5 approximate the caliber found in leagues such as the CBA, EL, and NBDL. In essence, if a player's proficiency in a particular skill reaches level 4, they attain a standard comparable to that of professional league players, the system clarified. Ning nodded in understanding. This is not difficult to comprehend. The hierarchical classification of the system pertains to a specific skill, such as shooting. Level 1 denotes an amateur. Level 2 indicates someone who has received training but remains at the novice stage, roughly akin to the level of domestic high school leagues. Level 3 corresponds to the standard of Cuba and China, while Level 4 is comparable to the CBA level, and Level 5 equates to the European League. It is important to note that this classification pertains solely to a specific skill and cannot be utilized to define a player's overall capability. A player might attain a Level 4 or 5 in mid-range shooting, yet only achieve Level 3 in rebounding. In Chapter 7, the narrative takes an intriguing turn. Additionally, there exists a peculiar case regarding the NCAA. The system states that the level of the NCAA is not inferior to that of professional leagues. It is not classified as a professional league. Levels 6 to 9 are designated as NBA standards, with Level 6 representing a general NBA caliber, Level 7 signifying an average NBA standard, and Level 8 denoting a superior NBA level. The system paused for a moment and continued. Level 9 epitomizes the pinnacle of the NBA. What constitutes this pinnacle? Ning inquired, intrigued by the classification and eager for a clearer understanding. The system elucidated. The so-called pinnacle of the NBA refers to the absolute dominance within the league. For instance, Michael Jordan's fadeaway, Stephen Curry's three-point shooting, and Magic Johnson's passing. Oh, ise, Ningi responded, realizing that the progression from Level 1 to Level 9 represents a journey from weakness to strength, with Level 6 serving as the threshold for the NBA and Level 9 representing its zenith. His current mid-range shooting stands at Level 7, which is approximately at an average NBA standard. Nonetheless, in the context of the Summer League, this is indeed impressive. As he pondered this, Ning suddenly had a question. System, what level was my mid-range shooting previously? Level 6, the system replied. This instance marks our fusion, granting you a singular opportunity to unlock a skill, limited to an enhancement of 1 level. Your mid-range shooting has now advanced from Level 6 to Level 7. After a brief pause, the system added, however, you have not achieved Level 6 in any other aspect. Ning was taken aback, a bittersweet smile crossing his face as he scratched his head. It turned out he was still quite weak. While he had reached an average NBA level in mid-range shooting, none of his other skills had attained Level 6, falling short of even the general NBA standard. Fortunately, the system's subsequent words offered him some solace. Do not be disheartened. I will assist you by devising the most scientifically tailored training regimen for you. You will soon experience improvement. When any one of your skills reaches its peak, it will trigger an advancement, unlocking the next level of that skill. This is quite promising. Ning chuckled to himself, realizing that all he needed to do was refine a single skill to its apex, after which he would automatically progress to the next level, ensuring steady advancement. Subsequently, Ning inquired of the system about his current course of action, particularly which skill should take precedence. The system's response was to focus on movement, as Ning had now achieved a mid-range shooting level of 7. However, this necessitated opportunities in open space, for his ability to withstand interference remained insufficient. Should the opposition target him defensively and apply excessive pressure, his shooting percentage would plummet. Thus, for Ning, the crux lay in evading defenders on the court to find open opportunities, making movement a pressing priority. I understand, Ning declared. System, let us commence tomorrow. Starting from tomorrow, I will train specifically in movement. My current level in this regard is 5, and I must swiftly elevate it to 6. The following day, Ning boarded a plane, returning to Syracuse University in New York State. Some selected rookie players had already departed the campus, relocating closer to the team, as they possessed guaranteed rookie contracts enabling them to afford apartment rentals. However, for undrafted players like Ning E, without even a single agent, affording the exorbitant rent was utterly unfeasible, and many returned to the university, continuing to reside on campus. Upon his return to Syracuse University, Ning E was filled with reflections, though they were fleeting. Soon thereafter, he immersed himself in training, adhering to the regimen set forth by the system. This is a tedious and arduous process. The training regimen devised for Ning E by the system is exceedingly intense, far surpassing the workouts he endured while part of the basketball team at Snow City University, often leaving him utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, the results are undeniably evident. Ning E can sense his progress, advancing at a pace he had never before dared to imagine, which brings him joy, making him unafraid of the fatigue. A few days later, C.J. Aiken approached Ning E with news. He relayed that he had received word from the Kings that they did not intend to sign him, and thus he would not participate in the preseason games. Ning E found himself in a similar predicament. He and C.J. Aiken had once again been overlooked. Indeed, Ning E shook his head with a sigh. He was not particularly surprised, as he had long harbored such an apprehension and had mentally prepared himself for this outcome. Specifically, during the game against the Timberwolves, when he was substituted with just over a minute remaining, he realized that it was highly improbable for him to remain with the Kings. Following a confrontation with Chris Gent, his certainty of being dismissed solidified. C.J. Ning E began. C.J. Aiken raised his hand to interrupt, saying, "Ning, I know what you are about to say. It is all right. I am aware of my own capabilities, and I have prepared myself for this. However, I genuinely feel a sense of regret for you. You possess talent, yet the opportunities to showcase it are scarce. Your performance against the Timberwolves serves as a testament to that. Others will not overlook your display. I am confident that Chris Gent's influence is a significant factor. He is an assistant coach for the Kings, and should he dismiss you, I understand." Ning E interjected, not allowing him to continue. Without C.J. Aiken needing to elaborate, Ning E was acutely aware that his inability to remain with the Kings was indeed linked to Chris Gent. For had it not been for that, his last game's performance might have afforded him some opportunity. However, there was no point in lamenting what had transpired. At that moment, a phone rang, and Ning E pulled out his device to see an unfamiliar number. After a moment's contemplation, he pressed the answer button. "Hello?" A voice on the other end inquired. "Good day, may I speak with Mr. Ning E?" "This is he," Ning E replied, momentarily taken aback. "Who is this?" "I am an assistant to Coach Rick Adelman. Do you have some time in the next few days? If so, we would like you to come to Minnesota. Coach Adelman wishes to meet with you." A surge of astonishment coursed through Ning E.'s mind, momentarily rendering him speechless. Rick Adelman, a legendary figure in the NBA who had led the Trailblazers to the finals twice and earned 4 second-place accolades for Coach of the Year, was now the head coach of the Timberwolves. The mere fact that he wished to meet with him implied something significant. Ning E quickly regained his composure and responded, "I have time, of course. I will book a flight today and can arrive in Minnesota by tomorrow. There is no need to worry about the flight. We will arrange it for you. You only need to confirm your schedule," the voice on the other end clarified. "Oh, thank you very much for that." Ning E suppressed the excitement within his heart, striving to speak in a calm voice. "Let us set the time for tomorrow in the morning." "Very well. We will arrange the tickets and inform you. Should any issues arise, feel free to contact me at any time. Upon your arrival in Minnesota, someone will be at the airport to greet you." "Thank you." Ning E expressed his gratitude. After hanging up the phone, his heart continued to race. He had previously held little hope and prepared for the worst, yet he had not anticipated receiving such a call. Rick Adelman, the Minnesota Timberwolves. This was nothing short of magnificent for Ning E, surpassing even the prospect of remaining with the Kings. Chapter 8. Minnesota. C.J. Aiken inquired, "What brings you such joy? Can you tell?" Ning E touched his face and chuckled. "I am indeed very happy. Do you know whose call I just received?" Curious, C.J. Aiken asked. "Who?" "Rick Adelman." "What?" C.J. Aiken exclaimed, unable to conceal his exhilaration. "Brother, did you just say that Coach Rick Adelman called you?" Ning E's face flushed, and he cleared his throat. "Well, I didn't finish my statement. It was actually Coach Rick Adelman's assistant who called, not the coach himself. This is a distinction, yet C.J. Aiken remains unconcerned, excitedly giving Ning E a light punch on the shoulder, exclaiming, "There's nothing different about it. At least I believe there isn't. After all, that's the assistant coach, Rick Adelman, you're dealing with. I presume you understand what that implies. Brother, congratulations. Thank you, Ning Yi replied, embracing CJ Aiken. I will remember everything you've done for me. Wishing you all the best, my friend. CJ Aiken nodded, patting Ning Yi on the back. The two shared a meal at noon, naturally at Ning Yi's expense. CJ Aiken justified this gesture. For Ning, he was soon to embark on a journey to Minnesota, likely to remain there and become a member of the Timberwolves, stepping into the realm of an NBA player. Ning Yi, of course, did not refuse, merely teasingly suggesting that once CJ Aiken signed with the team, he too must treat, and at that time, he would feast heartily on him. As Ning Yi observed CJ Aiken enjoying his meal, he could not help but sigh inwardly. Despite CJ Aiken's commendable physical attributes, his technical skills were rather mediocre, and his innate talent was limited, making the path to the NBA a daunting one. Ning Yi wished to assist him, but felt powerless. He had inquired of the system, which only functioned effectively for his own benefit. After bidding farewell to CJ Aiken in the afternoon, Ning Yi returned to his dormitory and sent an email to CJ Aiken, containing a training regimen crafted by the system on his behalf. The system could only provide this assistance, as enhancements to skills and physical attributes were exclusive to Ning Yi. For others, it could at most offer some suggestions. Minnesota is bordered to the north by the Canadian provinces of Manitoba and Ontario, to the east by Lake Superior, with the Mississippi River separating it from Wisconsin, to the south by Iowa, and to the west by South Dakota and North Dakota. The northernmost point of the continental United States, latitude 49 degrees 23 minutes north, lies within this state, hence Minnesota's moniker as the North Star State. The capital of Minnesota is St. Paul, yet for fans of the Timberwolves, another city within Minnesota holds a far greater significance: Minneapolis. The home court of the Timberwolves, Target Center, is situated in Minneapolis, and the team stands as one of the city's proud symbols. As Ning Yi emerged from the exit, he immediately spotted a sign bearing his name, held aloft by a man in his 30s, adorned with golden hair and dressed in a suit. Ning Yi approached him, extending his hand. "Hello, I am Ning Yi. I recognize you. I have seen your pictures." The man responded enthusiastically, shaking Ning Yi's hand with a smile. "Ning, I represent the Timberwolves and welcome you. You may call me Paul." Ning Yi called out. Once Ning Yi settled in a Paul-esque car, he became aware that Paul was a member of the Minnesota Timberwolves Public Relations Department, primarily tasked with welcoming new players and coordinating media interviews. Throughout the journey, Paul drove at a leisurely pace, enthusiastically introducing Ning Yi to the city of Minneapolis, demonstrating his adeptness in interpersonal relations, a skill essential for his role in public relations. It was afternoon when Paul first escorted Ning Yi to the hotel, ensuring he was comfortably settled in. He then remarked, "Take some time to rest today. I shall return tomorrow to take you to the gym, where you will meet Coach Adelman." "All right," Ning Yi replied, bidding farewell to Paul. Once inside his room, however, Ning Yi found himself at a loss for what to do. In recent days, Ning Yi has been training daily, and it has become a habit, suddenly ceasing his training. He finds himself feeling rather uneasy. Surely there must be a basketball court nearby, he muses. Taking a basketball from his bag, he decides to inquire at the front desk. If it is not far, he will go over, for idleness is indeed rather mundane. Ning Yi always keeps a basketball close at hand. This habit was adopted only after returning from the recent journey, a requirement set forth by the system, as it aids in cultivating a sense of the ball. Much like those who, at the onset of their basketball practice, cradle a basketball while they slumber. Armed with a basketball, he inquired at the front desk of the lobby, discovering that there was indeed a nearby court, merely a 10-minute walk away. Without hesitation, Ning Yi set forth. 10 minutes later, Ning Yi arrived at the court known as Valadu. This is a community basketball court, much like many others found on the streets of America, enclosed by iron railings. Although it is still afternoon on this weekend, the court has already attracted a considerable gathering of people, numbering well into the dozens, tightly surrounding one half of the court. Observing this scene, Ning Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. During his time in New York, he had often loitered around such community courts, and he could tell that something lively was afoot. As he approached, he was taken aback to witness a one-on-one showdown, with one participant being a man of Chinese descent. Approximately 6 feet tall, Ning Yi recognized him as Chinese because he donned a Rockets jersey emblazoned with the number 11. Yao Ming had retired 2 years prior, and it was unlikely that anyone who wasn't a devoted fan would wear his jersey to play. The other contender was a black man, also around 6 feet tall, with a robust physique and prominent muscles that exuded a fierce aura. He sported a Miami Heat jersey, proudly displaying the number 3, clearly a fan of Dwayne Wade. With a swift motion, the man in the number 3 jersey executed a crossover step, then surged forward, managing to slip past his opponent by half a body length. As the opponent caught up, he performed a reverse layup, evading the defense and successfully scoring. The score now stood at 7-1, with the man in the number 3 jersey casting a smirk at his counterpart. "Let's go again," the number 11 player growled, taking a deep breath. Ning Yi understood the stakes. The game consisted of 10 points, and the number 3 player had already secured 7 while the number 11 had only managed 1. The duel continued on the court. The number 3 player displayed commendable ball handling skills, indicative of professional training, though amongst amateur players. His level would likely be classified as a 3. He executed a series of between-the-legs dribbles before suddenly accelerating, penetrating from the right side. The number 11 player instinctively shifted to the left and took a step back. At that moment, the number 3 player abruptly halted, performing a behind-the-back dribble to pull the ball back while simultaneously retreating, creating space between himself and the number 11 player, before raising his hand to shoot. Swish! The ball went in, bringing the score to 8-1. Ning Yi thought to himself, "It's over 8-1. The gap is insurmountable. Had I known, I wouldn't have engaged at all. Let them have the court." He lamented the fate of his newly purchased jersey. On the sidelines, conversations buzzed among the onlookers. From their discussions, Ning Yi gleaned that the number 11 player had arrived first with a few friends, only to be confronted by the number 3 player and his entourage upon their arrival. The number 3 player had suggested a one-on-one duel, proposing that whoever lost must leave the court, even going so far as to demand that the loser relinquish their jersey and exit shirtless. Ning Yi squinted at the number 3 player, considering him rather brazen and excessive. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Yuan Hao, give it your all." She is a young woman from Huaxia, possessing a remarkable figure, standing at an impressive height of approximately 175 centimeters. Her slender waist and elongated legs are strikingly straight and graceful, accentuated by the denim jeans she wears, which further highlight her alluring curves. Moreover, her beauty is captivating, with features that appear exquisitely chiseled from white jade. Her eyebrows are delicately arched, her nose is elegantly high, and her large eyes resemble a serene pool of autumn water, bright and crystal clear. Upon encountering this young woman, Ning Yi was momentarily taken aback, not solely due to her beauty, but because he recognized her, Yi Qian. What could she possibly be doing here? The girl is named Yi Qian, renowned as the belle of Ning Yi's high school. Sharing the same grade, yet belonging to a different class. Their paths rarely crossed, and while Ning Yi was acquainted with her, it was uncertain whether she recognized him. On the field, player number 11, bolstered by Yi Qian's encouragement, appeared to regain his fighting spirit. His expression turned serious and resolute as he shouted defiantly at player number 3. "Come on." A sneer escaped from player 3's lips as he commenced his attack. This time, number 3 was exceedingly straightforward. After swift acceleration, he executed a jump shot, although he and number 11 are of similar height. His leaping ability surpasses that of his counterpart. Thus, even in the presence of number 11, the shot remained unblocked. Swish! The ball went in, 9-1. The result left the 11th player disheartened. Even Yi Qian's voice weakened. In the final play, the 3rd player opted for a breakthrough, his most adept scoring method, confidently sinking the ball and delivering an overwhelming 10-1 defeat to the 11th player. "You have lost," the 3rd player declared, pointing at the 11th. "Leave your jersey behind." He gestured towards the individuals standing beside the girl, adding, "You may all depart now." The 11th player clenched his teeth, his face turning ashen. "Wait a moment." At that moment, a voice rang out, surprising the crowd as their gazes turned toward Ning Yi. Yi Qian regarded Ning Yi with a furrowed brow, murmuring to herself, "This person appears somewhat familiar. I feel I've seen him before, yet I cannot recall where." The 3rd player glared at Ning Yi, his tone icy. "What do you mean? I propose a one-on-one match," Ning Yi replied, indicating the 11th player and the individuals beside Yi Qian. "If I lose, they shall keep their jerseys, including mine, and we will leave. If you lose, you and your companions must vacate this place, and of course, you must leave your jerseys behind. You have already lost your jerseys. You alone do not possess the qualifications to wager with us," the 3rd player retorted, shaking his head. "Are you afraid?" Ning Yi chuckled. The 3rd player narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Ning Yi for a moment before suddenly laughing. "Very well, let us gamble as you propose. Let the game begin." On the sidelines, Yi Qian could not recall where she had seen Ning Yi before. Upon hearing his challenge to the 3rd player, she urged him in a worried tone, "Please, don't play against him. He is exceptionally skilled." Even Yuan Hao cannot match him. Yuan Hao was a member of their school S team, and if he could not compete with the third player, Ning Yi stood no chance. Indeed, the 11th player added, "Brother, although you are taller than him, basketball is not solely reliant on height. That guy is quick, skilled, and has impressive vertical leap." Before the 11th player could finish, Ning Yi interrupted with a smile. "It's all right, it's just a game. At worst, it's merely a jersey. Besides, yours has already been lost." The 11th player was momentarily rendered speechless. "Let us proceed," the third player said, bouncing the ball before passing it to Ning Yi. "You may attack first." "Very well," Ning Yi nodded, thinking to himself. "You're merely an amateur, perhaps a level 3 approaching level 4. Even without a system, I can easily best you. Prepare to weep." The spectators fixed their eyes on the two players on the court. Whispers circulated among the crowd. The third player appeared relaxed, quietly mocking Ning Yi, likely suggesting that although Ning Yi was tall, it would ultimately prove inconsequential, and he would still be outmatched. The individuals surrounding Yi Qian wore expressions of trepidation, uncertain of Ning Yi's capabilities. Nevertheless, having already faced defeat on the 11th, they resolved to treat this as a last-ditch effort. Ning Yi commenced his offensive. The third player, possessing merely amateur skills, did not pique Ning Yi's interest. He had no desire to engage in a drawn-out contest or showcase unnecessary finesse. After a couple of dribbles, he executed a clean jump shot, raising his hand to release the ball. "What?" The third player was taken aback, unprepared for Ning Yi's direct approach. By the time he leapt, it was already too late. The ball had soared from Ning Yi's hand, tracing a perfect arc before swishing through the net. The spectators were left in astonishment. This was exceedingly direct and utterly unexpected. Even they had not anticipated that Ning Yi would be so straightforward, launching an attack without hesitation. Completely disregarding number 3, and, astonishingly, it proved successful. Ning Yi remarked, "Humph." Number 3 regained his composure, let out a scoff, and cautiously fixed his gaze on Ning Yi, ready for another round. Once again, Ning Yi took decisive action. Player number 3, quick to react, leaped desperately into the air. However, the reality was that he was at least 10 centimeters shorter than Ning Yi. While his jumping ability was commendable among amateur players, it paled in comparison to someone of Ning Yi's caliber. The notion of blocking Ning Yi's shot was nothing short of fantasy. Whoosh! Another basket was scored. The spectators were left in astonishment. What was happening? Another shot, Ning Yi declared, launching yet another offensive. Once more, the ball found its mark. Player number 3 was infuriated, nearly spitting blood in his frustration. This was blatant bullying. Was it really fair to rely solely on such a height advantage? Subsequently, player number 3 attempted to outsmart Ning Yi, realizing that blocking him was futile. Instead, he decided to shield Ning Yi's vision, placing his hand over Ning Yi's face. Yet, the result remained unchanged. The ball still went in. This illustrates the stark contrast between amateur and professional players. Moreover, Ning Yi's shooting prowess has reached level 7, which is considered average in the NBA, and he stands a significant height advantage of over 10 centimeters compared to player 3. If he were unable to score, it would indeed be futile to continue. Swish, swish, in rapid succession, every shot Ning Yi took found its mark, without exception. In mere moments, he completed 10 shots, decisively triumphing with a score of 10-0 against player 3. Player 3 stood in stunned silence for a while before regaining composure and gazing at Ning Yi, saying, "I concede. You are quite formidable. May I inquire your name?" Ning Yi replied, "My name is Ning Yi." Chapter 10. An encounter with the campus belle. Upon hearing the name Ning Yi, player 3 furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment, but could not recall who Ning Yi was, as he was not yet a public figure, far from being someone universally recognized. However, Yi Qian suddenly remembered and exclaimed, "Ning Yi, I recall you. You are from number 9 high school, right?" "Yi sure no. 9 high school, in the same grade as me. How did you end up here?" Ning Yi chuckled. "I find it curious as well. What brings you here?" "The campus belle?" Nearby, player 11 and the others were astonished. What a remarkable coincidence that the two were acquainted. In truth, it would be more accurate to say that Ning Yi and Yi Qian do not truly know one another. Ning Yi recognizes Yi Qian as the school belle, for during their time at the 9th high school, she was well known and admired by nearly everyone, Ning Yi included. Conversely, Yi Qian recalls Ning Yi for his remarkable height and his position on the school team, coupled with their shared age, which left an impression on her, though they were not acquainted enough for her to immediately remember him. Nonetheless, encountering a fellow high school peer in a foreign land evoked a sense of familiarity, and after exchanging a few words, They quickly grew comfortable with one another. From Yiqian, Ning Yi learned that after graduating from high school, she attended university in Y Province and later became an exchange student in the United States, currently studying at the University of Minnesota, Twin Cities. It is worth noting that Ning Yi had scarcely spoken to Yiqian during their high school days, and he was unaware of her attending that university, let alone her journey to America. Similarly, Yiqian had no information about Ning Yi since high school. As for number 3, he was single and did not act dishonestly, willingly accepting defeat and prepared to remove his jersey. However, in a good mood, Ning Yi called out to them, and they shared a laugh, deciding to forego the game. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a beauty from his school in an unfamiliar land. After all, Ning Yi, Yiqian, along with number 11 Yuan Hao and several of their classmates, found a place to dine together. Throughout the meal, Ning Yi and Yiqian engaged in considerable conversation. Upon learning that Ning Yi was in town for training with the Timberwolves, Yiqian was pleasantly surprised, exclaiming that it was no wonder Ning Yi played so well, and she wished him all the best. Dining with a captivating companion always elevates one's spirits, and after bidding farewell to Yiqian and the others, Ning Yi returned to his hotel, collapsing into a deep slumber, dreaming not at all, and sleeping soundly. The following day, Paul came to collect Ning Yi and brought him to the Target Center. "Ning, you can go in by yourself," Paul said, stopping outside Rick Adelman's office. "All right." Ning Yi nodded and pushed open the door. Upon entering, he saw Rick Adelman seated behind the desk, with another person present, Terry Porter, one of the Timberwolves' assistant coaches. Spotting Terry Porter stirred something within Ning Yi. He approached him with sincerity, saying, "Coach Porter, thank you." "Thank me?" Terry Porter was taken aback. "Yes," Ning Yi replied. "I must express my gratitude to you. I believe that if it were not for your support, I would not be standing here today." Terry Porter raised an eyebrow and glanced at Rick Adelman, chuckling. "Rick, I told you I wasn't mistaken. Ning is a remarkably astute young man. He has long understood this." Adelman nodded in agreement, smiling. It was during the Summer League between the Timberwolves and the Kings that Ning Yi made a significant impact. In the final minutes of the game, he entered the court and, through a series of impressive scoring plays, reignited hope for the Kings, truly turning the tide of the match. Regrettably, he was substituted in the final minute, and had he remained on the field, there was a distinct possibility of orchestrating a remarkable turnaround. During that match, Terry Porter took notice of Ning Yi and expressed keen interest in him. Upon returning to Minnesota, he recommended Ning Yi to Rick Adelman. In the ensuing days, the Timberwolves gathered information regarding Ning Yi, but the data suggested he was unremarkable, lacking any notable attributes, which caused Rick Adelman to hesitate. Ultimately, it was Terry Porter's insistence that led Rick Adelman to decide to offer Ning Yi an opportunity. Rick Adelman stated, "The purpose of your visit is for a tryout. I believe Paul has already informed you. You may prepare and come for the tryout this afternoon." "No need," Ning Yi replied. "Let us do it right now." This presented an opportunity for Ning Yi, one that simultaneously filled him with anxiety and trepidation. He yearned to escape the torment of uncertainty and preferred to undergo the trial immediately, seeking a resolution to the situation. Rick Adelman exchanged a glance with Terry Porter and then stated, "Very well, let us proceed now." With that, he rose and beckoned to Ning Yi, inviting him forth. It was the end of July, and while some prominent players were still on holiday, the gym was far from empty. Among those participating in the tryouts, there were also this year's rookies, including a few second-year players, all training diligently. For them, this summer was pivotal. Their skills were on the rise, and they lacked the leisure to indulge in vacations like those who had already settled into their careers. As Ning Yi followed Adelman and Porter into the underground training facility, he immediately drew attention, with many turning to gaze at him. "Who is that guy?" Someone murmured. "I have a vague recollection. He seems to be one of this year's rookies." "What rookie?" "He is an undrafted player. Just a few days ago, he played against us with the Kings." "Oh, right. I remember now. His name is Ning. He performed admirably in that game, but unfortunately, he was substituted out. Otherwise what? He's just an undrafted player. And an Asian at that. If he were a center, I might pay him more heed, but as a small forward, People recognized Ning Yi and whispered among themselves. While some bore no ill will toward him, others, particularly Shabazz Muhammad, David Kahn, and Billy Garfield, held a grudge. In that previous game, Ning Yi had scored over 10 points in just 3 minutes, making them look foolish as mere background figures. Although the Timberwolves ultimately won, Shabazz Muhammad and the others had not forgotten their resentment toward Ning Yi. "Hold on, let's south clear half the court," Rick Adelman instructed, having people vacate part of the gym without introducing Ning Yi to anyone. He turned directly to him and asked, "Ning, do you need a warm-up first?" "Yes," Ning Yi replied, eager not to waste a moment. However, this did not imply a lack of seriousness regarding the tryout. On the contrary, he valued this opportunity immensely and could not afford to be careless. Thus, warming up was essential, as he did not possess the luxury of overconfidence. The tryout consisted of components similar to those encountered during the draft: physical measurements, skill assessments, and intra-squad scrimmages. Among these, physical measurements were obligatory, while skill assessments served as targeted evaluations for players to showcase their strengths. The intra-squad scrimmages, while sometimes superficial, were not overly intense. Chapter 11. A resounding slap. After a thorough warm-up, Ning Yi signaled his readiness. "Let us begin." Terry Porter personally took charge of recording the data. The physical assessment commenced. Half an hour later, it concluded. Ning Yi, breathless and visibly distressed, bore a pallid complexion, and Rick Adelman, too, wore a grim expression. For Ning Yi's physical metrics were exceedingly disheartening. Despite having some prior knowledge from the data, Rick Adelman still felt a profound sense of disappointment. Ning Yi's vertical leap, strength, explosive power, and speed were all woefully inadequate. Indeed, they were far from even being deemed acceptable. Alas, Terry Porter shook his head in dismay. It was no surprise that Ning Yi went undrafted, as such dismal physical statistics would likely lead evaluators to discard him at first glance. The assessment was remarkably subpar. Lacking in strength, speed, and vertical leap, he epitomized the quintessential three-nose individual. To aspire to play in the NBA with such physical attributes was quite laughable. It was utterly hilarious, leaving many in fits of derision and mockery directed at Ning Yi. The derision was unrestrained and resounded audibly. Ning Yi could hear it, as could Rick Adelman and Terry Porter. However, neither of the two chose to speak up, for it was inconceivable for them to rebuke others. The NBA is a realm governed by the law of the jungle, where compassion is non-existent on the court, and sympathy for the weak is a rare commodity. If you find yourself among the weak, you must brace yourself for ridicule. Naturally, if discontent brews within you, you may retaliate and prove your worth through sheer skill. Yet, it was evident that even Rick Adelman and Terry Porter did not believe Ning Yi possessed the capability to retaliate. His physical attributes were woefully inadequate. To put it kindly, he simply did not possess the qualities suited for the NBA. To put it bluntly, he was a mere weakling. Observing Shabazz Muhammad and others, Ning Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within, and addressed Rick Adelman. "Coach, shall we proceed with the specialized assessments?" "Indeed," replied Rick Adelman. "What is your forte?" "Shooting," Ning Yi responded, adding, "specifically mid-range shooting." "Then let us test your mid-range skills," Rick Adelman instructed. "Commence with 100 mid-range shots, starting from one baseline to the other." Terry Porter glanced at Ning Yi before taking the basketball from his assistant, saying, "Ning, I shall pass you the ball. Relax. Do you understand?" Ning Yi noted. This is his forte. He must excel, showcasing his merits to the coach while silencing those who deride him. Thus, he commences. Ning Yi positions himself at the right baseline, just a step within the three-point line, as Terry Porter passes him the ball. Ning Yi secures the ball, makes a slight adjustment, and leaps, his body extending gracefully, wrist flicking. Swish! A soft sound, the ball gliding effortlessly through the net. Terry Porter passes the ball once more. Is Coach Porter concerned that others may deliver poor passes or intentionally lack focus, potentially hindering my performance? Ning Yi ponders, yet his movements remain swift. He retrieves the ball, jumps, and shoots in one fluid motion. Swish! Another melodious sound, akin to celestial music. After sinking 2 consecutive shots, Ning Yi's spirits lift, gradually entering his rhythm. A mid-range shot rated at level 7 is no trifling matter, especially considering the arduous training he has endured in recent days, significantly enhancing his skills. Once in the zone, his shots flow with increasing ease and rhythm, each release resulting in success. Some players observe with seriousness. However, uninvited comments emerge. Shabazz Muhammad remarks with a hint of sarcasm. "Lucky streak, hitting a few in a row. But this is merely the beginning. There are still 100 to go, and luck may not hold." No sooner had he spoken than, swish, another shot finds its mark. The onlookers instinctively glance at Shabazz Muhammad, whose expression darkens, reddening with frustration as Ning Yi sinks yet another shot, both a retort and a stinging rebuke. In truth, Ning Yi pays no heed to Shabazz Muhammad's words. He is wholly absorbed in his shooting, his gaze fixated on the hoop, striving to make every shot count. For NBA players, mid-range shooting is hardly a challenge, particularly in practice where there is no defender and no intense back-and-forth movement, merely the pure act of shooting. Their accuracy rates are exceedingly high, with many achieving over 90%. In the case of free throws, the success rate is even higher. Sean Battier, during one training session, remarkably sank 120 consecutive free throws without a single miss. This is not mere luck, but rather a testament to skill. Even during regular practice, Sean Battier effortlessly sinks over 90 out of 100 free throws. Take, for instance, Stephen Curry. Although it is only the year 2013 and the world remains unaware, Ning Yi possesses insight into a future moment when Curry, during a training session, made an astonishing 94 out of 100 shots, achieving an extraordinary streak of 77 consecutive successful three-pointers. This is the realm of NBA players, a domain incomprehensible to the average person, yet it is undeniably terrifying. At this moment, in the basement level of the Target Center, a group of players, mostly rookies or undrafted talents, are present. Far from reaching the caliber of Battier or Curry, a significant disparity indeed. Nonetheless, even among them, effortlessly sinking a dozen or 20 shots is not out of the question. Ning Yi, possessing a mid-range shooting ability rated at level 7, stands as a figure surpassing the typical rookie or undrafted player. Thus, he commenced with 30 consecutive shots, each one finding its mark without fail. Rick Adelman nodded discreetly. Having reviewed Ning Yi's profile, he was aware that shooting was indeed Ning Yi's forte. And this did not disappoint him. 31, 32, 33. With each successive shot, Ning Yi transformed into a veritable shooting machine, each release resulting in a swish, drawing the attention of onlookers. Moments later, the tally rose to a remarkable 47 consecutive successful shots. Achieving such a feat is no small task, particularly among rookies and undrafted players, causing some to lose their composure, their expressions shifting as they exclaimed. He has made over 40 in a row, and it appears he will continue. His shooting prowess is indeed formidable, akin to a marksman. Indeed, his shooting form is exquisite, reminiscent of a textbook example. He is undoubtedly a sharpshooter. Do you recall the game from a few days ago? He garnered numerous points through his mid-range shots, showcasing his innate talent and potential. Although his physical attributes may not be exceptional, his shooting ability surpasses that of most. Discussions ensued, and some began to shed their initial dismissive attitudes. However, there remained individuals like Shabazz Muhammad, who harbored a lingering disdain for Ning Yi, sarcastically remarking, "So what if he made a few dozen shots? I could do that too." Yet, when confronted, he found himself at a loss for words. While he could indeed make dozens of mid-range shots, he struggled with consistency. His game relied heavily on physical prowess, excelling at attacking the rim, yet his shooting left much to be desired. Chapter 12. Astonishment on the court. Ning Yi continued his barrage, his release speed accelerating. It appeared as if the moment one ball left his hand, another was already in motion. The scene unfolded with one basketball not yet settled in the net when another followed closely behind, as the first found its mark before the net ceased its swaying. Yet another basketball pierced through, soaring gracefully. Gasps echoed through the crowd. For those adept at shooting, sinking dozens of mid-range shots in succession may not be impossible. But doing so at Ning Yi's pace was indeed a formidable challenge. This is not merely about sinking the ball. The challenge is far greater. 51, 52, 53. The crowd began to cheer, counting for Ning Yi. Everyone was eager to discover how long he could maintain his remarkable streak of consecutive shots at such a rapid pace. Would his accuracy falter? Meanwhile, Rick Adelman's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he fixated on Ning Yi, though he was aware of Ning Yi's shooting prowess. The extent of his skill exceeded all expectations. Here was a budding sharpshooter, Rick Adelman mused. With such shooting ability, one could overlook any slight deficiencies in physical attributes. Some spectators gasped in disbelief. Others were left in awe, while a few, such as Shabazz Muhammad, David Kahn, and Billy Garfield, felt particularly irked. Notably, as Shabazz Muhammad observed the shifting gaze of Rick Adelman towards Ning Yi, his irritation intensified, and he muttered indignantly, "Just wait and see. I refuse to believe he can maintain this performance. As fatigue sets in, his shooting percentage will undoubtedly decline." He doubted Ning Yi's ability to sustain such precision, convinced that while it might be achievable initially, after 50 or 60 shots, physical exhaustion would disrupt breathing and inevitably distort his technique. At this moment, maintaining the initial accuracy seemed nearly impossible. Indeed, Ning Yi's shooting percentage began to wane. His movements, though only slightly altered, were sufficient to send the ball ricocheting off the rim. Thud! The ball failed to score, bouncing back out. "See, I told you so," Sabitz Muhammad remarked. "Oh," David Cage added. "I see now. This is his true potential." However, scarcely had they spoken when, with a swish, the basketball swirled effortlessly through the net. Ning Yi's aim had returned, and he began to surge, continuing in that state and scoring consecutively. 1, 2, 3. As Ning Yi sank shot after shot, the faces of Sabitz Muhammad and his companions turned pale, then green with disbelief. Was this some cruel jest from the heavens? Why were they repeatedly slapped in the face every time they spoke? Swish, swish, time and again, he released the ball, each shot finding its mark. As Ning Yi entered a remarkable state where thought and deliberate adjustment were unnecessary. The ball would leave his hands with his body responding instinctively. His motions nearly identical with every release. Goodness, how many has he made? 89, or was it 91? I can't keep track. It's astonishing. The crowd marveled. If this were J.J. Redick or Kyle Korver, one might not be surprised. It would be understandable. But this is Ning Yi, merely 20 years old and an undrafted player. 97, 98, 99. Thud! A dull sound echoed, and the audience felt a sense of regret. This marked the 100th shot, yet it failed to find its mark. Had it succeeded, perfection would have ensued. Nevertheless, even so, Ning Yi's shooting accuracy was astonishing, standing an impressive 98%, missing only 2 out of 100 attempts, executed with remarkable swiftness. Gasping for breath, Ning Yi completed the 100 shots in one continuous effort, and, given his physical stamina, the exertion was considerable. His jersey was drenched in sweat, and beads of perspiration adorned his forehead. However, all of this was worthwhile. Achieving 98 successful shots was beyond his own expectations, a display of performance that could be deemed extraordinary. A broad grin spread across Ning Yi's face, a silent acknowledgement of his own achievement. Even with a level 7 mid-range shot capability, he only reached an average NBA standard. Typically, he did not exhibit such precision. Today was an exception, perhaps spurred on by the presence of Shabazz Muhammad and others, or perhaps it was the eruption of potential under pressure. Regardless, his performance today was remarkable, even surprising himself. Terry Porter approached and patted Ning Yi on the back, saying, "Ning, well done. It should be said, excellent." Rick Adelman chuckled heartily, stating, "Ning, your shooting is exceptional. I am quite pleased. You're in good form today." Ning Yi replied affirmatively, and Rick Adelman waved dismissively, indicating that if one did not possess a certain level of skill, even the best form would not yield such results. He had already acknowledged Ning Yi's shooting prowess. Subsequently, Rick Adelman remarked, "Your physical conditioning is lacking, but your shooting is commendable. Now, we shall proceed to intra-squad scrimmage." Although he did not voice it directly, he contemplated observing further. Had Ning Yi possessed better physical attributes, his shooting alone could warrant a contract. However, due to his physical limitations, further observation was necessary. Ning Yi nodded, understanding Rick Adelman's intentions, and resolved to be assertive, aiming to score as much as possible. For Ning Yi at this stage, his role was that of a shooter, and as such, he needed to be resolute on the court, capable of scoring. The intra-squad scrimmage would not encompass the entire court, but rather be confined to half-court play. The initial confrontation was not particularly intense. However, Shabazz Muhammad harbored a disdain for Ning Yi, intentionally targeting him and exerting every effort to defend against him, denying him any opportunity to score. Yet, it soon became evident to Shabazz Muhammad that his endeavors were in vain. Whenever he focused on Ning Yi, the latter merely danced around the perimeter. Yet, the moment Muhammad let his guard down, Ning Yi would swiftly execute a deceptive maneuver, his footwork akin to that of an ethereal butterfly. Muhammad caught only a fleeting glimpse of him before he vanished. In the next instant, the ball was in Ning Yi's possession, and he took decisive action. Swish! The ball found its mark, netting a clean shot. This is merely the first instance, followed by the second, the third. Within just a few minutes, Ning Yi made 4 out of 5 attempts, securing 8 points with astonishing efficiency. Shabazz Muhammad, flustered and seething with anger, longed to deliver a blow to Ning Yi. "Damn that Eastern kid, I refuse to believe I cannot contain you." Casting a glance at Shabazz Muhammad, Ning Yi executed another evasive maneuver, plunging into the crowd. Utilizing the throng for a screen, he circled to the opposite side, received the ball, and took a shot. Swish! The ball sailed through the hoop, adding another 2 points to his tally. In recent days, Ning Yi has not idled away his time. He has diligently trained to the point of exhaustion each day, yet the results are undeniably remarkable. His level 7 shooting has integrated seamlessly, and there's been a notable enhancement in his positioning skills. Of course, his positioning ability remains at level 5, which suffices to contend with the defense of Shabazz Muhammad. Chapter 13. One move is sufficient. Bang. A teammate's shot clanged off the rim, but they secured the rebound. Ning Yi swiftly maneuvered, running towards the ball with outstretched hands. His teammate, showing him great respect, promptly passed the ball. Whoosh. Upon receiving it, he shot without hesitation, scoring effortlessly. Another mid-range shot. Shabazz Muhammad felt a pang of frustration, nearly exasperated to the point of bloodshed. He had been just a fraction of a second late. And once again, Ning Yi found success with another mid-range shot, employing the same technique. At this moment, Ning Yi had already scored 14 points, hitting 7 out of 9 attempts, with all his points coming from mid-range shots. It was a classic case of a singular skill dominating the game. Shabazz Muhammad was acutely aware of this, yet found himself utterly unable to defend against it. Frustration, deep frustration. Shabazz Muhammad's eyes blazed with intensity, wishing he could seize Ning Yi and give him a thorough beating. However, he restrained himself, knowing they were in the gym and under the watchful eyes of coaches and assistants. Suddenly, a teammate approached, patting Shabazz Muhammad on the back, offering some words of comfort. You need to remain calm and see the bigger picture. Though it may seem harsh, this is the reality. Shabazz Muhammad glared, incredulous at such a form of consolation. As the intra-team scrimmage concluded, Ning Yi had accumulated 17 points, along with 1 rebound and 1 assist. Apart from his scoring, his other statistics were virtually negligible. Nevertheless, Rick Adelman was quite satisfied, recognizing that sometimes a player who excels in a singular aspect can be more valuable than those who are multifaceted yet lack distinction. Much like Nick Young, who thrived solely on 3-point shooting, sometimes one skill is more than sufficient. With a smile on his face, Rick Adelman approached Ning Yi and remarked, Ning, you performed admirably. I believe you're underestimated by many. Coach, do you mean? Ning Yi felt his heart race. Rick Adelman did not keep him in suspense, stating directly, I wish to formally inform you that you will be joining the Minnesota Timberwolves. If you have no objections, we can sign the contract shortly. Of course, it will not be a formal contract, merely a training camp agreement. Signing a player is not a simple task, nor is it solely my decision. Furthermore, your physical condition is indeed a concern. Whether it leads to a formal contract will only be determined after the preseason. Understood, Ning Yi nodded. It comes as no surprise that Ning Yi was psychologically prepared for this outcome. Just a few days prior, he was merely an overlooked candidate, relegated to a benchwarmer role in the Summer League, only able to partake in a few minutes during garbage time. In the span of a few days, Ning Yi underwent a transformation, though it cannot yet be deemed a leap forward, unless his physical attributes and other skills also experience enhancement. Thus, securing a training camp contract and having the opportunity to represent the Timberwolves in the preseason is more than sufficient. He possesses the confidence that, following the preseason, he will undoubtedly secure a formal contract. On that very day, Ning Yi signed a training camp contract with the Timberwolves. This is not a formal contract. It does not encompass a salary, merely a few allowances. However, it is imperative to sign it in order to participate in the NBA, even if it is merely for the preseason. When Ning Yi inscribed his name on the contract, he officially became a member of the Minnesota Timberwolves. At least during the preseason, he would don the Timberwolves jersey and represent the team on the court. The following day, Ning Yi returned to New York to attend to various matters, including reporting his bank card lost and reissuing identification documents. In the process, he also had the opportunity to meet with C.J. Aiken. C.J. had commenced training according to the regimen prescribed by the system, steadily enhancing his abilities. Although his progress was not as rapid as Ning Yi's, with perseverance, he too might find himself playing in the NBA one day. Ning Yi did not linger in New York. He was about to bid farewell to Syracuse University and journey to Minnesota, where he would likely reside for a considerable duration in the future. A day later, he returned to the Timberwolves and began his training with the team. At this juncture, it is early August, with 3 months remaining until the commencement of the NBA regular season and just over 2 months until the preseason. Time is of the essence, and Ning Yi must seize this opportunity to enhance his skills as much as possible. However, the time is scarce, for he has much to improve upon. Apart from his mid-range shooting, he lacks proficiency in all other aspects. physical conditioning, ball handling skills, drive techniques, three-point shooting, passing abilities, rebounding techniques, and defensive capabilities. In essence, he is deficient in every area, and the 2-month time frame is exceedingly tight, necessitating a meticulous approach to his training regimen. He must commence with his mid-range shooting, which currently stands as his strongest asset and must not be neglected. Furthermore, he has yet to fully integrate the level 7 mid-range shot into his game and must exert further effort in this regard. The system has devised a training plan for Ning Yi, placing considerable emphasis on positioning, which is equally crucial. Whether in the regular season or preseason, if his ability to position himself does not improve, he will encounter significant challenges. Ning Yi understands that his mid-range shooting alone is insufficient. Coupled with his relatively weak physical attributes, his ability to withstand contact and interference is lacking. Should opponents identify his vulnerabilities, he will find himself in a precarious situation. Ning Yi aims to achieve remarkable results and secure a formal contract, making it imperative for him to deliver an outstanding performance in the preseason, where positioning will play a pivotal role. In the training facility located in the basement of the Target Center, Ning Yi trains diligently alongside others. At this juncture, while the prominent and seasoned players are indulging in their vacations, only the likes of Ning Yi, along with a few rookies and those in the transitional phase of their second and third years, as well as some free agents seeking contracts, remain dedicated here. They tirelessly exert themselves, striving for enhancement. The NBA is a dazzling stage, yet it is equally a ruthless arena, where only the strong can endure. Gasping for breath, Ning Yi continues his training, unrelenting as the system does not permit him to cease. He persists in honing his footwork, moving adeptly within the confined space. His steps both peculiar and effective. With Rick Adelman absent, Terry Porter stands on the sidelines, offering guidance. Upon witnessing Ning Yi's footwork, his eyes sparkle with surprise as he calls out, "Ning, your movement is impressive. Did your college coach teach you this?" "No." Ning Yi shakes his head, fabricating an excuse. "It's something I devised myself. I'm not entirely sure if it's correct. If you see any flaws, please do let me know." "Not at all. Your footwork is exceptional," Terry Porter responds, genuinely impressed. "I have never encountered such exquisite movement before." "Oh, Ning, you are truly a natural shooter. Remember, every shooter is a master of positioning, and you possess not only shooting talent, but also a gift for movement." With a half-joking, half-serious tone, Terry adds, "Ning, I'm contemplating whether I should suggest to Coach Adelman that you transition to shooting guard. Perhaps not. I still prefer playing small forward." Ning Yi smiles, declining the idea. While he currently excels at shooting, he does not wish to confine himself to being merely a shooter. It is not to say that a shooting guard is solely a marksman, but for Ning Yi, if he were to shift to that position, it is likely the coach would train him solely as a pure shooter. Such a change would alter his role within the team and his responsibilities on the court, which is not his desire. Terry Porter merely entertained the thought, brushing it aside with a chuckle. In the ensuing days, Ning Yi leads a fulfilling life, traversing the routine between his apartment provided by the team and the gym. He metamorphoses into a training enthusiast, engaging in extra practice beyond the team sessions, inciting exclamations of freak from some players. Nevertheless, he earns accolades from Rick Adelman. Chapter 14. Unlocking Level 6 Movement Skills in the Blink of an Eye. Half a month has passed. Over the past half-month, Ning Yi has diligently trained in shooting and positioning, yielding commendable results. In terms of shooting, he has seamlessly integrated his mid-range skills to the 7th level, achieving a stable mastery. Nevertheless, he remains a distance away from reaching the pinnacle of level 7 and unlocking the 8th level of mid-range shooting abilities. As for his positioning, Ning Yi initially possessed only a 5th level skill, barely meeting the threshold for the NBA. However, through his rigorous training over the past weeks, he has made significant progress and is now on the verge of mastering level 5. On this particular day, a breakthrough occurred. His 6th level positioning skill was activated. The system's voice echoed abruptly in Ning Yi's mind, startling him momentarily before joy surged within him. His positioning skill had finally ascended a level, now meeting the NBA's minimum standard. Although it merely grazes the requisite level, it holds profound significance for Ning Yi. Mid-range shooting and positioning should complement one another. Yet with Ning Yi's shooting at level 7 and positioning at level 5, the disparity had posed a considerable challenge to their harmonious integration. Often, he found himself equipped with exceptional shooting skills that he could not fully leverage. Now, with the enhancement of his positioning skill to level 6, the gap between the two has narrowed, allowing him to more readily achieve a cohesive synergy between them. The enhancement of Ning Yi's prowess is indeed substantial. Currently, his abilities can be deemed to have reached the level of the NBA. The system remarked that previously, Ning Yi's shooting skill only attained a level of 7, while his other competencies were woefully inadequate, exhibiting a severe lack of balance. Altogether, he could only manage to showcase his talent in Summer League competitions. When faced with the rigors of the NBA regular season, he would find himself utterly outmatched. It was only when his positioning skills advanced to level 6, and his mid-range shooting further integrated, that his capabilities could truly be classified as commensurate with the NBA standard, albeit at a basic level. Nevertheless, Ning Yi remained confident, for there was still ample time before the regular season commenced, and he believed he could elevate his skills further. By the conclusion of the preseason, he might indeed attain a remarkable level. Just as Ning Yi achieved a breakthrough in his positioning skills, Rick Adelman arrived. Clapping his hands and calling out to the players on the court, "Gather around, I have something to discuss." The players quickly converged. Rick Adelman continued, "In just over a month, the preseason will commence, and soon our players will return to the team. However, the current issue is that we have an excess of personnel." At this, a palpable tension gripped the crowd. Although they had anticipated this moment, its arrival caused a visible change in the expressions of most. With only a few remaining unfazed, presently, the team operated in a training camp format, comprising a considerable roster of 14 players. This only encompasses rookies, undrafted players, free agents, and a few vagabonds lingering in other leagues, excluding the key players and veterans of the Minnesota Timberwolves. As the preseason approaches, the original roster of the Timberwolves will gradually return, including the likes of Kevin Love, Kevin Martin, Ricky Rubio, and Nikola Pekovi, among others. When these players return, it is inevitable that some of those currently at the Target Center will have to depart. This is inevitable. Everyone is aware that during the preceding period, their relentless efforts were motivated by the desire to avoid being among those who would depart. I share this with you to prepare your minds, as we shall unveil the roster tomorrow. Rick Adelman remarked, "All right, relax. We will engage in an intra-squad scrimmage shortly. This occasion differs from those in the past. It will not merely be a half-court contest, but rather a full-court affair. Furthermore, the duration of the game will extend beyond the usual, divided into 2 halves of 20 minutes each. Now, disperse and prepare yourselves." Rick Adelman waved his hand, signaling the group to disperse. The players scattered, yet their expressions remained grave, devoid of any semblance of ease. Undoubtedly, today's scrimmage diverges from the norm. It is not solely a matter of altered circumstances, but rather the coaching staff's final evaluation of the players, determining their fate within the team. Certain players, such as Gorgui Dieng and Shabazz Muhammad, need not fret over their positions, as they're drafted players with guaranteed rookie contracts. Even Ning Yi, at least prior to the regular season, need not concern himself with this issue, given that he has already inked a contract with the team. Nevertheless, even they must approach the situation with caution. This confrontation is anything but ordinary, especially at this pivotal moment, as it can be perceived as the final assessment for those uncertain players. Yet, who can ascertain whether it also serves as an evaluation for the signed players? After all, even newcomers like Dion and Muhammad, though they remain on the team, face an uncertain fate regarding their playing time once the regular season commences. To showcase their abilities and secure more court time, the signed players dare not be negligent. They too must be fully prepared and strive to perform admirably. It is likely that few will treat this contest lightly. Ning Yi silently muset, feeling a surge of adrenaline as he observed his peers. He too needed to make an impression, for he had merely signed a training camp contract, ensuring his participation in the preseason. Moreover, having improved his movement skills to level 6, he was eager to discover the explosive potential of combining level 6 movement with level 7 shooting. After a brief moment, everyone was ready, and the competition commenced. The participants were divided into 2 teams, A and B. Ning Yi joined Team A alongside Vernon Kane, Gorgui Dieng, and Robbie Hummel, while Shabazz Muhammad, David Cage, Billy Garfield, and Robin Dunn formed Team B. The distribution was quite balanced, ensuring that neither side held a significant advantage. With the sound of the whistle, the game began. From the outset, both teams launched directly into an offensive exchange without any preliminary testing of strengths. Team initiated the attack, and the ball found its way to Dion in the front court. Dion seized the opportunity, accelerating towards the basket, driving against the defender with a powerful move. Swish! The ball went in, and Team A led 2-0. Team B retaliated, and after several passes, the ball reached Shabazz Muhammad. He cast a glance at Ning Yi, exuding confidence, and decisively opted for a one-on-one play, backing into Ning Yi with force. Relying on his physicality, he advanced shamelessly. Ning Yi cursed inwardly, retreating swiftly, avoiding direct confrontation with Muhammad, fully aware that their physical attributes were vastly unequal. What a weakling. Shabazz Muhammad smirked, executing a half-turn with large strides, penetrating the paint before leaping and scoring off the backboard. After the basket, he turned to Ning Yi with an air of arrogance, declaring, "Weakling, did you see that? This is basketball. Your attempts do not even qualify as such. Only women shoot like that." Ever since the Summer League, Shabazz Muhammad had targeted Ning Yi, holding a long-standing grudge against him. In truth, during this period, relationships with David Cage, Robin Dunn, and others had improved somewhat for Ning Yi, showing signs of reconciliation. Yet, with Shabazz Muhammad, the tension remained palpable. This matter is intertwined with past grievances. Yet the crux of the issue lies in the overlapping positions of Ning Yi and Shabazz Muhammad, both of whom play as small forwards, thereby establishing a competitive dynamic. The Minnesota Timberwolves have designated their starting small forward as Corey Brewer, who was acquired in a trade from the Denver Nuggets this summer, relegating Shabazz Muhammad to a bench role. Even as a substitute, the Timberwolves boast a plethora of forwards, including Chase Budinger, Dante Cunningham, Derek Williams, and Luke Richard Mbah-a-Moute, among others. So many individuals are sharing the burden after the departure of Cole Brewer, and Shabazz Muhammad is already feeling disheartened. Now, with the addition of Ning Yi, his discontent is only exacerbated. Shabazz instinctively harbors a dislike for this newcomer who has seemingly intruded upon his territory. What began as mere annoyance has transformed into outright animosity, leading him to perceive Ning Yi with disdain. Is this fellow akin to a rabid dog, prone to snapping at others? Ning Yi, seething with anger, felt his pupils constrict to pinpricks. Very well, if this is the game you wish to play, I shall oblige. Enduring time, and again, is not in Ning Yi's nature. Chapter 15. Who shall be next to fall? Teammate advances. Ning Yi strides into the front court, where Shabazz Muhammad approaches with a smirk that reeks of arrogance. Not pleased, are we? Want to take a shot at me? As you wish, Ning Yi replied, exchanging a knowing glance with his teammate, and with a deft movement of his toes, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, elegant as a butterfly. Blast! Shabazz Muhammad exclaimed, taken aback, and immediately pursued. As he saw Ning Yi receive a pass from a teammate, he instinctively leaped, aiming to block. Yet, Ning Yi remained grounded. Only after Shabazz had leapt did he ascend, leaning into Shabazz's space, engaging his core, and releasing the ball as he curled his body in descent. The whistle blew. Defensive foul. The ball swished through the net with a perfect arc. Shabazz Muhammad's expression darkened, as Ning Yi not only retaliated but did so with a 2-1, leaving him irritable and frustrated. He directed his ire at Ning Yi, cursing, cheater, fool. Ning Yi, undaunted, fired back without hesitation. Shabazz was momentarily stumped, his face flushed with indignation, and just as he was about to retort, Ning Yi had already turned away, casting him a dismissive glance as he strode confidently toward the free throw line, calmly sinking the extra shot. Watching Ning Yi, Shabazz Muhammad's eyes blazed with fury. He resolved to confront Ning Yi again, determined to assert his superiority and prove to everyone that he was more formidable. However, the reality unfolded far from his expectations. In fact, it was a stark contrast, as he found himself nearly overwhelmed by Ning Yi's prowess. Despite Shabazz Muhammad's superior physical attributes in one-on-one situations, Ning Yi struggled to contain him. Yet this was a game. Who decreed that it must be a mere one-on-one? Observing Shabazz Muhammad isolating against Ning Yi, Dion swiftly moved in to assist with the defense. Damn it, Shabazz Muhammad thought, resigned he had no choice but to pass the ball. Once was one thing, but 2 times, it became apparent to Shabazz that his aspirations of overpowering Ning Yi in the paint were futile. But shooting from the perimeter was hardly his forte. In contrast, Ning Yi refrained from engaging in a head-to-head confrontation with Shabazz Muhammad, deliberately avoiding the interior and instead maneuvering gracefully along the perimeter. Through his enigmatic footwork, he repeatedly evaded Shabazz, capitalizing on his mid-range shooting to score with finesse. After Ning Yi netted 3 consecutive shots, Team B adapted their defensive strategy, encircling him and obstructing his passing lanes, denying him any opportunities to shoot. However, this could only curtail Ning Yi's prowess to a limited extent. His level 7 mid-range shooting skill combined with a level 6 footwork ability, was far from trivial. Moreover, the footwork techniques imparted to Ning Yi by the system were nothing short of extraordinary. Although they appeared deceptively simple, they were executed with remarkable precision and an uncanny quality, making it exceedingly difficult for defenders to anticipate his movements. Once Ning Yi managed to create separation, Team B's basket was in jeopardy. As the first half approached its conclusion, Ning Yi had already accumulated 11 points, alongside 1 rebound, 1 assist, and a steal, snatched from under Shabazz Muhammad's nose. Much to his evident frustration. At this moment, Rick Adelman made a substitution, replacing Ning Yi. On the court, Team A consistently maintained their dominance, suppressing Team B. Players like Dion and Shabazz were taken off, leaving mostly undrafted and free agents on the floor, as Rick Adelman provided them with an opportunity. After a fierce contest, the first half concluded with Team A leading by 10 points. As the second half commenced, Ning Yi returned to the court. He immediately made a mid-range jump shot. However, Shabazz Muhammad was still absent, which left Ning Yi feeling somewhat disappointed. Having scored 11 points over Shabazz Muhammad in the first half, it was clearly insufficient. How could he possibly leave Shabazz Muhammad unperturbed, with a face blossoming with frustration? Unbeknownst to Ning Yi, Shabazz Muhammad did not share his sentiments. Yet he returned to the game with a fiery glare aimed at Ning Yi, eager to reclaim his pride. Unfortunately, it seemed that disappointment was destined to be his companion. This time, Ning Yi chose not to defend against Shabazz Muhammad, exchanging positions with a teammate to take on the role of guarding the second position. Observing that Ning Yi was no longer marking him, Shabazz Muhammad felt a wave of discontent wash over him. His shooting was abysmal, missing consecutive attempts, and he was abruptly met with a powerful block from Dion, sending him crashing to the ground along with the ball. His struggles on the offensive end mirrored his failures on defense. Although Ning Yi was not defending him, Shabazz Muhammad still attempted to guard Ning Yi, but tragically discovered that he remained incapable of containing him. The sound of swishes echoed as he became an apparent liability, nearly pierced by Ning Yi's shots. In a brief span, Team A widened the gap to an 18-point lead, prompting Shabazz Muhammad's substitution. Witnessing the profound disappointment etched on Shabazz Muhammad's face, Ning Yi felt a sense of relief. Such a ferocious player needed to be intimidated and subdued to be tamed. With Shabazz Muhammad off the court, Team B adjusted their defensive strategy against Ning, aiming to sever his passing lanes and prevent him from receiving the ball easily. After several attempts to create opportunities, Ning Yi found that his teammates were unable to deliver the passes. Following a few missed chances, Ning Yi's shooting rhythm faltered, and despite finally finding an opportunity to shoot, he failed to convert. At this moment, Ning Yi made adjustments, reducing his attempts and focusing more on utilizing movement to create opportunities for his teammates, diligently competing for rebounds. Due to his physical attributes, his chances of winning confrontations were limited. However, his keen anticipation allowed him to seize opportunities, enabling him to secure a few rebounds. Along the way, he also delivered 2 assists. As the second half progressed, Ning Yi had already accumulated 21 points, alongside 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal. While his statistics were not particularly dazzling, they were commendable nonetheless. Observing Ning Yi, Rick Adelman nodded discreetly, remarking that Ning had made considerable progress during this period, with notable improvements in mid-range shooting and movement. Furthermore, his passing awareness and rebounding instincts had also seen enhancements. Indeed, Terry Porter agreed with a smile, noting that Ning was capable of rebounding and passing, making him quite versatile, albeit a lower-tier version. Rick Adelman chuckled in response. Moments later, Ning Yi was substituted out. In the ensuing minutes, he remained on the bench, as his performance had been commendable enough. Rick Adelman was satisfied and saw no need for further observation. The speculation surrounding the assessment proved accurate. This was not only an evaluation of prospective players, but also of those already signed. Ning Yi had successfully passed the assessment with flying colors. Naturally, with excellence comes the spectrum of performance. Players like Shabazz Muhammad fell short of passing. A few minutes later, the intra-squad scrimmage concluded, with Team A triumphing over Team B by 13 points. During the match, Terry Porter and others assessed the players, designating some as excellent, while others merely passed, and a few were deemed inadequate. Following this day, some would depart, others would remain, some would be nurtured as prospects, while others would be relegated to mere water-cooler duties. For Ning Yi, the gains were substantial, having successfully outperformed Shabazz Muhammad. However, the path ahead remained fraught with challenges. as the forward positions on the Timberwolves were exceedingly crowded. The revolution had yet to succeed. Further efforts were essential. Ning murmured softly, contemplating the names of several other small forwards, strategizing on who to outmaneuver next. Chapter 16. The arrival of the preseason. The following day, the team announced the new roster. This list is missing many individuals who have departed. Some may join other teams, while others might transition to different leagues. This is the harsh and undeniable reality. Only a few remain, including Ning, Dion, Muhammad, Robbie Hummel, and Henry Joel. Witnessing his training companions leave has stirred deep emotions within Ning, making him acutely aware of the pressures at play. The NBA operates as a commercial league where merit reigns supreme. If one fails to measure up, they face inevitable elimination. Although Ning is not among those who have left, his position remains precarious, as he only holds a training camp contract. With an abundance of forwards on the Timberwolves roster, his current performance falls short, necessitating improvement. However, a piece of good news arrives, alleviating some of Ning's burdens. CJ Aiken calls to inform him that he has signed with a team in Europe and will be playing in European leagues for the next year. This presents a promising opportunity for CJ Aiken, as he is still young. Honing his skills in Europe for a year or two may enable him to return to the United States and secure a spot in the NBA. The following day, the former players of the Timberwolves begin to return one by one. Surprisingly, the first to come back is Kevin Love. This may be related to the Minnesota Timberwolves' prolonged absence from the playoffs in recent years. Initially, when the Timberwolves parted ways with Al Jefferson to elevate Kevin Love, the latter began to rise, showcasing undeniable individual statistics, on-court performance, and talent. However, the Timberwolves continued to miss the playoffs year after year. For Love, this might also be a source of humiliation. Thus, he returned first, determined to rise again, aiming to lead the Timberwolves to the playoffs this season. Ning, he also exchanged pleasantries with Love, holding a favorable impression of him. Yet, he alone knew that after the Timberwolves once again failed to reach the playoffs in the 2013-2014 season, Love was traded to the Cavaliers, where he formed a formidable trio with LeBron James and Kyrie Irving. Upon joining the Cavaliers, Love's ball control was curtailed, leading to a decline in his personal statistics, and he faced skepticism from fans who labeled him a pseudo-superstar. Nevertheless, Love did not emerge empty-handed, as he ultimately secured the coveted championship ring he had long desired. Of course, none of this had transpired yet. Only Ning was privy to this knowledge. Even he could not ascertain whether reality would unfold in the same manner. As he returned to 2013, everything subtly shifted. The butterfly effect was inevitable, and the future would undoubtedly change in ways unknown. Following Love's return, others gradually came back as well. Ricky Rubio, Kevin Martin, Nikola Pekovic, Corey Brewer, Jose Barria, Chase Budinger, Dante Cunningham, Derek Williams, Ronnie Turieff, Luke Richard Baumut, and Alexei Shved. These individuals, alongside Ning, Dion, Muhammad, Jaume Ayer, Henry Joel, Vernon Kane, and the players from the Timberwolves, number as many as 18. Undoubtedly, as the preseason concludes, this roster will be further trimmed. The return of these players heralds an imminent surge of pressure for Ning, as he faces a multitude of rivals. Zeiss Badinger, Dante Cunningham, Derek Williams, Luke Richard Baumut, Robbie Jaume Ayer. Each of them stands as a competitor. While they may not oppose him as overtly as Shabazz Muhammad, the camaraderie among them is hardly amicable. Alas, as a backup small forward, he must surpass a considerable number of contenders to ascend the ranks. Ning sighed, committing himself to more rigorous training, for to vanquish these opponents, one must possess formidable skill. In the subsequent period, Ning diligently honed his abilities under systematic guidance, focusing primarily on mid-range shooting and positioning. These are the only two skills that currently qualify him for the NBA level. Furthermore, he also engaged in training other skills. He was determined not to become merely a one-dimensional shooter, yet he recognized that he is significantly lacking in various areas, requiring gradual improvement. Another pressing concern is his physical conditioning, which is paramount. The NBA operates as a relentless machine. Without adequate physical attributes, one's experience can be quite disheartening. As limitations abound, even with technical prowess, it may not be sufficient to excel. Regrettably, physical attributes are precisely where Ning falters. In truth, when compared to other athletes from Huaxia, his physical condition is not overly deficient. In the CBA, he would at least rank in the upper tier. However, when juxtaposed with NBA standards, he falls considerably short. This also elucidates why, over the years, There have been so few defenders or small forwards from Huaxia who have made their way into the NBA, and even when they do, their achievements are often negligible. For Ning Yi to establish himself in the NBA, enhancing his physical prowess is indispensable. To facilitate this, a meticulous training regimen has been devised for him, detailing aspects such as exercises, their respective durations, and even specifying his dietary intake for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, alongside the quantity of water he must consume. This regimen has left Ning Yi feeling overwhelmed. After a period of adherence to this regimen, his physical capabilities have indeed seen considerable improvement, albeit at the cost of nearly losing his sense of taste. As October swiftly approached, the preseason loomed on the horizon, and the Minnesota Timberwolves entered a state of preparation. Although the outcomes of preseason games are not recorded in the regular season standings, they provide a valuable opportunity for the team to refine their roster, practice strategies, and develop rookies, while also fostering communication between players and coaches. Furthermore, during the preseason, NBA teams engage in matches against teams from other leagues, and as an NBA team, none are willing to suffer defeat against non-NBA counterparts in such contests. This is a manifestation of pride, as well as a mark of honor. As the preseason approaches, the team has entered a preparatory phase, with training intensity further heightened to ensure that the players can acclimate to the competitive atmosphere. On October 8th, the Minnesota Timberwolves will host their inaugural preseason game for the 2013-2014 season against the CSKA Moscow. On that day, the attendance at the Target Center was rather modest. After all, it was merely a preseason game, not part of the regular NBA season, and the Timberwolves were facing a European team that many fans were unfamiliar with. However, as Ning Yi emerged from the player tunnel, he immediately spotted a group of Chinese fans in the stands, holding placards emblazoned with his name and waving the vibrant flags of the Huaxia Nation. Upon seeing Ning Yi, they rose to their feet in excitement, fully aware that he might only participate in the preseason. Nonetheless, they cheered for him, chanting his name and offering their support. At this moment, Ning Yi's eyes glistened with emotion. He paused, bowing respectfully to the devoted fans of Huaxia in the stands, then straightened up, his right fist placed firmly against his heart, pledging to give his all for these beloved supporters. Chapter 17. Ning Yi takes the court. The CSKA Moscow team is a venerable powerhouse in the European Basketball League, boasting a storied history and having clinched the championship title numerous times. Particularly within Russia, they are the unequivocal rulers of the court. In recent years, the European Basketball League has witnessed the emergence of formidable teams, with CSKA Moscow having struggled to secure a championship title for several consecutive seasons. Nonetheless, their prowess remains undeniable. In fact, the European League has experienced rapid development in recent years, significantly enhancing its competitive influence and the caliber of its players. Although it may not yet rival the NBA, it has, to a considerable extent, surpassed leagues such as the CBA. In recent years, the European leagues have supplied the NBA with numerous players, such as Ricky Rubio. Thus, when facing the CSKA Moscow today, Rick Adelman did not underestimate the challenge, promptly fielding a full starting lineup. Center Nikola Pekovic, power forward Kevin Love, small forward Corey Brewer, shooting guard Kevin Martin, and point guard Ricky Rubio. On the opposing side, CSKA Moscow presented their own formidable lineup, featuring center Sasha Kaun, power forward Victor Kriapa, small forward Vladimir Mikov, shooting guard Vitaly Fridzin, and point guard Jeremy Pargo, also comprising their full starting roster. It comes as no surprise that the Timberwolves have fielded their full roster, should the Central Army choose not to do the same. It would not only reflect arrogance, but also a profound disrespect towards the Timberwolves, inciting the fervor of the fans in attendance. When will I ever earn a starting position? Ning Yi sighed, shaking his head as he watched the starting players stride onto the court with vibrant energy, his heart brimming with envy. Do not worry. It shall not be long. The system reassured him. Your progress has been swift. With continued effort, you shall soon secure a starting role. Indeed, Ning Yi nodded, inhaling deeply, gathering his composure as he turned his gaze toward the court. The game commenced with the jump ball, where Pekovic made the initial touch, directing the ball to the backcourt. Rubio, maintaining a calm demeanor, advanced the ball until he reached the frontcourt, where he passed it to Kevin Martin before making a lateral run. Martin opted not to shoot. Instead, he noticed Love positioned at the low left angle, effectively sealing off his defender while signaling for the ball. Martin executed a bounce pass, then moved along the baseline. Should the defender fail to follow, the lane would open for Love. Conversely, if the defender pursued, Martin would draw him away, granting Love space for an isolation play. The Central Army maintained a tight defense on Martin, showing no signs of leniency. Martin circled the paint, creating separation. Love decisively took on his defender, backing in 2 steps before executing a step-back jumper. Swish! The ball sailed through the net, a flawless shot. Well done. In the stands, Timberwolves fans erupted with cheers. Rick Adelman subtly nodded. Love's individual prowess was indisputable, yet what pleased him even more was Love's evident increase in aggressiveness on the offensive end since returning this summer. The Central Army countered swiftly. Unlike the Timberwolves, who relied on core players, the Central Army thrived on their collective strength, with each member capable of initiating offense or fulfilling the role of finisher. After several passes, the ball found its way to shooting guard Vitaly Fritzson. Utilizing a teammate screen, shed his defender and launched a mid-range jumper. Swish! Another successful shot. This is the style of the Central Army, characterized by rapid ball movement and constant running, with each player holding the ball for a brief moment. They rely on motion and passing to create opportunities, decisively taking shots as soon as chances arise. To a certain extent, this aligns with Ning Yi's current style. Thus, he watched intently from the sidelines, meticulously analyzing and summarizing, drawing knowledge and experience from the game, for he is, after all, a rookie lacking in experience. A soft swish echoed as the Central Army scored again. Good shot. Ning Yi silently cheered, almost voicing his excitement. He suddenly realized how captivating watching a game could be. He learned a great deal from the players of the Central Army and became so engrossed that he nearly felt like a true fan. In the blink of an eye, several minutes had passed. On the Timberwolves side, Kevin Love was in fine form today, scoring 9 points along with 3 rebounds, 1 assist, and even delivering a block to the opponent. However, the Central Army was also performing admirably, with players exhibiting remarkable shooting accuracy. Although their individual skills were not particularly outstanding, they managed to keep the score tight with their teamwork. After more than 5 minutes of the first quarter, the Timberwolves led by merely 2 points. They rely on their shooting, something we have not executed well. Rick Adelman contemplated calling a timeout and turning to Ning Yi. Ning, get ready. Me? Ning Yi was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the sudden opportunity. He had anticipated waiting until at least the second or third quarter to play, given the number of players vying for the small forward position ahead of him. Yet here he was, being summoned to enter the game just over 5 minutes into the first quarter. Ning Yi stood up, excitement coursing through him. Yes, coach. Rick Adelman clapped his hands, gathering the players around. He began to make substitutions, not only bringing Ning Yi onto the court, but also introducing Alexei, SHVD, and Dion, while Kevin Martin and Nikola Pekovic took a seat. Consequently, the Timberwolves lineup transformed into Dion, Love, Ning Yi, SHVD, and Rubio. The opposing team's shooting percentage has been too high. We must contain their shots and apply pressure and disruption through our defense, Rick Adelman stated. Moreover, we need outside shooting. We cannot rely solely on Love for points inside. He then looked at Ning Yi, saying, Ning, your task is to shoot. The opponents will surely double-team Love, which will create opportunities for you on the perimeter. Understood, Ning Yi replied. Opportunities on the perimeter also mean opportunities for Ning Yi. After a few more words of advice, Rick Adelman put away the tactical board and said, All right, let us give it our all. The crowd dispersed. Not far away, the coach of the Central Army was strategizing, aligning with Adelman's conjectures. Given that Love had scored excessively in the preceding minutes, proving to be a significant threat, their next move would be to double-team him. Beep. The whistle sounded, signaling the end of the timeout. Look, Ning Yi has entered the game. Ning Yi, Ning Yi. Upon his appearance on the court, the Chinese fans in the stands erupted in excitement, shouting towards the field, waving their small flags, creating a sea of red. However, some spectators remained indifferent, sneering, oh, look at their enthusiasm. Is it really that interesting? Aside from Yao, the Chinese players are all mediocre. Let them cheer, another remarked, glancing at the court, adding, but honestly, I don't believe this scrawny Chinese player is of any use. Oh, by the way, I heard he was an undrafted player, right? Indeed, he was undrafted. The first person shrugged, speculating, I reckon after this preseason, he'll be sent packing. Haha. The two individuals held Ning Yi in utter disdain, their contempt palpable. However, their voices were subdued, preventing the Chinese fans from overhearing. Had they, a confrontation would surely have ensued. Since Yao Ming's retirement and Yi Jianlian's return to the CBA, no Chinese players have graced the NBA, leaving fans with a profound sense of emptiness. When Ning Yi declared for the NBA draft, many Chinese fans keenly followed his journey. Yet, regrettably, he went undrafted. Later, Upon learning that Ning Yi had joined the Minnesota Timberwolves and would represent the team in the preseason, the Chinese fanbase was invigorated with immense excitement. This is a delightful surprise, providing solace to the hearts of fans. Thus, the support from Chinese fans for Ning Yi is something that other fans may find difficult to comprehend, as it encompasses a multitude of sentiments that words alone cannot adequately convey. Chapter 18. Halting the Central Army's Offensive. Rubio advances with the ball, being a preseason game. He does not take it too seriously, having only attempted a shot once in the preceding minutes, dedicating the rest of the time to orchestrating the offense and passing to his teammates. Once again, upon reaching the front court, he gestured to his teammates. Observing the signal, the players of the Timberwolves began to reposition, spreading towards the right side, while Love stationed himself in the low post on the left, calling for the ball. Rubio executed a bounce pass, then moved towards the right as well. Love received the ball, feigning an isolation play. A double team. In the next moment, the Central Army initiated a double team against Love. Unfazed by the pressure, Love remained calm, as he had anticipated this very move. Raising the ball and scanning the court for a well-positioned teammate, Ning Yi made a backdoor cut, his feet shifting in a way that appeared to be merely stepping in place. Yet in an instant, he had evaded his defender and darted towards the low post on the left. What an unusual footwork. Vladimir Mishkov, matched against Ning Yi, was taken aback, but quickly turned to pursue him. Love spotted Ning Yi, flicking his wrist to pass the ball. Ning Yi caught it, aware of the defender closing in behind him, yet he resolutely leaped just inside the three-point line, his favorite position. With a flick of his wrist, he released the ball before Mishkov could react. The basketball arced gracefully, striking the rim with a resounding thud. Alas, it did not go in. A pity indeed. In the stands, the Chinese fans sighed, feeling a sense of regret. Other spectators laughed derisively, believing it was only to be expected, as they held no faith in Ning Yi's shooting ability. As Ning Yi landed, his brow furrowed. He had indeed missed that shot. Relax, the system's voice echoed. You were too anxious, too eager to score, which led to an imbalanced mindset. For a shooter, this is a cardinal sin. I understand. Ning Yi nodded, acknowledging his impatience. He had to remind himself that, as a shooter, maintaining composure at all times is paramount, to believe in the potential of every shot, and to swiftly adjust his mentality after a miss. Avoiding the pitfalls of impatience and self-pity is essential for a shooter. On the sidelines, Rick Adelman remained composed. Although Ning Yi's shot had failed, his determination was commendable, and that was precisely what he sought. The Central Army initiated a counterattack. As before, they began to pass the ball rapidly, continuously moving to find suitable shooting opportunities. However, this time, the Timberwolves intensified their defense, applying considerable pressure on the Central Army. With most of the shot clock elapsed, they were unable to find an opening and were forced to take a contested shot. Bang! The ball missed, and Dion secured the rebound, passing it to Rubio. Once again, the strategy remained unchanged. However, the Central Army was not naive, consciously altering their defensive tactics. Their double-teaming and switches became swifter, leaving the Timberwolves with no openings. The ball returned to Rubio's hands, who slowed his pace, no longer in a hurry to attack. Ning Yi, meanwhile, was in motion, attentively observing the situation on the court. He was not anxious to touch the ball or initiate an offensive play. Instead, he patiently awaited the opportune moment to arise. After several passes, the Timberwolves still could not find a chance. With time running short, Rubio decided to take matters into his own hands. After accelerating, he abruptly halted and raised his hand to shoot. Bang! It missed. The rebound. The crowd erupted. Dieng Love and the Central Army's front line leaped, extending their hands towards the basketball. Ultimately, Dieng, with his height, long arms, and impressive vertical leap, managed to seize the ball first. Yet, the paint was too congested, leaving him no space to shoot. He couldn't even lift the ball. Anxiety surged within him. Unsure of what to do, Dieng the ball. At that moment, a voice called out. Dieng jolted, realizing it was Ning Yi. He had little choice and no time for contemplation or hesitation. Instinctively, he executed a bounce pass, delivering the ball outward. With a thud, the basketball bounced off the floor and landed in Ning Yi's hands. This is bad. Mi Zhuofu was startled. His focus had been on the paint, fixated on the basketball, inadvertently allowing Ning Yi to slip away. It was only when he saw the ball being passed that he realized the gravity of the situation, but by then, it was too late. Ning Yi made a slight adjustment, bending his knees before leaping, his wrist flicking. The basketball arced gracefully, resembling a tangerine-hued sprite soaring towards the hoop. It must go in. Please go in. In the stands, Chinese fans watched intently, silently praying. Some skeptical fans scoffed. Certain this shot would clang off the rim, just like the previous one. Swish! A gentle sound that invigorated the Chinese fans, while leaving the faces of the doubters frozen in disbelief, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. It was a splendid goal, executed with precision and elegance. Well done. Dion rushed over and exchanged a high five with Ning. You too? Ning, he remarked with a smile, returning the gesture before retreating to defense. He savored the exquisite sensation of scoring, a feeling that was simply sublime. This ball is merely a beginning. Once Ning, he finds his rhythm, scoring becomes inevitable. Mere seconds later, he and a teammate executed a screen, evading the defender and creating an open opportunity. The ball soared from Rubio's hands, and Ning, he seized it, releasing a decisive shot. Swish! Another perfect arc. The Chinese fans erupted in excitement, rising to their feet, waving their national flags, the vibrant red mirroring their fervent spirits. In the span of a minute, Ning, he netted 2 consecutive baskets. This Ning indeed possesses talent. Even some fans who initially doubted him began to alter their perceptions. Of course, having scored just 4 points from 2 baskets might not seem substantial, perhaps even modest. Yet his performance dazzled the spectators, etching his name into their memories. Ning, Ning-e. On the sidelines, Terry Porter smiled with satisfaction, while Rick Adelman gestured towards the court, urging for more such plays, effectively granting Ning-e further opportunities. Having found his groove, Ning-e was not one to squander this chance. Just over a minute later, he once again evaded his defender with an almost elusive maneuver, received a pass from a teammate, and executed a clean jump shot. The basketball soared from his fingertips, spinning gracefully, and with a swish, it nestled into the net, raising a jubilant wave among the crowd. Another perfect shot. The excitement was palpable. Even non-Chinese fans erupted in cheers, celebrating Ning-Yi's prowess. With 3 consecutive mid-range shots, he bolstered the Timberwolves' offense, helping to widen the gap that had previously been narrowing due to Love's double teams. Beep! The Central Army called for a timeout. In the stands, fans cheered ecstatically. Ning-Yi's performance over these 2 minutes was impeccable, halting the Central Army and winning over numerous admirers. Chapter 19. Fade away. On the sidelines, within the Central Army's bench area, a group of players huddled together, their expressions grim. It was one thing to concede points to Love, but to allow an unheralded player to score 6 points was simply unacceptable. Undoubtedly, this left them feeling embarrassed, frustrated, and dissatisfied. Taking a deep breath, the head coach of the Central Army addressed his players. That number 7, Ning-e, has an impressive mid-range shot. However, I believe allowing him to score 6 points is a reflection of our defensive shortcomings. The players of the Central Army lowered their heads. All right, the coach continued. I'm not here to scold you, merely to remind you that we are up against an NBA team. Regardless of how a player may seem, we must never underestimate anyone. Do you understand? Yes, coach. We understand. The players responded in unison. The head coach of the Central Army team nodded, recognizing that it was time for substitutions, as nearly 8 minutes had passed in the first quarter. He replaced the small forward, center, and point guard with 3 substitutes. Unfurling the tactical board, he began to outline his strategy. We must enhance our defense. It is preferable to allow the opponent to attack the interior rather than to permit them easy shots from the perimeter. Furthermore, if that number 7 continues to play, I want him closely guarded. Understood, the players acknowledged. After another round of instructions, the head coach of the Central Army team folded the tactical board and stated solemnly, our adversary is an NBA team, and this is a preseason match. However, what does it matter if they are an NBA team? We aim to demonstrate that we are undaunted, even in the face of such competition. What significance does the preseason hold? Since we are here, our primary objective is to strive for victory. Play hard, and I believe you all are capable of achieving this. Let us go. Yes, the players replied in unison, their morale soaring. Upon hearing this, the Timberwolves players, including Ning-e, instinctively turned their heads for a moment before returning their gaze. Kevin Love said nothing, merely narrowing his eyes slightly, while Martin and Brewer's expressions turned serious, their eyes flashing with intensity. Even Rubio, who had not exerted much effort thus far, wore a solemn countenance. The Timberwolves are an NBA team. Despite their lackluster performance in recent years, they still carry a legacy that is not to be disdained. Even a preseason game. I must interject, Coach Adelman's demeanor grew more serious as he contemplated his next move. Love, Rubio, you two will take a breather. toRewrite. Biombo, you will step in. SHVD will take the point guard position, while Biombo will handle the shooting guard role. The others will maintain their positions. Adelman opted for substitutions. He was unwilling to relinquish victory easily to the opponent, yet he could not forsake the objective of honing his lineup and developing his rookies. Thus, he chose to substitute Love and Rubio, implementing a complete rotation. Moreover, he felt confident that even with an entirely substitute lineup, they would not falter against their rivals. Subsequently, Adelman unfurled the tactical board once more, preparing to strategize. This lineup consists entirely of substitute players, resulting in a relatively dispersed offensive capability and a significant reduction in lethality. Consequently, Ning Yi found himself with increased opportunities, inciting envy among the other small forwards. However, they were well aware that Ning Yi had performed admirably for over 2 minutes, ensuring that the coach would not substitute him out. After a series of arrangements, the whistle blew, signaling the end of the timeout. With just 4 minutes remaining in this segment, the Central Army team launched an offensive, swiftly advancing the ball to the front court. The sequence was marked by rapid ball movement, yet distinctively, it involved merely 2 passes before transitioning into a one-on-one play. A one-on-one? The spectators gasped in astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Even the Timberwolves players were caught off guard, as a vast expanse opened up in the paint, with no one stepping up to provide assistance. Ultimately, the Central Army's power forward scored over toRewrite, securing 2 points. The deficit now stood at 6 points. In response, the Timberwolves initiated their counterattack. Shevit held the ball and advanced, exchanging a knowing glance with his teammates as they swiftly repositioned themselves. toRewrite set a screen for Ning Yi, allowing him to shake off his defender, while Shevit delivered the ball. However, as Ning Yi received the pass, a shadow darted in front of him, causing him to furrow his brow. Such a quick switch in defense. Had they been monitoring him all along? It was evident that the Central Army had been closely tracking his movements. With no opportunity available, Ning Yi had to distribute the ball instead. After several more passes, he still found himself without a chance to score. If it had been a one-on-one situation, his crafty footwork might have created an opening. But with the opposing team focusing their defense on him and constant coverage from others, finding a clear shot became increasingly challenging. At this moment, the ball was passed to Dion, who drove towards the basket. With a deft spin, he executed a hook shot, the ball bouncing twice on the rim before it wobbled and finally nestled inside. Upon resuming from the timeout, the Central Army adjusted their strategy, displaying heightened aggression in both their offensive and defensive maneuvers, which effectively curtailed Ning Yi's performance. "Coach, should we consider substituting Ning?" suggested an assistant coach. Adelman pondered briefly before shaking his head. "Let us wait a moment." In the stands, the Chinese fans were anxiously rallying for Ning Yi. Over 2 minutes had elapsed since the timeout, and with just over a minute remaining in the quarter, Ning Yi had attempted 2 shots, both of which had failed miserably. "The situation is dire. To think they could thwart my scoring ambitions. What a dream." Ning Yi narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp, murmuring to himself, "A level 7 mid-range shot is not merely relying on this." Bang! The Central Army team missed their shot, and toRewrite secured the rebound, swiftly passing it to Shevd. The Timberwolves launched a counterattack. Ning Yi exchanged a knowing glance with Shevd and darted toward the front court. Shevd nodded, and upon reaching the front, dribbled with one hand while assessing the unfolding dynamics on the court. Spotting Ning Yi making a cut to shake off his defender, he immediately sent the ball flying in his direction. As Ning Yi received the ball, a shadow flickered before him. The defender had closed in swiftly. Just when everyone anticipated that Ning Yi would pass the ball as he had done previously, he suddenly leapt into the air. "What? Is he shooting?" The spectators gasped in astonishment. The Central Army players were taken aback as well, though they retained their composure. The approaching defender had positioned himself perfectly, now standing directly in front of Ning Yi. Observing Ning Yi's ascent, he too jumped, a smirk forming in his mind. "To attempt a shot in front of me is to court disaster. Watch as I deliver a resounding rejection and teach you a lesson." Yet in the next instant, the defender's expression shifted dramatically as he realized that Ning Yi was leaning back, the basketball drifting further from his palm, exceeding his defensive reach. "This is a fadeaway." A spectator in the stands grasped the situation, exclaiming in astonishment. This shot was markedly different from Ning Yi's earlier attempts. It was executed with a lean back, presenting an even greater challenge that took the spectators by surprise. In truth, no one anticipated this. Not even Terry Porter or Rick Adelman, who exchanged a glance of astonishment, their eyes fixed upon the basketball. Swish! A gentle sound echoed as the ball gracefully swished through the net. Chapter 20. Envy, Jealousy, and Hatred. What a splendid shot! In the stands, fans erupted with ecstatic cheers. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves players on the sidelines rose in unison, waving their towels in a jubilant celebration of this remarkable play. This backward lean is indeed exquisite. As one shoots against the defender, the latter finds himself utterly helpless, merely watching as the basketball gracefully glides through the hoop. For the defender, this is a significant blow. It serves as a setback for the Central Army, while simultaneously bolstering the morale of the Timberwolves. At this moment, with just 1 minute remaining in the first quarter, the score stands at 25-19, with the Timberwolves maintaining a 6-point lead. The players of the Central Army team wore expressions of dismay. They had managed to narrow the gap to a mere 4 points, tantalizingly close to equalizing, only for Ning Yi to execute a graceful fadeaway shot, immediately extending the lead back to 6 points. This is not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point lies in how Ning Yi's shot disrupted the Central Army's momentum in their pursuit of points. On the court, once momentum builds, it can lead to a surge of scoring. However, once that momentum is halted, it becomes nearly impossible to regain. Offense. Naturally, the Central Army would not concede defeat so easily. They immediately launched a counterattack. In the blink of an eye, the ball reached the front court. After several passes, small forward Kyle Hines made a breakthrough, leveraging his physical prowess to shove Ning Yi aside, cradling the ball as he aimed for the basket. Deadly! Came a thunderous shout as Dion leaped forward, his hands spreading wide like a fan, blocking the light as he swatted Hines' shot away. Ning Yi, quick on his feet, noticed the ball hurtling towards him and instinctively secured it. Transitioning the ball for a fast break was not his forte, so he remained composed, seeking support. A glance revealed a missing teammate on this side of the court. Ning! A voice echoed from the front court. It was Bamit. Realizing that a teammate was absent, Ning Yi promptly propelled the ball forward. Watch out! Called out a player from the sidelines of the Central Army. Oh no! The players on the court reacted. But by then it was too late. Bamit had already crossed the midline, reaching the three-point arc. As the basketball soared towards him, Bamit stood poised at the three-point line. He glanced back at the ball, a grin spreading across his face as he snatched the incoming orb. With a swift three-step motion, he leaped, his right hand clutching the ball like a battle axe, and struck down toward the basket with force. Bang! A resounding noise echoed as the rim swayed. The crowd inhaled sharply, a moment of silence enveloping the arena before erupting in a thunderous applause and ecstatic cheers. The dunk ignited the fervor of the fans, and Bamit expressed his exhilaration by thumping his chest and letting out a triumphant roar. Upon returning to the backcourt, he sprinted towards Ning Yi, raised his palm, and exchanged a high five, exclaiming, "That was a fantastic pass." Ning Yi chuckled, acknowledging, "You executed the fast break perfectly. The dunk was stunning and incredibly powerful." Bamit replied with enthusiasm, "Next time I get the chance, I'll rely on you to make the pass so I can dunk again." Ning Yi felt a surge of excitement. After all, a dunk is the most thrilling way to score on the basketball court and represents the pinnacle of athletic prowess. Every basketball enthusiast holds a deep affection for the art of dunking, and Ning Yi was no exception. At this moment, only a few seconds remained in the first quarter, and the Central Army executed their final offensive attempt, yet they failed to seize the opportunity, continuing to miss their shots. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 27-19, with the Timberwolves leading by 8 points. Well done. Bravo. When Ning Yi and his teammates left the court, other players rose to their feet, exchanging high fives with them. The Timberwolves' 8-point lead was largely attributed to Ning Yi and his teammates, particularly Ning Yi himself, who made 4 out of 7 attempts, scoring 8 points, along with 1 rebound and 1 assist, making him the second highest scorer on the team after Love. Moreover, as a rookie and an undrafted player, his achievements were all the more commendable. Ning Yi's performance was exceptional. Indeed, it was only the first quarter, and he had already scored 8 points. Reaching 10 points today seemed assured. The Chinese fans excitedly discussed the possibility of him achieving over 20 points. Some non-Chinese fans also voiced their admiration, with one noting, "This Ning is impressive. I view him in a new light. His shooting is exquisite and precise. Yes, especially that fadeaway." Another chimed in, "I find myself quite fond of him." Some individuals remembered Ning Yi's name, while others quietly took note, showing signs of becoming fans. Even those who initially dismissed him began to alter their attitudes. However, there were still some who felt embarrassed because of Ning Yi, and their disapproval intensified, vowing to remain steadfast in their disdain for him. After all, it was merely a preseason game. He can only shoot. He is destined for fleeting fortune, and perhaps soon they will discover a method to prevent him from scoring altogether. These individuals are clamoring, but their fervor does not endure for long, as they are swiftly drowned out by a deluge of dissent. At least from the perspective of the first session, Ning Yi's contributions are considerable. Even those of neutral stance can no longer overlook the situation and are rising to denounce these individuals, advocating for justice. The absence of fans from the Chinese community is palpable. Otherwise, one might fear a brawl might ensue. It is one thing to mock our Chinese players when they falter, but to continue the derision while they excel is simply unacceptable. Shortly thereafter, the second quarter commenced. The Timberwolves maintained their rotation, with Ning Yi not taking the court. Instead, Dant Cunningham seized the opportunity to step in as small forward, filling Ning Yi's role. Observing Cunningham's ascent, Badinger, Williams, and Hayomeyer looked on with envy, while Shabazz appeared dejected. With Badinger and his cohort sidelined, his chances of playing today seemed bleak. On the other hand, the Central Army deployed a lineup that was a blend of starters and substitutes. They launched a vigorous offensive right from the outset, showcasing a fierce defense that caught the Timberwolves off guard, resulting in a swift 5-0 lead that narrowed the gap to just 3 points. Nevertheless, being an NBA team, the players' capabilities shone through, and the Timberwolves quickly recalibrated. Cunningham made a decisive drive into the paint, securing 2 points, followed by Beria, who struck from the perimeter with a three-pointer, stabilizing the situation. As the second quarter approached the 4-minute mark, the Timberwolves held a 7-point lead. Rick Adelman, dissatisfied with the scoreline, called for a timeout, bringing Love, Rubio, and Martin into play. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Ning Yi and said, "Ning, you're up." Ning Yi responded promptly. Meanwhile, Badinger, Williams, Hayomeyer, and Shabazz burned with envy, as they had not stepped onto the court for even a second. While Ning Yi had already played half of the first quarter and was now set to re-enter the fray. What is happening here? A few individuals are eager to cling to Adelman's leg and ask, "Coach, have you forgotten us?" Chapter 21, A Heartless Kill. In truth, it is not that Adelman has forgotten Budinger and the others, but rather that Ning Yi is performing exceptionally well. He requires minimal ball handling, yet provides a reliable long-range shooting presence, even allowing for tactical plays centered around him, which effectively complements Love's contributions. Moreover, the point differential is not insurmountable at this moment, and Adelman is dissatisfied with the players' performances in the initial minutes of this quarter. He wishes to extend the lead further. Given Ning Yi's prior performance, substituting him is evidently a more prudent choice than allowing Budinger and the others, who have been sitting for so long, to take the court with their hands still cold. As for Brewer, it is not a matter of his qualifications. Rather, Adelman prefers not to deploy all of his primary players, considering this is merely a preseason match. Beep! The whistle blows, signaling the end of the timeout. The players return to the court. For the Timberwolves, the lineup consists of Dieng, Love, Ning Yi, Martin, and Rubio. The Central Army also makes personnel changes, bringing in their full starting lineup: Cohen, Kayapa, Myrov, Friedson, and Pargo. Currently, the Central Army trails by 7 points, a margin not too daunting. But they are keen to prevent any further widening of the gap, for if that occurs, the game will become increasingly challenging. The Timberwolves initiate their offense. The essence of this lineup undoubtedly revolves around Love. His presence on the court solidifies his role as the nucleus, with tactics meticulously crafted around him as the primary offensive focal point. Martin serves as the secondary offensive option, while Ning Yi functions as an auxiliary, acting as the third offensive alternative. Dion primarily assumes the responsibilities of defense and rebounding, whereas Rubio orchestrates the offense, adeptly delivering precise passes to his teammates. This constitutes a principal lineup, where each player must possess a clear understanding of their roles and how to synergize with others. Suddenly, the system's voice resonates, reminding that the ability to harmonize with the primary players will be a pivotal factor in determining one's eligibility for a starting position. Indeed, Ning Yi comprehends this well. Whether one secures a starting role is contingent upon both skill and technical attributes, as well as compatibility with the starting players, a crucial aspect. The NBA is replete with talented players who, despite their exceptional abilities, struggle to integrate with the main roster, ultimately relegated to the bench, even if they average nearly 20 points per game. Of course, there are instances when the team necessitates such dynamics, allowing them to lead the second unit, thereby fortifying the overall strength of the team without exposing any vulnerabilities. However, Ning Yi harbors no desire to assume the role of the ideal sixth man. Whoosh! Rubio passes the ball to Ning Yi, who, without hesitation, swiftly distributes it to Love, cutting towards the paint. Love receives the ball, dribbles once, and has already descended beneath the basket, forcefully elevating for the shot. Crack! Swish! A foul is called, and the ball finds its mark. In a thrilling moment, Kevin Love stepped up to the free throw line and confidently sank his additional shot, thereby extending the lead to a commanding 10 points. As he jogged back down the court, he cast a glance towards Ning Yi, offering a subtle nod of acknowledgement. He held a favorable impression of Ning Yi, appreciating his shooting ability, commendable accuracy, and unselfish playstyle. Admittedly, this was partly due to Ning Yi's singular focus on shooting. Nevertheless, it significantly boosted his teammates' regard for him, with the exception of individuals like Badier and Shabazz. In the ensuing 2 minutes, Ning Yi refrained from attempting any shots, opting instead for patience. In the current lineup, he was not the primary scoring option and could not afford to squander his shot opportunities. His role was to be a supplementary player, focusing on being direct, simple, and efficient. Simultaneously, Ning Yi's selflessness further endeared him to his teammates, who, when opportunities arose, did not forget his contributions. In the next possession, Martin executed a drive and chose to pass. Yet the opposing team was keenly aware of Love's presence and focused on containing him. At that opportune moment, Ning Yi appeared in the ideal position, and as Martin hesitated, he delivered the ball. With a swift motion, Ning Yi struck and netted another mid-range jumper. The crowd erupted in cheers, with the Chinese fans particularly elated. After scoring 8 points in the first quarter, this basket brought his total to over 10 points. Adelman nodded approvingly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In stark contrast, the head coach of the Central Army exhibited a displeased demeanor, snorting in frustration as he shouted at his players on the court, "Keep an eye on that number 7. The Central Army players recoiled slightly, nodding in agreement. The counterattack commenced. This time, the Central Army made a decisive advance, delivering a counterstrike to the Timberwolves. As he turned around, Ning Yi distinctly sensed an increase in defensive pressure. The opposing small forward, Mi Zhuofu, clung to him like a piece of stubborn chewing gum, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Observing the fiery gaze of Mi Zhuofu, a spark of inspiration flickered in Ning Yi's mind, prompting a smile to grace his lips. Rubio, while dribbling, gestured to his teammates, signaling them to move into action. He and Dion executed a pick and roll, advancing a couple of steps, not to attempt a layup, but to distribute the ball, passing it to Martin. Martin then relayed it to Love, who, confronted by a double team, returned the pass to Rubio. At that moment, Ning Yi executed a swift maneuver, racing towards Rubio. Perceiving Ning Yi's movement, Rubio instinctively passed the ball to him. Grasping the ball, Ning Yi momentarily halted his steps, raising the ball with an elegant flourish. A block. Mi Zhuofu soared into the air, his gaze fierce, reminiscent of 2 blazing flames, intent on engulfing Ning Yi. He had awaited this opportunity for far too long. Caution! The spectators gasped in alarm, urging Ning Yi to be wary. Mi Zhuofu, not shorter than Ning Yi, had evidently been gathering momentum. As he leaped, his arms outstretched, he sealed off the upper space above Ning Yi. Should Ning Yi attempt a shot, the odds were overwhelmingly against him. Mi Zhuofu smirked, poised to execute a magnificent block. Yet in the next instant, he froze, his smile faltering. He realized that Ning Yi had not leapt. He had been deceived, as Ning Yi had feigned shot. How naive you are!" A soft chuckle echoed, and Mi Zhuofu, filled with regret, could only watch as Ning Yi deftly maneuvered the ball aside, effortlessly gliding past him, executing a seamless 3-step move. At this moment, the center's interior was utterly vacant, with all players drawn to the perimeter, resembling an expansive arena. Ning Yi made a direct assault towards the basket, flicking his wrist for a low layup. Swish! The ball went in, adding another 2 points. Damn it! Mi Zhuofu's face turned a deep shade of anger as he muttered under his breath. He had initially been eager to deliver a spectacular block on Ning Yi, intending to reduce him to a mere backdrop of despair. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation took a dramatic turn. Ning Yi executed a brilliant play, and instead, Mi Zhuofu found himself as the unfortunate backdrop. The psychological reversal was overwhelming, akin to a heavy blow that left Mi Zhuofu feeling heartbroken and distressed. In the stands, some fans were rather unsympathetic, laughing heartily and pointing at Zhuofu. This is truly a devastating blow, striking at the very heart. The head coach of the Central Army team called for a timeout, casting a glance at Ning Yi, his anger ignited. The match had barely reached halftime, and he had already summoned a timeout twice for Ning Yi. But who exactly is Ning Yi? This is a tale of an undrafted player, a man from Huaxia, who managed to halt the game twice, leaving the head coach of the Central Army team feeling utterly embarrassed. The impact on Zhuofu was palpable, as his spirits seemed to wane, while the opposing team thrived on an invigorated morale. If a timeout were not called soon, the situation would only deteriorate, leading to an even greater humiliation. Chapter 22. The inner demons, the so-called European powerhouses, are not as formidable as they are often portrayed. They have not secured the European Championship for several years now. In my opinion, only the champions of Europe might stand a chance against NBA teams. Such is the disparity. In the stands, whispers of discussion ensued. Among the chatter, mentions of Ning Yi surfaced. He may not have been the most luminous star on the court, yet his performance was undeniably noteworthy. At this juncture, Ning Yi had already accumulated 12 points, alongside 1 rebound and 2 assists. It is essential to acknowledge that he is a rookie, an undrafted one at that, and achieving such a display in the first preseason game is nothing short of remarkable. As the discussions reached his ears, the head coach of the Central Army team's countenance grew darker, his frustration mounting. With 8 minutes and 25 seconds played in this quarter, the score had escalated to 45-30, leaving them trailing by a staggering 15 points. Suppressing his fury, the coach clapped his hands to gather his players around him, gesturing toward the stands, and bellowed at his team. Did you hear how the fans are discussing us? The players, including those who had yet to take the court, all lowered their heads in response. This is a disgrace for the Central Army, tarnishing the reputation of all, regardless of their participation. I'm deeply disappointed in you all. The head coach of the Central Army declared, "We are the Central Army, with a glorious history that shall not be demeaned, even in a foreign land against an NBA team." Taking a deep breath, his expression turned grave, radiating an aura of fierce determination as he gazed at the players who had previously taken the court. "It will be you again," he asserted. "Show me your spirit. Do not forget that you represent the Central Army." Yes, several players roared in unison, their voices resonating like thunder. Upon hearing this, Adelman furrowed his brow. This is the preseason, and Adelman does not wish for his players to exert themselves excessively. However, the circumstances appear to have shifted. The Central Army team is becoming increasingly anxious, and it is likely that the intensity of the forthcoming match will escalate. After careful consideration, Adelman refrains from making substitutions, recognizing that this is not an opportune moment for such changes, as it would only dampen morale and render the situation unpredictable. Furthermore, as the Central Army intensifies their efforts, they will undoubtedly strive to close the gap in scoring, necessitating the presence of key players on the court to stabilize the situation and counter the opposing team's offensive onslaught. Dion Love, Ning, Martin Rubio, it will be the 5 of you, Adelman instructs. Play at a slower pace, prioritize success rates, and focus on defense. He hesitates briefly before adding a cautionary note. Be careful. This is only the preseason, and we cannot afford any injuries. Understood. Yes, coach, they respond in unison. As the whistle blows, signaling the end of the timeout, both teams return to the court. The Central Army initiates their offensive, exuding a fierce determination, charging forward like a pack of wild tigers. The intensity of the confrontation, particularly in the paint, escalates significantly, causing Love to furrow his brow and mutter under his breath. Have these guys lost their minds? It's just a preseason game. Is it necessary to play so fiercely? In contrast, Dion, youthful and spirited, exhibits no signs of complaint. Instead, he relishes the challenge, eagerly engaging with the opposition, the collision of muscles producing deep, resonant sounds. This fellow, Ning, hesitant to venture into the paint, cannot help but grimace as he observes Dion's tussle with the adversaries. Ding! The referee's whistle pierces the air, pointing at Dion, who is called for a defensive foul. Dion hangs his head, a bit disheartened. Don't worry, Love reassures him, patting his arm with a smile. You did well, just lacking a bit of experience. Next time, be mindful and strike at the right moment. Right, Dion nods, grinning. The Central Army players sink both free throws, extending their lead to 13 points. As possession shifts, the Timberwolves begin their attack. Upon arriving in the front court, the Timberwolves are met with formidable pressure. The opposition's tenacity is palpable, as if they're fighting for their lives, and the intensity of the defense renders the Timberwolves momentarily disoriented. After several passes, the Timberwolves still fail to find an opening. Rubio dishes the ball to Love, who attempts to go one-on-one but is thwarted by a well-timed double team. With a thud, the shot fails to find the net, and the Central Army secures the rebound, launching a counterattack. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 minutes have elapsed. In these 2 minutes, the Central Army fought fiercely, relentlessly closing the gap to just 9 points, launching a 6-0 run against the Timberwolves. On the Timberwolves side, Love was double-teamed, and Martin's attempts to penetrate the basket were fruitless. Rubio refrained from shooting, while Dion was notably proactive, though opportunities eluded him. As for Ningi, he found himself with chances, yet faced the disheartening predicament of losing his shooting touch. Suddenly, Ningi took 2 consecutive shots, both of which clanked off the rim. He himself was baffled, unable to comprehend why his touch had vanished. "My hands are cold," Adelman observed, glancing at Ningi. Indeed, Terry Porter nodded thoughtfully and suggested to Adelman, "Coach, should we substitute him?" Adelman checked the timer and shook his head. "There isn't much time left in this quarter. Let him finish. This is an opportunity for Ningi. If he can score just one, his rhythm will return." On the court, the game continued. With a resounding thud, the Central Army shot missed, and Love secured the rebound. The Timberwolves transitioned into offense, with Rubio advancing the ball and passing to Love, who was again double-teamed, leading to a pass to Martin. Martin faked and attempted a drive, but found no favorable openings, ultimately passing to Ningi. Ningi received the ball, took a deep breath, and shot once more. Bang! Still no success. From the stands, numerous fans sighed in disappointment, with the Chinese fans particularly despondent, worried for Ningi. Missing 3 consecutive shots was certainly an ominous sign. "Damn it, not again," Ningi muttered under his breath, staring at his hands, suddenly feeling a pang of anxiety. What was wrong with him? Would he ever make a basket again? The final moments of this segment were fleeting. In the last precious seconds, Ningi found himself presented with an opportunity once more, yet he hesitated to take the shot, plagued by a profound uncertainty. Witnessing this scene, Adelman shook his head with a sigh, as the Central Army team sank a buzzer-beater 3-pointer in the dying seconds. The second quarter concluded with a score of 46-43. Through relentless effort in the final minutes, the Central Army had narrowed the deficit from 15 points to a mere 6. In just a few minutes, the gap had closed significantly. Ningi made his way to the sidelines, plopping down onto the bench, draping a towel over his head. He gazed at his trembling hands, his mind a tumultuous whirl, filled with confusion and indecision. What has transpired? Why has my hand suddenly turned cold? Is it due to my insufficient prowess, or has the level 7 mid-range shot vanished? Perhaps this is merely an illusion, a mere dream, where no system exists, and the level 7 mid-range shooting skill is but a figment of imagination. At this moment, Ningi felt an overwhelming sense of confusion, even beginning to question the very reality of it all, doubting his own capabilities, the existence of the system, and everything surrounding him. This is the inner demon. Chapter 23. Belief. I can assure you, this is not a dream. A voice resonated in Ningi's mind, causing him to startle, and he exclaimed internally, "System, you are still here? How wonderful! I knew this was an illusion." The system replied, "In truth, there's always been a suggestion within you, whispering that this is merely a dream. This is not surprising. For an ordinary person, it is indeed unfathomable. However, what puzzles me is why it did not erupt until now, at the moment when you lost your touch." Ningi was taken aback, staring blankly and asking, "Why? You should inquire of yourself." "Inquire of myself?" Ningi furrowed his brow in contemplation, yet found himself at a loss, his thoughts a tangled mess. Beside him, Lu Fu observed Ningi for a moment before handing him a bottle of water, saying, "Drink some water." Ningi looked up, accepted the water, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Lu Fu chuckled softly, patting Ningi on the shoulder. "Do not be too hard on yourself. You have done remarkably well. I merely have some questions that elude my understanding." Ningi managed a faint smile. "Do not rush. Ponder slowly, and you shall arrive at clarity. I once found myself in a similar predicament. Everyone encounters these trials, which I refer to as God's test." Lu Fu continued, "God is just. He does not permit an individual to achieve success effortlessly. The path to success is fraught with challenges. The distinction lies in the fact that some succumb to these trials, while others persevere and ultimately triumph. God's test." Ningi murmured the phrase, a flicker of realization igniting within him, though it remained unclear. He sensed he was close to the answer, yet it eluded his grasp. After what felt like an eternity, Ning Yi finally exhaled deeply and said to the system, "System, I understand now. I need to maintain a calm and ordinary heart, correct?" "Yes, but not entirely," the system responded. Ning Yi frowned. When confronted with difficulties, one must first remain composed and adjust oneself. Just as you must now, when losing your touch, it is essential to remain calm and recalibrate your state. "That is indeed correct," the system inquired. "Yet there's one more aspect. During the preceding period, you also encountered moments of failure. Why at this juncture did you feel so lost? I ask you, what is your purpose in playing basketball?" The system posed. "Because." Ning Yi instinctively began to respond. But in that fleeting moment, he realized he did not know how to answer. What was his true motivation for playing? Was it a love for basketball? A desire to rewrite his fate, the thrill of the game? Or perhaps a pursuit of vanity and glory? What he once deemed a simple question now revealed itself as profoundly complex. "You have lost your way," the system remarked. These four characters struck like a thunderbolt, exploding in Ning Yi's mind with a resounding boom, causing him to tremble. Initially, his passion for basketball stemmed merely from enjoyment. It was the joy that the sport bestowed upon him that other pursuits could not. However, with the advent of the system and the newfound ability to unlock skills, Ning Yi's heart began to shift. He lifted his gaze to the stands, to the grand screen above the arena adorned with vibrant lights, and with a silent sigh, he realized he had forgotten his original intentions, the fervor he once felt for basketball. "What I now seek has transformed into the dual allure of fame and fortune as an NBA star, a pursuit of vanity that craves the adulation of throngs. Countless voices cheering for me. I have lost my true self. I have forsaken my convictions." The annals of NBA history are replete with individuals of extraordinary talent who, upon entering the league, experienced a decline, ultimately fading into obscurity. Indeed, a significant number of these individuals succumbed to injuries and other adversities, yet some did not. Among them, how many lost their way and abandoned their beliefs? It is commendable if you can grasp this, the system remarked. However, the most crucial aspect is to act upon it. Ask yourself what belief drives your relentless pursuit of basketball. Hold it firmly in your mind and remind yourself of it at every moment. Many of those who faltered in NBA history understood this truth, yet they failed to uphold their convictions and ultimately lost their way. They forgot their initial aspirations and, in doing so, lost the most vital impetus for progress. Consequently, they were unable to realize their potential, blending into the crowd. After imparting this wisdom, the system fell silent. It could offer no more, and the remainder depended solely on Ning Yi himself. At this moment, a myriad of thoughts flooded Ning Yi's mind. He reminisced about his days at Snow City University, where he toiled day and night in pursuit of a starting position. He recalled the time he participated in the draft, only to be disheartened by his eventual rejection. He reflected on his decision to abandon basketball. Although life had been satisfactory, he always felt that something essential was missing. He thought of the unexpected return to 2013, where he acquired a system that propelled his abilities to new heights. He contemplated the contract he secured with the Minnesota Timberwolves for a training camp, and he pondered the present. These thoughts flickered through Ning Yi's mind, only to fade away. He exhaled a deep sigh, a joyful smile gracing his face. "It is my passion for basketball that embodies my conviction. I must remain true to my original intent and steadfast in my beliefs. I know what I must do." On the court, the third quarter of the match had commenced. Adelman did not allow Ning Yi to play, opting instead for a rotation lineup. Finally, Badinger received his opportunity to take the floor, yet after such a prolonged spell on the bench, he evidently struggled to find his rhythm. On the offensive end, he was unable to score, and on defense, he became a liability, conceding 4 consecutive points as opponents exploited his presence. Upon witnessing the situation, Adelman furrowed his brow, substituting Badinger after merely 3 minutes of play. Yet, instead of allowing Ning Yi to take the court, he opted for Brewer. It must be acknowledged that Brewer possesses considerable skill upon entering the game. He executed a driving layup that found its mark, followed by seizing an offensive rebound and assisting a teammate in sinking a three-pointer. Nevertheless, despite these efforts, the Timberwolves could only maintain a slender 5-point lead. In this segment, the Central Army remained fiercely determined, exhibiting exceptional aggression and a robust defensive intensity. Their offensive performance was commendable, with each player in peak form. Whenever the Timberwolves scored, they consistently responded in kind. As the quarter concluded, the Timberwolves held a mere 4-point lead. Adelman was quite dissatisfied with this score, prompting him to substitute Love, Martin, toRewrite, Rubio, and Brewer into the game with less than half of the final quarter elapsed. This was the starting lineup, and their impact was immediate, striking Central Army with a resounding 5-0 lead, swiftly extending the gap to 11 points. However, Central Army, feeling the pressure, grew increasingly aggressive, their actions more forceful. Brewer was brought down during a breakthrough, suffering a cut near his eye, blood gushing forth, eliciting gasps from the crowd. This was outrageous. Adelman fumed in anger. He called a timeout, substituting Brewer, and then glanced toward the bench. Chapter 24. The goal that stifled the opponent's hopes. Adelman's gaze swept over the array of substitute players, poised to speak when Terry Porter interjected, "Coach, I believe Ning has adjusted well. His mid-range shots could bolster our offensive firepower. I recommend we put him in." "Oh." Adelman raised an eyebrow, turning to Ning. Ning sprang to his feet, full of fervor, meeting Adelman's gaze and declaring loudly, "Coach, I promise I won't let you down." "Is that so?" Adelman remained non-committal, pondering for a moment before nodding. "All right, you're in." "Thank you, Coach." Ning expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Meanwhile, Badinger and Williams looked on with envy. How was it that this lucky fellow, despite a series of misses, was granted an opportunity to play, and at such a critical juncture? It was utterly unjust. At this juncture, with over 5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Timberwolves held a 13-point lead. Yet, this margin was insufficient to afford them a sense of security, as the ensuing moments were equally pivotal. In this critical moment, however, Adelman made the surprising decision to send Ning onto the court, much to the discontent of Badinger and others. Shabazz Muhammad, disheartened, slumped back into his seat, feeling despondent and lacking hope for the future. He had not stepped onto the court even for a second during this match, despite being a first-round draft pick, finding himself overshadowed by an undrafted player like Ning. I must mention that soon we will. Adelman unfurled the tactical board to devise a strategy. Not far away, the head coach of the Central Army team was also outlining his plans. After sketching a few notations on the tactical board and issuing instructions, he proclaimed, "With just over 5 minutes remaining, we still have a chance. We must not concede until the final moment." Indeed, the players of the Central Army team nodded in unison. Shortly thereafter, the whistle blew, signaling the end of the timeout. The Central Army team maintained their starting lineup, while the Timberwolves introduced Peacock, Love, Brewer, Martin, and Rubio onto the court. Brewer was only there for free throws. His injury was not severe. But given that it was merely a preseason game and the Timberwolves were still ahead by 13 points, Adelman would not risk having him play injured. Thus, after Brewer's free throws, Adelman substituted him and Love out, bringing in Ning, and toRewrite. Love, being more valuable than Brewer, posed too great a risk to keep on the court. Consequently, the Timberwolves lineup transformed into Peacock, toRewrite, Ning, Martin, and Rubio. Upon returning, the Central Army scored yet another goal. Turning around, the Timberwolves initiated a counterattack. Rubio, upon reaching the front court, momentarily slowed the pace before distributing the ball to Martin. Ning made a run on the opposite side, while Peacock advanced to set a screen. In the next moment, Martin broke through, driving into the paint and leaping against the defender. With remarkable physical prowess, he barreled through the defense, executing a layup that found its mark. However, within mere seconds, the Central Army retaliated with precision. Their organizing guard, Pargo, sank a three-pointer from the perimeter, narrowing the gap to 12 points. As the game entered its final minutes, the Central Army displayed an extraordinary level of teamwork, moving in unison like a well-oiled machine, effortlessly dismantling the Timberwolves' defense and scoring repeatedly. On the defensive end, they became relentless, surrounding Martin and tightening their defense, filling the paint to capacity. Peacock and toRewrite struggled to find space, while Rubio managed to take 2 shots, both of which missed. In a flash, the point differential diminished rapidly. At that critical juncture, Ning stepped up. First, he deftly evaded his defender with the aid of a teammate screen and received a pass from Rubio, confidently sinking a mid-range jumper. Following that, he executed a fadeaway jump shot, tallying 4 consecutive points. In truth, Ning's fadeaway was not yet polished, his shooting percentage inconsistent, which is why he had refrained from employing it during team practices. However, the pressing circumstances demanded it. The opponents were tenacious, their defense fierce, and the physicality intense. Ning's physical attributes were not his advantage. Without the fadeaway, the opposition's interference was too significant, making it exceedingly difficult for him to find any shooting opportunities. Moreover, Ning's mindset had returned to a state of tranquility. He had regained his lost faith, and with it, his rhythm and confidence. He believed wholeheartedly that he could make the shots. Another basket fell through, bringing Ning Yi's total to 16 points. Splendidly, his shooting touch had returned. In the stands, the Chinese fans erupted with excitement, their enthusiasm palpable. On the sidelines, Adelman nodded approvingly, a smile gracing his lips. Initially, he had only put Ning Yi in the game to accommodate Terry Porter, not anticipating that Ning Yi would adjust so swiftly. Yet, the unexpected unfolded before him, leaving him pleasantly surprised. Ning Yi had indeed made a remarkable adjustment, seemingly elevating his game. Of course, this improvement was not technical, but rather a resurgence of competitive spirit. In the blink of an eye, less than 3 minutes remained in the fourth quarter. At this moment, the Timberwolves held a lead of 11 points. The Central Army launched an offensive, and after several passes, they utilized a pick and roll to create an opportunity for a teammate. Friedson scored with a bank shot. With just over 2 minutes remaining, the deficit was reduced to 9 points, leaving the outcome of the game still uncertain. However, at this juncture, Ning Yi received a pass from a teammate. Rather than taking a direct shot, he advanced a step forward and then, rather unexpectedly, executed a backward retreat, his feet nearly crossing the three-point line. Seizing the moment when the defender failed to close the gap, he raised his hand and shot decisively, the entire motion flowing seamlessly. Swish! A soft sound echoed as the ball went in. Roar! Absolutely fantastic. Ning! In the stands, fans erupted in exuberance, cheering loudly. Adelman wore a smile. For with only 2 minutes left in the game, Ning Yi's basket extended the lead to 11 points, a nearly fatal blow for the Central Army. This pivotal shot extinguished the hopes of the Central Army. In the ensuing 2 minutes, the Central Army continued to strive for a comeback, yet ultimately found themselves powerless. With time slipping away, in just 2 minutes, there were too few opportunities to turn the tide, and an 11-point deficit proved insurmountable. With a final whistle, the match concluded, with the Timberwolves triumphing over the Central Army with a score of 105-97, securing their first victory of the preseason. In this match, the highest scorer was Love, who achieved 24 points, along with 7 rebounds, 3 assists, and a block, showcasing his undeniable prowess. However, if one were to identify the most memorable player of the game, it would undoubtedly be Ning Yi. He scored 18 points, contributed 3 rebounds, and provided 2 assists, making him the second highest scorer for the Timberwolves, even surpassing the starting small forward, Brewer. Furthermore, in the final 2 minutes, he executed a crucial shot that extinguished any hopes for the opponent, leaving fans pleasantly surprised and viewing him in new light. As the game concluded and fans began to disperse in small groups, their discussions centered around Ning. Almost everyone remembered his name, even those who were not particularly fond of him. "You're about to become famous," Love remarked, giving Ning Yi a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Is that so?" Ning Yi replied with a calm smile. Observing Ning Yi's composed demeanor, Terry Porter nodded approvingly and quietly said, "Yes, you have matured. I hope I haven't misjudged you. There is much more for you to experience." Chapter 25. Instant fame. The game had concluded, and the players from the Central Army team were departing. Before leaving, the head coach of the Central Army made it a point to shake Ning Yi's hand and said with a smile, "I hear you've only signed a training camp contract with the Timberwolves. If they do not sign you after the preseason, I will be delighted to welcome you to the Central Army. By the way, do you have an agent? I would like to get in touch with him." "I have an agent," Ning Yi replied earnestly. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I must respectfully decline, as I prefer the NBA." "Don't be so hasty. Take your time to consider it," the Central Army coach chuckled, concluding the conversation with a promise to be in touch, before giving Ning Yi's arm a reassuring pat and turning to leave. Watching the coach's retreating figure, Ning Yi rubbed his nose, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Here he was, playing for the Kings, yet being noticed by the Timberwolves assistant coach, and now, while playing for the Timberwolves, receiving an invitation from the head coach of the opposing Central Army. What a perplexing situation it was. At this moment, the fans gradually departed in clusters, engaging in discussions about the match and the remarkable performance of Ning Yi, an undrafted player who truly astonished everyone today, leaving an indelible impression. His shooting was exceptional, yet I found his movement even more impressive, so elusive that I could hardly keep my eyes on him. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to vanish. Indeed, while his physique may be somewhat slender, such attributes can be honed through training. I too was once lean, just look at me now with these muscles. In any case, I have great faith in his potential. As the crowd dispersed, the name Ning Yi began to reverberate far and wide. Within the Minnesota Timberwolves locker room, congratulations poured in for Ning Yi. This marked his inaugural preseason game, where he achieved an impressive stat line of 18 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists, a truly commendable performance. Naturally, this praise did not extend to Shabazz, Badinger, Williams, and others. The competition for the small forward position was already fierce, and with Ning Yi's sudden emergence, the rivalry intensified, instilling a palpable sense of pressure and urgency among his competitors. The following day, major sports newspapers, numerous sports websites, and forums were inundated with an array of news regarding the NBA preseason. Among the notable matchups is the game between the Heat and the Hawks, featuring the illustrious trio of LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh, whose collaboration has captivated audiences far and wide. Moreover, the addition of the sharpshooter Ray Allen last year has only intensified the intrigue. Despite being in the twilight of his career, Allen remains a topic of fervent discussion among fans. Additionally, the contest between the Warriors and the Kings showcased Stephen Curry's explosive performance last season, averaging an impressive 22.9 points per game with a staggering shooting percentage of 45.3, leaving spectators in awe. This season, there is heightened anticipation surrounding him. These competitions feature beloved stars and captivating topics, igniting fervent discussions across forums. However, on this particular day, the Minnesota Timberwolves were equally the center of attention. Ning Yi, an undrafted player, astonished everyone with an impressive performance of 18 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists in his first preseason game, evoking disbelief and intrigue, a perfect storyline brimming with conversational allure. Subsequently, a video surfaced showcasing Ning Yi's remarkable feat during the final moments of his last Summer League game with the Kings, where he single-handedly scored 13 points in quick succession, creating a sensation. Though it was merely a Summer League match, and Ning Yi played only a few minutes, his performance was nothing short of extraordinary, narrowing the deficit to just 5 points and instilling hope in his team. Upon witnessing his substitution, fans expressed their outrage. Some were unabashedly vocal, directing their ire towards Chris Gent. Despite the match being a thing of the past, their frustration was palpable. In just one game, Ning Yi captured the hearts of numerous fans, many of whom took to social media and forums to express their support and admiration for him. Furthermore, the news reached Huaxia, igniting fervor among fans who began rallying in various ways to support Ning Yi. Numerous messages of encouragement flooded sports platforms such as Penguin Sports, Sina Sports, and Hoopu. However, some remained skeptical, asserting that it was merely a preseason game and held little significance. After conducting some research, they noted that Ning Yi was an undrafted player, with scouts describing his physical attributes, skills, and athleticism as merely average, suggesting he lacked any particularly outstanding qualities. They opined that the 18 points were a mere fluke and cautioned against harboring excessive expectations, lest one be met with profound disappointment. As soon as this statement was uttered, it was met with immediate backlash. Yet, there were also those who concurred, acknowledging that while the remark may have been somewhat blunt, it nonetheless reflected reality. Based on past experiences, it is indeed difficult for Ning Yi to maintain such performance levels. The mention of these so-called past experiences ignited a frenzy among fans. In an instant, a battleground of words erupted, and had this occurred in the physical realm, it would likely have resulted in chaos. In truth, it was not only Chinese fans expressing such sentiments. Voices from the United States echoed similar thoughts. A basketball commentator named Kelly Ryan took to his personal Twitter to remind audiences to view Ning Yi's performance in this match with perspective, asserting that a singular explosive game does not signify anything definitive. Whether Ning Yi possesses the capability to compete in the NBA remains to be seen and requires time to substantiate. One individual expressed himself with a degree of tact and consideration, yet another chose to openly disparage Ning Yi. Chris Gent, having learned of the matter, was approached by reporters seeking his opinion. He candidly remarked, "I do not believe Ning possesses the caliber to play in the NBA. His recent achievement of 18 points was merely a stroke of luck. You claim he can shoot? Indeed, I concede that his shooting ability is decent, but that is the extent of his talents. He is lacking in all other areas. I would suggest he participate in a shooting contest instead of pursuing a career in the NBA." Once these words spread, the number of those who criticized Chris Gent increased. Regarding Ning Yi, opinions were divided. Some admired him, while others disparaged him. Nonetheless, as LeBron James aptly noted, Ning Yi had achieved fame overnight, rising to prominence through his first game. At the University of Minnesota, Twin Cities, in the dining hall, Yi Qian, Yuan Hao, and several close friends gathered for a meal. While Yi Qian dined, she perused the web with great interest, Yuan Hao cast a furtive glance and discovered she was reading an article about Ning Yi, which stirred a twinge of jealousy in him. He exclaimed, "Yi Qian, how can you play on your phone while eating? It's bad for your stomach." "What do you mean? Who said that?" Yi Qian rolled her eyes and turned to her companions. "Have you seen the report? Ning Yi scored 18 points in his first preseason game." "Of course. I saw it," one friend replied excitedly. "When I watched him nail those consecutive shots at Volleyball, I knew he was impressive, but I never imagined he'd be this incredible." Another chimed in, "I heard he signed a training camp contract with the Timberwolves, but I believe he will definitely stay with them. Without him, how would Tia got my new jersey?" Yi Qian laughed and nodded repeatedly. "I agree. I think he can make it." Meanwhile, Yuan Hao's expression darkened, consumed by jealousy. In truth, he was not Yi Qian's boyfriend. He was merely pursuing her, and to put it bluntly, his affections were unreciprocated. Chapter 26. Toronto Raptors at the Target Center. In the basement training facility, the outside world buzzed with fervent discussions about Ning Yi, yet he remained unfazed. Aside from a brief glance at online news, he paid no further attention. He was but a mortal, not a deity, and it was impossible for everyone to like him or support him. Dwelling on such matters brought him no benefit. Thus, he focused his mind and dedicated himself to training. The match against the Central Army taught Ning Yi much and fostered significant growth within him. He reflected on himself and recognized his own immaturity and the many areas in which he still needed to improve. The system also analyzed the match for him, highlighting his strengths and weaknesses, as well as offering guidance on how he should approach different situations moving forward. On this day, Ning Yi spent the entire time immersed in the gymnasium. Of course, it was not spent solely on training, as much as he desired it. His body could not endure it, especially with a flight to Toronto scheduled for that evening. In truth, most of the time was devoted to the system's explanations. With Ning Yi absorbing knowledge, a vital accumulation and enhancement of theory, equally as indispensable as training. By evening, the members of the Timberwolves gathered to board the plane, destined for Toronto, where they would face the Raptors in an away game the following day. On October 10th, in Toronto, the Air Canada Centre was ablaze with lights. Today marked the match between the Raptors and the Timberwolves. Although the game had yet to commence, the stands were already filled with a considerable audience, numbering nearly 10,000. This is the NBA. Even a preseason game draws such a multitude of spectators. At 6:30 in the evening, the players took to the court. First emerging from the tunnel were the members of the Timberwolves, led by Adelman. An uproar erupted in the stands, a cacophony of boos mingling with cheers. However, the jeers predominated, as this was the Raptors' home ground, predominantly populated by their loyal supporters, with only a smattering of Timberwolves fans present. Shortly thereafter, the Raptors players made their entrance. The arena's DJ bellowed the names of the athletes, and with each announcement, the crowd erupted into applause, particularly when Rudy Gay, Kyle Lowry, and DeMar DeRozan stepped onto the court. The cheers reached a crescendo, as if they could shatter the very roof above. Ning Yi felt a surge of emotion, his heart racing in response. This match differs significantly from the previous one. The prior encounter was against a European team, whereas this one features an NBA team. And the sensations are indeed distinct. "All right, let us commence our warm-up," Adelman remarked. The Timberwolves stepped onto the court to prepare. Not far away, players from the Raptors also began their warm-up routines, engaging in simple shooting and layups with no dunks in sight. After all, this is merely a preseason game, and both sides are quite relaxed, devoid of any competitive fire. Following their warm-up, the players returned to the sidelines. Among the audience, numerous Chinese fans were present, as Canada is one of the most favored destinations for Chinese immigrants, a fact that can be attributed to the country's immigration policies. However, it is undeniable that there is a substantial Chinese community here. At this moment, these individuals were engaged in conversation. "Look, there's Ning Yi. I wonder how many points he will score today. It's hard to say, but I believe scoring 10 points is certainly within reach. Whether he can surpass his previous performance and achieve over 18 points remains uncertain. Let us hope so. Let us anticipate." These individuals are predominantly supporters of Ning Yi, as the number of Huaxia players who can enter the NBA is exceedingly scarce. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Adelman began to designate his players. Pekovi, Love, Brewer, Martin, and Rubio will remain as our starting lineup. After stating this, he unfolded the tactical board, indicating that in the upcoming moments, we must. Ning Yi remained a substitute, which came as no surprise. He was acutely aware of this reality. Although he had performed admirably in the previous game, a single match could hardly sway opinions, let alone elevate him to a starting position. Not far away, the head coach of the Raptors was also strategizing. Be cautious of Love, reinforce our interior defense, and secure the rebounds. Additionally, DeRozan, Lowry, and Gay, you three must collaborate. Our advantage lies beyond the arc. Indeed, the three responded. This is a preseason game designed to hone the skills of newcomers, synergize the lineup, and practice tactics. It also serves as a simulation for future encounters, such as strategizing against the Timberwolves. Moments later, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the commencement of the match. The referee tossed the ball into the air, and Pekovi and Valen INAS leaped almost simultaneously. Valen INAS managed to make contact first, directing the ball to the backcourt. Lowry seized control and began the advance. The starting lineup for the Raptors today featured Jonas Valen INAS, Amir Johnson, Rudy Gay, DeMar DeRozan, and Kyle Lowry. Upon reaching the front court, Lowry executed a pick and roll with Valen INAS, subsequently returning the ball to him. Concurrently, DeRozan executed a back cut, weaving past Valen INAS. Valen INAS sidestepped to shield DeRozan from his defender, then delivered a handoff pass to him. In the next instant, DeRozan took a step forward and elevated for a shot. Thud! The ball rimmed out, and Love soared to secure the rebound, initiating a counterattack for the Timberwolves. Rubio advanced into the front court, passing the ball to Martin, who made a swift drive and dished to Brewer. Brewer executed a bounce pass to Love, who created space, then went for a one-on-one, delivering a soft floater that found its mark. From the outset, the Timberwolves seized the advantage. In addition to Love's successful floater, Martin capitalized on a back cut, executing a seamless collaboration with Rubio to effortlessly secure 2 points. Mere seconds later, Love once again succeeded in a one-on-one. The Timberwolves swiftly established a 6-0 lead over the Raptors, delivering a formidable challenge. However, the Air Canada Center is indeed the Raptors' home ground, and they soon mounted a counteroffensive, with DeRozan first sinking a pull-up jumper, followed by Rudy Gay's successful isolation play. This is not yet the conclusion. Following this play, Lowry also made his mark. After executing a pick and roll with his teammate, he took a shot from beyond the arc and succeeded. In an instant, the score shifted to 6-7, with the Timberwolves trailing by a single point. This is the caliber of an NBA game. Ning marveled at the display, feeling a surge of excitement. The pace of this competition is exhilarating and vivid, particularly the fierce exchanges between the star players, which are always so spectacular and thrilling that they stir one's very blood. Naturally, this fervor also ignites the players on the sidelines, who yearn to dash onto the court, to join the fray, and to assault the opponent's basket. When will I get my chance to play? Ning glanced at Adelman. In the stands, numerous fans shared this sentiment, their anticipation for Ning palpable following his previous performance. They hoped he would soon take the court and replicate his previous brilliance. Meanwhile, countless fans across China, seated before their televisions and computers, mirrored the excitement of those present, filled with expectations for Ning. Chapter 27. Matching up against Rudy Gay, Toronto, Canada. With just over 4 minutes gone in the first quarter, the Raptors made a substitution, pulling Lowry off the court. On the Timberwolves side, Adelman also opted to replace Pete Kovic with Dieng, allowing the young players some valuable experience. When will Ning take the floor? Why is he still not in? Some fans in the stands expressed their impatience. The recent substitution did not include Ning, which left many fans feeling disappointed. However, their wait was not prolonged. In the 7th minute of the first quarter, Adelman called a timeout, substituting Love and Brewer, then commanded, "Turiaf, Ning, you're in." Ning rose, his heart racing with excitement. Adelman unfolded the tactical board, instructing, "We must remain vigilant on defense. Offensively, we need to move more, create space. Dion, Turiaf, if opportunities arise, be assertive and decisive. Our inside game must be lethal. As for the perimeter, Ning, you are our shooter. Focus on your role. Martin, as our primary scoring option, act according to the situation. Rubio, you will orchestrate the offense and engage your teammates." The players nodded in understanding. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the timeout. The Timberwolves lineup transformed into Dion, Turiaf, Ning, Martin, and Rubio. The Raptors also altered their roster, with DeRozan, Lowry, and Valanciunas sidelined. Among the starters, only Rudy Gay and Amir Johnson remained on the court, accompanied by Steve Novak, John Salmons, and Greaves Vasquez. The Timberwolves initiated their offense. Rubio advanced into the front court as Vasquez lunged at him, waving his arms to disrupt Rubio. Undeterred, Rubio dribbled while directing his teammates' movements. Spotting Ning, Yi making a backdoor cut into space, Rubio swiftly delivered the pass. Ning Yi received the ball, and a shadow flickered before him. So fast, Ning Yi furrowed his brow, observing Rudy Gay. Gay's reactions were incredibly swift, and his speed was impressive. Ning Yi had initially believed he could outmaneuver him with his elusive footwork, but he was mistaken. Gay scrutinized Ning Yi with a serious demeanor, showing no signs of underestimation. He spread his arms, muscles taut, subtly enveloping Ning Yi in an invisible pressure. Such intensity, Ning Yi's heart trembled, feeling overwhelmed and uncertain of how to respond. Ultimately, Ning Yi was left with no choice but to pass the ball. After several exchanges, Dion attempted to score inside, but luck was not on their side. The ball rolled around the rim and bounced out. With a resounding clap, Amir Johnson secured the rebound, igniting a fast break for the Raptors. In a heartbeat, the ball reached the front court. Gay executed a half-turn in the low post on the right side, using one hand to shield Ning Yi while reaching for the ball. As soon as he gained possession, he immediately leveraged his body, pushing back with considerable force. Ning Yi felt a powerful surge, instinctively taking a step back. In the next moment, Gay pivoted, transitioning from back to the basket to face the hoop, slightly retreating to increase the distance between himself and Ning Yi. Then released a mid-range jumper. Swish! The ball went in. After scoring, Gay turned and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Ning Yi frowned. The disparity in strength was glaring. In situations like this, without the assistance of teammates, he found himself utterly incapable of defending against Gay's back-to-the-basket plays. Dion's voice echoed, "I'll assist you in defense shortly." Ning Yi nodded, a sense of heaviness weighing upon his chest. In the previous match against the Central Army, he had endured some physical toll while defending against the opposing small forward. It was not overly distressing. However, at this moment, he found himself utterly unable to withstand the onslaught of the Timberwolves' offense. Once again, Ning Yi found himself unable to seize an opportunity to strike. Guy's wealth of experience rendered Ning Yi's feints utterly ineffective. Although his footwork was peculiar, his speed fell short, preventing him from shaking off Guy. Conversely, on the defensive end, Ning Yi found himself at a loss against Guy. But fortunately, Dion began to come over to provide assistance, preventing Ning Yi from being overpowered by Guy in isolation. For nearly 2 minutes, Ning Yi had not a single chance. At that moment, Ning Yi grew anxious, signaling to Dion. Then, with a swift maneuver, Ning Yi dashed backward, while Dion moved to the outer side, providing cover and obstructing Guy. Simultaneously, Rubio passed the ball to him. Finally, it was his turn to shoot. Ning Yi thought to himself. Receiving the ball from Rubio, he made a slight adjustment before leaping, his gaze fixed intently on the hoop. He had been relentlessly marked by Guy, unable to break free, which ignited a fervent desire within him, a yearning to score and validate his worth. Just as he prepared to release the ball, an arm suddenly reached out. Startled, Ning Yi found himself unprepared, given that he was airborne. Shooting at that moment could very likely result in a block. Damn it, Ning Yi cursed internally, hastening his shooting motion. Bang! With the increased speed, the ball's trajectory altered, striking the rim. At this moment, Ning Yi finally discerned the individual who had disrupted him and was taken aback. Guy. Wasn't he supposed to be obstructed by Dion? Ning Yi turned his gaze towards Dion, who offered a wry smile and said, "I apologize for letting him slip by." "It's all right," Ning Yi contemplated, quickly grasping the situation. Guy's experience far surpassed that of the novice Dion, and it was evident from Dion's movements that he had anticipated his intentions. It was likely that he was never completely obstructed by Dion. Instead, he had halted his advance in advance, deftly maneuvering around Dion. Indeed, that was the case. Upon seeing Dion emerge, Guy understood precisely what he intended to do. Thus it appeared as though Dion had blocked him. In reality, Guy had already come to a stop, never colliding with Dion, but rather executing a graceful turn to circumvent him. Coupled with his remarkable speed, he managed to catch up with Ning Yi, nearly delivering a formidable block. Well defended, Guy. The fans in the stands erupted in cheers for the Raptors. At this moment, the possession of the ball shifted, as Novak secured the rebound and swiftly passed it to Vasquez. The Raptors initiated a rapid counterattack, with the ball quickly advancing to the frontcourt, once again finding its way into the hands of Gay. Ning Yi stepped forward, arms outstretched, his gaze fixed coldly upon Gay. Gay clutched the ball at his waist, lowering his center of gravity, feigning a drive, while his right foot swung back and forth, executing a series of deceptive movements. The attention of the crowd was wholly captivated by Gay, and Dion, poised and ready, took took a slight step forward, prepared to provide assistance should Ning Yi be outmaneuvered. Unbeknownst to them, a figure stealthily slipped from the baseline towards the basket. With a deep breath, Ning Yi braced himself. Suddenly, Gay flashed a grin. In the next instant, with a flick of his wrist, he unexpectedly passed the ball. With a sharp thud, the basketball bounced once on the floor, soaring past Dion's feet and landing inside the paint. Meanwhile, Salmons, having arrived at the basket, seized the ball, propelled himself off the ground, and, facing an unguarded hoop, unleashed a powerful two-handed dunk. The resounding crash startled the Timberwolves players, rousing them from their stupor. At that moment, they finally realized that, unbeknownst to them, Salmon had stealthily slipped to the baseline, while Deontay had taken a step forward, leaving the area beneath the basket completely unguarded. What was happening under the rim? What was Deontay doing, oblivious to the fact that someone had already infiltrated the area? Some fans expressed their discontent. However, Ning Yi understood that the responsibility for this lapse lay with him. Deontay had been prepared to assist in his defense, which was why he had vacated the basket. "This error is my fault." Ning Yi approached Deontay and said apologetically. "It's all right," Deontay replied with a shake of his head, turning his gaze towards Guy. Expressing a hint of frustration, compared to elite NBA players like Guy, we are still too weak. Upon hearing this, Ning Yi felt a jolt in his heart and also looked towards Guy, pondering, is this truly the level of elite NBA players? At this moment, Ning Yi suddenly felt a sense of despondency. Confronted by Guy, he found himself at a loss, unable to defend effectively while struggling to evade Guy's relentless defense on the offensive end. This situation differs from the previous encounter where he struggled with his shooting. The time it was attributed to his own shortcomings. However, this time, it is not that he cannot score, but rather he is deprived of opportunities, as he is being effectively defended by Gay. Even when he does manage to attempt a shot, it results in a clank off the rim, just like before. Ning Yi finds himself in a predicament. Indeed, after more than 2 minutes on the court, he has only taken one shot, which nearly resulted in a block. Against Gay, he is entirely at a disadvantage. In the stands, spectators are engaged in hushed discussions. Some Chinese fans are anxious for Ning Yi, fearing that the situation may worsen if it continues like this. On the sidelines, Terry Porter furrows his brow and quietly sighs, noting that in comparison to Gay, Ning is inferior in terms of physique, skill, and experience. Perhaps, yet this is not the most critical aspect. The most pivotal factor lies within himself. Adelman remarks, glancing at Ning Yi, but he does not immediately call for a substitution, choosing instead to observe further. Huaxia, H-City, in a fan shop, dozens of individuals are gathered before television, their eyes fixated on the screen. The match unfolding is between the Timberwolves and the Raptors. As they witness Gay's impressive shot over Ning Yi, the crowd becomes restless. This cannot continue. Ning Yi is being thoroughly overwhelmed. His footwork is too sluggish to contain Gay. With over 3 minutes elapsed, Ning Yi has yet to score a single point, while Gay has already accrued several at his expense. Concern fills the hearts of his supporters. All compatriots of Huaxia, who wish they could soar to Toronto like the Monkey King and lend Ning Yi a helping hand. Yet, even if they could borrow the Monkey King's cloud, their assistance would be futile. In Yishur, at the 9th High School, a prestigious institution with thousands of students, many of whom are fervent basketball enthusiasts, the school's convenience store serves as their sanctuary. A throng of students has congregated there, pushing the proprietor to the back as they commandeer the store's television. Those at the rear, unable to see the entirety of the screen, anxiously shout, "Lower your heads. You're blocking the view." "Quiet," retorts someone at the front. "We're watching senior Ning Yi's game." Ning Yi is not solely their senior. He is a senior to all of us, and we too wish to witness his performance. The individuals at the back are undeterred, shoving forward with determination. Yishur's 9th High School is indeed Ning Yi's alma mater. Currently, the students of 9th High are his juniors. When Ning Yi entered the draft, the school erupted with excitement. Both students and teachers were elated. However, his eventual exclusion from a selection dealt a heavy blow, leaving the students filled with regret. Yet, upon hearing the news of Ning Yi's remarkable 18-point game in the previous match, they were once again ignited with fervor. Today's game is highly anticipated, although it is not the weekend and students are in class. Among the crowd in the convenience store, some are attending gym class taking the opportunity to watch the game, while others have outright skipped class to avoid missing the spectacle. Unfortunately, after eagerly waiting for Ning Yi to take the court, they find him utterly dominated by Gay. This left the students of No. 9 Middle School feeling distressed and rather gloomy, with no clarity on who instigated the commotion. They began to shout encouragement. Indifferent to whether Ning Yi could hear them. Simultaneously, across various regions of Huaxia, countless individuals were glued to their televisions and computers, engrossed in the match. Some rallied in support of Ning Yi, while others were filled with anxiety on his behalf. Yet, there were those who reveled in his misfortune and others who mocked him. Humanity is diverse, each person unique in their reactions. In Toronto, Canada, at the Air Canada Centre, the sound of the whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the first quarter. At this moment, the score stood at 26-19, with the Timberwolves trailing by 7 points. Gasping for breath, Ning Yi made his way to the sidelines, sweat trickling down his cheeks and splattering onto the floor, creating tiny droplets. A profound fatigue enveloped him, making each step feel laborious. In truth, Ning Yi had only played for a few minutes, and the physical exertion was not overwhelmingly taxing. Rather, it was the weariness of the spirit that weighed heavily upon him. When one's heart feels disheartened, every minute spent on the court feels equivalent to several, even dozens, of minutes under normal circumstances. Thus, it would be more accurate to say that Ning Yi was not merely weary, but disheartened. This was the caliber of elite NBA players, an overwhelming force. In comparison, I felt utterly powerless. Even my most proficient shots became futile. A voice echoed in Ning Yi's mind, incessantly reminding him of his inadequacy and that he was no match for Gay. Those around him sensed his unusual demeanor. Dion frowned, contemplating offering words of solace, but was halted by Love. Love exchanged a knowing glance with Dion and whispered, "The coach said to let Ning have some quiet time." Dion responded with a soft acknowledgement. Martin, Rubio, and the others observed Ning Yi, exchanging glances and shaking their heads. Budinger and Shabazz maintained calm expressions, yet inwardly reveled in the moment. Ning Yi had been thoroughly outmatched, unable to score despite several attempts, and even with Gay's departure in the last 2 minutes, his defensive efforts had been completely overwhelmed. Given his current state, it was likely Ning Yi would not return to the game. Excitement surged through the group. With Ning Yi sidelined, their opportunity had arrived. If they performed well, perhaps emulating Ning Yi's previous game, they might ascend to become the primary backup small forward. In the Timberwolves roster, the small forward position was overcrowded, and competition for the primary backup role was fierce. The coach surely won't put Ning back in. This is my chance, Budinger mused. Moving closer to Adelman with a beaming smile, self-nominating, "Coach, please grant me an opportunity. I promise to perform admirably and will not disappoint you," he added with a pointed remark, unlike some others. Chapter 29. Disappointment upon hearing the initial statement. Adelman wore a broad smile, but upon hearing the latter remark, although still smiling, his eyes narrowed and his pupils contracted. Budinger, however, was oblivious to Adelman's gaze, fixated only on his cheerful demeanor. Shabazz Muhammad Ameyer and Williams glared at Budinger, silently cursing his audacity, each regretting their delay that allowed Budinger to seize the moment. Only Cunningham remained indifferent, a slight smile gracing his lips as he muttered to himself, "That fool Budinger, always running his mouth. He deserves his misfortune." With a contemplative expression, Cunningham raised an eyebrow and approached Adelman, sincerity etched upon his face. "Coach," he said earnestly, "Ning appears to be struggling. He has been quite constrained these past few minutes. If possible, I hope you might allow him to continue playing in the second quarter. Perhaps if he scores, his spirits will lift." Upon uttering those words, Shabazz and the others were left in a state of sheer astonishment. Budinger, in particular, appeared as though he had encountered a ghost, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixated on Cunningham. What was the matter with him? Why had he suddenly taken an interest in Ning Yi? Ignoring Budinger's incredulous gaze, Cunningham maintained a facade of sincerity and called out, "Coach, you needn't say more." Adelman raised his hand to interrupt, gazing at Cunningham with an expression of approval. Now is not the appropriate time for Ning to take the court. Let him gather his thoughts for a moment. "Cunningham, prepare yourself. You will be going in shortly." "Yes," Cunningham replied, his expression solemn. Meanwhile, Shabazz and the others exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the situation. Budinger, however, quickly grasped the implications and inwardly berated himself, wishing he could slap his own face. Had he refrained from uttering that one comment, it could have been him stepping onto the court. He looked at Cunningham and muttered under his breath, "This guy is truly cunning. His scheming runs deep." Adelman remained oblivious to the thoughts of the others, showing no interest in their internal deliberations. This is merely a preseason game, not a regular season match. The player in optimal form should naturally be given more playing time. After all, The purpose of the preseason is to hone the players' skills and foster team synergy. Shortly thereafter, the second quarter commenced. Both teams deployed their rotation lineups. The Timberwolves featured only Pekovi as a starter, while the remainder were substitutes. Similarly, the Raptors included just Valen Inas, with the rest being reserves. This lineup is destined to render the match rather uninspiring, lacking in visual appeal. As for the Timberwolves, Pekovi has scarcely taken any shots, evidently exhibiting a rather tepid offensive approach. On the other hand, Cunningham appears quite invigorated, playing with remarkable enthusiasm, exhibiting tenacious defense and resolute offense. Within just over 3 minutes, Cunningham has already scored 4 points and secured 1 rebound, prompting Adelman to nod approvingly, forming a highly favorable impression of him. However, the expressions of Budinger, Shabazz, Hoiberg, and Williams are far from pleasant, as they have already berated Cunningham internally with fervent disdain. Ning sits on the sidelines, observing the unfolding game, but his gaze betrays a sense of bewilderment. Swish! With 4.5 minutes gone, Cunningham executes yet another drive, assisting the Timberwolves in narrowing the deficit to a mere 3 points. At this moment, the Raptors called for a timeout to make personnel adjustments. On the Timberwolves side, Adelman also opted for substitutions, bringing in Love and Martin. After several minutes had passed, the Timberwolves, thanks to the performances of Love and Martin, managed to turn the tide and take the lead. Cunningham had been performing admirably. Although he did not score again, he contributed an additional rebound and an assist. It was not until over 7 minutes into the second quarter that Cunningham, with a stat line of 6 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist, was replaced by Brewer. Observing Cunningham, Budinger and Shabazz exchanged glances filled with disdain. In response to their gazes, Cunningham smirked contemptuously before turning his attention to Ning, who still bore a troubled expression. This reassured him. Having performed well in the last few minutes, he felt confident that he would soon have another opportunity to prove himself. With a little more effort, he could easily surpass Budinger, Shabazz, and even Ning. The game saw both teams exchanging leads, with the score fluctuating. Minutes flew by, and when the second quarter concluded, the Timberwolves found themselves ahead by 2 points, while Ning remained on the bench, not having played a single second throughout the entire quarter. The spectators in the stands expressed their disappointment with sighs and groans. Meanwhile, countless fans at home, including numerous supporters from Huaxia, shared this sentiment of disillusionment, as Ning Yi's performance had fallen far short of expectations. As the second half commenced, the Raptors initiated their counterattack. Within a few minutes, the dynamics shifted dramatically. The Raptors not only reclaimed the lead, but rapidly extended their advantage, outscoring the Timberwolves 14-4, turning a 2-point deficit into an 8-point lead. Adelman called for a timeout. Several players exited the court as he made further substitutions. Cunningham, Rubio, and Turiaf were to sit, while Brewer, Love, and Barrio were brought in. Following the substitutions, Adelman began to devise a new strategy. In these few minutes, the external shooting was inadequate, coupled with a lack of impact in the paint and poor defensive efforts, resulting in a 14-4 run by the opponents. Hence, the foremost task now is to bolster our defense, followed by offense. Brewer, you must take a more proactive approach, aggressively attacking the interior. Only by doing so can you draw the defenders away, allowing Love to seize more opportunities. Ultimately, Adelman imparted this advice to Brewer. In the preceding minutes, Cunningham's performance was subpar, facing off against Gay, who had initially posed a challenge for Cunningham, resulting in a similarly dismal outcome. In 2013, Gay was a formidable force, averaging 20 points per game, and with his exceptional physicality, he was a tenacious defender, overpowering Cunningham. After a few minutes, Cunningham was visibly frustrated. Observing Cunningham's struggles, Shabazz and Budinger exchanged amused glances, reveling in his misfortune due to their prior grievances against him. After laying out the strategy, Adelman put away the tactical board and stated, "Let us execute our offense. Although this is merely a preseason game, victory is imperative." Indeed, the others responded. Not far away, the Raptors head coach made substitutions and readjusted the strategy. When the timeout concluded, both teams altered their lineups. The Timberwolves brought in Love, Brewer, Pekovic, along with Beria and Bahamut. The Raptors countered with Lowry, Gay, Valanciunas, Vasquez, and Austin Day. Right from the outset, both teams engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, with the Timberwolves relying primarily on Love's individual prowess, complemented by Brewer's incursions, while Beria could also create some disruption. For the Raptors, their main scoring outlets were Lowry, Gay, and Valanciunas, who primarily contributed defensively in the paint and set screens for their teammates. After a series of exchanges, neither side gained a significant advantage. The Timberwolves still trailed, but the deficit was manageable at only 5 points. As the game progressed, further substitutions occurred, yet the dynamics on the court remained largely unchanged, with the Timberwolves still behind, albeit within a 10-point margin. In this chapter, Ning Yi remained on the bench. Chapter 30, Ning Yi's first objective. As the fourth quarter commenced, Adelman showed no intention of letting Ning Yi take the court. Sighing, Ning Yi raised his head, realizing that he might end up sitting through the entire game. A few minutes later, Dion was substituted in, and Terry Porter took a seat beside Ning Yi. Noticing Ning Yi's intense focus on the game, he smiled gently and inquired, "Are you eager to play?" Ning Yi nodded, but then furrowed his brow in disappointment, Riley responding, "However, if I have to match up against Gay, I'm not sure." Before he could finish, Terry Porter interjected, "Ning, I believe you shouldn't be concerned about that. You're merely a rookie." While Gay has played in the NBA for 7 years, averaging 20 points per game, it's normal for you to find yourself at a disadvantage in such a matchup. No one would consider it shameful. Ning Yi felt a jolt of encouragement, a glimmer of hope returning to his eyes. Terry Porter continued, "I understand your feelings. You played a few minutes in the first quarter without scoring, missing all your shots, and felt overwhelmed by Gay's defense. On the defensive end, you struggled against him, which can be disheartening and lead to self-doubt. In truth, any rookie facing such circumstances would not fare much better than you. Perhaps you lack Gay's strength, skill, and experience. But let me remind you of one thing. You are younger than him. At just 20 years old, you are still a rookie, having just entered the league. While you may not match him now, who has to say what the future holds? You are young, and the road ahead is long. You cannot allow yourself to be defeated so easily," Terry Porter advised. Ning Yi took a deep breath, feeling a sense of relief. "Indeed, you are right. I am still young, and there is nothing to fear. Perhaps I may never surpass Gay, but I must give my all to fight." "Exactly," Terry Porter smiled. "Thank you, Coach Porter." Ning Yi expressed his heartfelt gratitude. From the moment he joined the Timberwolves until now, Terry Porter had supported him tremendously. With renewed determination, Ning Yi gazed at Gay on the court, silently vowing, "I will strive to defeat you, Rudy Gay." From that day forth, Ning Yi had a singular goal, to conquer Rudy Gay. Despite rekindling his fighting spirit, the fourth quarter had already progressed for over 5 minutes. And with the score tightly contested, Adelman showed no signs of substituting him in. Ning Yi could only watch from the sidelines. As the midway point of the fourth quarter approached, DeRozan suddenly erupted, scoring 6 consecutive points. This sudden 6-point surge transformed the dynamics of the game, propelling the Raptors ahead of the Timberwolves by 7 points. DeRozan's explosive performance invigorated his teammates, leading the Raptors to unleash a formidable 13-2 run within a mere 4 minutes, extending their lead to 12 points with only 1 minute and 42 seconds remaining. It was over, with just over a minute left and a 12-point deficit. The game had nearly descended into garbage time. At this moment, Adelman called for a timeout, substituting all the key players and declaring his intention to concede the match. He glanced towards the bench, his gaze settling upon Ning Yi, and called out, "Ning, you're up." Indeed, Ning Yi rose, his eyes brimming with determination. Although the game had descended into garbage time, he was resolute in cherishing these final moments, giving his all until the very last second. At this moment, several spectators had already departed, and many others were rising to leave. However, upon witnessing Ning Yi re-enter the arena, a few fans paused in their tracks. They chose not to reseat themselves, as the match had slipped into garbage time, and coupled with Ning Yi's prior performance, they deemed there was little of interest left to behold. Among these individuals, many are Chinese basketball enthusiasts who ultimately chose to remain. The game continues. On the court for the Timberwolves are A.J. Price, Ning Yi, toRewrite, Dion, and finally, Shabazz Muhammad has earned his opportunity to play, albeit in garbage time. Yet it is certainly better than not participating at all. Ning Yi gazed up and noticed the Chinese fans in the stands who were preparing to leave, but hesitated, their feet rooted to the ground. A warmth spread through his heart, and he suddenly felt a pang in his nose, his eyes welling with emotion. As the ball was inbound from the baseline, the Timberwolves initiated their offense. A.J. Price advanced with the ball, and Ning Yi positioned himself at the two-guard spot. Upon reaching the front court, Price assessed the positions of his teammates and saw Ning Yi making a backdoor cut for the ball. With a flick of his wrist, he passed it to him. Ning Yi received the ball, but an opponent quickly closed in. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed the court. The Raptors' defense remained organized, and the defender was approaching rapidly. Without hesitation, He quickly distributed the ball to Dion. Dion seized the opportunity to shoot, powering his way into the paint. Leveraging his superior physical attributes and impressive vertical leap, he successfully converted the layup for 2 points. The deficit now stood at 10, and the Raptors prepared for a counterattack. At this moment, the Raptors substituted in their entire bench lineup, while the Timberwolves initiated full court pressure, hoping to induce a turnover from their opponents. However, the Raptors remained composed, having anticipated this strategy and managed to advance the ball to the front court without error. The Timberwolves players fell back into a man-to-man defense, but the Raptors took their time, deliberately consuming the clock, only attempting a shot as the 24-second timer neared its end. Bang! The shot missed. Yet the Raptors had achieved their objective of running down the clock, with only mere seconds remaining in the game. On the offensive end, Price brought the ball up, distributing it wisely, aware that this was merely garbage time. His own scoring held little significance, so he played with precision, refraining from seeking the spotlight. In contrast, Shabazz Muhammad, eager to make an impression despite the circumstances, managed to receive the ball after a well-timed cut, swiftly launching a three-pointer. Bang! Unfortunately, the shot clanged off the rim and bounced away. Dion leaped into the air, but his position was precarious, and he could not secure the ball, instead deflecting it outward. By chance, it landed right in front of Ning Yi, who seized the basketball with determination as Raptors players rushed toward him. Taking a deep breath, Ning Yi soared into the air, with the Chinese fans in the stands collectively watching him intently. In a reclining motion, the Raptors players found themselves utterly helpless, as the basketball soared from Ning Yi's fingertips, resembling an orange-hued projectile. With a swish, it pierced through the net, successfully in. A sigh of relief escaped from the fans as they exclaimed in unison for Ning Yi. The ball arrived rather late, yet fortunately, it found its way in. At least Ning Yi would not leave the court scoreless today. On the field, Ning Yi let out a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face, though he did not display excessive excitement. In recent days, he had undergone considerable experiences, maturing swiftly, and his state of mind was far more tranquil than before. This goal became Ning Yi's sole contribution in the match, as he finished with a mere 2 points and 1 rebound. A stark contrast to his previous performance of 18 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists. The game concluded with the Timberwolves succumbing to an 8-point deficit. The fans had already departed, and the players of the Timberwolves gathered their composure to board the plane, heading to South Dakota, where they would face the Milwaukee Bucks in a back-to-back match the following day. Chapter 31. Go Ning. The game ended with Ning scoring only 2 points. Matched against Guy, he found himself at a disadvantage, unable to take a shot due to strong defense. His playing time was limited. Apart from a few minutes in the first quarter, he hardly stepped onto the court thereafter. Such is the nature of rookies, their performance often fluctuating. I believe there is no cause for concern. He is still young, and we ought to exercise patience and grant him more time. Some fans expressed their disappointment, but remained fairly forgiving. However, there were those whose reactions were more extreme. Upon witnessing Ning Yi's 2-point tally, they immediately unleashed their criticism. He played terribly, just 2 points. That previous 18 points must have been a fluke. I thought he was exceptional with such precision in shooting, but it seems he only excels against European teams. When faced with someone like Guy, he was swiftly overwhelmed. I have always maintained that individuals from Huaxia are ill-suited for the NBA. These individuals have openly criticized, with some even audaciously addressing Chris Gent. Gent is absolutely correct. Ning is ill-suited for the NBA. He should participate in a shooting machine competition, for that is where he truly belongs. Some journalists, with palpable excitement, conveyed these remarks to Chris Gent and deliberately shifted the topic, inquiring, "What is your perspective on this?" Chris Gent responded with a dismissive chuckle, stating bluntly, "The facts have proven my judgment to be accurate. From the moment Ning joined the Kings, I knew he could not compete in the NBA. He is simply too weak. He is merely an undrafted player. I harbor no malice towards undrafted players, yet Ning is truly only fit for a shooting machine contest. Oh, and even then, he may not prevail. Do not look at me in disbelief. I speak the truth. You all witnessed how many shots he missed in this game." It seems Chris Gent has taken a strong stance against Ning Yi, finding him consistently displeasing. In the previous game, Ning Yi scored 18 points. Yet Gent had nothing positive to say. Now, with Ning Yi scoring only 2 points in this game, would Gent let him off the hook? In contrast, an NBA basketball commentator named Kelly Ryan appeared to adopt a more objective and fair stance. He expressed on Twitter, in this game, Ning scored merely 2 points and secured 1 rebound. It can be said he performed poorly, and that is a fact. However, I believe it is not a cause for concern, as he is merely a rookie and matched up against Gay. I wonder if anyone noticed that during the last minute of play, Ning's state was markedly different from earlier. That fadeaway jumper was quite impressive, reminiscent of his performance in the previous game. Personally, I believe that although Ning's statistics were dismal and the Timberwolves lost, he has not come away empty-handed. He is growing, and at an astonishing rate. This pace of improvement is something many rookies lack. In both the last game and this one, he has repeatedly demonstrated such progress. I must say, he is quite exceptional. What the future holds for him remains uncertain. Frankly, I still harbor reservations about him, yet I eagerly anticipate his performance. The article caught the attention of fans, instantly igniting fervent discussions. Some contend that Kelly Ryan is indulging in theatrics, leveraging the situation surrounding Ning to garner attention for himself, while others perceive it as self-contradictory, expressing skepticism about his abilities yet harboring expectations for his performance seems absurd. However, in Huaxia, Kelly Ryan's words resonated deeply. Certain fans shared Ryan's tweet, disseminating it across the Hoopu forum, where it garnered significant attention and numerous accolades from fellow enthusiasts. Even renowned basketball commentator and former national team player, the well-known Zhang Weiping, reshared the article on his personal media platform. Alongside the resharing, Coach Zhang expressed his thoughts, stating, "I believe Mr. Kelly Ryan's remarks are quite insightful and candid. It is indeed a fact that Ning did not perform well in this match. Nonetheless, he is still young, and we can observe his rapid growth. I am very optimistic about his future. Go Ning." This statement was posted on Weibo, and within a few hours, it amassed thousands of likes and hundreds of comments, all uniformly echoing the four words, "Go Ning." On October 11th, in South Dakota, an NBA preseason game is set to commence. Today's matchup features the Timberwolves against the Bucks, with the venue relocated to South Dakota. South Dakota borders North Dakota to the north, Minnesota and Iowa to the east, Nebraska to the south, and Wyoming and Montana to the west, with Pierre as its capital. The name South Dakota derives from the language of the Sioux Indians, meaning the place of those who dwell together with friends. The current preseason is held here, which undoubtedly conveys a certain cultural significance. In truth, the NBA preseason is imbued with numerous unexpected meanings and cultural nuances. From the selection of venues each year to the teams invited, there exists a wealth of significance that often eludes the general public. It is precisely these elements that enrich the NBA experience. Culture, heritage, meaning, glory, and history are the very essence that the NBA embodies, serving as a model for other leagues, such as the EuroLeague and CBA, to emulate. Every detail, every nuance, is an aspect that cannot be overlooked in the pursuit of success and greatness. The arena, though not particularly large and unable to rival the grandeur of the Archery Center, pulsated with the fervor of the fans. Even before the match commenced, the stands were filled to capacity, presenting a vibrant spectacle. At 6:50 in the evening, the match was on the verge of beginning. The Minnesota Timberwolves players gathered around Adelman, who addressed them. "Pekovi, Love, Brewer, Martin, Rubio, you will be our starters." He continued, "Our opponents are a youthful team, brimming with energy yet prone to errors. We, on the other hand, must adopt a contrasting approach. We shall take our time, playing with a measured pace and stability. We must minimize our mistakes, for each blunder from them presents an opportunity for us." With that, Adelman unfolded the tactical board, sketching a few diagrams. "Pekovi, you need to draw out to the perimeter, coordinating with Rubio and Martin for screens. Brewer, when the opportunity arises, be decisive. Whether you can shoot or not, penetrate the paint to create chances for others. Love, your sole mission is to attack, attack, attack. You are our most formidable weapon, our cornerstone. You must unleash your intensity and inspire your teammates to contribute meaningfully. Do you understand?" Adelman inquired. Love nodded affirmatively, understood. This season, Love's most significant improvement lies in his heightened aggressiveness, rendering him a more formidable presence on the court. Once he fully unleashes his potential, he becomes a veritable scoring machine. However, given that this is merely the preseason, constrained by the intensity of the games, tactical objectives, and his playing time, Love seldom experiences a complete eruption. Nevertheless, even in fleeting moments of brilliance, his performances are nothing short of astonishing. In these two preseason games, Love averaged less than 20 minutes on the court, yet astonishingly managed to score an average of 25 points, equating to a remarkable 1 point per minute. What an impressive feat. Not far off, the coach of the Bucks was also devising strategies. As both coaches finalized their tactics, the match was about to commence. Chapter 32. The Return of Ning Yi. With a sharp whistle, the game began. Let's go. Ning Yi, along with Love, Martin, and Rubio, cheered for their teammates. Love and Rubio nodded in acknowledgement, while Martin gave him a reassuring pat, saying, "Don't worry, you'll be on soon. Just forget about the last game, all right?" "Yes, thank you," Ning replied. He remained a substitute, and Adelman had not indicated when he would take to the court, but Ning Yi maintained a calm demeanor, as Kelly Lane had remarked on his remarkable progress and rapid maturation. The ball. Love called for it in the low post. Rubio delivered a bounce pass. Upon receiving the ball, Love backed into his defender, lifting the ball momentarily, causing the defender to instinctively raise his guard. At that moment, Love executed a swift spin, dribbling the ball to the floor, maneuvering past the defender, with the unguarded hoop ahead. He cradled the ball and, with a powerful push off the floor, soared for a thunderous dunk. The resounding bang ignited the enthusiasm of the fans. Love. The audience erupted in ecstatic cheers. At this juncture, 3 minutes into the first quarter, the Timberwolves held an 8-4 lead over the Bucks. Love pivoted to transition to defense as the Bucks launched a counterattack. Today, the Bucks started with center John Henson, power forward Larry Sanders, small forward Karen Butler, shooting guard O.J. Mayo, and point guard Nate Walters. Walters advanced the ball, and upon reaching the front court, executed a pick and roll with a teammate. However, instead of driving to the basket, he opted for a pass to the perimeter, where the other players engaged in intricate movement. Ultimately, Butler concluded the offensive play with a successful mid-range jumper. The tactical execution of the Bucks was executed with remarkable finesse, earning the admiration of their fans. However, Ning Yi's focus was diverted from the game to the Bucks bench. Among the players seated, there were the future standard-bearers of the franchise, Giannis Antetokounmpo and Chris Middleton, one selected as the 15th pick in this year's first round, and the other as the 9th pick in last year's second round. Perhaps only Ning Yi comprehended that these two would eventually emerge as pivotal figures for the Bucks, recognized by outsiders as among the most underestimated players in the league. Gazing at Antetokounmpo, Ning Yi could not help but marvel. Who could have predicted that this seemingly tall and slender young man would become one of the NBA's superstars in just a few years? Indeed, it is likely that even Antetokounmpo himself could not have envisioned such a future. In this year, Antetokounmpo participated in 77 games, averaging merely 8 points and 4 rebounds. Although he made it to the all-rookie second team, his statistics were not particularly remarkable. However, the 2013 NBA draft surprised many. It featured the disappointing first overall pick, Anthony Bennett. While among the top selections, only Victor Oladipo managed to make a significant impact. Years later, when people revisited the 2013 NBA draft class, Antetokounmpo was unequivocally ranked first. Of course, prior to this, no one could have anticipated that Antetokounmpo would evolve into a superstar, just as no one foresaw Anthony Bennett's status as a monumental bust. Looking back a year earlier, there were several undervalued players selected in lower rounds who later achieved remarkable success, such as Chris Middleton, who now sits alongside Antetokounmpo on the Bucks bench. This player would eventually average 20 points per game, yet in 2012, he was merely the 9th pick of the second round, severely underestimated. Besides Middleton, the 2012 draft also included Draymond Green, the 5th pick of the second round, who would become one of the key players in the Warriors dynasty, also overlooked at the time. Indeed, both the rosters of 2012 and 2013 featured numerous rookies, including Antetokounmpo, Middleton, Dion Waiters, Ning Yi, Shabazz Napier, John Henson, and Nate Walters. Observing Antetokounmpo and Middleton, a sense of inspiration welled within Ning Yi. If Antetokounmpo and Middleton could shine brilliantly in the years to come, why couldn't he? True heroes do not concern themselves with their origins. Time alone validates everything. All the mockery and derision, when one stands atop the pinnacle, will inevitably transform into awe and admiration. As the first quarter progressed for a few minutes, both teams began to substitute players. The Bucks introduced Antetokounmpo and Brandon Knight, while the Timberwolves brought in Cunningham and Dion. Although Cunningham faced a tough matchup against Gay and struggled, Adelman did not hold it against him and continued to afford him ample opportunity. When Brewer exited, he sent Cunningham onto the court, perhaps overwhelmed by excitement. Cunningham played with vigor but displayed a lack of shooting touch, missing his first 2 attempts before finally scoring on his 3rd try. However, in the following minutes, Cunningham failed to score again and even committed a turnover, allowing the opposition to capitalize on a fast break. Adelman then made further substitutions, bringing in Love, Martin, and Rubio to provide experience to the bench players. With just 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Adelman turned to Ning E and said, "Ning, get ready to replace Cunningham." "Understood." Ning E responded with enthusiasm. At this moment, the players on the court for the Timberwolves were Dion, toRewrite, Ning E, Biyombo, and Beria. With just 1 minute and 53 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Ning E made his entrance. In the stands, some fans expressed their delight at finally seeing Ning E take the floor, while others remained skeptical, recalling his dismal performance in the last game, which was merely yesterday, and doubting any swift transformation in his play. Offense. The Timberwolves initiated their attack, with Beria advancing the ball. Upon reaching the front court, he passed to Biyombo and signaled to Ning E and the others to position themselves according to the strategy. Ning E sprang into action, dashing towards the paint. Circling around the baseline, Dion moved to set a screen for Biyombo, while Beria positioned himself at the right corner beyond the arc. And toRewrite provided a pick for Ning E, effectively obstructing the defender. Thus, although the ball was in Biyombo's hands, both Ning E and Beria posed potential threats. Biyombo could either take the shot himself or distribute the ball to either Ning E or Beria. In reality, Biyombo found himself without an opportunity to shoot and opted to pass. He intended to deliver the ball to Beria, but suddenly Middleton appeared, blocking the path between him and Beria. Reluctantly, he directed the pass to Ning E. Deep down, Biyombo harbored doubts about Ning E's capabilities. Given his previous lackluster performance and the fact that he was a rookie, it was hard to believe he could adjust and regain his form so swiftly. In the stands, spectators instinctively turned their gaze toward Ning E. With a deep breath, he caught the ball, leaped into the air, and found a sense of tranquility within himself. At that moment, he felt as though time had slowed to a crawl. Everything around him had vanished, leaving an expansive void in which only he and the hoop existed. He fixed his gaze upon the basket, his wrist flicking with precision. Away it went. In the next instant, with a swish, the ball sailed through the net, lifting the rim like a cresting wave, pure and resplendent. It went in, a splendid shot. The audience erupted, fans cheering for Ning E. On the sidelines, Terry Porter wore a smile, while Adelman nodded in approval. The sharpshooter Ning E had returned. Chapter 33, The Hoop Like the Ocean. 25-22. The Timberwolves led by 3 points. The Bucks launched a counterattack, their lineup featuring center Radulika, power forward Antetokounmpo, small forward Middleton, shooting guard Graham, and point guard Riedno. Riedno advanced the ball into the front court, with Radulika setting a screen to assist him. Seizing the opportunity, Riedno eluded Beria, but Dion stepped up to switch defenses with Beria, positioning himself in front of Riedno. In the realm of the NBA, overly simplistic tactical maneuvers often fall short, as the moment one begins their action, the opposition is already aware of their intent. Reed passes the ball to Middleton. The year 2013 marked a significant period of advancement for Middleton. Having endured the trials of the previous season, his prowess has markedly improved, beginning to reveal glimpses of brilliance during the preseason. With a series of swift directional changes, he deftly eludes Ning E, propelling himself off the floor with a powerful leap. Ning E, slower in his response, despite attempting to counter, is unable to keep pace. Middleton drives towards the paint. Meanwhile, Dion crouches low, coldly fixating on Middleton. He has gradually become accustomed to providing support for Ning E, honing his timing with increasing precision. Once again, as Middleton prepared to isolate, Dion was acutely aware that Ning E would likely be unable to withstand the challenge. Thus, he had already positioned himself advantageously, awaiting Middleton's advance. As Middleton surged forward and leaped into the air, Dion mirrored his ascent, refraining from committing a foul. Instead, he spread his arms wide, effectively obstructing Middleton's shooting lane. Damn it! Middleton cursed under his breath, twisting midair with an effortful maneuver, but his rhythm was disrupted, leaving him to release a feeble shot. Thud! The ball clanged off the rim and soared away. At that moment, toRewrite leaped into the air, poised to seize the rebound. Caution was warranted. From behind, a startled cry erupted as a figure surged forth, and toRewrite felt a rush of air sweep past him. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision as a pair of elongated arms arched over his head, securing the basketball before he could react. This is Antetokounmpo, a figure of towering height and remarkable wingspan, possessing extraordinary leaping ability. Although his physique is leaner than that of toRewrite, he suddenly emerged, catching toRewrite off guard. Completely unprepared for the onslaught. With great force, Antetokounmpo seized the basketball and slammed it down towards the hoop. The resounding clang reverberated through the arena. igniting a wave of excitement among the Bucks fans in the stands, who erupted in cheers. toRewrite cast a glance at Antetokounmpo, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. It was utterly absurd that a rookie had managed to execute such a dunk over him. However, he was not surprised. After all, the Greek freak is destined to become a superstar in the NBA, effortlessly racking up 20, 30, or even 40 to 50 points in a single game. Such an individual possesses extraordinary qualities, even if he has yet to fully mature. The Timberwolves launched a counterattack. The ball swiftly advanced to the frontcourt. Beria distributed the ball to Batum, who then passed it to toRewrite. toRewrite faced Antetokounmpo, using his strength to push into the paint. But before he could establish position in the key, he was met with a double team and had no choice but to pass it out to the perimeter. After several exchanges, Ning-E, employing his elusive footwork, evaded Middleton, received a pass from his teammate, and without a moment's hesitation, raised his hand to shoot. Bang! Unfortunately, the shot did not find its mark. It was just a bit too heavy. Ning-E thought to himself, undeterred. At this moment, only a few seconds remained in the first quarter. The Milwaukee Bucks struggled in their offensive attempt, allowing the Minnesota Timberwolves to launch a counterattack. Upon reaching the front court, Beria prepared to slow down the tempo. Meanwhile, the Bucks players also decelerated. With 20 seconds left on the clock, the Timberwolves had one last opportunity for an offensive play, likely intending to utilize the remaining seconds before initiating their attack. Thus, they remained unhurried. Suddenly, an opportunity arose. Ning-E's eyes lit up as he noticed Middleton's momentary lapse in focus. He executed a backdoor cut, swiftly distancing himself from Middleton, and shouted towards Beria, "Ball." With a swift motion, the ball was passed to him. Ning-E seized the ball, leaped without hesitation, and, reminiscent of his previous shot, raised his hand to take the shot. Swish! At this moment, it has arrived. A subtle smile graced Ning-E's lips the instant the basketball left his hands. He was certain it would find its way through the net. It was an extraordinary sensation, one could say, with a hint of exaggeration, that the hoop appeared as vast as the ocean. Well done, Ning! The fans erupted from the stands. On the court, Dion and Beria rushed towards Ning-E, exchanging high fives with him. The ball is quite splendid. Within just over a minute, Ning-E has already scored 2 goals, accumulating 4 points. With mere seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Bucks, pressed for time, hurriedly attempt a shot, but the basketball ricochets off the rim. The score now stands at 27-24, with the Timberwolves still leading by 3 points. In a span of just over a minute, having made 2 out of 3 attempts, Ning-E's performance today is commendable. It seems he has successfully rebounded from the disappointment of the previous game. This is partly due to the fact that he is not matched against Guy. In the stands, spectators are engaged in discussions. Some laud Ning-E's skills, while others express their disdain, having previously derided him to the point of becoming his critics. However, such opinions no longer sway Ning-E. His resolve has grown stronger and more steadfast than ever, impervious to external influences. Given Ning-E's performance in the first quarter, it was not long into the second quarter before he was granted another opportunity to play. Upon entering the game, Ning-E quickly seized an opportunity. Capitalizing on the opponent's momentary lapse, he dashed along the baseline, received a pass from his teammate, and executed a mid-range jump shot with determination, successfully scoring another 2 points. It is far from over. Shortly thereafter, Ning-E successfully executed a backward jump shot against his defender, securing his 8th point. In the ensuing minutes, the opposing team intensified their defense against him, resulting in a missed shot. However, he swiftly regained his momentum, delivering a mid-range jumper just inside the 3-point line, a long 2-pointer. With that basket, Ning-E had already amassed 10 points. 10 points. The first half was not yet concluded, and he had already reached this milestone. His shooting touch was truly exceptional today, hitting 5 out of 7 attempts, with only 2 misses. I have a feeling that Ning might just explode today, perhaps even reaching 20 points. Could it be? Anything is possible. We shall wait and see. In the stands, the spectators buzzed with excitement, beginning to anticipate the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, in Minneapolis, at a minor protection agency, Yi Qian and Xia Xiaoyu sat together, with Xia Xiaoyu fixated on the television, which was broadcasting the NBA Summer League match between the Timberwolves and the Bucks. Xia Xiaoyu had surprisingly developed an interest in basketball. Could it be because of that guy? Yi Qian watched Ning-E on the screen, her heart heavy with concern, pondering the nature of Xia Xiaoyu's relationship with him. In Huaxia, Yishur at the 9th middle school, a group of students erupted in jubilant screams, expressing their excitement. Ning-E was one of their own, an alumnus of the 9th Middle School, and witnessing his impressive performance filled them with pride. Chapter 34 focused solely on shooting in South Dakota. The match between the Timberwolves and the Bucks continued. With 5 minutes gone in the second quarter, both teams had made several personnel adjustments, yet Ning Yi remained on the court. With a shooting efficiency of 5 out of 7, it was evident that Ning Yi was in excellent form today, prompting Adelman to keep him on the floor for his reliable offensive output. On the sidelines, Cunningham wore a distressed expression. He had initially thought this would be his opportunity to ascend the ranks, relegating several backup small forwards, including Ning Yi, to the bench, thereby positioning himself as the primary backup. When Brewer came off the bench early in the first quarter, it kindled his hopes, and he remained active on the court, performing decently, albeit not spectacularly. But who could have predicted that Ning Yi would suddenly erupt? In such a short span, he had already scored 10 points. That infuriating fellow. Does he only have one trick up his sleeve? Cunningham cursed inwardly, but had to concede that once Ning Yi found his rhythm, it was more effective than anything else. Nearby, Shabazz, Budinger, and Williams wore expressions of bitterness. It was one thing to be outpaced by Cunningham, but now with Ning Yi also igniting, it felt like there was no hope left. What else could they look forward to? Few people are concerned with the thoughts of others. Their eyes are fixed on the game. The Minnesota Timberwolves are on the offensive, featuring Pekovic, Hailmeyer, Ning Martin, and Rubio. As Rubio advances into the front court, he executes a deceptive drive before delivering a precise pass into the paint. Pekovic receives the ball, feigns a move, causing his defender to leap, and then ascends to score while drawing a foul. The crowd erupts in applause. He steps to the free throw line, but unfortunately, he fails to convert the additional shot. In the subsequent play, the Timberwolves commit a turnover, allowing the opposing team to launch a fast break. Middleton sprints down the court with remarkable speed, finishing with a one-handed slam dunk. Over the next few possessions, Ning Yi remains composed, choosing not to force a shot when the opportunity is unfavorable, instead opting to distribute the ball to his teammates. As the game progresses, the Timberwolves manage to extend their lead to 8 points over the Bucks. At this moment, Ning Yi finally seizes his chance. Martin and Rubio execute consecutive drives, creating chaos in the Bucks' defense, while Ning Yi stealthily positions himself near the baseline, where space opens up before him. Whoosh! The ball soars toward him. Rubio's vision and passing ability are exceptional. As Ning Yi finds the opportunity, the ball is swiftly delivered to him. He catches it and with a flick of his wrist. Will it go in? In an instant swoosh, the basketball glides through the hoop, another flawless shot. That brings his tally to 12 points, 6 out of 8. A staggering 75 shooting accuracy. His hand is indeed scorching hot. The crowd is astonished. Ning Yi's shooting percentage is extraordinary, his steadiness remarkable. Not only does he appear transformed from the previous game, but he also surpasses his performance from the first preseason game by a considerable margin. While some spectators are simply thrilled and enjoying the spectacle, others perceive the underlying nuances. Compared to the earlier 2 games, Ning has made significant strides. In just 2 or 3 matches, he has displayed remarkable improvement in shot selection, patience in capitalizing on opportunities, and overall maturity in his gameplay. This rate of progress is truly astonishing. These individuals are connoisseurs, perceiving nuances that elude the average fan, possessing an extraordinary acumen for detail, and distinctly recognizing Ning Yi's advancement. Yet this progress is remarkably swift. A little over a minute later, Ning Yi took a shot, but was fouled, although the ball did not find the net. He was granted the opportunity to step to the free throw line. Regrettably, he succeeded in only one of his 2 attempts. At this moment, the Bucks called for a timeout. Seizing this opportunity, Adelman substituted Ning Yi, giving his arm a gentle pat and smiling as he said, "Well done. Take a breather for now. You'll be back on shortly." A wave of joy surged through Ning Yi's heart. The prospect of returning to the court promised a substantial playing time today. With his exceptional shooting touch, he might well score a few more points when he returned. In the final moments of the quarter, the Timberwolves maintained a firm grip on the Bucks. Love dominated the court with remarkable prowess, while the current Antetokounmpo found himself unable to contend with Love as brilliance. Reminiscent of yesterday's encounter between Ning Yi and Gay, where the latter was utterly overwhelmed and unable to defend effectively. As the second quarter concluded, the Timberwolves held a 13-point lead. Shortly thereafter, the halftime break came to an end and the second half commenced. However, right from the outset, the Timberwolves encountered difficulties, suffering from a scoring drought, and the once comfortable 13-point lead dwindled rapidly to a mere 6 points. At this juncture, Adelman made substitutions, bringing Love and Martin onto the court. He turned to Ning Yi and said, "You too, enter the game. Your sole task is to shoot. The opposing defense will undoubtedly focus on Love and Martin. Thus you will have your opportunities. Just ensure that you score. Disregard everything else." "Understood," Ning Yi replied, exchanging glances with Love, Martin, and the others, who nodded in mutual agreement as the whistle signaling the end of the timeout sounded. The match resumed. The Timberwolves initiated their offense, with Love quickly demonstrating his prowess, aggressively attacking the basket. Although he failed to convert his shot, he drew a foul, stepping to the free throw line and confidently sinking both attempts. In contrast, Martin was not in peak form that day, despite employing his usual strategy. His shots simply would not find the net. Even a straightforward layup seemed to bounce off the rim, leaving him in disbelief. What was even more frustrating was when the Bucks committed a turnover, allowing the Timberwolves to launch a fast break. Martin raced down the court as Rubio executed a long pass to the front. Seizing the ball, Martin took 3 swift steps, facing an unguarded basket, only to miss a one-handed dunk. The Timberwolves fans were left in shock. Martin himself was momentarily stunned, failing to pursue the rebound, utterly flabbergasted that even such a straightforward dunk could elude him. Overwhelmed with frustration, he called out to Ning Yi, saying, "Ning, pay attention to your positioning. I will pass the ball to you. Just shoot without hesitation." Ning Yi countered, "And what about you?" Martin's lips twitched slightly. "I will limit my attempts." Although Martin intended to reduce his shooting, in reality, he refrained from shooting altogether, even when opportunities arose, selflessly prioritizing his teammates. As a result, Ning Yi found himself with increased chances. In the ensuing minutes, he took several shots, experiencing a slight dip in shooting percentage, yet maintaining over 50%. He immersed himself fully in the game, focusing solely on shooting without concern for anything else. After a few minutes, Ning Yi successfully made 3 more baskets, bringing his score to a commendable 19 points. At this moment, people suddenly realized that aside from scoring 19 points, Ning Yi remarkably recorded no rebounds, no assists, and certainly no steals or blocks. Chapter 35. The first game with 20. With 19 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 steals, 0 blocks, 0 turnovers, and 0 fouls. This statistical line is indeed unprecedented. Ning truly is exceptional. The fans were at a loss for words, finding the situation both amusing and perplexing. The statistics were so unconventional that despite nearing a score of 20, all other figures remained at 0. At this moment, the broadcasting unit became aware of the situation and promptly displayed Ning Yi's statistics on the screen. Initially, the audience was astonished to see the 19 points, followed by an array of zeros that left them speechless. "Is Ning doing this on purpose?" inquired a fan seated before the television. "That seems unlikely," replied another, shaking his head, yet upon a closer glance at the screen, he smirked, but then again, it might just be possible. Meanwhile, a student in another location was howling like a wolf, pointing at the television and shouting, "He is a one-trick pony. This guy is even more one-dimensional than I am." Indeed, Ning Yi was remarkably one-dimensional today. Apart from shooting, he accomplished little else, a nearly impossible feat for a small forward. Moreover, he had ample playing time. In truth, Ning Yi himself found the situation rather peculiar. He rubbed his nose, contemplating whether he should strive for an assist or a rebound to avoid the awkwardness of being perceived as utterly inept in all areas apart from scoring. He chuckled softly. Adelman, amused, saw nothing amiss. The reason he allotted Ning Yi so much playing time was precisely due to his shooting ability. As long as he could make baskets, everything else was secondary. To put it plainly, he utilized Ning Yi as a pure shooter, never truly considering him a conventional small forward despite assigning him that position. Swish! On the court, Love sank a 3-pointer, prompting a timeout from the Bucks. At this moment, the Timberwolves held a commanding lead of over 15 points, establishing an undeniable advantage. Love, Martin, and Ning Yi were all substituted by Adelman, who brought in other players. Sitting on the sidelines, Ning Yi observed the court, where the Timberwolves continued to dominate. The Bucks appeared to be losing steam, their spirit waning, and the gap in score widening. Given the situation, it seemed unlikely that he would have the opportunity to play. Watching the score with a sense of despair, Ning Yi pondered the significant deficit and questioned whether he would still have a chance to enter the game. Aside from scoring, what would become of the string of zeros trailing behind? As the third quarter concluded, Ning Yi remained on the bench. Entering the fourth quarter, he still did not take to the court, and Adelman refrained from bringing back Love and Martin. with the Timberwolves now ahead by 17 points, barring any unforeseen circumstances. It seemed that Love and Martin would not return to play. In truth, Adelman's decision to keep Ning E off the court was not necessarily detrimental. It indicated that Ning E's standing in his mind had ascended above that of Shabazz and Williams. In subsequent games, Ning E would likely receive ample playing time, unlike Shabazz and Williams, who could only make brief appearances during garbage time. Yet, Ning E was discontent, feeling that his statistics were exceedingly awkward. Unbeknownst to him, over 8 minutes had passed in the fourth quarter, with the Timberwolves still leading by a significant margin and the Bucks' determination nearly extinguished. At this moment, the match had devolved into mere garbage time. It was over. This time it would indeed be embarrassing. Ning E forced a smile, as he could almost envision the chatter that would ensue once the game concluded. However, the focus was not on his 19 points. Rather, it lay on his dismal statistics: 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 steals, 0 blocks, and even his fouls and turnovers were non-existent. It was likely that many would find this utterly amusing. 2 minutes later, it seemed that Adelman finally realized this, glancing at Ning. "Ning, you go in," replaced Badinger. Understood. Ning E rose with excitement. Although only a little over a minute remained, there was still a chance to secure a rebound or an assist, which would alleviate some of the awkwardness. Look, Ning is back on the court. It seemed he was being sent in to pad his stats, as the game had lost all suspense. He was there to chase rebounds and assists, having already scored enough points. It was just the other statistics that were glaringly deficient, something he himself likely found intolerable. The audience erupted in laughter. Some individuals became particularly boisterous, shouting from the stands, urging Ning E to seize a rebound or an assist, and if that failed, to at least create a turnover or commit a foul. As these sounds reached his ears, Ning E rolled his eyes in exasperation. Did he truly make such a foolish error or foul? After all, he was a professional player. With just over a minute remaining, the match continued. The Timberwolves initiated their offense, methodically progressing once the ball reached the front court. With the outcome already determined, time consumption was of little consequence. There was no need for haste, just a steady approach. Ning E made a backdoor cut, received a pass from his teammate, drawing the attention of the defenders before distributing the ball. Unfortunately, his teammate failed to convert, rendering his assist null. The Bucks counterattacked and scored as the Timberwolves resumed their offense. At this moment, time was running short. Following this offensive play, there would be little opportunity for further attempts. This was their sole chance. Ning E focused on the hoop, observing his teammate's shot, instinctively aware that it would not succeed. He swiftly darted towards the paint, vying for the rebound. Ning E astutely discerned the direction in which the ball would rebound. After making a decisive entry, he positioned himself perfectly, his heart brimming with confidence. He leaped, extending his hand towards the basketball. The rebound was within reach. Yet, at that moment, an arm surged forth, almost simultaneously with Ning Yi's attempt to touch the ball. The basketball was deftly deflected, soaring into the air, and, astonishingly, with a swish, it descended into the hoop. The spectators were left speechless. How could this happen? Such incredible luck. Even the players on the sidelines were taken aback. On the court, Ning E could only manage a wry smile as his golden opportunity slipped away. He turned to regard the individual who had disrupted his moment, John Henson. However, John Henson himself appeared equally bewildered, for it was indeed he who had inadvertently guided the ball into the net, a comical own goal. This counts as a 2-point basket, attributed to Ning E, raising his score to 21 points. As the big screen displayed Ning Yi's new statistics for the match, the fans in the stands could no longer contain their excitement. Haha, Ning has surpassed 20 points. However, the manner in which this rebound transformed into points was rather unconventional. He ought to express his gratitude to Henson, who, noticing Ning was on the verge of hitting 20, lent a helping hand. Yet, I can't help but notice that Ning doesn't seem particularly elated. It's quite the conundrum, scoring over 20 for the first time in his NBA career, yet in such an unusual fashion. Moreover, aside from his points, all other statistics remain at 0. Undoubtedly, Ning stands out as the most dazzling star of the day. I can assure you, he will become the focal point of discussion among fans, with countless supporters remembering him in this match. Conversations abounded, filled with sheer joy. Meanwhile, Ning E felt a pang of frustration. What is this? I just need 1 rebound. Is that too much to ask? Chapter 36, the scoring king of the match ultimately. As the game came to a close, the Timberwolves triumphed over the Bucks with a score of 102-86, securing yet another victory, and notably, a resounding one, winning by a margin of 16 points. In this match, the highest scorer was Ning E, who accumulated a total of 21 points, with all but one coming from mid-range shots. Congratulations, Ning. Haha, today you are the king of scoring. A group of teammates surrounded Ning Yi, offering their heartfelt congratulations. Ning Yi reciprocated each gesture, albeit with a somewhat forced smile. While achieving 21 points and being the top scorer is undoubtedly a commendable feat, he couldn't help but feel a sense of emptiness, as all his other contributions amounted to nothing. The king of scoring in the entire arena finds himself in a rather awkward position. At the back of the crowd, Shabazz, Battinger, and Cunningham observed Ning Yi, with Cunningham sneering, remarking with a hint of jealousy. Aside from those 20 points, he has nothing to show for it. Hearing this, Shabazz and the others nodded in agreement. Ning Yi's statistics are destined to become a topic of discussion. Many will surely find amusement in it. However, deep down, Shabazz and his companions are predominantly filled with envy and jealousy. If given the choice, they would prefer to be the subject of ridicule rather than Ning Yi. For while others may tally up to 0, that 21 points is indisputable. Yet it is not entirely accurate. At least the last point does not count, as it was an oversight. Ning Yi did not aim to score, but rather sought to secure a rebound, courtesy of John Henson. Did you catch the game between the Timberwolves and the Bucks? It was utterly fascinating. Indeed, I watched it, and to my astonishment, Ning managed to score 21 points. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. What stands out is that apart from those points, all his other statistics are zeros. No fouls, no turnovers, nothing at all. Indeed, it is remarkable that someone like Ning Yi, having played over 20 minutes, could achieve 21 points without a single rebound, assist, block, or steal, and without any fouls or turnovers. The spectators are abuzz with chatter, thoroughly entertained. Ning Yi's statistics are truly unprecedented, placing him at the center of attention. Of course, one cannot overlook his 21 points. He is still a rookie, having played merely 3 preseason games, with scores exceeding 15 points in 2 of them. After these 3 matches, Ning Yi averages 13.7 points, ranking among the top 3 for all rookies. Kelly Ryan also expressed his approval of Ning Yi's performance on his personal Twitter, choosing to remain silent about the string of zeros, for those 21 points speak volumes. In conclusion, he conveyed his growing interest in Ning Yi and his anticipation for his future performances. Meanwhile, some journalists approached Chris Gent to inquire about his thoughts on Ning Yi's performance, evidently seeking to stir controversy. Regardless of whether Chris Gent felt uncomfortable, the mere presence of a topic sufficed. Chris Gent's expression darkened as he cast a sidelong glance at the reporter and retorted, "I stand by my previous statements. I still do not believe that Ning can play in the NBA. This was merely one game, and it means little." "Mr. Gent," a reporter interjected, "this marks Ning's 3rd game. I mean his first game scoring over 20 points," the reporter clarified. Chris Gent's expression grew even more somber as he scoffed. "Time will reveal all. Let us wait and see." The reporter pressed on. "Do you think he can score 20 points in the next game?" "The next game?" Chris Gent chuckled derisively. "If my memory serves me right, the Timberwolves are set to face the Raptors. In their last encounter with the Raptors, how many points did Ning score?" Yes, it was merely 2 points." I doubt he will fare much better this time. He was thoroughly outmatched by Guy. Scoring 20 points is utterly impossible. Even 10 points seems a stretch. I would wager on just 2 points. It cannot be any higher." After finishing his words, Chris Gent chuckled once more. A group of reporters joined in laughter, setting the stage for yet another topic of discussion, regardless of Ning Yi's performance in the upcoming game. In truth, Chris Gent, having navigated the NBA for many years, was well aware of the reporter's tricks. However, he did not mind being used, as he harbored a genuine disdain for Ning Yi. Moreover, he truly doubted Ning Yi's capability to thrive in the NBA. Having spent time in the Kings training camp, Chris Gent fancied himself knowledgeable about Ning Yi, believing that with Ning Yi's current prowess, he could not make it in the NBA. What he failed to realize was that the Ning Yi of today was not the same as the one from before. Back in the Kings training camp, Ning Yi was merely an undrafted rookie, yet to benefit from the star development system, still just a 20-year-old youth. However, the current Ning Yi, while physically still at 20, possessed a soul that had matured well beyond his years, coupled with the advantages of the star development system, rendering his abilities far superior to those of his past. In Huaxia, Yishur at the 9th high school, students were abuzz with discussions about Ning Yi's remarkable resurgence, his 21 points, and a string of zeros beyond his scoring. The upperclassman remarked on his evident specialization. Indeed, it was a specialization, but one that was impressively executed, despite having played only 3 games. Ning Yi had already become an undeniable idol in the hearts of the ninth high students, who harbored great expectations for him, much like many Huaxia fans. For these fans, Ning Yi was a delightful surprise. People tend to invest immense enthusiasm in surprises, and thus, in a mere 3 games, Ning Yi had risen to prominence. In the United States, Minneapolis, at the Target Center's underground training facility. Following their match against the Bucks, the Timberwolves returned to Minneapolis, where they could enjoy a 2-day respite before facing the Toronto Raptors once again at home. For others, this might merely be another preseason game indistinguishable from the rest. Yet for Ning Yi, this game held significant importance. In just a few days, he would once again confront the Raptors, and once more, he would face Gay. This was both a test and an opportunity for him. Once again facing Gay, how Ning Yi would perform would undoubtedly become the focal point of attention. He felt the pressure within, contemplating how to approach this matchup. Nevertheless, this also represented a chance. If Ning Yi could deliver an exceptional performance, he could prove himself and silence those who had ridiculed him. This time, it was imperative that he did not repeat his previous mistakes. Ning Yi silently vowed. It was 8:30 in the evening, and the gymnasium was deserted, save for Ning Yi. The day's training had long concluded, and the other players had departed. Ning Yi, however, remained behind, committed to extra practice. Undoubtedly, the system was extraordinary. Once Ning Yi perfected a skill, the next would automatically unlock. Yet, advancing a skill to its pinnacle and mastering the subsequent integration required his own perseverance, demanding he exert more effort than others. Chapter 37. Continuous breakthrough with a swish. He shot again and again, each time finding the net. Ning Yi was honing his shooting technique, extending his range from mid-range to 3-point shots. He was no longer confined to the mid-range. Even as a shooter, the 3-point shot was an indispensable skill. He jogged to the basket, retrieved the ball, and, with one hand, dribbled it beyond the 3-point line. This alone served to enhance his ball-handling abilities. After a brief aim, he released the ball. Swish! The sound echoed softly as the ball sank through the hoop. In the next moment, Ning Yi repeated the cycle, retrieving the ball, returning to the 3-point line, shooting, and retrieving again. Ning Yi's 3-point shooting ability had only reached level 5, barely meeting the threshold, and was significantly inferior to his mid-range shooting, with a rather low success rate. To capture his coach's attention and secure playing time, efficiency was paramount. Thus, he seldom relied on 3-pointers, as their success rate was lower than that of mid-range shots, making them less efficient for him. Nevertheless, the 3-point shot yielded 1 additional point. And Ning Yi was acutely aware of the NBA's evolution over the coming years, where the 3-pointer would dominate the league, becoming a formidable weapon. In a few years, nearly every player in the league would be shooting from beyond the arc, including centers who previously operated solely within the paint. Therefore, mastering the 3-point shot was imperative for Ning Yi. After another half hour, Ning Yi paused to catch his breath, beads of sweat cascading down his face. His jersey thoroughly soaked. The floor beneath him had become a small puddle of perspiration. A few minutes later, he commenced training for rebounds. The system remarked on his progress. Ning Yi noted, "Banting keabiri." His rebounding ability had only reached level 4, just enough to meet the standard of a professional player. It remained rather mediocre in the NCAA, often yielding few rebounds, either relying on height or merely picking up loose balls. During this period, alongside Ning Yi's rigorous training, his rebounding abilities have significantly improved, yet he has not yet transcended to level 5. Thud! Clap! Ning Yi repeatedly launched the basketball towards the backboard, and as it rebounded, he soared into the air, extending his arm to grasp the ball firmly. This cycle continued, and with each repetition, Ning Yi grew increasingly adept. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Ning Yi's mind, followed by an exhilarating announcement. Rebounding skill activated, level 5 achieved, commencing integration. In that fleeting moment, Ning Yi felt a jolt throughout his body, a smile blossoming upon his face. His rebounding skill had finally transcended to level 5. Though it had yet to reach the threshold of the NBA, it was nonetheless a commendable achievement, ensuring he could secure a few rebounds in any given game. With a sigh of relief, Ning Yi mused that the awkwardness of the previous match would likely not recur. In truth, standing at a height of 203 centimeters, Ning Yi was not short. He simply possessed a slender physique that disadvantaged him during positioning and contention for rebounds, coupled with his relative lack of strength. There were instances when, despite being the first to touch the ball, he could not wrest it away. Thus, his rebounding ability had previously languished at a mere level 4, merely adequate for the CBA, as he often relied on sheer luck during his college days. However, With recent enhancements in his skills, physical attributes, and tactical awareness, Ning Yi's rebounding prowess surged to its pinnacle at level 4, unlocking the coveted level 5 skill. This newfound ability would not instantaneously transform him into a rebounding powerhouse, but it would enhance his anticipation, awareness, and ball control, thereby augmenting his rebounding capabilities. Next, he commenced a series of shuttle runs and three-quarter court sprints. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, "More training?" Ning Yi's smile faded, replaced by a wry grin. Yet, he understood that the system's directives were grounded in reason, and he generally adhered to them. Thus, he began his shuttle runs and three-quarter court sprints. This serves as a training for speed. On the basketball court, players must continuously move back and forth. Upon closer examination, it becomes evident that they predominantly engage in variable speed running, alternating between rapid bursts and slower paces, with the rhythm perpetually shifting. This necessitates that they cannot, like track athletes, have sufficient distance to accelerate. Rather, they must increase their speed within a limited range while also maintaining control of the ball. Currently, Ning Yi's ball handling skill is at level 5, which is commendable in most professional leagues, yet falls short in the NBA, failing to meet even the minimum standard. However, as he is not a point guard, at least according to his current technical attributes, he does not need to pursue the speed of ball advancement. It suffices that he runs swiftly without the ball. With a whoosh, Ning Yi dashed forward, the sound of rushing wind enveloping him. The relentless shuttle runs and the exhausting three-quarter sprints demand immense physical stamina. Within merely 10 minutes, he was nearing his limit, his lungs ablaze. "Do not stop," the system urged, taking a deep breath to alleviate the fiery sensation in his lungs. Ning Yi gritted his teeth and persevered. As a few more minutes passed, Ning Yi found it increasingly difficult to endure. His legs were propelled forward by sheer inertia and instinct, his breathing rapid and labored, feeling as though his brain were starved of oxygen. It was at this juncture that the system's voice resonated. Speed skill activated, level 6, skill integration commencing. Ning Yi was momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing that the system's insistence on his perseverance was to enable him to push through and unlock the 6th level of speed skill. In truth, strictly speaking, speed, strength, and explosiveness are not skills per se, but rather capabilities of the body. Nonetheless, the system quantifies them alongside shooting and passing. Furthermore, as they are quantified, speed, strength, explosiveness, and jumping ability are integrated into the system. Once Ning Yi reaches a pinnacle, the next level will automatically unlock, facilitating further transformation and enhancement of his physicality. This aspect is truly remarkable. Within the system, speed, strength, explosiveness, and jumping ability are similarly categorized into 9 levels. Previously, Ning Yi's jumping, explosiveness, and strength were rather mediocre, hovering around level 4, with speed being his strongest attribute, attaining level 5. During this period, the system devised a physical training regimen and a dietary plan for Ning Yi, leading to a notable enhancement in his physical capabilities, particularly his speed, which has now approached level 6. Today, after successfully securing a rebound, Ning Yi made further strides, reaching a pivotal milestone as his speed attained level 6, marking the threshold for the NBA. With his rebounding at level 5, speed at level 6, complemented by a mid-range shooting skill of level 7 and positional play at level 6, he felt an impending leap in his prowess. Ning Yi mused, filled with excitement. However, before he could revel in his achievements, the system doused his enthusiasm with cold reality. "Do not celebrate too soon. Even at this moment, your mid-range shooting is commendable. But in other aspects, you merely meet the NBA's entry level. Compared to others, you still lag significantly and must strive harder." "I understand," Ning Yi replied, his expression falling. Chapter 38. A rematch against the Raptors. The system's words were blunt and unembellished, delivering a harsh blow. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Ning Yi could not help but acknowledge the truth in the system's assessment. Although he had made considerable progress, a gap remained when compared to other NBA players. Even among this year's rookies, there were areas where he fell short. Ning Yi couldn't help but feel envious of those with innate athleticism, superior speed, vertical leap, explosive power, and strength, attributes that were partly cultivated, yet also attributed to their natural gifts, giving them a significant head start. Without the system, he feared that he might never catch up to them. Ning Yi sighed, recognizing that his physical attributes were a disadvantage. His speed, leap, and explosiveness were inherently lacking. However, with the star development system at his disposal, the gap between him and others had been considerably narrowed. In fact, to some extent, he found himself at an advantage. This is Ning Yi's advantage. Take a break, then train for another half hour to solidify your skills, the system advised. Indeed, Ning Yi nodded in agreement. The subsequent half hour of training was not overly intense. It focused primarily on reinforcing his abilities, particularly regarding rebounding and speed. Having successfully made 2 breakthroughs today, a third was unlikely, hence the emphasis on consolidation. It was not until shortly after 9, edging towards 10, that Ning Yi finally departed from the gymnasium. A day later, on October 13th, the Timberwolves were set to host the Raptors at the Target Center. This marks the second encounter between the two teams within a matter of days. The previous match took place in Toronto, while this one unfolds in Minneapolis, now hosted at the home ground of the Timberwolves. The stands are brimming with Timberwolves supporters, exceeding 10,000 in number, astonishing many journalists, as attendance for preseason games typically does not surpass 10,000. Yet today, an impressive turnout has gathered. Many have come specifically to see Ning, including a significant number of Chinese fans. One journalist quickly recognized this among the crowd. A notable presence of Chinese supporters undoubtedly gathered in anticipation of Ning Yi's performance. In this match, the Timberwolves will once again face the Raptors, and Ning Yi will once more confront Gay. What will be the outcome? Will it reflect the momentum of the previous game, or will it resemble the second preseason match, where Gay dominated? Chinese fans harbor both anticipation and concern, yet they are unwilling to miss today's game. Thus many have come. Naturally, aside from the Chinese fans, there are even more Timberwolves supporters present at the Target Center, their home ground, eager to cheer for their team and give the Raptors a run for their money. At 6:50 p.m., the game is about to commence. The players gather around the coach, absorbing tactical instructions. Dion, Love, Brewer, Martin, Rubio, you are the starters. Adelman has chosen to start Dion today. Although his statistics are not particularly impressive, the young man is full of energy and plays with great tenacity, which endears him to Adelman. We will adhere to the strategies we practiced. Do you understand? Understood, the players respond in unison. After a few more reminders from Adelman, he puts away the tactical board and declares, "Let us go out there and play well. This is our home court, and we must win." The whistle blows, and the game begins. The Raptors starting lineup remains unchanged, featuring Valanciunas, Johnson, Gay, DeRozan, and Lowry. Clearly, Coach Dwayne Casey is unwilling to concede to the Timberwolves. Even with Dion as their center, he remains steadfast and does not substitute Valanciunas. However, youth has its advantages, as Dion manages to outjump Valanciunas during the tip-off, making first contact with the ball, which he taps back to Rubio, who initiates the advance. In their first offensive play, the Timberwolves display remarkable form. After several passes and intricate movements, Martin delivers the ball into the paint, where Brewer cuts in, receives the pass, and effortlessly lays it in. Timberwolves lead 2-0, taking the early advantage. The Raptors counterattack, spreading the interior, and pass the ball to Valanciunas, provoking disdain from the Timberwolves fans in the stands. Yet, Valanciunas pays no heed. He seizes the ball and asserts himself against Dion, using his body to create space. With a deceptive move, he capitalizes on Dion's momentary hesitation and executes a hook shot. Swish! It goes in. Despicable. So disgraceful to take advantage of a rookie. The fans exclaim. People expressed their discontent. To elaborate, the Raptors displayed a lack of sportsmanship. The Timberwolves were without their primary center, opting instead for a rookie. In contrast, the Raptors fielded their starting center and played in a rather excessive manner. As the team's cornerstone, Love naturally took it upon himself to defend his junior teammate. He positioned himself beyond the three-point line, called for the ball, and upon receiving it, executed a deceptive shot fake that caused the defender to leap. With a burst of speed, he penetrated the paint, faking a shot at Valanciunas, mirroring Valanciunas' earlier move against Dion. As Valanciunas jumped, Love seized the moment, leaping as well, brushing the ball against Valanciunas' arm before skillfully releasing it. A resounding smack echoed, followed by the referee's whistle, foul called. Remarkably, the shot went in. Excellent play, Love, well done. The Timberwolves fans erupted in cheers, shouting encouragement from the stands. Love maintained a composed demeanor as he approached the free throw line, smoothly converting the additional free throw for a 2-1 play. In the ensuing minutes, the Timberwolves continued to hold the upper hand, though the margin remained narrow. The Raptors were also performing admirably, with Gay and Lowry both in fine form, contributing points to the scoreboard. However, DeRozan appeared somewhat distracted, attempting only one shot in several minutes, which he missed, leading him to refrain from further attempts. After a few minutes, the Timberwolves led the Raptors by 2 points, 16-14. Substitutions were made. Adelman replaced Brewer with Ning E. On the Raptors side, Coach Casey also made changes, pulling Valanciunas and DeRozan for Aaron Gray and Greaves Vasquez. He chose to keep Gay on the court, recalling how, in their last encounter, Gay had scored over a dozen points at Ning-Yi's expense. While Ning-Yi had failed to score at all, it was only in the final minute that he managed to net a single point, narrowly avoiding a scoreless game. Based on the previous match, Gay had completely dominated Ning-Yi, prompting Coach Casey to leave Gay on the court to exploit that matchup. Amidst this back and forth, he believed the score would soon reverse. "Relax, we've got your back," Martin said, giving Ning-Yi an encouraging pat. "Okay," Ning-Yi nodded, glancing at Gay not far away. His emotions a tumultuous mix of nervousness, anxiety, determination, and anticipation. Yet, as Dion initiated the play from the baseline, the Timberwolves commenced their offensive, and Ning-Yi's heart settled. All extraneous emotions were now irrelevant. In this moment, it was solely about the game, as 2017 has passed and 2018 arrives. May everyone's wishes be fulfilled in the new year. Happy New Year! Additionally, chapters 36 and 37 have been revised. Chapter 39, once again, facing Guy, the Timberwolves launched their offensive. Rubio advanced the ball into the frontcourt, skillfully dribbling with one hand while gesturing to his teammates with the other, orchestrating their movements. Ning-Yi surged toward the paint, brushing past Love, who provided a solid screen for him. Ning-Yi slipped along the baseline to the opposite side. Meanwhile, Dion positioned himself on the perimeter, setting a pick for Rubio. With the ball in hand, Rubio made a decisive drive, taking a step forward before distributing the ball to Martin, who was also poised to penetrate. At this moment, Love stealthily retreated beyond the three-point arc. While the Raptors players were momentarily deceived by Ning-Yi's feint, Rubio and Martin's successive breakthroughs drew their attention, leaving Love unnoticed. With a swift motion, the ball soared through the air and landed in Love's hands. In the next instant, Love leaped and released a three-point shot. Swish! The ball swished through the net. A beautiful collaboration. Turning around, the Raptors aimed to retaliate. Once the ball reached their frontcourt, it was passed to Gay, while the others spread out, allowing Gay to engage in a one-on-one with Ning-Yi. "Here we go." Ning-Yi took a deep breath, extended his arms, and fixed his gaze squarely on Gay. Gay also met Ning-Yi's eyes, and as their gazes locked, he furrowed his brow. From Ning-Yi's expression, he perceived neither tension nor animosity, only calmness. "The last time, I almost overwhelmed him. Seeing me now, he should be filled with resentment. So why is he so composed?" Gay pondered silently, yet his movements remained unhurried. Regardless of Ning-Yi, he was determined to take him on. With a soft sound, Gay shifted his right foot slightly in front, exerting force with his left foot. The friction between his sneakers and the floor produced a sharp sound as his speed surged explosively, breaking through from the left. Ning-Yi made a precise judgment and moved swiftly. His speed had now escalated to level 6, significantly enhancing his reaction time. Unfortunately, Gay was even faster, and it wasn't merely speed. He possessed terrifying explosiveness. His initial step was so rapid that Ning-Yi could only manage to block a fraction of his path. Utterly unable to halt him, he felt an overwhelming force surge forth, his footing faltering as Gay pushed him aside. With a single step past Ning-Yi, Gay barreled into the paint, soaring toward Dion for a thunderous dunk. The sound echoed with a resounding clang as Gay hung from the rim with his right hand, his body swaying in midair. Under the immense force, the rim seemed to tremble, a truly astonishing display. Dion wore a gloomy expression, letting out a silent sigh. In this moment, the Timberwolves launched a counterattack. Upon reaching the frontcourt, Rubio sought out Love once more. However, this time, as soon as Love received the ball, he was immediately met with a double team from the Raptors. With a subtle flick of his wrist, he passed the ball out to the perimeter. Martin, holding the ball, surveyed the court, and just as he prepared to make a move, he noticed Ning-Yi making a reverse cut, circling around from the paint. Using Dion's screen to shake off Gay and sprint toward him. Swiftly, Martin made no hesitation and delivered a precise pass. Ning-Yi caught the ball, tapped it on the floor, seizing the opportunity to pivot. He then cradled the ball, pushed off the ground with both feet, and launched into a jump shot. The entire motion flowing seamlessly, exuding a sense of elegance. In the stands, fans watched intently, their eyes fixated on the basketball. They witnessed the ball soar from Ning-Yi's fingertips, adorned with vibrant hues, tracing a graceful arc through the air, culminating in a swish as it penetrated the net, sending forth a cascade of white waves. The shot was successful, a perfect swish. Yes, Ning excitedly pumped his fist, marking his first attempt of the day. With the rhythm from the previous game still lingering, his greatest asset. Not far away, Gay squinted. The Raptors initiated their offense. After Lowry advanced to the front court, he passed the ball to Gay. Observing the court dynamics, Gay noticed the opposing interior defender glancing at him with intent. A shiver ran down his spine. Instead of opting for a direct confrontation, he chose to distribute the ball. Several players began to move, passing the ball with patience, deliberately disrupting the Timberwolves' defensive formation, intentionally drawing the interior defenders out to the perimeter. At this moment, with merely 7 seconds remaining on the clock, ample space was created within the paint, and the ball found its way back in the hands of Guy once more. This time, Guy opted for a one-on-one against Ning. He executed a half-turn, using his back against Ning as he advanced 2 steps into the paint. Then, pivoting on his right foot, he swiftly spun again, transforming from back to the basket to facing the rim. With a surge of power emanating from both feet, he lunged forward like a ferocious beast charging towards the Wolves' basket. Ning, not one to lag behind, quickly retreated to establish his position. Yet, the disparity in strength between him and Guy was evident. A slight nudge from Guy caused Ning to falter momentarily, allowing Guy to leap and deliver a layup. Swish! The ball found its mark. Indeed, it was clear that Ning was at a disadvantage against Guy. This was hardly surprising. Only a few days had passed, and the gap in their abilities was substantial. How could he possibly catch up so swiftly? It appeared that Ning was in for another challenge today. Observers murmured their skepticism, doubting Ning's chances against Guy, noting the disparities in physical attributes, technique, and experience, factors that were not easily compensated for. In the next round, the Timberwolves failed to score, prompting a counterattack from the Raptors. The ball found its way back to Guy, who initiated another isolation against Ning. He tucked the ball against his waist, lowered his center of gravity, kept his left foot stationary, and tapped his right foot in front of him before accelerating suddenly to the left. Ning raised an eyebrow and immediately shifted his position, with his speed now reaching level 6. Ning's movements had noticeably improved. This time, his judgment was spot on, as he managed to position himself ahead of Guy, preventing him from breezing past. Guy frowned, somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated an easy bypass of Ning, but was surprised by his quick response. The contrast to their previous match was stark. Both his speed and competitive state had significantly improved. Behind him, Love stepped in to assist Ning's defense. Realizing the opportunity had slipped away, Guy opted to pass the ball. He had indeed managed to hold his ground, forcing Guy to distribute the ball. Some fans erupted with excitement, while others scoffed, dismissing the achievement. What a joke, it was clearly Love's contribution. Guy passed only because he saw him coming to help. If it had just been Ning alone, he would have surely been overpowered. This is indeed a fact, albeit an unflattering one. Ning has made significant progress. However, in a one-on-one matchup against Gay, without the assistance of teammates, he would undoubtedly find himself at a distinct disadvantage and likely be overwhelmed by Gay. Nevertheless, this is a competition, not a street duel, and Adelman is unconcerned with such matters. He cast a commendatory glance at Ning, accompanied by a subtle smile. At least based on the recent play, Ning has improved remarkably, managing to delay Gay's initial move, which was sufficient for his teammates to provide support. However, Ning cannot always thwart Gay, as the game is replete with unpredictability and variables. In the subsequent moments, Gay still managed to score 5 points over Ning. Conversely, Gay cannot continuously focus solely on Ning, and with the support of teammates, Ning also seized an opportunity to score 2 points. Although the points conceded exceeded those scored, he is merely a rookie. Just days prior, he was dominated by Gay, and now performing at this level is commendable. Chapter 40, Cut to the Basket. Halfway through the first quarter, Gay was substituted out for the backup small forward, Landry Fields. On the Timberwolves side, Adelman also replaced Love, Martin, and Dieng, bringing in Pekovic, Turiaf, and Biombo. After the substitution, Ning found himself matched up against Fields. Landry Fields is a tall wing player, possessing remarkable leaping ability and adept at securing rebounds. However, his shooting consistency leaves much to be desired, as he tends to rely more on driving to the basket for points. Nevertheless, on the defensive end, Fields is quite suited to guard small forwards. Observing Fields, Ning couldn't help but reminisce about Jeremy Lin. In 2012, Lin experienced an unexpected explosion of talent, igniting a frenzied dub insanity that swept through the NBA and the world. Throughout his NBA career, Lin faced numerous challenges, and the term sofa holds a uniquely significant meaning in his life. On the eve of his breakout in February 2012, Lin was residing on the sofa of Landry Fields' home, at a time when Fields was still with the Knicks. From that day forward, Lin commenced his extraordinary performances. It was also from that moment that people began to remember Landry Fields. More precisely, they remembered the sofa in Landry Fields' home. Time has since passed. Lin has moved to Houston, while Fields has transitioned to Toronto. The game continued, with the Raptors on the offense. Once the ball reached the front court, it was swiftly moved around. Currently, the Raptors lineup has only Lowry as a core player, with the rest being mostly substitutes, resulting in a somewhat scattered and unfocused approach, lacking particularly targeted strategies. On the court, no matter how intricate a strategy may be, it ultimately revolves around the players. Without individuals capable of handling the ball, many strategies become mere theoretical constructs. After several ball exchanges, the Raptors failed to find an opportunity, and the ball returned to Lowry. Lowry bent his knees, executed a fake drive, and then rose up for a jump shot, effortlessly releasing a three-pointer. Swish! The sound echoed as the ball cleanly found the net. With Lowry's successful three-pointer, the score shifted to 14-13, giving the Raptors a one-point lead. The Timberwolves inbound the ball, with Rubio bringing it up the court. Ning sprinted toward the front, positioning himself just as Fields closed in, guarding him closely and denying him any shooting space. Everyone knew that Ning's signature move was the mid-range jumper. If they restricted his shot opportunities and prevented him from easily executing his trademark shot, his threat diminished significantly. However, this time they were mistaken. Ning began to move with agility, his footwork resembling that of a butterfly. Suddenly, he accelerated to the right, and Fields, quick to react, stepped back. But at that moment, Ning abruptly halted, executing a sharp stop before changing direction and weaving around Fields, charging toward the paint. At this moment, the Raptors' interior defense was lacking, with all players drawn to the perimeter. Upon witnessing Ning's drive, Rubio's eyes sparkled as he executed a bounce pass. Ning seized the ball and, with a fluid motion, executed a graceful layup, securing 2 additional points. Astonishingly, it was a layup. After several matches, everyone had fallen into a misconception, believing that Ning was solely a shooter, and that the key to defending him was merely to prevent him from having opportunities to score. Yet, they overlooked a crucial aspect. Most exceptional shooters are also masters of movement, and many movement specialists excel in cutting to the basket. Previously, Ning had rarely cut to the basket, which led to his talents being underestimated, even by the Raptors players. By the time they realized their error, it was already too late. Ning executed the play with remarkable intelligence, timing it impeccably. Adelman chuckled, expressing his satisfaction with Ning's performance that day. The game continued on the court. In the ensuing minutes, Ning made 2 more cuts. However, one pass from a teammate failed to reach him. As Rubio had been substituted for Beria, while skilled, lacked Rubio's finesse in passing. In another instance, Ning faced interference from the opposing interior defense and opted not to force a shot, instead distributing the ball to the left corner beyond the three-point line, assisting Biyombo in making a successful three-pointer. At this moment, there was little time left in the first quarter, and Ning did not have another opportunity to shoot. As the first quarter concluded, he walked off the court with a tally of 6 points, 1 assist, and 1 rebound. Ning, well done. You played admirably. The players of the Timberwolves exclaimed, offering him high fives. In the recent matches, Ning's performance has captivated numerous fans and garnered the approval of his teammates. Aside from Shabazz and Badinger, who hold a less favorable view of him, the rest regard him quite positively. Ning, you are doing exceptionally well. This is how you should play, Terry Porter remarked with a smile, giving Ning a pat on the back. Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Adelman approached as well, stating, Ning, your footwork is commendable. Consider incorporating more cuts. This will benefit you greatly, as a broader array of offensive tactics will make it increasingly difficult for opponents to contain you. Indeed, Ning replied. Shortly thereafter, the second quarter commenced. In this segment, Ning engaged in a spirited contest for over 3 minutes, facing off against Guy while Adelman deliberately sought to hone his skills through this matchup. Despite the duration of their encounter, Ning found himself at a disadvantage. His prowess paled in comparison to Guy's, a gap that could not be bridged in a fleeting moment. Nonetheless, Ning was in a constant state of advancement. On the defensive front, although he could not fully contain Guy, he relied on the support of his teammates, ensuring that Guy could not effortlessly bypass him. Each basket that Guy made demanded greater exertion and focus. On the offensive end, Ning adopted a cautious approach, exhibiting stable shooting form. He refrained from taking shots unless a clear opportunity presented itself, and when it did, he executed with determination, regardless of defensive pressure or the possibility of a miss. Such is the nature of shooting. The more one hesitates, the more elusive the rhythm becomes, while an unwavering mindset often leads to success. After more than 3 minutes, Ning attempted 2 shots, successfully sinking one, and made a decisive cut to the basket where he received a pass from a teammate, finishing with a reverse layup to secure an additional 2 points. At this moment, Ning had already secured 10 points, along with 2 rebounds and 1 assist. Of course, Guy had also made a significant contribution to the scoreboard, amassing 13 points, 9 of which were either directly or indirectly scored at the expense of Ning. The scoring comparison clearly indicated Guy's advantage. However, Ning performed admirably, displaying a remarkable improvement compared to their previous encounter. As the halftime whistle blew, the score stood at 53-50, with the Timberwolves leading by 3 points. As Ning exited the court, he was met with the jubilant high fives of his teammates and the enthusiastic cheers from the audience. With 10 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist at halftime, Ning's performance was undeniably on par with his previous game against the Bucks. Those who had predicted he would struggle against Guy and fail to reach double digits were left with a stinging sense of defeat, as their assumptions were thoroughly disproven. Who could claim that Ning's scoring prowess could not exceed 10 points? It is only halftime, and he has already scored 10 points. Top Ternelli Kumendux, Ning's frenzy. Ning has truly performed admirably today. Initially, I anticipated he would suffer the same fate as before, being thoroughly outclassed by Guy. However, in just a few days, he has demonstrated remarkable progress, even against Guy, showcasing a commendable skill set. Indeed, I recently encountered an article asserting that Ning is advancing at an exceptional pace, far surpassing other rookies. At first, I was skeptical, but I am now convinced. During halftime, the players retreated to the locker room while the fans engaged in lively discussions. Ning's performance today has astonished many, becoming a topic of fervent conversation. In truth, when Ning faced off against Guy, most did not hold high hopes for him, expecting a repeat of the previous encounter where he was utterly overwhelmed. Yet the outcome was quite the opposite, bringing unexpected delight to many. To date, Ning has participated in 4 preseason games, including today's match. In his first game against the Central Army, his performance was nothing short of impressive. In the second game against the Raptors, he was thoroughly dominated, managing a mere 2 points. In the third game against the Bucks, despite recording zeros in rebounds and assists, his astonishing 21 points still drew admiration. Of course, while impressive, it did not fully captivate the audience, as his previous game saw him score only 2 points, highlighting the gap between him and elite NBA players. Even a subsequent 21-point performance could not overshadow this disparity, for he was not matched against a top-tier small forward. Only in this match, facing the Raptors once more and pitted against Guy, did Ning once again find himself at a disadvantage. Though he may have ultimately lost, he has earned respect and admiration, bringing joy to the spectators. Let us watch the second half and hope that Ning can sustain this level of performance. The anticipation is palpable as we eagerly await the continuation of the game. In Huaxia, some live streaming platforms broadcasting the Timberwolves versus Raptors matchup have seen viewership numbers soar to over 1 million, astonishing both the platform operators and commentators, as such a turnout for a mere preseason game is truly remarkable. These platforms are equipped with comment sections, where an innumerable array of fans contribute their thoughts. The comment section refreshes incessantly, with one message appearing only to be swiftly submerged by the next. This phenomenon is particularly pronounced at halftime, when a number of viewers in the live stream surges dramatically. Many who initially had no intention of watching the game, upon receiving news from various sources, flock in. The commentator proclaims, "This is the allure of basketball. Our nation yearns for an NBA player, one who can firmly establish themselves in the league, bringing us delight and embodying our hopes." I believe that Ning may very well be that individual. Let us rally behind him, aspiring for an even more splendid performance. In the United States, Minneapolis, at the Target Center, the second half of the game is about to commence. Pekovic, Love, Ning, Martin Rubio, U5 take the court. As the second half begins, Adelman promptly sends Ning into the game. This is exhilarating for the spectators, yet not entirely unexpected. After all, not only in the previous game, but also in today's match, Ning's performance has been commendable. As a newcomer, such a display warrants further opportunities. On the opposing side, the Raptors featured Valanciunas, Johnson, Gay, DeRozan, and Lowry. The game commenced with the Timberwolves' offense. Rubio advanced to the front court with a calm demeanor, glanced at his teammates, and passed the ball to Martin. Ning Yi sprinted to the opposite side, brushing past Love, who provided a screen for him. Observing this development, the Raptors players swiftly maneuvered to intercept Ning Yi, including Johnson, who had initially been focused on Love, but now shifted his attention to Ning Yi. At that moment, Love executed a half-turn, emerging from the defenders, and charged toward the paint. Martin immediately delivered the ball into the key, where Love received it and, facing an unguarded hoop, executed a powerful dunk. A splendid play indeed. This is a tactical collaboration. Martin feigns a breakthrough while Ning Yi makes a run, drawing the defender to one side. He executes a brief interplay with Love, who then breaks free and drives straight towards the basket. The tactic proved to be highly effective, enabling the Timberwolves to secure an early lead. The Raptors swiftly retaliated. Upon reaching the front court, Lowry executed a sudden drive, catching Rubio completely off guard. As he maneuvered past Rubio and noticed Pekovic approaching from behind, Lowry offered a subtle smile and delivered a precise pass through the narrow gap. Bang! Gay sliced through the center, seizing the basketball for a powerful one-handed dunk. Spectators turned their attention to Ning Yi, wondering where he had disappeared to as Gay showcased his athleticism with a one-handed dunk right at the beginning of the second half. Ning Yi, shaking his head with an inner sigh, reflected that he was neither unresponsive nor distracted. Rather, he simply lacked Gay's strength and speed. Despite his quick reaction and attempt to intervene, he was unable to halt Gay's impressive dunk, left only to watch in disbelief as it unfolded. This situation left Ning Yi in a state of helplessness, yet also ignited a spark within him. Mere seconds later, Ning Yi executed a reverse run, feigning a movement to the left. As Guy promptly shifted in response, Ning Yi unexpectedly applied the brakes, retreating instead of advancing, skillfully evading Guy and darting a step to the right. In this moment, he distanced himself from Guy, completing the preparatory movements before receiving and shooting the ball. Whoosh! Rubio, understanding the unspoken cue, passed the ball over. Ning Yi seized it, requiring almost no adjustments, disregarding the approaching Guy, and leaped effortlessly to take the shot. Swish! A soft sound echoed as the ball found its mark. Excellent! The audience erupted with excitement. Within mere seconds of Guy's score, Ning Yi had swiftly retaliated, igniting their fervor and enthusiasm. Rubio, equally exhilarated, rushed towards Ning Yi to celebrate with a high five, genuinely fond of his teammate. Today alone, he had provided Ning Yi with 3 assists. This ball exhilarated the fans and liberated Ning Yi's heart entirely, dispelling the last remnants of psychological shadow left by being bested by Guy in the previous match. At this moment, Ning Yi's gaze was solely fixed on the hoop, with nothing else in his view. In that moment, he was utterly convinced he could make every shot, regardless of the opponents before him. Less than a minute had passed when Ning Yi made another mid-range jumper, leaning back slightly, leaving Guy utterly helpless. With a swish, it was yet another flawless shot. 14 points. Ning Yi had already amassed 14 points, but the frenzy continued unabated. A little over a minute later, Ning Yi made a backdoor cut to receive the ball. He did not take the shot, but instead passed it out, then executed a quick, agile drive into the paint. Rubio delivered the ball with exquisite precision, lofting it gently towards the basket without bouncing. Ning Yi soared into the air, secured the ball, adjusted his balance, and with a delicate flick, scored yet another 2 points. 16 points. At this moment, Coach Casey called for a timeout. Upon resuming play, the Raptors intensified their defense against Ning Yi, compressing their line and constricting the space within the three-point arc. Under these circumstances, the interference on Ning Yi's mid-range shots grew significantly, leading him to miss 2 consecutive attempts. Just when the spectators presumed that Ning Yi's fervor would wane, he suddenly erupted beyond the three-point line, launching an unexpected shot. Chapter 42, A Phenomenon Swish. A soft sound reverberated as the ball gracefully navigated through the hoop. Silence enveloped the arena for 2 heartbeats before an eruption of cheers, applause, and screams cascaded from the stands, engulfing the entire venue. It was madness. Utterly insane. Another three-pointer. Ning had already amassed 19 points. My God, what am I witnessing? This scoring spree from Ning is nothing short of extraordinary. Reminiscent of last year, when another Chinese player stirred a tempest within the NBA while playing for the New York Knicks. Ning Yi's scoring surge was truly astonishing. As if he were an unstoppable force, with a basketball taking on a life of its own in his hands, eager to deliver the greatest surprises to the fans. With consecutive hits and a steady flow of points, even before the third quarter concluded, Ning Yi had already tallied 19 points. What is the essence of this concept? What is happening here? Everyone is left in shock, particularly those who had predicted that Ning Yi would score no more than 10 points, now standing frozen in disbelief. The reality has proven them gravely mistaken. Ning Yi not only surpassed 10 points, but has already reached 19, soon to attain 20. Coach Casey shook his head and called for a timeout, at a loss for words. This is certainly not the norm. Ning Yi should not possess such remarkable scoring ability. Yet events unfolded in this manner. On the side of the Timberwolves, the players were exhilarated, rushing towards Ning Yi and encircling him. Ning, you're simply extraordinary, utterly astonishing. Do you realize? For a moment, I felt transported back to 2012, believing you were the Knicks Lin. Haha, Ning, you ought to witness the expressions on the fans' faces. They were utterly taken aback by you. Frankly, I was also astonished by your performance. How did you achieve this? Such a remarkable performance is indeed a rarity, especially considering that Ning Yi is merely a rookie. A group of players, brimming with excitement, surrounded Ning Yi to celebrate his astonishing display, which had left everyone in awe. He had undoubtedly emerged as the brightest star on the court that day. Alas, Shabazz let out a sigh, his heart heavy with melancholy. This year, the Timberwolves boast 3 rookies, Dion, himself, and Ning Yi. Dion has been performing steadily, and it is evident that he is well-liked, enjoying considerable playing time. As for Ning Yi, since the onset of the preseason, he has consistently astonished spectators, executing the seemingly impossible and now eclipsing even this year's top draft picks. In comparison to these two, Shabazz felt overshadowed. Is it truly my inadequacy? Or could there be other reasons? Shabazz pondered, his thoughts wandering. As he gazed at Ning Yi, the emotions of jealousy and resentment began to wane. The journey from naivete to maturity is a process, one that varies for each individual. The timeline of growth is not uniform. Shabazz has been experiencing a rather tumultuous period lately, yet it may not necessarily be a negative development. At the very least, he has matured more than before. During the timeout, discussions among the spectators continued unabated, all focused on Ning Yi, including the multitude of fans outside the arena, glued to their televisions and computers. That night, the name Ning Yi was destined to resonate far and wide. Moments later, the pause concluded. Adelman chose not to substitute Ning Yi, allowing him to remain on the court. He was astonished by Ning Yi's performance and eager to witness the extent of his capabilities. On the Raptors' side, Gay was replaced by Fields. As he observed Ning Yi, Fields was filled with a complex mix of emotions. Just last year, he had witnessed the Chinese player Jeremy Lin, who had slept on his own sofa, suddenly erupt onto the scene, creating a whirlwind of excitement. Today, he once again beheld a remarkable spectacle, with the protagonist being yet another Chinese player. Fields muttered the names Lin and Ning, struggling to differentiate their pronunciations. Both names belong to individuals of extraordinary talent. However, Ning Yi and Jeremy Lin were ultimately distinct. Lin's fervor had become a relic of the past, as he found himself in less favorable circumstances with the Rockets. In contrast, Ning Yi's fervor was only just beginning. This is not the pinnacle of Ning Yi. Rather, it is merely a starting point. The competition between the two sides continues, with Ning Yi emerging as the focal point in the eyes of the fans, as well as the primary target of the Raptors' defense. Consequently, the pressure on Ning Yi intensifies. He opts to diminish his attempts, refraining from a singular pursuit of greater scoring, and maintains his composure. For 2 uninterrupted minutes, Ning Yi refrains from shooting, securing only a single rebound. At this moment, the Raptors exhibited a hint of complacency, and Ning Yi astutely perceived this opportunity. Akin to a poised leopard ready to pounce, he once again extended his formidable claws. Swish! Another flawless shot. 21 points. He has equaled his score from the previous game. At this moment, Adelman made a substitution, replacing Ning Yi. As Ning Yi exited the field, fans in the stands rose to their feet, enthusiastically shouting his name, Ning. Some even proclaimed him as the MVP. This, of course, is an exaggeration. However, it is evident that Ning Yi's performance today was nothing short of spectacular, captivating the fans. If an MVP were to be selected for this match, he would undoubtedly claim a rightful place. The subsequent phases of the game unfolded with a sense of tranquility, as the Timberwolves maintained a steady lead until the conclusion of the third quarter. Upon entering the fourth quarter, the Timberwolves continued to suppress their opponents, while the Raptors bench attempted to mount a comeback, though with little success, as the point differential remained above 10. 6 minutes into the fourth quarter, Adelman once again summoned Ning Yi to the court. As Ning entered the game, the crowd was invigorated. He did not disappoint, initiating his presence with a deceptive move that caused his defender to leap, then maneuvering into the defender's path to draw a foul, converting both free throws with precision. a total of 23 points. Following this, Ning Yi took 2 more shots, making 1, bringing his personal score to 25 points, which subsequently widened the gap to 16 points as the game slipped into garbage time. At this moment, Adelman substituted Ning Yi out, with a remarkable tally of 25 points. For rebounds and 2 assists, Ning Yi achieved an astonishing breakout performance that astonished everyone, defying all expectations. In the 4 preseason games, apart from the second match, he scored 18 points in one, 21 in another, and 25 in yet another, an undeniably phenomenal display. Ning was indeed extraordinary. It was utterly unexpected. Observing Ning Yi seated on the bench, spectators were filled with a myriad of reflections. Who could have predicted that an undrafted player would showcase such prowess prior to the preseason? No one could have foreseen it, nor would anyone have entertained such a notion, as it seemed unfounded. Ning Yi appeared to lack the lethal edge, with neither physicality nor technical advantages, and he did not resemble the towering players of previous Chinese basketball legends. Yet at this juncture, people could not help but acknowledge Ning Yi's capability to compete in the NBA, amplifying their anticipation for him. Everyone was eager to discover just how long he could sustain this brilliance. Chapter 43. I will strive to keep going mad. As the final whistle blew, signaling the conclusion of the match between the Timberwolves and the Raptors, the Timberwolves triumphed with a score of 107-94, avenging their previous defeat. Ning Yi amassed 25 points for rebounds and 2 assists, achieving personal bests in scoring, rebounding, and assists, with his points being the highest of the game, marking him as the leading scorer for 2 consecutive matches. After the game, a reporter approached Ning Yi for an exclusive interview. Ning, your performance today was nothing short of spectacular. Many find it reminiscent of the madness displayed by Jeremy Lin last year. May I inquire what inner strength propelled you to erupt following your previous low against the Raptors? Ning Yi touched his nose. The existence of a system was certainly not something he could divulge, so he opted to share what he could. I must express my gratitude to my coach, Mr. Adelman, and Mr. Porter, who have provided me with tremendous support. Additionally, my teammates have bestowed upon me great trust. Otherwise, I would not have been able to score so many points. Ning Yi spoke this sentence with utmost sincerity, and indeed, it rings true. Were it not for the coach granting him ample playing time and the trust bestowed upon him by his teammates, providing him with numerous opportunities to score, it would have been utterly inconceivable for him, as a rookie and a bench player, to achieve such a remarkable number of attempts and points. Additionally, with a playful smile and a slight shrug, Ning Yi added, I'm still young. I'm only 20 this year, and I'm still in the process of growing. The reporter chuckled upon hearing this last remark. Indeed, you're still youthful, still evolving, and your growth is remarkably swift. Thank you, Ning, for delivering an exhilarating match, and may you continue to flourish, ideally extending this madness to become another Lin crazy. I must emphasize, I am who I am. I'm not Jeremy Lin, Ning Yi asserted, before shifting his tone. However, I shall strive to embrace the madness. The reporter laughed. Ning, you are quite amusing. I like you. Ning Yi expressed his gratitude and, seizing the microphone, addressed the fans. Thank you to all the fans present and those who could not be here. I love you all. The reporter's microphone and camera were connected to a large screen, broadcasting live across various platforms. As Ning Yi proclaimed his affection, both the fans in attendance and those watching from their televisions and computers witnessed and heard his heartfelt message. In an instant, the crowd erupted in a chorus of Ning Yi's name, Ning. The sound resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the entire arena, as if it could lift the very dome itself and reach far beyond. Witnessing this spectacle, Terry Porter smiled with satisfaction, while Adelman nodded slightly, contemplating that perhaps retaining Ning Yi within the Timberwolves would prove to be a splendid decision, potentially yielding even greater surprises. Ning Yi scored 25 points, marking his second consecutive game with over 20 points. Indeed, I watched the match. Although it was a recorded broadcast, it still ignited my passion, particularly during the explosive segment of the third quarter where Ning Yi shone with fervor. It was utterly exhilarating. Indeed, he was remarkable. Discussions about Ning Yi surged, as he incited a whirlwind of excitement. Simultaneously, reporters cornered Chris Gent, posing the question, Mr. Gent, did you not assert that Ning's scoring could not exceed 10 points? Yet he achieved 25. Do you have any comments? There was silence. Chris Gent's expression darkened. Once again, he had misjudged. When the news broke, Chris Gent was taken aback, completely unprepared for such an outcome. Subsequently, he sought out the video to review, discovering that Ning Yi seemed transformed, exhibiting significant improvements in skill, physical prowess, and basketball acumen. In merely a span of 3 months, Chris Gent found it hard to believe that an individual could achieve such remarkable progress. However, the evidence lay before him. The video did not deceive, nor did Ning Yi's data, leaving him no choice but to accept the truth. Ultimately, Chris Gent sighed and chose silence. When confronted by reporters, he refrained from disparaging Ning Yi, offering only a curt, no comment. Seeing Chris Gent's resolute refusal to speak, the reporters attempted to provoke him, reiterating earlier statements. Yet, Chris Gent remained unyielding, aware that he had previously dug himself into a hole with his grandiose claims, and now could not afford to further exacerbate his predicament. Caution was paramount, he reminded himself. Although he still harbored disdain for Ning Yi, he was determined not to reveal any sentiments before the media. Eventually, the group of reporters departed, having failed to extract the desired statements from him. Their frustration towards Chris Gent simmered, and in their reports, they could not resist embellishing the narrative. Consequently, the public would perceive Chris Gent as evasive regarding Ning Yi's impressive 25-point performance, dodging reporters' inquiries at every turn. Upon seeing this coverage, Chris Gent ground his teeth in anger. Despite his silence, the portrayal made it seem as though he was desperately trying to evade the situation, casting him in an unflattering light. In truth, Chris Gent felt humiliated, as many had taken to mocking him behind his back, a predicament he had brought upon himself. Meanwhile, in Ning Yi's apartment, the phone rang. He glanced at the screen, and his eyes brightened. Pressing the answer button, he exclaimed, "Class beauty. What made you think to call me?" On the other end, Yi Qian's voice chimed in, "We graduated from the same high school in the same year. I figured if we aren't friends, we must at least be alumni. Having seen your rise to fame, I thought I should extend my congratulations and gather some goodwill for when you become a superstar. I might need to ride your coattails, haha." As her words echoed, Ning Yi envisioned Yi Qian, chuckling, "It's serendipity for us to reconnect from afar. I was just contemplating how we could consider ourselves friends, and you swiftly reverted to alumni." Yi Qian laughed lightly, amused by his response. "Ning Yi, I never realized you were quite the smooth talker. That is not my fault. You never paid me any mind before," he replied with a grin. "What are you up to now? Do you have time to grab a meal together?" Yi Qian pondered for a moment before responding, "Not right now. I have class. Let's reschedule. I'll treat you next time to celebrate your newfound success." "Sounds good. Let's do that," Ning Yi said before ending the call. In Minnesota, at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities, Yi Qian hung up, a smile gracing her lips. Suddenly recalling her days at 9th Middle School, she mused to herself, at this moment, Ning Yi must surely have become the idol of the students there. In the past, it was not apparent. Although he was quite adept at playing basketball, it was unexpected that merely 2 or 3 years later, he had become an NBA player. She gazed out of the window and murmured, "Ning Yi, I wish you good fortune." Chapter 44, The Continuation of Madness, Part 1. In the blink of an eye. Several days had passed. In recent days, the Timberwolves have not played any games, and it is not until October 21st that they will hold their 5th preseason match in Montreal, facing off against the Boston Celtics. Even before the game begins, the stands are already filled with eager spectators. One fan fixates on Ning Yi, who is warming up on the court, barely containing his excitement. "I wonder how many points Ning will score in this game. Will it be another 20 performance? I certainly hope so." Beside him, another fan chimes in, "Ning was absolutely phenomenal in the last game, scoring 25 points against Gay. He was simply unstoppable, even with just mid-range shots." This fan, clearly a devoted admirer of Ning Yi, sports a Timberwolves jersey emblazoned with the number 7, which is indeed Ning Yi's number. Not far away, a group of Chinese fans proudly wave signs bearing Ning Yi's name and flutter red flags. Among them are several young Chinese women, radiating youth and beauty, creating a picturesque scene. With Ning Yi's rise, such a spectacle has become commonplace wherever the Timberwolves play, varying only in scale, sometimes a small cluster, other times a vibrant sea of red. The whistle blows, signaling the end of warm-ups. The players return to the bench as the game is about to commence. Coach Adelman, holding a tactical board, surveys his players and begins to announce the starting lineup. Dion, Love, Ning, Martin, Rubio, you 5 will start. Hearing his name, Dion's face lights up with joy. This is his second game as a starter. Although he realizes he cannot replace Pekovic, he is nonetheless thrilled. Ning Yi is equally surprised to find himself in the starting lineup. "Ning, congratulations," Dion exclaims. "The coach has high expectations for you. Give it your all." Love smiles and gives Ning Yi a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Many of his teammates offer encouraging smiles, warming Ning Yi's heart. He nods earnestly before turning to Coach Adelman and solemnly declares, "Coach, I will not disappoint you." "Good," Adelman replies, nodding as he unfolds the tactical board to lay out the strategy. Meanwhile, the newly appointed head coach of the Celtics, Brad Stevens, is also devising his game plan. Holding his tactical board, he glances at his players and silently sighs. With Ray Allen's departure last year and the trades of Garnett, Pierce, and Jason Terry this year, the once mighty trio has been irrevocably dismantled. The few stalwarts who brought championships to the Celtics are now reduced to just Rondo, who is currently recovering from injury. It is evident that the Celtics have entered a rebuilding phase, and this lineup will struggle to compete with other teams. The outcome of the season is nearly predictable, and the playoffs may remain an elusive dream. Yet, even if they cannot reach the postseason, I must prove my coaching abilities. Stevens pondered silently, grappling with the disarray left before him as he embarked on his new role. The burden weighed heavily, yet he was resolute in his desire to avoid dismissal. Drawing a deep breath to cast aside the tumultuous thoughts, he clapped his hands together and declared, "All right, let me outline our strategy. Jared Sullinger, Gerald Wallace, Brandon Bass, Courtney Lee, Avery Bradley, you will be our starters." As he unfurled the tactical board, he began his instructions. On the defensive end, you must keep a close watch on Kevin Love. Allow him no ease in his game. It is preferable for him to take shots from beyond the arc rather than dominate inside. Should he gain control in the paint, execute a double team immediately. Additionally, be wary of Martin and Ning. Upon mentioning Ning E, Stevens furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to assess him. Ning appeared rather average in physical prowess and skills, yet he possessed an uncanny ability to score. This Ning was indeed an enigma. Ultimately, Stevens settled on a definition for Ning E and turned to Brandon Bass, instructing, "Stay glued to him. His footwork is agile, and do not allow him to shake you off easily. The rest of you must also remain vigilant. Upon any screen set by the opponent, switch immediately and ensure Ning is contained." "Understood," replied Bass and the others in unison. As for the offensive strategy, Stevens offered a few more directives, though his approach was straightforward, devoid of excessive complexity. After all, the current roster lacked adequate versatility, with too few capable ball handlers. With Rajon Rondo absent, their chances of executing a fast-paced offense diminished, leaving them to adapt to circumstances as they unfolded. Once both coaches had articulated their strategies, the game commenced. The tip-off revealed Sullinger as the tallest starter for the Celtics at 206 centimeters, yet he paled in comparison to the 211-centimeter DeAndre, who secured the ball first, directing it to the backcourt. Rubio seized the ball and initiated the advance. In the blink of an eye, the ball reached the frontcourt, where it found Martin. Facing Courtney Lee, Martin executed a crossover step, swiftly changing direction and penetrating the lane. He then distributed the ball to Ning. He had already burst into action, taking advantage of the early moments of the game while Bass was still finding his rhythm. He utilized a series of deceptive moves to elude Bass and surge towards the left side at a 30-degree angle. At that moment, Martin passed the ball. Damn! Bass reacted swiftly and immediately gave chase. However, it was too late. Ning received the ball and leaped into action. His movements had become increasingly refined, transforming the catch and adjustment into a singular fluid motion, and his release had quickened considerably. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball soared from his fingertips, accompanied by a swish, piercing the net with uncanny precision, as if guided by satellite technology. The Timberwolves fans erupted in cheers. Ning smiled faintly, glancing at his right hand. The touch remains. Entering the starting lineup for the first time filled Ning with exhilaration. His shooting rhythm was scorching hot, and the Celtics' defense was rather mediocre, certainly not on par with the Raptors. Despite Bass gritting his teeth and exerting every ounce of effort, the Timberwolves boasted the likes of Love, Martin, Dion, and Rubio. Ning was not alone in this battle. Moreover, he was not easily contained. In recent days, Ning has made notable progress, attributed to the recent competitions. After all, training serves merely as a foundation, while competitions truly forge one's abilities. At times, several matches can yield greater rewards than months of arduous practice. Over the past few days, aside from training, Ning has been engaged in reflection and introspection. These recent matches hold significant meaning for him, marked by both setbacks and moments of brilliance that have facilitated his growth and maturity. He has gleaned a wealth of knowledge from these experiences, as the system has urged him to assimilate this information and transform it into his own capabilities. Ning has succeeded in this endeavor, internalizing the lessons learned, and, through diligent training, has made notable progress, even if he has yet to achieve a breakthrough. Chapter 45. The Continuation of Madness, Part 2. With a swift sound, the fans erupted in cheers. Oh, Ning has scored again. Within just a few minutes, he has already accumulated 7 points. With over 5 minutes elapsed in the first quarter, Ning has secured 7 points through 3 mid-range jump shots and a free throw. This left Bayes in a state of profound frustration. He had exerted every effort in his defense, nearly transforming into a mere adhesive, clinging to Ning. Yet, he was still incapable of thwarting him. As for the first shot, it was inconsequential. He hadn't even found his rhythm. For the second shot, Bayes sensed a subtle movement from Ning ahead, seemingly leaning towards the left. However, as he stepped out with his left foot, he was taken aback to realize that Ning had actually moved to the right. In an instant, Ning vanished from sight. By the time Bayes adjusted his footing and turned to pursue, all he could see was Ning leaping gracefully into the air, his body elongated. The ball poised delicately in his hands, his wrist drooping like the elegant neck of a swan. In the next moment, the ball found its mark. This marks Ning's advancement. In comparison to the previous matches, he has demonstrated a significant enhancement in positioning, speed, and shooting. After the ball successfully entered the hoop, Bayes grew anxious, his movements becoming more exaggerated. Ning seized this opportunity, swiftly grabbing the ball and throwing it, resulting in a foul against Bayes. Unfortunately, Ning only converted one of his 2 free throws. In the ensuing 2 minutes, Ning attempted another shot, but it did not find its mark. Bayes' defense was tenacious, and following Ning's consecutive successful shots, his Celtic teammates remained vigilant, ever ready to assist Bayes in fortifying the defense, thereby constricting Ning's shooting space and considerably impeding his attempts. This time, when his shot missed, Ning composed himself, abandoning the relentless pursuit of scoring. Instead, he began to assist his teammates by providing screens and using his movement to draw defenders away, creating opportunities for others while vigilantly positioning himself to seize rebounds. Little did he know that fortune was on his side. When Love's shot failed to find the net, the basketball fortuitously landed directly in Ning's embrace. Such an opportunity was not to be missed by Ning. Seizing the moment before others could react, he gracefully executed a jump shot, the basketball swishing through the net with precision. Another 2 points secured. A total of 7 points. It is worth noting that at this juncture, the Timberwolves lineup consisted of Dion, Love, Ning, Martin, and Rubio, with Ning positioned as merely the third scoring option. Yet, he had already surpassed both Love and Martin in scoring. On the sidelines, Coach Stevens wore a wry smile, shaking his head in disbelief. Truly, misfortune had compounded his woes. With a depleted roster, the emergence of Ning posed yet another challenge. With a resigned sigh, Stevens called for a timeout. Come here, I need to discuss something. We must pay special attention to Ning. Stevens began to redraw the defensive strategy, specifically targeting Ning. On the Timberwolves side, Adelman beamed with delight, praising Ning before suddenly announcing, Ning, take a breather. We'll bring Brewer in. Ning was taken aback. Don't worry, Adelman reassured with a chuckle. You will have your chance to return. With the coach's words, Ning felt a sense of reassurance. It was but a brief pause, swiftly passing, and as both teams returned to the court, Stevens found himself momentarily bewildered. Why had Ning even substituted? Observing the situation, Stevens hastily gestured to his Celtics players, having previously devised a strategy specifically to counter Ning, now rendered futile. Despite Stevens' frantic signaling, the Timberwolves' unconventional tactics left the Celtics players feeling disconcerted, akin to striking air with a punch. Several consecutive plays resulted in missed shots, all attempts failing to find the basket. The clanging echoes of iron against iron cast a shadow over Stevens' countenance. He longed to call a timeout. Yet having just requested one moment ago, doing so again seemed a wasteful endeavor. Moreover, the strategy was secondary. The players were paramount. With the Celtics lacking a commanding presence, even a timeout might prove ineffective. In the end, tactics are rigid, while talent is fluid. Had there been someone among the Celtics to steady the nerves and command the court, they could have adjusted without needing a timeout. In the ensuing minutes, the Timberwolves' shooting percentage began to wane, and the Celtics found their rhythm, performing reasonably well, yet the gap remained significant due to the initial deficit. As the first quarter concluded, the Timberwolves held a 30-20 lead over the Celtics, achieving an impressive 30 points in a single quarter, a disappointing outcome for a preseason game. Among the spectators, many Celtics fans expressed their profound disappointment. This is merely a preseason game. where typically the main players do not play for extended periods. In the absence of overtime, achieving a score of over 100 in a match is already commendable, equating to approximately 25 points per quarter. However, today the Celtics allowed the Timberwolves to score as much as 30 points in the first quarter, which is decidedly unusual. Coach Stevens wore a grim expression as he glanced at his players, who appeared equally disheartened and listless, prompting a sigh of resignation from him. As the second quarter commenced, Ning re-entered the court. Right from the outset, he reignited the offensive fire, sinking a long two-pointer from just inside the three-point line, followed by securing an offensive rebound and assisting a teammate in scoring. Witnessing this, Stevens became infuriated. Well, it was anticipated that they would lose this game. Losing to the Timberwolves was inconsequential, and conceding to Love and Martin was tolerable. But succumbing to a rookie like Ning was unacceptable. Play better. Keep an eye on number 7. Stevens shouted towards the court. Several Celtics players nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Ning turning frigid. Subsequently, the Celtics intensified their efforts to restrict Ning, severing his passing lanes and limiting his shooting opportunities, determined to deny him any chances to score. Ning, however, remained unfazed. He was no longer merely a shooter. In the next play, he danced around the perimeter, then suddenly accelerated, utilizing his current level 6 speed to unexpectedly shake off his defender and drive straight to the basket. A cut. Gasps filled the air. Oh no! The Celtics players realized their mistake, but it was too late. His teammate passed the ball to Ning, without hesitation, executed a layup, adding another 2 points to his tally. Unbeknownst to him, Ning had already amassed 11 points. In a subsequent minute and a half, opportunities eluded him, and Adelman decided to substitute him out. By the time the first half concluded, Ning had recorded 11 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 assist. As the second half unfolded, Ning's shooting touch grew colder, yet he still managed to score 2 points and drew 2 fouls from the opposing team. When he stood at the free throw line, he converted these additional attempts, bringing his personal score close to 20. With 6 minutes elapsed in the fourth quarter, Ning executed another cut to score, elevating his total for the match to 20 points. He reached the 20-point mark. With 3 consecutive games of 20 or more points, Ning truly lives up to his moniker. Ning the Crazy. In this match, Ning similarly achieved over 20 points, with his scoring not solely reliant on shooting. He also executed layups and free throws, showcasing a more diversified skill set. Chapter 46. The preseason concludes. One game saw him score 21, another 25, and even before this game concluded, Ning had already reached 20 points, marking his third consecutive match with over 20 points. Though merely the preseason, it still astonishes the spectators. Had this been a star player, such as Kevin Love or Martin, few would be surprised by such feats, even in the regular season. Yet, Ning is different. He is merely a rookie. For rookies, the preseason serves as a crucible akin to the regular season, comparable to the challenges faced by established players like Love and Martin. Among this year's rookies, while some have managed to score over 20 points in a single game, none have matched Ning's remarkable achievement of scoring over 20 points in 3 consecutive games. Given the current circumstances, it seems unlikely that any rookie will replicate this feat. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Ning is an undrafted player, one who did not even make it into the second round. Yet he has accomplished what even the top 3 picks of the first round have failed to achieve. This aspect is indeed the most astonishing. This year's draft has elicited laughter. While drafts are often fraught with oversights, this year's blunder seems rather egregious. Those in the know shake their heads in rueful amusement, realizing it is not due to the inadequacy of scouts or the incompetence of team managers, but rather the astonishingly rapid progress of Ning. Some had familiarized themselves with Ning prior to the draft, aware of his potential. Yet, upon witnessing the current incarnation of Ning, they are left astounded. Could this truly be the same individual? Perhaps he has resorted to performance-enhancing substances? After the initial shock, regret begins to seep in among some. Had they known, they would have utilized the second-round pick to secure Ning. Even if his growth were to plateau from here, it would still have been a worthwhile investment. Alas, in life, there exists no remedy for regret. Meanwhile, the fans, after their astonishment, are engulfed in delight. Aside from occasionally mocking a few individuals, they seem unconcerned. After all, such occurrences are not unusual. Recall when Stephen Curry entered the draft, met with skepticism from managers and coaches alike. And yet, look at his current stature. Going back a bit further, upon graduating high school, Curry attended a training camp at Duke University, only to be overlooked. Other colleges shared similar sentiments, deeming him too frail, with poor shot selection, and lacking a promising future. Only Davidson College extended an olive branch to Curry, and in return, he delivered an impressive freshman season, averaging 21.5 points and earning the title of SEC scoring champion. In his sophomore year, he further dazzled the audience, averaging 32 points, 9 rebounds, and 4 assists, captivating countless onlookers. Thus, such phenomena are not extraordinary. They parallel the situation of a seemingly lackluster first overall pick. Ning Yi. The Timberwolves fans rise, vociferously chanting his name in adulation. Some still struggle to pronounce his full name, while others have managed, albeit imperfectly. Yet, their voices merge into a resounding chorus that reverberates throughout the arena. Insanity. Coach Stevens shakes his head in disbelief. Badinger, Cunningham, and Williams feel a sense of dismay, realizing that with Ning Yi's current momentum, their chances of emerging as stars are nearly impossible. The game continues. In the ensuing minutes, Ning Yi takes another shot, but it fails to find the net. He restrains himself, choosing not to shoot indiscriminately. He seeks efficiency and a commendable shooting percentage, which are fundamental to his identity. If he were to engage in reckless shooting, even if he were to score high, it would not guarantee the coach's favor. 3 minutes later, Ning Yi seizes an opportunity, making a backdoor cut to receive the ball. Feigning a shot, he observes the defender leap, and with a sly smile, he also springs into action, colliding with his opponent, and with all his might. He launches the ball. Swish! The whistle sounded, and the ball entered the net. Oh! The crowd gasped in astonishment. This is a 3-point shot, with 2 points being valid and an additional free throw. After reaching 20 points, Ning Yi executed another spectacular 3-point shot, igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. It was as if he were on the brink of a breakthrough. Was 20 points insufficient? Certainly not. Ning Yi approached the free throw line, took a deep breath, and with a flick of his wrist, confidently converted the additional free throw, securing his 23rd point of the match. At this moment, the Timberwolves held a commanding lead over the Celtics, boasting a 17-point advantage with just over a minute remaining in the match. Adelman flashed a subtle smile as he substituted Ning Yi. Ning, congratulations. You are simply invincible. Some fans have begun to chant Ning Yi's full name. Yet the Timberwolves players preferred to call him Ning, as it was simpler and more endearing. A group gathered around him, offering their heartfelt congratulations. He chuckled, a silly grin spreading across his face, filled with excitement. He had achieved 20-plus points in 3 consecutive games, a feat he had never anticipated, yet here it was, unfolding before him. The final minute passed without any remarkable highlights. The game concluded quietly, with the Timberwolves triumphing over the Celtics by a 15-point margin, securing a preseason record of 4 wins and 1 loss. After the game, reporters sought to interview Ning Yi. The process mirrored that of the previous match. The journalists posed their questions, and Ning Yi shared his thoughts and feelings, accustomed to the accolades that followed. The match has concluded, yet the discussions among fans persist. With 3 consecutive games scoring over 20 points, Ning Yi's extraordinary performance has left the audience in awe. The term Ning's madness has swiftly circulated, establishing him as another phenomenon in the NBA, following the likes of Lin's insanity. After their game against the Celtics, the Timberwolves flew to Philadelphia. 2 days later, they are set to challenge the 76ers at the Wachovia Center. In this match, Ning Yi was granted the opportunity to start once more. However, his touch was no longer as fiery, as the period of his fervent outburst had subsided, returning to a more typical state. Nevertheless, even in this tempered performance, Ning Yi still shone brightly, amassing a commendable total of 15 points, along with 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal throughout the game. In this match, the highest scorer for the Timberwolves was Kevin Love, who amassed 27 points, along with 11 rebounds and 2 blocks, aiding the Timberwolves in their triumph over the 76ers, thereby securing another victory. Subsequently, the Timberwolves swiftly departed for Detroit, facing the Pistons in a back-to-back game. Perhaps due to the consecutive away games and the nature of back-to-back contests, the players appeared notably out of sync. From the onset, the Timberwolves struggled, with Love, Martin, Ning Yi, Rubio, Brewer, and Dieng all failing to find a rhythm. It was not until the second half that the Timberwolves regained some semblance of their shooting touch. However, the Pistons performed exceptionally well, boasting a high shooting percentage. The Timberwolves had dug themselves too deep a hole early on, and ultimately they could not recover, suffering a defeat by a margin of 11 points. In this match, Ning Yi maintained his position as a starter, accumulating 14 points, along with 2 rebounds and 4 assists. However, his shooting percentage was rather unimpressive at merely 42. Additionally, He recorded a personal best of 4 turnovers. Nonetheless, the entire Timberwolves team performed poorly, with no player surpassing the 20-point mark. Furthermore, as this was the final game of the preseason, Adelman refrained from making any remarks. Chapter 47, Donnie Berg. That evening, the Minnesota Timberwolves returned to Minnesota after a long night of travel. For the Timberwolves, the preseason had come to an end, and remaining in Detroit held little significance. It was far more prudent to journey back to Minnesota, where they could enjoy a few days of respite. Of course, this relaxation was merely a mental reprieve, as the regular season loomed just days away, and Adelman would ensure that their physical training remained rigorous and unyielding. On the plane, some passengers closed their eyes in a semblance of slumber, while others indulged in music, the atmosphere muted, with few engaging in conversation. The relentless grind of away games and back-to-back matches had finally concluded, and all they yearned for was rest. Yet, some were preoccupied with contemplation, pondering the uncertain paths that lay ahead. The conclusion of the preseason signified the end of evaluations for free agents, and for certain individuals, departure was inevitable. For them, relaxation was a luxury they could not afford, nor could they find solace in sleep. Sighing at the sight of a few, Ning could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. This is the NBA, a commercial league that embodies the principle of survival of the fittest. The competition is not merely intense, it is incredibly ruthless. If one fails to perform adequately, departure is the only recourse. Ning is fortunate, having acquired a system that alters the trajectory of his destiny. However, at this juncture, he cannot help but feel a sense of foreboding, silently reminding himself that this arena resembles a coliseum. One must exert greater effort and strive for strength. For the circumstances of these individuals today may well be your own tomorrow. Upon returning to Minneapolis, his agent, Donnie Berg, paid him a visit to discuss contractual matters. Every player entering the draft is required to sign with a licensed agent beforehand, and it was Donnie Berg whom Ning had engaged when he initially entered the draft. However, at that time, Ning attracted little attention, and his treatment differed significantly from other more prominent draft hopefuls. Some of the highly touted prospects had scouts and agents approach them even before they decided to enter the draft, and while they were still in high school. Efforts were made to secure their allegiance, strategizing their futures, including drafting plans and promotional campaigns. It can be said that agents serve as the most crucial allies for players off the court, acting as a vital bridge between the teams and the athletes. The process of participating in the draft, signing contracts with teams, and securing commercial endorsements all necessitates the agent's negotiation skills to advocate for the player's best interests. Ning was not a draft favorite, nor was Donnie Berg a well-known agent. In fact, Donnie Berg struggled within the agent sphere, managing only 4 clients, including some entertainers, none of whom were particularly famous. Nevertheless, Donnie Berg is a genuinely good person. Ning lacks close relatives. His parents passed away when he was a freshman in high school, leaving him with a modest inheritance. It was through this financial support, coupled with his intelligence and academic prowess, that he was able to study in the United States. While some distant relatives remain, they have not kept in touch since his parents' demise. After Ning Yi's initial failure to be drafted, he fell into a period of despondency, yet during his lowest moments, Donnie Berg stood steadfastly by his side, helping him endure the hardships. Although Ning eventually turned away from basketball, his friendship with Donnie persisted, and they maintained a close bond, meeting several times each year, whether Ning traveled to the U.S. or invited Donnie to China. Upon seeing Donnie, Ning greeted him with a smile and embraced him warmly. Donnie, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Ning, you performed exceptionally well in this preseason. You know, I've received dozens of calls these past few days, all concerning you." Oh, Ning's heart stirred, instantly realizing the implications. How many NBA teams? Clever. Donnie replied with a thumbs up as they settled down together. Out of those numerous calls, 8 were from managers of NBA teams. The teams expressing interest in you include the Mavericks, Spurs, Rockets, Lakers, Suns, 76ers, Knicks, and Nets. Among them, the Rockets, Lakers, and Spurs have explicitly stated their willingness to sign you. Ning nodded, finding this unsurprising and entirely predictable. During this preseason, the Timberwolves participated in a total of 7 games, during which Ning averaged an impressive 16.9 points per game, ranking him first among rookies. Such a remarkable performance would indeed be peculiar if it failed to attract the interest of teams. Furthermore, Ning hails from Huaxia, a market of immense potential that every NBA team owner covets. Additionally, as an undrafted player, signing him would not entail the constraints of rookie contracts. allowing for the flexibility of a one-year short-term agreement. Should Ning Yi prove to be a fleeting talent, the financial repercussions would be minimal. Thus, it is hardly surprising that 8 NBA teams have expressed interest in him. Moreover, there are other teams from different leagues, including CSKA Moscow, Real Madrid, and various CBA teams from Huaxia. Donnie also mentioned other teams, ultimately noting that these teams have merely conveyed their intentions. After all, unless the NBA shows no interest, it is unlikely that one would venture to play in these other leagues. Ning Yi chuckled softly. These teams are merely extending a greeting, as Donnie stated. Unless no one in the NBA desires him, it is unlikely that Ning Yi would play for these teams. One must consider that Ning Yi is still youthful, merely 20 years of age. Which young individual in their 20s would forsake the opportunity to play in the NBA for a lesser league? After contemplating this, Ning Yi inquired of Donnie, "What is your perspective?" Donnie replied, "Ning, I believe the Timberwolves remain the most suitable team for you. Throughout these preseason games, you have garnered significant playing time with the Timberwolves, and your teammates have placed their trust in you. Should you transition to another team, such favorable conditions may not be replicated." After a brief pause, Donnie continued, "The only issue at hand is the salary." Ning Yi frowned. Donnie elaborated, "The Rockets, Spurs, and Lakers have all extended offers. The Spurs and Lakers have proposed one-year contracts, with the Spurs offering $8 million and the Lakers $91 million. The Rockets, however, exhibit the most sincerity. They are willing to provide a 1-1 contract valued at $65 million, and it is a guaranteed contract." "A guaranteed contract?" Ning Yi raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. The Rockets not only offered him a 1-1 contract, but also ensure its guarantee, unlike the Spurs and Lakers, whose salaries lack such assurance and may vary based on performance. Given the Rockets' earnestness, Ning Yi speculated that they had likely tasted the sweetness of the vast Chinese market through Yao Ming and desired to indulge once more. Noticing Ning Yi's composed demeanor and lack of response, Donnie grew anxious and tentatively asked, "Ning, what are your thoughts on these teams?" "I am particularly fond of the Rockets," Ning Yi replied with a smile. Donnie's eyes brightened. "I too find the Rockets appealing. They are quite sincere with their offer of a guaranteed 1-1 contract. That amounts to $65 million, and even after taxes, it remains a substantial sum." Ning Yi nodded, adding, "However, I still prefer to remain with the Timberwolves." "Ah." Donnie's mouth fell open. After a few seconds, he managed a wry smile. "Ning, could you please finish your thoughts in one breath?" Ning Yi chuckled and said to Donnie, "There is no need to deliberate further. I have decided to stay with the Timberwolves. At the very least, they provide me with a sense of comfort, which may not be replicated at other teams." It is a fact that Ning Yi has gradually integrated into the Minnesota Timberwolves team, establishing amicable relationships with most of his teammates and coaches. However, should he transfer to another team, he would face an entirely unfamiliar environment and would need time to adapt. Most importantly, in Minnesota, Ning Yi possesses the confidence of securing ample playing time, a certainty that becomes ambiguous if he joins another team. For an athlete, finding a suitable team is of paramount importance. Many NBA players experience this phenomenon. They may struggle in one team but excel in another, which is contingent upon both individual performance and the team system. Undoubtedly, Ning Yi fits well within the Timberwolves framework, allowing him sufficient playing time and opportunities to shoot. "Donnie," he said, furrowing his brow, "I am uncertain about the type of contract the Timberwolves are willing to offer. They have yet to reach out to me." "That's all right. We can wait," Ning Yi replied. No sooner had he spoken than Donnie's phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, Donnie's eyebrows raised in surprise as he exclaimed, "It's the Timberwolves." Ning Yi felt a surge of excitement. Just as they were discussing the call, it had arrived. The caller was the Timberwolves manager. Donnie stood up and conversed for several minutes before finally hanging up, his face beaming with joy. Observing Donnie's elation, Ning Yi sensed that good news was forthcoming. "Well, what is the news?" "Huh, Ning, we struck gold," Donnie exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. "The Timberwolves have offered a 2-1 contract worth a total of $7 million. And it is guaranteed." There is no doubt that the Timberwolves held Ning Yi in high regard. Their sincerity was palpable, marking an exceptionally favorable outcome. "Oh, a 2-1 contract valued at $7 million, Ning Yi remarked, somewhat taken aback. This meant his salary would surpass that of Shaedon Sharpe, the 14th overall pick in the first round. Shaedon Sharpe's rookie contract averages approximately $2 million per year for the first 3 years, while the Timberwolves' offer to Ning Yi approximates $3 million annually. In essence, Ning Yi's compensation is nearly equivalent to that of a lottery pick. The Timberwolves' willingness to extend such an offer is commendable, especially considering Ning Yi was an undrafted player, typically receiving only a short one-year contract with salaries generally in the hundreds of thousands. Even franchises like the Rockets, Spurs, and Lakers, who approached him with intentions of poaching, offered salaries below $2 million, underlining the Timberwolves' genuine commitment. Donnie was ecstatic. Naturally, Ning Yi's contract pales in comparison to those of marquee players, and after taxes, Donnie's commission would not be particularly substantial. However, the crux of the matter was that Donnie's situation had been dire. With Ning Yi, he represented only 4 clients, and none of the other 3 earned more than $500,000 annually. Thus, how much could Donnie realistically expect to earn? Among the 4 individuals under his management, they still maintain a semblance of propriety. However, should they encounter those who indulge excessively in gambling and drinking, spending more than they earn, the agent might find himself compelled to provide financial assistance, leading to considerable losses. Of course, Donnie is not the most unfortunate agent. It is said that there are others in a far worse predicament, though Ning Yi has yet to witness such cases, which have likely become the stuff of legends. Impatiently, Donnie inquired, "When shall we proceed with the contract signing?" "There's no rush," Ning Yi replied. "Donnie, I would like to propose an amendment to the contract." Taken aback, Donnie presumed that Ning Yi was dissatisfied with the offered price. "Ning, the Timberwolves' offer is already quite reasonable, and it's a 2-1 contract. You must understand." Ning Yi interrupted, "That's not my concern. I simply do not wish to sign a 2-1 contract. Please discuss this with the Timberwolves. I would prefer a 1-year contract. As for the salary, I leave that to your discretion. Even if it is somewhat less than what the Rockets, Lakers, or Spurs offer, that is of no consequence. Yet, one stipulation remains. I shall only sign a 1-year contract." Donnie, surprised, furrowed his brow. "Ning, I'm not quite grasping your rationale. Why forego a 2-1 contract in favor of a 1-year deal? Isn't that a loss?" Ning Yi chuckled softly and responded, "But if I perform well this season, akin to my preseason achievements, do you still believe that a 2-1 contract would be advantageous?" Donnie was left speechless. Indeed, this presents a dilemma. Should Ning Yi fail to achieve notable results and blend into the crowd, the 2-1 contract would undoubtedly safeguard his interests to the greatest extent. However, if Ning Yi excels, it would not require an impressive average of 16.9 points per game. Even an average of 13 or 14 points would put him at a disadvantage. Ning Yi is not bound by rookie clauses. Thus, neither the team nor he would face limitations. Should he perform well, and given that he signs a 1-year contract, he could potentially secure a substantial contract the following year, perhaps even a multi-year agreement worth millions. Contemplating these factors, Donnie found himself in a quandary. Should he opt for the 2-1 contract and ensure some security, or take the risk to sign a 1-year deal in pursuit of a lucrative contract next year? Observing Donnie's conflicted demeanor, Ning Yi could empathize. Firstly, Donnie's struggles stemmed from a lack of exposure to significant wealth. In plain terms, he had never encountered substantial sums of money. Secondly, he harbored doubts regarding Ning Yi's capabilities and his potential for success. In truth, Ning Yi had not encountered vast wealth either. Although he was a white-collar worker before his transference, his annual salary was merely in the hundreds of thousands, and he had never witnessed figures in the millions. Nevertheless, Ning Yi held confidence in himself, with the system at his disposal. As long as he exerted sufficient effort and faced no unforeseen circumstances, securing $1 million contract the following year would not be an insurmountable challenge. It was this very conviction that led him to request a 1-year contract. As for the salary, he was not overly concerned. Even if it were somewhat lower, it would only amount to a few $100,000, easily recuperated with a lucrative contract the following year. "Donnie," Ning Yi said firmly, "there is no need for further indecision. Let us proceed as I suggest. Sign a 1-year short contract and trust in my judgment." "All right then," Donnie replied, gritting his teeth as he made his decision. However, before departing, he couldn't resist asking once more, "Ning, do you truly believe you can achieve results this season? You don't need to average 16.9 points. Even 10.9 would suffice." Ning Yi chuckled softly, offering no response. The future remains uncertain, and anything is possible. One must simply take each step as it comes. Chapter 49. Official contract signing. Donnie spoke with Phil Saunders, the president of the Timberwolves, regarding Ning Yi's preference for a 1-year contract. However, Donnie stipulated that it must be a guaranteed contract with an annual salary of $2.6 million. This is undoubtedly a bold request. Typically, undrafted players receive only a few $100,000, yet Donnie demands a staggering $2.6 million. To put this in perspective, this year's 10th overall pick, C.J. McCollum, will earn merely $32 million in his first year. Initially, Donnie was apprehensive, fearing that the other party would decline. However, to his surprise, Philip Sanders readily agreed after a brief moment of contemplation. Very well, let's proceed with this. I can authorize it. Let's sign a one-year contract for $6 million. He then expressed a hint of regret, stating, "It is truly unfortunate. We genuinely appreciate Ning and hope he can remain with the Timberwolves. A 2-1 contract reflects our sincerity. I apologize." Donnie suppressed his overwhelming joy, feigning a semblance of disappointment, attributing the decision to Ning, saying, "This is Ning's wish. You understand, I am merely an agent." "I understand," Sanders said, grasping Donnie's hand as if they were longtime friends. "Regardless of the circumstances, Ning is now a member of our Timberwolves, is he not?" Indeed, Donnie nodded in agreement. The conversation between the host and guests was exceedingly pleasant and harmonious. In the end, Donnie inquired with Ning about the agreed-upon signing date with Saunders, facilitating the arrangement of a press conference for the Timberwolves post-signing. As Donnie exited Saunders' office, he could no longer contain his elation, breaking into a silly grin. Although this was not a 2-1 contract, nor worth $7 million, when averaged out, this one-year contract surpassed his original salary by several $100,000. He had anticipated that Sampson would not acquiesce so easily, yet the swift agreement took him by surprise. Donnie mused to himself, suddenly struck by a pang of regret. Was the $260,000 too meager? It was also a reflection of Donnie's inexperience with substantial sums. Otherwise, he might have proposed $300,000. Naturally, this was merely idle speculation, as Donnie still believed that Sampson would not acquiesce, considering Ning Yi's status as an undrafted player, and the limited significance of his performance in a few preseason games. Unbeknownst to Donnie, even if he had requested $300,000, Saunders would have entertained the notion, not necessarily agreeing, but certainly giving it serious consideration. In truth, Saunders had initially intended to offer Ning Yi a one-year contract with a salary around $200,000. However, when Saunders sought the opinion of Coach Adelman, the latter firmly suggested that it would be prudent to extend at least a 1-1 contract to Ning Yi, ensuring some security akin to other rookies. Adelman's exact words were, "I believe Ning is a highly commendable player, possessing exceptional shooting and movement skills, requiring minimal ball dominance while providing consistent scoring, qualities we desperately need. Furthermore, he is progressing rapidly and may become an outstanding player in the future. I think we must accord him the due attention and respect. A generous contract would signify our sincerity." This remark caused Sanders to furrow his brow. However, the coach's responsibilities were confined to leading the team and overseeing performance, while matters concerning player trades and contracts were ultimately determined by the general manager. In the end, after consulting with the owner of the Timberwolves, a decision was made to finalize a 2-1 contract with an initial salary of $2 million. Given the owner's insistence, Sanders had no objections and, as a gesture of goodwill, decided to enhance the offer slightly, bringing the total to $7 million. Nonetheless, deep down, Sanders felt somewhat shortchanged. Ning Yi's physical attributes were unimpressive, and his skills were rather limited. Furthermore, aside from Yao Ming, there were hardly any outstanding Asian players, and despite the lofty praise, the outcomes often remained dismal. He did not believe Ning Yi warranted such a price. In truth, the Timberwolves owner shared this sentiment. However, Ning Yi's status as a Chinese player, coupled with the lucrative market in China, could not be overlooked. Thus, when Donnie proposed that Ning Yi only sign for 1 year, Sanders felt a sense of relief. The dilemma has been alleviated, for it is Ning Yi's own request to be granted a 1-year contract, and if his salary is a bit higher, so be it. After all, it is merely for a year. Once this season concludes, should Ning achieve little, Adelman will come to realize his error. At that juncture, the owner will also recognize how much I have saved for the team. Sanders felt a surge of satisfaction. After parting ways with Donnie, he approached the owner of the Timberwolves. In truth, Sanders is not an exceptional general manager. He has also served as a head coach. Yet he has not excelled in that role either. Otherwise, the Timberwolves would not have consistently missed the playoffs for several years. However, one thing is certain, his dedication to the Timberwolves is unwavering. Perhaps it is precisely this commitment that has allowed him to retain his position over the years. Despite his lack of significant accomplishments, when the owner of the Timberwolves learned that Ning Yi was only willing to sign for 1 year, he contemplated many things but ultimately chose to remain silent, for Ning's insistence rendered any argument futile. Moreover, from the current perspective, signing a 1-year contract indeed appears to be a prudent choice. 2 days later, Ning Yi officially signed with the Timberwolves. That afternoon, The Timberwolves announced the news on their official website, and the following day, they convened a press conference to warmly welcome Ning Yi's addition to the team. Naturally, Ning Yi attended the press conference. As expected, there were expressions of gratitude, reflections, and exclamations. The reporters posed several inquiries, to which Ning Yi responded selectively. He was not merely an ordinary 20-year-old. His soul possessed a maturity far surpassing his physical age, fully aware of what ought to be said and what should remain unspoken. On this day, the news of Ning Yi's official signing with the Timberwolves graced the front pages of major sports media, subsequently making its way into numerous sports newspapers and magazines. Meanwhile, in China, a multitude of fans erupted in excitement. Ning Yi's signing with the Timberwolves was a long-anticipated moment, and when it finally arrived, a weight was lifted from the hearts of many. From this day forward, the NBA welcomed yet another Chinese player. Countless fans shared reports of Ning Yi's signing across their personal media platforms or uploaded photographs of him, eager for everyone around them to be informed. Some fans even began to vocally address the Basketball Association, advocating for Ning Yi's inclusion in the national team. This sentiment is echoed not merely by a couple of individuals, but by numerous voices, compelling the Basketball Association to acknowledge it. However, the association had already taken note of Ning Yi during his participation in the preseason games. The pressing question now is how to proceed. Naturally, Ning Yi remains oblivious to these intricacies and is indifferent to them. The prospect of signing was anticipated, and he had long mentally prepared for it. Thus his initial excitement has gradually waned. At this moment, he was dining with AChance. Today, AChance had some free time, and so did Ning Yi, making it a perfect occasion to celebrate Ning Yi's signing with the Timberwolves, officially becoming an NBA player. Chapter 50. The regular season arrives as scheduled. Congratulations. AChance raised her glass. Thank you, Ning Yi responded, lifting his glass to clink with hers. AChance was adorned in a long dress that was neither overly conservative nor excessively revealing. The hem brushed just above her knees, showcasing her slender, well-proportioned calves. The upper portion was a delicate spaghetti strap, revealing her pristine collarbone, dainty yet subtly rounded. The neckline was circular, suggestively modest, yet her ample figure exuded an enchanting allure. If one were to focus solely on her physique, it would be hard to believe she was merely in her 20s, for her form was exquisite, boasting captivating curves without a hint of excess. Contrarily, her visage was marked by a refreshing simplicity, unadorned by makeup, with her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders. Her willow-like brows arched gracefully, and her eyes shimmered like autumn waters. The contrast between her face and figure created a unique charm, imbuing AChance with an extraordinary aura. Why are you looking at me like that? Noticing Ning Yi's gaze, AChance smiled lightly, unfazed, exuding confidence and candor. You are beautiful, Ning Yi replied, his gaze earnest. AChance shook her head, chuckling softly. Don't you think that sounds a bit frivolous? However, your eyes are quite clear, so I shall accept it as a compliment. That was indeed a compliment, Ning Yi shrugged. What have you been busy with lately? Ning Yi felt at ease in AChance's company, devoid of pressure or reservations. Their interactions were marked by honesty and naturalness, a sensation that was profoundly comfortable. This somewhat resembles a confidant, yet it is not entirely so. It is merely attending classes and studying. AChance remarked, I have only 1 year, so I must seize every opportunity to learn as much as possible. Every bit of knowledge will ultimately benefit me. Ning Yi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that exchange students are bound by time constraints. Some stay for a year, while others for 2. Clearly, AChance belongs to the former category, as she can only remain in Minnesota for a year before returning to her original school. At this moment, Ning Yi recalled that he was still unaware of which university AChance had attended. By the way, which university did you attend? H Province University of Finance and Economics. AChance replied, I plan to return next summer. If you come back to Huaxia, you can visit me at the university and I will show you around. Sure, Ning Yi responded, I will definitely come. AChance smiled and deftly changed the subject. The meal was relaxed and enjoyable. Afterwards, AChance insisted on paying the bill, stating that today was a celebration of Ning Yi's official signing with the Timberwolves, and it was her turn to treat. Ning Yi did not refuse. However, while shopping with AChance, he noticed her gazing longingly at a pair of high heels, but refraining from purchasing them. He discreetly bought the shoes and arranged for them to be delivered directly to her university. Simultaneously, as Ning Yi signed with the Timberwolves, the team also announced the final 15-man roster, which included Kevin Love, Martin, Rubio, Pekovic, Brewer, Ning Yi, Dion Muhammad, Cunningham, Batum, SHVD, Beria, Turieff, Halmai, and Budinger. These 15 individuals comprise the Minnesota Timberwolves roster for the current season. Although there are 15 players, in reality, only a maximum of 11 or 12 are likely to take the court. Some are destined to have limited opportunities, spending the majority of their time as mere spectators. In recent days, the Minnesota Timberwolves have entered a state of preparation for the regular season, intensifying their training regimen with greater specificity. Originally, Donnie intended to hire a personal trainer for Ning E, but Ning E declined, believing that the existing system sufficed without the need for an additional trainer. Terry Porter, however, sought a discussion with Ning E to elucidate the necessity of a trainer, yet ultimately his efforts proved fruitless, prompting him to relent. Witnessing the situation, Budinger could not suppress a sneer. No need for a personal trainer? Who does he think he is? Just wait and see. He will stumble. As October drew to a close, the Timberwolves prepared for their inaugural regular season match against the Orlando Magic at home. On October 30th, at 6 p.m, the Target Center buzzed with excitement, boasting an attendance of over 18,000 fans. The venue was a spectacle of humanity, filled with a cacophony of sounds reverberating throughout the arena. Here they come. A voice rang out from the stands. The crowd turned their gaze towards the players' tunnel, where the DJ amplified the atmosphere by announcing the names of the Timberwolves players. First, Muhammad, then Dion, Budinger. One by one, the players emerged, each greeted by thunderous applause from the audience. When Ning E stepped onto the court, the cheers resonated even more fervently than for his predecessors, as the crowd chanted his name, leaping from their seats in a frenzy of excitement. The cheers reached a crescendo when Martin and Love took to the floor, enveloping the entire arena in a wave of jubilation, leaving Ning E momentarily awestruck. The regular season was indeed a different realm from the preseason. As the Timberwolves players took the court, both teams commenced their warm-up routines. Following their exercises, the Timberwolves gathered around Adelman, who produced a tactical board to outline their strategy. We possess a height advantage. Dominating the paint is crucial. Love and Pekovic, you must be assertive and protect the boards. Additionally, Martin and Brewer, the perimeter is yours to manage, with a focus on outside defense. Our opponents lack height. Their primary offensive thrust will likely be from the perimeter, so remain vigilant. Turning to Rubio, Adelman added, if the opportunity arises, you must shoot. Organizing plays is no issue, but your shooting must be resolute. Understood, Rubio replied, a wry smile crossing his face. He recognized the necessity of shooting when the moment called for it, yet his shooting consistency was a concern. Finding his rhythm from the outset would be vital, as a slow start could prove detrimental. Nearby, the Magic were also strategizing. Head coach Jacques Vaughn sketched a few notes on the tactical board, instructing his players, we may be at a disadvantage inside, but our defense must be tenacious. If Love receives the ball, we must provide help defense. Of course, we cannot afford to overlook Pekovic. We must not allow their interior players to score easily. As for rebounding, everyone must be proactive. Our lack of height means we must rely on grit. Regarding the perimeter, we can allow Rubio to shoot, but we must prevent him from driving. Be cautious, Martin. Let's hold off on Brewer for now and observe his condition today, Vaughn advised, pausing for a moment before continuing. On the offensive end, we must maintain our pace and accelerate the rhythm. Subsequently, Vaughn emphasized several specific tactical plays, noting that these little strategies often yield significant results during certain deadlocks. Before long, both coaches had laid out their plans. Meanwhile, the whistle blew, signaling the commencement of the match. The players took to the court, with the Timberwolves starting lineup consisting of Pekovic, Love, Brewer, Martin, and Rubio. The Magic countered with Nikola Vucevic, Maurice Harkless, Jason Maxiell, Aaron Aflalo, and Jameer Nelson. Chapter 51. The Fangs. The game commenced, with the Timberwolves seizing the initiative and first claiming possession. Rubio advanced the ball into the front court and passed it to Love, while the others spread out to allow Love a one-on-one opportunity. Naturally, the Magic were not inclined to grant the Timberwolves their wish. Upon seeing Love poised to take on a defender, they promptly sent assistance. Assistance, indeed? Love smirked inwardly. That was precisely what he desired. His intention was to inflict damage within the paint and score as much as possible, but that did not imply he needed to initiate the attack immediately. Furthermore, the Timberwolves boasted more than just him as a scoring threat. Martin was also a formidable weapon. At that moment, Love distributed the ball. Martin made a backdoor cut, and Brewer set him a screen, allowing Martin to shake off his defender. Positioning himself beyond the left three-point arc, he received Love's pass and unleashed a three-pointer. Swish! The ball decisively found the net. Well done, cheered Ning E and the others on the sidelines. A thunderous applause erupted from the stands, as this was the Timberwolves' home court, filled with fervent supporters whose cheers echoed through the arena like a roaring tsunami. Martin smiled slightly, signaling a three-point gesture. Hitting his first shot instilled a sense of confidence and intensified his desire to score. In 2013, Martin averaged 20 points per game, showcasing elite scoring and defensive capabilities. Once he found his rhythm, his scoring would become unstoppable. In the ensuing minutes, the Magic's defensive focus remained on Love. However, to their surprise, Love refrained from dominating the ball, while Martin exploded instead, going 4 for 6 in just a few minutes, including a three-pointer, accumulating 9 points single-handedly. Fortunately for the Magic, Vucevic was performing admirably. The Timberwolves concentrated their defense on the perimeter, yet Vucevic thrived against the pressure from Love and Pekovic, managing to inflict effective damage. Thus, with just over 5 minutes elapsed in the first quarter, the Timberwolves maintain a mere 3-point lead over the Magic. Substitution. Adelman called for a change, replacing Pekovic with Dieng, instructing him, "Your task is to defend, keep Vucevic in check." In these few minutes, Martin has performed remarkably well, yet the Timberwolves only lead by 3 points. The primary reason lies in their inadequate restriction of Vucevic. Among the starting lineup of the Magic, Vucevic stands tallest at 213 centimeters, while the others lack significant height, with Harkless being the next tallest at 203 centimeters. Given the opponent's stature, if they could successfully contain Vucevic, the Timberwolves would undoubtedly gain a substantial advantage in the paint. However, Pekovic has fallen short of this task. As for Love, he plays as a power forward and does not directly match up against Vucevic. Furthermore, Love's contributions are primarily focused on the offensive end. To regard him merely as a defensive player would be a fundamental misjudgment. Indeed, Dion nodded in agreement. The impact of his substitution was undeniably significant. Standing at an impressive height of 211 centimeters, DeAndre is not much shorter than Vucevic. Coupled with his youthfulness, remarkable leaping ability, and tenacious spirit, he exhibits a commendable aggression in pursuit of the game. In defending against Vucevic, he indeed performs better than Pekovic. However, at this juncture, the Magic's Aaron Aflalo ignited, sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers from beyond the arc, demonstrating an impressive accuracy, even with Brewer closely contesting his shots. This transcends mere defensive concerns. It is the essence of a game, replete with uncertainties, where no one can predict what will unfold in the next moment. Ning emused, having just contained Vucevic, when another challenge emerged. Adelman furrowed his brow, contemplated for a moment, then turned to the bench, calling out, "Ning, prepare yourself. You will replace Brewer shortly. Your task is to shoot and score." "Understood," Ningy replied, a surge of excitement coursing through him. This marks the Timberwolves' inaugural game of the regular season. Initially, Ningy believed he would have to wait until the end of the first quarter to take the court, but unexpectedly, an opportunity arose much sooner. As the Magic scored once more, Adelman called a timeout, aiming to disrupt the opposing team's rhythm while simultaneously making substitutions and recalibrating their strategy. "Let me explain," Adelman began, unfolding the tactical board. "From our observations over the past few minutes, Vucevic and Aflalo pose significant threats. Our defense against Vucevic has been lacking in the earlier minutes. But after Dion stepped in, there was a noticeable improvement." "Well done." Dion grinned sheepishly, while Pekovic couldn't help but blush. Adelman continued, "As for Aflalo, it is not that our defense faltered. Rather, he is simply in exceptional form. Given this, we shall focus on our offense and adopt an attacking approach. When Brewer exits, Ning will come in. Love, Martin, and Ning will serve as our 3 scoring points, and you 3 must be vigilant with your positioning, always maintaining a triangular formation. Rubio, your role is equally crucial. Whenever any of the 3 has an opportunity, ensure the ball finds its way to them." "Understood," Rubio nodded. Despite his shooting inconsistency today, having missed his first 2 attempts, he refrained from taking further shots. However, facilitating passes posed no challenge for him. "All right, let us execute this plan. Let us go," Adelman concluded, folding away the tactical board. At that moment, the whistle sounded. Just before taking the field, Terry pulled Ning aside and advised him to relax, treating it as a routine practice. Should an opportunity arise, do not hesitate. Take the shot first and foremost. "I understand," Ning replied. At this moment, both teams' players returned to the court. The Magic implemented a personnel rotation, substituting Harkless for the 206-centimeter tall Andrew Nicholson to enhance their interior height, while also replacing Nelson with this year's rookie, Victor Oladipo. Upon seeing Oladipo, a flurry of information flashed through Ningyi's mind. Oladipo, the second overall pick this year, stands out as the player whose performance thus far aligns most closely with his draft position among the top 3 selections. As for Anthony Bennett, there is little to say. Otto Porter, the third pick, has shown some promise in the Wizards after a few years, yet his current performance does not reflect his draft standing. Offense. Rubio's voice rang out, and Ning withdrew his gaze as the Timberwolves initiated their attack. At this juncture, 8 minutes into the first quarter, the Timberwolves trailed the Magic by a mere point, the score standing at 17-18. In the blink of an eye, Rubio advanced to the front court, dribbling with one hand while signaling his teammates with the other, urging them to reposition. Ning began to shift, circling along the paint before returning to the perimeter. Simultaneously, Martin and Love also maneuvered. Although their movements appeared erratic at first glance, a discerning observer would note that the trio consistently formed a triangle, regardless of their shifts. After several exchanges, the Timberwolves' fangs were revealed. In Chapter 52, ever advancing, Rubio, with the ball in hand, executed a drive, distributing it to Love on the right flank. Upon seeing Love receive the pass, a Magic player swiftly closed in, yet Love opted not to shoot, instead passing the ball. With a whoosh, it reached Martin at the top of the arc. At that moment, most of the players from the Magic were concentrated in the paint and on the right side, making it impossible for them to rush over in time. Only the player who had originally positioned himself on the left side reacted swiftly and made his way over. Martin chuckled as he noticed the defender approaching, delivering a flat and precise pass to the left side. Simultaneously, Ning stealthily emerged from the baseline, receiving Martin's pass at a 30-degree angle on the left side. With no one in front of him, utterly unguarded, such an opportunity was not to be missed by Ning, who raised his hand and took the shot. It was done. The fans of the Magic lamented. With a swish, the ball found its mark, passing through the hoop effortlessly. With such an open shot, Ning was undoubtedly confident, and this occasion was no exception as he decisively secured 2 points, altering the score to 19-18 in favor of the Timberwolves. Taking a 1-point lead, the Timberwolves fans erupted in excitement, cheering for Ning. In the next moment, the Magic initiated a counterattack. The ball swiftly advanced to the front court. After several passes, it reached Oladipo, who, utilizing a screen from his teammate, drove towards the basket, leaping up against Dion. Snap! Whistle! The ball was pressed down, but the referee's whistle sounded, signaling a foul against Dion. With a wry smile, Dion lamented that it was just a hair's breadth away from a clean and decisive block. And now he could only watch as Oladipo stepped to the free throw line, sinking both shots effortlessly. A little over a minute later, Ning received the ball once more, yet he refrained from taking a direct shot. Instead, he executed a feint that tricked his defender into leaping, and then he accelerated for a breakthrough. A breakthrough? The crowd gasped in astonishment. It was indeed a rarity for Ning to opt for such a maneuver. In truth, his recent improvements were profound, encompassing not merely shooting and positioning, but also ball control and driving. However, as Ning maneuvered past his defender, the Magic's interior defense swiftly converged to impede his progress. Frowning, Ning contemplated taking a shot against the defender, which was feasible but undeniably risky. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he made a decision, momentarily halting his steps and cradling the basketball. What folly! Nicholson leaped into the air, his long arm extending towards the ball, intent on swatting it away. Standing taller than Ning with superior vertical leap, Nicholson was well prepared, seemingly poised to deliver a block. The spectators held their breath, their eyes fixed on the two players. This was it. Ning was in trouble. From the heights of their respective jumps, it was apparent to the audience that if Ning took the shot, it was almost certain to be swatted. Just at that moment, with one hand cradling the basketball, Ning gently tossed it upward. To the surprise of the audience, and even Nicholson, this was not a conventional shot. It was a delicate lob. Nicholson glanced up, witnessing the ball soar above his fingertips, tracing an exaggerated arc before vanishing behind him. In the next instant, a swish echoed through the arena. The ball was in. Damn it, Nicholson cursed internally. It was merely a lob, and it had been so close. Had the ball not been a jump shot, it would undoubtedly have been blocked. Aware of this, Ning opted for the jump shot, which soared gracefully, circumventing Nicholson's defense to secure another 2 points. In the stands, the fans momentarily fell silent before erupting into cheers. What a clever play. Indeed, Ning demonstrated remarkable intelligence on the court. Another 2 points added to the scoreboard. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their enthusiasm palpable. Ning had amassed 4 points in mere moments, leading the Timberwolves ahead of the Magic by 3 points. The momentum was promising. If maintained, victory in this match seemed assured. With little time left in the first quarter and just over a minute remaining, Adelman substituted Love, Martin, and Rubio, bringing in the reserves. Ning emerged as the pivotal scoring figure. In the final minute of this segment, Ning made 2 consecutive attempts. One was a mid-range shot that missed, while the other, a layup from an inside cut, successfully found its mark, adding 2 points to his tally. By the end of the first quarter, Ning had accumulated 6 points, contributing to the Timberwolves' 30-26 lead over the Magic, a turnaround from being 1 point behind to 4 points ahead in just a few minutes. With Ning playing a pivotal role, scoring 6 points on 3 out of 4 attempts, showcasing an impressive shooting touch. As the second quarter commenced, Ning remained on the court. Love, Martin, and Rubio were resting, and he was joined by Pekovic, toRewrite, Biyombo, and Beria. The Magic, on the other hand, fielded a nearly entirely bench lineup, featuring a number of young players such as Oladipo, Ivan Moore, Kalo Quinn, and Tobias Harris. These youngsters played with vigor and enthusiasm. Yet they lacked the experience and consistency of the seasoned Timberwolves, who boasted veterans like Pekovic, toRewrite, Biyombo, and Beria, all of whom had navigated the rigors of the NBA for several years. Moreover, Ning's performance continued to impress. After just 2 minutes into the second quarter, he secured a rebound and, seizing the moment before the defender could react, executed a layup with finesse. On the sidelines, Adelman chuckled and remarked to Terry Porter, "That was a fine play. Ning has even begun to score in the paint." "He is progressing rapidly," Porter replied. Adelman nodded in agreement. Since joining the Timberwolves, Ning seemed to be in a constant state of advancement, evolving from merely a shooter to incorporating intricate movement techniques, executing cuts, and now even demonstrating skills in breaking through defenses and securing rebounds. It has only been a short span of nearly 3 months. One could say that such a pace of advancement is truly remarkable, and what Adelman values most is precisely this aspect of Ning. In his eyes, Ning resembles a treasure trove, whereby with each exploration, one is bound to unearth unforeseen rewards and delightful surprises. Swish! Another subtle sound, yet it was not Ning. In this instance, it was Beria who successfully landed a 3-pointer, yet credit must also be given to Ning, whose ability to draw defensive attention facilitated the pass to Beria, resulting in a score that extended their lead to 8 points. Observing this, the Magic's head coach promptly called for a timeout and initiated substitutions. On the Timberwolves side, Adelman also made changes, anticipating that the opposing team would introduce their key players. Thus, he replaced Ning and toRewrite with Brewer and Love. In the ensuing minutes, Ning remained off the court, yet the Timberwolves steadily increased their lead, finishing the second quarter ahead by 12 points. As the halftime whistle blew, the spectators in the stands relaxed and began to discuss the game, with Ning emerging as a focal point of their conversation. With the first half concluded, he had already accumulated 8 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist. Although not as impressive as Love or Martin, his performance was commendable in comparison to others. Initially, I harbored concerns that Ning's impressive display during the preseason would not translate into the regular season. However, it has become evident that such worries were unfounded. This is true talent. Ning has genuinely surprised everyone. He certainly does not embody the typical narrative of an undrafted player and continues to improve with each game. As discussions flowed among the audience, time seemed to fly, and the second half commenced with both teams returning to the court for further competition. For the Timberwolves, this marked their inaugural game of the regular season, a crucial opportunity to establish a positive momentum for the season. Conversely, the Magic were not entering this match as their first regular season game. They had already suffered a defeat in their previous outing, which intensified their desire to secure a win. An early season losing streak would severely impact the Magic's morale. Thus, upon returning for the second half, the Magic adopted a more aggressive strategy, reintroducing a shorter lineup and accelerating the pace of the game, aiming to leverage their speed to outmaneuver the Timberwolves. Despite Love and Pekovic being on the court, the Timberwolves struggled to match the pace, as fast play was not their forte. Their focus remained on achieving high success rates, exchanging scores with the opposition. Back and forth they went, and after several minutes, the Timberwolves retained their advantage as Love began to shine, scoring consecutively and showcasing his formidable prowess. Nevertheless, the Magic's rapid offensive and defensive strategies significantly drained the Timberwolves' stamina, and by the 7-minute mark of the third quarter, both Love and Pekovic began to show signs of fatigue. Buzzer Adelman called a timeout, substituting Love and Pekovic. He turned to the bench and called out, "Ning, Dion, you'll be coming in shortly." "What?" Dion exclaimed in surprise. Ning also felt taken aback, As a small forward, he pondered the implications of entering the game while Brewer remained, potentially leading to positional overlap. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon Adelman, puzzled by the coach's unusual arrangement. Allow me to elaborate. Adelman unfurled the tactical board. The opponent employs a fast-paced offense and defense. We can do the same. The essence of this fast-paced strategy lies in speed, rapid movement, and swift counterattacks. Quick movement is essential for defense, requiring each player to shift promptly. Should the opposing team attempt an inside play, immediate double teaming is necessary. Furthermore, once the opposition distributes the ball, players must swiftly return to their original positions, denying any opportunities for the rival team. Swift counterattacks are crucial for offense. If the opponent fails to score, we must seize the rebound and launch an immediate counterattack. Players positioned on the perimeter need to advance rapidly, and the ball must be promptly passed to the front court. Upon reaching the front court, whether for a layup or a shot, decisiveness is imperative. This necessitates players who can effectively control the ball and penetrate the basket, as well as those capable of executing accurate shots from the outside. As he spoke, Adelman turned to Martin, Nee, and others, saying, "Martin, Brewer, you both possess the ability to control the ball and drive towards the basket. Nee, your role is crucial when your teammates lack opportunities for a layup. It is imperative that you take the shot from the perimeter. Remember, be resolute and swift." Additionally, he addressed Dion. "Your task is equally significant. Protecting the rebound is paramount. Moreover, you must also engage in the counterattack." Adelman glanced at Rubio, but refrained from further comment. He hesitated about keeping Rubio on the court, for Rubio's shooting was inconsistent, and his rebounding skills were not particularly strong, making it challenging for him to secure rebounds and initiate counterattacks directly. However, if a teammate secured the rebound and then passed it to him to initiate the play, it would consume valuable time and squander opportunities. Nevertheless, Adelman decided to retain him on the court. After all, the other players lacked sufficient organizational skills, and without a facilitator, the team would quickly descend into chaos if they found themselves in a half-court situation. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the timeout. The players returned to the court, and the Magic also made personnel changes, reintroducing Oladipo, although their height remained comparatively short, indicating that their strategy had not altered. Observing the Timberwolves lineup, the Magic's head coach furrowed his brow. They have lowered their height, yet they aim to confront us directly with the same strategy? Fast-paced offense and defense? The Timberwolves initiated their offense. Rubio advanced to the front court and immediately passed the ball to Martin. At this moment, Ning and Brewer found themselves in a fluid position, rapidly switching between the perimeter and the paint, adapting to the evolving dynamics of the game. Fortunately for the Magic, their lack of height was countered by the Timberwolves, whose players were not short, with Ning standing at 203 centimeters and Brewer at 206 centimeters, making them well-matched against the Magic. After a series of passes, the Magic players began to frown. Although the Timberwolves' average height had decreased following their lineup adjustments, their speed of movement had significantly increased, rendering them more targeted and putting the Magic at a disadvantage. As the shot clock dwindled, the Magic were compelled to force a shot. Oladipo, undaunted by the challenge ahead, executed a swift change of direction and surged into the lane, attempting a layup. With a resounding slap, Brewer delivered a harsh lesson to the young player, swatting the shot away, which fell into Martin's hands. Martin shouted "Go!" and immediately initiated a counterattack. In the blink of an eye, Ning, Rubio, and Martin had advanced to the front court, while some Magic players hurried back on defense, though not all, given the pressing time constraints. With a swift motion, Martin distributed the ball to Rubio, who feigned a layup, drawing the defender in before passing it out to the already positioned Ning. Without hesitation, Ning received the ball and shot. Swish! The ball went in, a perfect nothing-but-net shot. The Timberwolves fans erupted in cheers from the stands. Meanwhile, the Magic's head coach frowned at the sidelines. The Timberwolves had executed their fast break in a mere 5 seconds, far too swiftly for the Magic's defense, which had already done its utmost to recover. Frustration welled within the Magic's coach. The reality had become evident. The Timberwolves could indeed play a rapid offense and defense, with a more rational distribution of roles. With Dion safeguarding the paint and Brewer providing defensive strength, the defense was solid. On the offensive end, Martin and Brewer brought dynamism, while Ning was a threat whether driving or shooting. Moreover, a crucial aspect was the clear delineation of responsibilities among the Timberwolves. Martin and Brewer were tasked with driving, Rubio with distributing, Ning with shooting, and Dion with defending. This clarity ensured that, Regardless of who possessed the ball, there would be no hesitation. For instance, if Martin or Brewer had the opportunity, they would charge decisively. If Ning had a chance, he would shoot with confidence. Rubio would pass without delay, while Dion focused on defense and grabbing rebounds. Their distinct roles combined seamlessly, creating a chemical reaction that proved more efficient than the Magic's approach, where every player was expected to contribute in multiple facets. Chapter 54. Overcoming the runner-up. Stay tight on your marks. Do not leave anyone open, and be wary of their counterattacks. The Magic's head coach shouted from the sidelines, suddenly feeling a pang of discomfort. Previously, Adelman had given similar reminders to the Timberwolves players. The sentiments were nearly identical, yet how was it that in such a short span, the situation had completely reversed? The players of the Magic, though troubled in their hearts, nodded in agreement and adhered to the coach's directives. This was not the time for distractions. They needed to focus on performing well in the game. As they were still trailing behind, they launched a counterattack, playing with increased tenacity and aggressively challenging the interior defense. Although the ball did not find its way into the net, it resulted in a foul by Brewer. The Magic capitalized on this opportunity, successfully converting both free throws and reclaiming 2 points. However, before they could bask in their moment of triumph, the Timberwolves swiftly initiated their offense. Rubio, receiving the ball along the baseline, opted against dribbling, instead executing a long pass. Martin had already crossed half court, and upon receiving Rubio's pass, he accelerated, catching the Magic off guard. Yet, this was merely a feint. After taking a single step forward, Martin distributed the ball, calculating that Ning, E, and Brewer would soon arrive at the front court. Indeed, Ning, E, and Brewer positioned themselves, one on the left, the other on the right. With a defender obstructing Ning, E's path, Martin passed to Brewer. Swish! The ball went in. Brewer nailed a three-pointer. The Magic players stood frozen, their expressions grim. After finally regaining 2 points, mere seconds later, the opponent struck back with another three-pointer, a devastating blow. The pace of this offense was relentless and fierce. Spectators gasped, unable to suppress their astonishment. The Timberwolves appeared to be playing with reckless abandon, maintaining a rapid tempo and decisive shots. Were they not concerned about missing? If the shots failed, there would be no rebounds. Was this approach truly sensible? For many, such a strategy seemed ill-conceived. Yet the crux of the matter lay in their ability to make the shots. Missed attempts could be deemed unreasonable, but successful ones were commendable, leaving no room for dissent. In the end, victors are celebrated as heroes, while the vanquished are mere shadows of failure. The gaze of the crowd turned towards Adelman, perplexed by his thoughts. On the court, the Magic squandered their opportunity, and the Timberwolves counterattacked. After merely 2 passes in the front court, Martin barreled towards the basket, but his layup hit the backboard and failed to drop. Dion surged in, seizing the rebound and passing to Ning, E, who also missed a shot. As anticipated, their inability to score brought a sense of relief to some fans. Laughter erupted as they mused about the futility of such play. Merely securing an offensive rebound was a small consolation, and the prospect of a second chance seemed bleak. Should multiple shots fail, the Timberwolves would retaliate with a counterattack, leading to inevitable tears of regret. The Magic indeed executed a counter, and upon reaching the front court, Oladipo, using a teammate's screen, launched a jumper that found its mark. Oladipo scored again. This young man was impressive, possessing both physical prowess and solid technique, coupled with remarkable composure. Despite being a rookie, he displayed no signs of trepidation on the court. If one were to compare him to Ning E, I would undoubtedly favor Oladipo. Ning E's skills seemed overly simplistic, limited to shooting. As a small forward, this was simply insufficient. Some individuals have drawn comparisons between Ning E and Oladipo, given that both are rookies. Ultimately, many believe that Oladipo holds greater promise, while Ning E may not have a long journey ahead. Even though Ning E has already scored 10 points compared to Oladipo's 7. Opinions shifted in an instant. Dion secured the rebound and swiftly passed to Martin, who was poised to advance. However, upon glancing up, he noticed that Ning E had already reached the front court. Without hesitation, he executed a long pass in Ning E's direction. As Ning E received the ball, a shadow flickered beside him. Oladipo was the first to return on defense. Sensing Oladipo's approach, Ning E accelerated, charging towards the three-point line, feigning a drive, prompting Oladipo to retreat, lowering his center of gravity while closely monitoring Ning E. At that moment, Ning E stepped back, deftly adjusting himself, and executed a jump shot from just inside the three-point arc. Swish. The ball went in. Those who initially doubted Ning E were left astounded. This was indeed a direct confrontation between two rookies, resulting in Oladipo's defeat at the hands of Ning Yi. Yet, Ning Yi's performance was far from over. In the subsequent rounds, he exhibited a fiery shooting touch, successfully executing 3 attempts from beyond the arc, 2 of which found their mark, accumulating a total of 6 points. In the audience, some felt a flush of heat and were momentarily at a loss for words. Could it be that shooting is the true path to victory? Ning Yi's primary scoring method remains his shooting prowess, and he has already amassed 16 points. In contrast, Oladipo, with his diverse scoring techniques and comprehensive skill set, appear to be in good form as well, yet he has only managed to tally 9 points, trailing Ning Yi by 7. At this juncture, the Timberwolves had extended their lead to 14 points, with merely a few seconds remaining in the third quarter, when the Magic's final buzzer beater failed to find its mark. The third quarter concluded. In the inaugural game of the regular season, Ning Yi's performance, tallying 16 points over 3 quarters, was nothing short of exemplary. Seizing the moment between the end of the third quarter and the commencement of the fourth, the production team curated a highlight reel of Ning Yi's performance, which was subsequently displayed on the large screen. This served as a celebratory tribute to his signing with the Timberwolves and his debut in the regular season. The montage showcased Ning Yi's 16 points, alongside 4 rebounds and 2 assists, capturing all his moments of brilliance, much to the delight of the fans in the stands. Some spectators even exclaimed their intent to return to practice their shooting, inspired by Ning Yi as a role model, believing that with diligent practice, they too could achieve success on the court. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Magic attempted a comeback. However, the Timberwolves maintained their formidable form. Each time the Magic narrowed the gap, a player would promptly rise to the occasion and score, stabilizing the situation. Once Kevin Love and Martin re-entered the game, the outcome seemed all but certain, with the lead remaining in the double digits and the time dwindling, leaving the Magic with little hope. In the final quarter, Ning Yi played an additional 3 minutes, attempting a shot that unfortunately did not find a basket. However, he drew a foul and managed to convert one of his 2 free throws. Notably, he secured another rebound, bringing his total to 5 rebounds for the game. At this moment, Ning Yi's personal statistics had risen to 17 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists. As the final whistle echoed throughout the arena, the Timberwolves triumphed over the Magic with a score of 121-105, securing their inaugural victory of the regular season and heralding a promising start to the new campaign. The performances of Ning Yi and Oladipo became a topic of great discussion, as the undrafted player outshone the second overall pick, providing ample material for conversation for days to come. For Ning Yi, this marked a commendable beginning. Even more thrilling for him was the prospect of greater surprises following his impressive tally of 17 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists. Chapter 55, 3 Joys Arrive. Target's Center. Training facility on the basement level. It was already 10 o'clock at night. The day's match had long concluded, and both fans and players had departed. However, Ning Yi remained behind. As the moment the game ended, the voice of the system resonated in his mind, informing him that his 3-point skill had reached the pinnacle of level 5, unlocking the 6th level of 3-point proficiency. At that moment, Ning Yi was left in a state of astonishment, overwhelmed by a wave of exhilaration. For such an extended period, he had never neglected his training in 3-point shooting and had consistently made progress, yet he had been unable to transcend to level 6. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he achieved that breakthrough. With a joyful laugh, he reveled in his newfound prowess. The elevation to level 6 in 3-point shooting filled him with exhilaration. Consequently, when the match concluded and everyone had departed, he chose to linger, descending to the training court on the lower level, unable to contain his eagerness to assess his current 3-point capabilities. Reaching level 6 in 3-point shooting marked a stark transformation from his prior abilities. After all, while levels below 6 and above 3 represent a professional standard, they do not equate to NBA caliber. However, attaining level 6 signifies a transition to the NBA standard, a monumental leap in skill. It can be said that within the system's classification, the transitions from level 3 to 4, 5 to 6, and 8 to 9 are particularly noteworthy. Although they may appear as mere increments of one level, the disparity in skill is profoundly significant. The leap from level 3 to 4 signifies the shift from amateur to professional. The progression from 5 to 6 denotes the transition from general professional standards to NBA caliber, while the jump from 8 to 9 represents the difference between elite NBA standards and the pinnacle of NBA excellence. With each span traversed, a significant enhancement in strength is achieved. Presently, Ning Yi's 3-point shooting ability has ascended from level 5 to level 6, marking a substantial improvement in his prowess. Even a mere breakthrough brings about a remarkable transformation. He begins murmuring to himself, preparing to take the shot. Standing at the three-point line, he inhales deeply, adjusts his rhythm. And with a flick of his wrist, swish. The first shot finds its mark. Indeed, the sensation feels distinctly different from before. Ning Yi muses internally that whenever a skill transcends its limits, he experiences an ineffable sense of advancement. Though he cannot fathom how the system elevates levels or the mechanisms behind such progression, he perceives the changes that accompany this enhancement, an enigmatic feeling akin to suddenly mastering what was previously unattainable, like leaping over a chasm that once seemed insurmountable. He simply feels capable. Swish. Another shot, perfectly executed. Ning Yi continues, shooting time and again, each basketball soaring from his fingertips as if imbued with purpose, effortlessly finding their way into the hoop. He manages to sink over 20 consecutive shots, all hitting their target. Admittedly, this is mere practice without any interference, a stark contrast to competition, yet it signifies a considerable improvement. Even during regular training, he has seldom achieved such accuracy. Undeteret Ning presses on, eager to discover how many consecutive shots he can make. 1, 2, 3. The vibrant orange basketballs arc gracefully toward the hoop, producing a delightful swish that resonates throughout the spacious gymnasium. After several more successful shots, he reaches a total of 30. At that moment, with a resounding thud, the 31st shot ricochets off the rim. He pauses, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Only 30. However, he quickly reassesses, realizing he has just reached level 6, barely meeting the NBA's minimum standard, with level 7, 8, and even 9 still ahead of him. There's no rush. Despite missing one shot, Ning Yi does not fully halt his practice. He soon resumes, adjusting his rhythm once more to continue shooting three-pointers. In the blink of an eye, he has attempted 100 shots. Out of those 100 three-pointers, he successfully nets 85, achieving a commendable shooting percentage. While scoring 85 is impressive, reaching 90 presents a greater challenge. The transition from 70 to 80 feels easier, yet moving from 80 to 85 proves to be considerably more demanding, with further attempts escalating in difficulty. This is an incremental process. As one progresses, the challenges become increasingly formidable. The strength skill has been activated, reaching level 5. Skills begin to merge. At this moment, the system's voice resounded once more, causing Ning Yi's heart to leap with joy. Indeed, this is a fortuitous turn of events. Having just achieved a breakthrough in three-point shooting, he has also enhanced his strength. A wonderful sensation surged within him. He raised his hands and clenched his fists, feeling the power coursing through them, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Of course, his strength had been rather inadequate before. Although he had ascended to the 5th level, he still fell short of the NBA's passing mark by 1 level. The dribbling skill has been activated, reaching level 5. Skills begin to merge. In the next instant, the system's voice echoed again. Ning Yi's mouth fell agape, momentarily rendered speechless. What fortune is this? Is the universe conspiring in my favor? Not just a double blessing, but a triple one, three-point shooting, strength, and dribbling. This is simply magnificent. Elation enveloped him. He was beside himself with joy. Ning Yi could hardly contain his grin. This is a comprehensive upgrade. Shooting at level 7, positioning at level 6, rebounding at level 5, three-point shooting at level 6, strength at level 5, and dribbling at level 5. He chuckled, feeling an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. Compared to his former self, the improvements were monumental. He was undoubtedly primed for an explosive performance. However, if one were to scrutinize closely, only his shooting had significant impact, while the others could merely be deemed supplementary. Nevertheless, this was more than sufficient to bring joy to Ning Yi. One must not underestimate the value of support skills. Occasionally sinking a three-pointer, securing a rebound, or executing a breakthrough. If successful, these actions could yield points, with both strength and ball control having reached new heights. Ning Yi was reluctant to leave, so he practiced a little longer to solidify his gains. On this day, Ning Yi departed from the arena well past 11 o'clock. With the game scheduled for the evening, he felt utterly drained, his body weary. Nonetheless, his spirits soared. The following day, discussions abounded regarding Ning Yi's inaugural regular season match. As an undrafted player, he achieved an impressive stat line of 17 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists in his first game, surpassing the much-anticipated second overall pick, Oladipo. Ning Yi had undoubtedly emerged as the most talked-about rookie of the year, without question. Meanwhile, he slumbered soundly in the comfort of his home, only rising in the afternoon to head to the shooting center for the team's routine training session. Concurrently, a plane touched down at Minneapolis Airport, bringing the Thunder players to town, who then boarded a bus to their reserve hotel. They refrained from resting. Head coach Scott Brooks gathered the team to discuss tactics for their upcoming match against the Timberwolves. Brooks notably mentioned Ning, cautioning his players not to underestimate him. Though he is a rookie, we must apply pressure on his defense and force him beyond the three-point line. Outside that arc, he poses little threat. He may sink 1 or 2 three-pointers, but he is not to be feared. Chapter 56, Facing the Thunder on November 1st. The Timberwolves hosted the Thunder at their home arena. This match has garnered significant attention from the public. The Thunder, a team that has been thriving since 2013, faces a formidable Timberwolves squad, whose morale is soaring this year. With the unexpected delight of Ning joining the fray, there is little reason for anticipation to wane. The only concern lies in the potential absence of Westbrook today. Various international sports media outlets are providing live coverage of this event, including China's Penguin Sports, Sports Channel 5, and Xinlong Sports, all of which evidently hold this match in high regard. The commentary for Sports Channel 5 will be delivered by Zhang Weiping and Su Kun, both of whom are well-known commentators among fans and have partnered on numerous occasions, creating a particularly relaxed atmosphere. At this moment, the players of the Thunder have arrived on the screen, and upon seeing Westbrook clad in a suit, Zhang Weiping remarked, "We can see that Westbrook is dressed in a full suit today." Rumors had circulated prior to the game that he would indeed be resting, and it now appears to be true. Thus, the burden falls solely on Durant's shoulders. This evokes memories of Harden. Su Kun interjected, had Harden not departed, the Thunder would have been formidable. The excitement of their trio was palpable. Now there's Reggie, Zhang Weiping added. Su Kun chuckled and nodded. Indeed, though Harden has left, Reggie remains. Moreover, the Thunder's 2 rookies this year, Steven Adams and Andre Roberson, have also shown promise. Zhang Weiping continued, "Speaking of rookies, we must mention Ning. He is undoubtedly the standout rookie this year, averaging nearly 17 points in the preseason, and he scored 17 points in the last game against the Magic. Impressive." Su Kun remarked, "From the very beginning, I have been keeping an eye on Ning. I was initially concerned about his ability to secure a contract, yet unexpectedly, not only did he obtain one, but it was also a 1-year deal worth $2.6 million, comparable to that of a lottery pick. Moreover, I heard that the Timberwolves had intended to offer him a 2-1 contract, which he declined." Ning Yi's refusal of the Timberwolves' 2-1 contract sparked considerable discussion. While some criticized him for lacking discernment, little did they know that his popularity not only remained intact but surged, making him an idol for many young fans. Precisely because he turned down the Timberwolves. To the youth, this symbolizes confidence and courage, qualities essential for their generation. Haha, Zhang Weiping chuckled. Thus, it can be said that success is never merely coincidental. Ning Yi's remarkable achievements are inseparable from his confidence. Many players from our homeland lack this self-assurance and the spirit of daring to strive and take risks. Without this, one cannot truly integrate into the NBA. This is a fact. Su Kun nodded, yet he did not pursue the topic further. This issue is intricate, with multifaceted causes relating to style, individuals, innate talent, skill, and even culture. Su Kun, lacking the seniority of Zhang Weiping, found it challenging to comment on such matters and shifted the topic. Zhang guidance. Do you think Ning can continue his performance from the last match? How many points do you believe he can score? Well, Zhang Weiping pondered for a moment and replied, I believe it depends on Ning Yi's condition and the opposing team's defense. In the previous match, Ning Yi scored 17 points, which serves as a signal, alerting the Thunder team not to underestimate him. Therefore, I anticipate that the Thunder's defense against Ning Yi will be far more targeted than that of the Magic team. Under these circumstances, it is difficult to predict how Ning Yi will perform and how many points he will score. Zhang Weiping's keen insight was indeed piercingly accurate. The reality is that the Thunder will not allow Ning Yi to operate freely. They will devise strategies specifically against him. However, the Thunder remain unaware that today's Ning Yi is markedly different from the one 2 days ago, and the strategies initially aimed at him may not yield the desired results. At this moment, the players of the Timberwolves took to the court. Following a brief warm-up, the match was on the verge of commencing. Zhang Weiping and Su Kun ceased their discussions and began to elucidate the game. Minnesota, Target Center, the Timberwolves initiated their offensive, with the starting lineup featuring Pekovic, Love, Brewer, Martin, and Rubio. Rubio advanced the ball swiftly into the front court. In a flash, Reggie Jackson surged forward, lowering his center of gravity, extending his arms, and fixating his cold gaze upon Rubio with an intense expression. Today, the Thunder's starting lineup included Kendrick Perkins, Serge Ibaka, Kevin Durant, Sabonis, and Reggie Jackson. Jackson's promotion to the starting lineup today indicated his heightened seriousness, as he applied formidable pressure from the outset, causing Rubio to frown and quickly pass the ball to Martin without lingering on it. At this moment, Brewer executed a clever cross movement alongside Love, who successfully drew the attention of the defenders. Martin received the ball and passed it to Brewer, who seized the opportunity to drive forward. He then distributed the ball back to Martin. Martin took a mid-range shot. Bang! The ball clanged off the rim, allowing the Thunder to secure the rebound and initiate a counterattack. Once they reached the front court, the ball found its way into Durant's hands. Faced with Brewer, Durant decisively opted for a one-on-one play, backing Brewer down twice before suddenly stepping back to release his shot. Swish! A soft sound echoed as the ball swished through the net. This is Durant, a three-time scoring champion, for whom scoring has become an instinctive ability. Whenever he desires, he invariably finds a way to leave defenders at a loss, awestruck. Observing Durant, Ning Yi's heart swells with tumult. The chasm between him and Durant is still vast. Yet I firmly believe that as time unfolds, I shall bridge this gap, ultimately surpassing him. This embodies ambition and a relentless pursuit. However, for the average individual, it may be deemed a mere fantasy. Thus Ning Yi refrains from voicing it. Instead, he silently recites it within his heart, urging himself to persistently advance. On the court, both teams engage in a spirited exchange, not overly fierce yet unwilling to relent. Whenever one side scores, the other is determined to retaliate. Particularly Kevin Love and Kevin Durant, as the pivotal figures of their respective teams, though not directly matched, exhibit an ever-present competition. Both perform exceptionally well, shining brilliantly. As the first quarter reaches the 6-minute mark, the Timberwolves lead by 4 points. At this moment, the Thunder called for a timeout. On the Timberwolves side, Adelman made substitutions. Ning, you're up. Replace Brewer. And Dion, you too. Replace Pekovic. Ning, your task remains to shoot and score. As for Dion, there is no need for reminders. Scoring is not his forte. Defense and rebounding are his responsibilities. Ning rose and stepped onto the court. Upon seeing Ning take the floor, Thunder coach Scott Brooks squinted, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, signaling to his players to adhere to his strategy, to tightly mark Ning. Chapter 57. The three-pointer arrives. Right from the start, the Timberwolves consciously sought to create opportunities for Ning. However, the Thunder's defense was highly targeted, deliberately severing the connection between Ning and his teammates. Whenever Ning managed to create a chance, his teammates found it impossible to deliver the pass. This was a troubling situation. Terry Porter furrowed his brow, glancing at Adelman. Adelman's expression mirrored his own concern. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the court intently. It was evident that the opposition had devised a strategy specifically aimed at Ning. But how should they respond? After several more possessions, Ning still found no opportunities. Martin did manage to pass him the ball, but it was intercepted by Durant's long reach, leading to a fast break that culminated in a thunderous dunk. After more than 2 minutes of play, Ning had yet to see a shot. On the sidelines, Adelman began to furrow his brow. He had not anticipated a viable solution. Ning's scoring methods were too one-dimensional. He was unable to initiate his own scoring and relied heavily on his teammates to create opportunities or occasionally cut to the basket. Now that the opposition had severed his connections with his teammates, he found himself isolated and restricted. From a tactical perspective, it was challenging to unlock Ning's potential. Solely centering the game around him was not a prudent choice. Utilize Love and Martin more, Adelman signaled to the court. The right choice was to exploit the excessive defensive focus on Ning, allowing Love and Martin to take charge. It is indeed a predicament. One must either play this way or simply replace Ning Yi. In the stands, the fans, witnessing Ning Yi's prolonged absence from making a single shot, began to grow anxious. Shouting, pass the ball to Ning, give it to Ning. On the court, Ning Yi couldn't help but frown. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since the preseason. His opponents had severed the connection between him and his teammates, pushing him further to the perimeter, making it exceedingly difficult for him to find opportunities to shoot. However, it was not entirely impossible. As the Timberwolves launched their offense, Ning Yi utilized his peculiar footwork, making a backdoor cut directly towards the ball handler. If the ball would not come to him, he would take the initiative to retrieve it. In the next moment, Rubio passed the ball to Ning Yi, who immediately took the shot. Yet with a resounding thud, the ball ricocheted off the rim, failing to find the net. Ning Yi's first attempt concluded in disappointment, eliciting sighs from the fans. What a pity. It was too rushed. Such a shot had a limited chance of success. Ning Yi furrowed his brow, feeling the weight of the moment. This style of play was not one he was accustomed to, the rhythm was off, and ensuring a high shooting percentage was proving to be a challenge. Moments later, Ning attempted another shot, only to find it clank off the rim once more. A chuckle escaped Scott Brooks, remarking, "Well, it's just like that. The preseason was merely a matter of everyone not taking it seriously. He's just a rookie who can shoot mid-range." At this moment, Adelman's expression began to shift, as he hesitated over whether to substitute Ning. With a series of missed mid-range shots, it seemed that Ning was no longer contributing on the court. In fact, defensively, he had become a liability. Even Brewers struggled to contain Durant, and Ning was even less capable. The intention behind bringing Ning onto the court was to bolster the offensive efforts, yet it appeared that he was effectively neutralized, unable to make any significant contributions. Sighing and shaking his head, Adelman prepared to call for Ning's substitution. Just then, the Thunder missed a shot, and Dion secured the rebound, passing it to Rubio, who swiftly initiated a counterattack. Ning immediately turned and sprinted towards the frontcourt. In the blink of an eye, the ball reached the frontcourt, but the Thunder's defense was quick to regroup, establishing a solid defensive line with several players stationed inside the three-point arc, forcing the Timberwolves to slow their pace. Ning arrived at the left side beyond the three-point line, calling out to Rubio, "Ball." Rubio paused, somewhat taken aback. Ning was still beyond the arc, while the defenders were positioned inside it. By the time Ning received the ball and stepped inside the three-point line, the defenders would surely be ready for him. What chance would he have? However, upon seeing the determination in Ning's eyes, Rubio felt a jolt of conviction and passed the ball. In Ning's gaze, Rubio perceived resolve and confidence. He believed that Ning was not acting recklessly. As Ning caught the ball beyond the arc and feigned a shot, the Thunder players remained composed, with no one stepping forward. Their coach had instructed them to focus on defending against mid-range shots, allowing Ning to take a three-pointer if he wished. After all, in the course of a game, such attempts might yield only a point or two. So what was the concern? Indeed, they were guarding against my mid-range shots while allowing me to shoot threes, Ning mused to himself, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he bent his knees, leapt, and flicked his wrist. Swish! The sound echoed softly as the ball found the net. What? It actually went in? The Thunder players were stunned. Even the Timberwolves players were astonished. Ning had made a three-pointer, and it had gone in. What a magnificent shot! Finally, Ning had scored. Well done, Ning. Let us have another. The Timberwolves fans erupted in excitement, shouting and cheering, especially Ning's supporters, who had endured a frustrating stretch of play. Rubio rushed over to Ning, giving him a high five. Great job. Indeed, Ning replied. Ning nodded, casting a glance at the hoop before beginning his retreat on defense. On the Thunder side, the players looked towards Brooks. Although they were aware that allowing Ning to shoot a three-pointer would inevitably result in at least one successful attempt, the fact that the first shot went in still sent a jolt of apprehension through them. Brooks waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was of little consequence. Just one shot had been made. In the Timberwolves bench area, Terry Porter let out a sigh of relief, while Adelman raised an eyebrow, momentarily setting aside his plan to substitute Ning, opting instead to observe further. Moments later, during the Timberwolves' offensive play, Ning stood beyond the three-point line, watching his teammates as if he were an outsider, detached, thus diverting the defender's attention away from him. After several ball rotations, the Timberwolves passed the ball to Love, who found himself in a one-on-one situation but was quickly met with a double team. At that moment, Love suddenly spotted Ning, positioned inconspicuously beyond the three-point line at the right corner, so unremarkable that Love almost overlooked him. Ning, it's your turn. Love passed the ball. Ning received it, standing just outside the arc, made a slight adjustment, and leaped into the air. Could it be another three-pointer? Surely this is no jest. Isn't Ning renowned solely for his mid-range shooting? The spectators were taken aback. A single three-pointer was hardly noteworthy. For Ning, he had made one during the preseason, albeit infrequently. Yet, here he was, attempting another so soon after, leaving the fans in disbelief. Was this truly within Ning's range? Was such audacity prudent? Coach Brooks was somewhat astonished, but remained unperturbed. One successful three-pointer did not guarantee another. If he possessed such long-range prowess, why had he relied solely on mid-range shots until now? Chapter 58, 0-second release, swish. The ball sailed through the air, finding nothing but net, igniting a flurry of excitement. Coach Brooks was left dumbfounded. The Thunder players were momentarily paralyzed, and even the Timberwolves players stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend. Was this truly no jest? The audience fell silent for 2 seconds before someone began to cheer, awakening the crowd. Timberwolves fans erupted in jubilant applause for Ning Yi. Surprise. Another surprise. No one had anticipated that Ning Yi would land yet another three-pointer, primarily because his scoring had previously relied almost exclusively on mid-range shots. His scoring methods were overly singular and resolute, leading to a fixed mindset among spectators who believed he was capable of only two-point shots. When Ning Yi suddenly unleashed a three-pointer, who could have expected it? Of course, following the shock came delight. Ning Yi's two three-pointers arrived just in time, as the Thunder seemed poised to unleash a relentless offensive wave. With Ning Yi's explosive shots, that momentum dissipated. Damn it, if anyone was most perturbed, it was undoubtedly Coach Brooks, who had carelessly allowed Ning Yi the opportunity to shoot from beyond the arc, only to be met with a swift and unforgiving response. This incident has left Coach Brooks visibly displeased. At this moment, with only a short time remaining in the first quarter, Brooks called for a timeout to execute a personnel rotation and restructure the strategy. Keep a close watch on Ning. Defend him beyond the three-point line. We have underestimated his capabilities. Whether it be luck or skill, we cannot allow him to score any further. Brooks harbored doubts regarding Ning Yi's true prowess in three-point shooting, for if he possessed such ability, it would have been evident long before. The preceding matches had relied solely on mid-range shots. In the realm of the NBA, every player yearns to transform their 100% capability into a staggering 120% explosion. It is inconceivable for anyone to conceal their true potential, as that would be sheer folly. Consequently, Brooks surmised that Ning Yi might have merely enjoyed a stroke of luck by sinking 2 consecutive shots. Nonetheless, he was compelled to adjust his defensive strategy, refusing to allow Ning Yi any opportunity to shoot, even if fortune favored him. Luck is indeed a facet of skill, and should Ning Yi continue to ride this wave of good fortune, it could spell trouble. On the side of the Timberwolves, Adelman opted for a substitution, replacing all starting players with his rotation. Yet, Ning Yi remained on the court, receiving significant attention. With a beaming smile, Adelman patted Ning Yi on the shoulder and remarked, "Ning, as the primary scoring option for this lineup, make it count." The more Adelman observed Ning Yi, the more he appreciated the young man, finding him increasingly intriguing. As he consistently delivered delightful surprises, he was simply remarkable. Before long, the timeout concluded. Upon returning to the court, the Thunder team no longer dared to underestimate Ning Yi, closely monitoring him even beyond the three-point arc. Observing their vigilance, Ning Yi felt a sense of amusement. His three-point shooting ability stood at a mere level 6, just above the NBA's passing mark, certainly not on par with Curry. The 2 successful three-pointers he had just made were somewhat fortuitous. It was unrealistic to expect him to consistently sink three-pointers. At this moment, Ning Yi found himself surprisingly calm, no longer solely focused on scoring. Undoubtedly, Adelman's strategy designated him as the primary scoring option, with the ball being directed to him at the first opportunity. However, instead of taking a shot immediately upon receiving the ball, Ning Yi chose to draw the defense and subsequently passed it to his teammates, providing them with an assist. The effect was surprisingly remarkable. The Thunder team, preoccupied with stifling Ning Yi to prevent him from scoring, inadvertently neglected other players. Bang! When Dion executed a thunderous dunk, the Timberwolves surged ahead with a 4-0 run. Brooks was incensed, his expression darkening, observing the coach's grim demeanor and furious glare. Several bench players for the Thunder felt a pang of anxiety. They were not the mainstays like Durant or Westbrook. They were merely substitutes, their playing time and opportunities contingent upon the coach's whims. If anyone displeased the coach, what future would they have? In that moment, they altered their strategy. While still focusing on Ning Yi, they could not afford to overlook others. However, at this juncture, only a few seconds remained in the first quarter. After a missed offensive attempt by the Timberwolves, the Thunder initiated a counterattack but also failed to score. Fortunately, they consumed most of the time, leaving only 7 seconds for the Timberwolves. In those fleeting seconds, the Timberwolves advanced swiftly. Upon reaching the frontcourt, Beria glanced towards Ning Yi, who made a cutting run towards the paint, brushing past Dion. Utilizing Dion's screen, he evaded his defender and circled to the opposite side, where Beria's pass awaited him. In a flash, the Thunder players switched their defensive assignments, with one rushing towards him. Ning Yi cast a brief glance at the three-point line, a spark igniting within him, and he immediately lifted the ball. The Thunder player, startled, assumed he was about to attempt another three-pointer and instinctively leapt into the air. Ning Yi cooked it softly, lowering the ball and dribbling it against the floor. What? The Thunder player was taken aback. realizing too late that he had focused solely on denying Ning E a three-point shot, neglecting his signature skill. In the next instant, Ning E dribbled forward, leaving his defender behind, stepping within a meter of the three-point line before launching a mid-range jumper, his wrist flicking. Swish! The buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the first quarter as the ball swished through the net. Beria, Dion, and others converged on Ning E, encircling him in celebration. This is a last-minute shot, and Ning E executed it with exceptional finesse, releasing the ball almost in the blink of an eye, making the basket with impeccable timing. Complemented by a deft feint. With this remarkable shot, the Timberwolves surged ahead, leading the Thunder by 13 points. Ning remains as outstanding as ever, truly remarkable. It is nothing short of astonishing how he consistently surprises us. Initially, one might have anticipated Ning to attempt a three-pointer, which is rather unfortunate. I am curious whether his earlier 2 three-pointers were merely lucky shots, or if he has genuinely developed that skill. Fans are abuzz with speculation, eager for answers. In fact, even Coach Brooks and the Thunder players ponder this conundrum. Can Ning E truly shoot three-pointers, or is it just a stroke of fortune? Regrettably, with only 2 attempts and both finding their mark, he leaves observers perplexed. This uncertainty is precisely what frustrates Coach Brooks. How can one devise a strategy against an opponent when their capabilities remain shrouded in mystery? In the Timberwolves bench area, a crowd surrounds Ning E, each clamoring with questions. Ning, those 2 three-pointers were incredible. Please tell us, when did you develop your three-point shooting? Hey, Ning, you must be honest, you never used to shoot threes. Were you concealing your true potential? Did you know? Watching you shoot that three-pointer had me on edge. Thankfully it went in. By the way, had that last shot been a three-pointer, would you have been confident in making it? Even Adelman and Terry Porter gaze at Ning E with curiosity. Ning E took this, scratching his nose and replies, well, honestly, it was all just luck. The crowd looks at him, their expressions filled with skepticism, questioning the veracity of his words. Could it truly all be attributed to mere chance? Chapter 59. The Underdogs triumph 34-21. The Timberwolves lead by 13 points. This first quarter has indeed been somewhat surprising. One might have thought that even with Westbrook resting, the Thunder, bolstered by Durant, would only trail by a small margin. Yet, to their astonishment, they find themselves down by as much as 13 points by the end of the first quarter. Indeed, Ning's performance has been unexpectedly impressive. Initially, there were concerns he would be tightly guarded, but to everyone's surprise, when did he become so accurate with his three-point shooting? As the first quarter concludes, the Timberwolves maintain their lead, with a significant gap of 13 points. This is related to Love's remarkable performance and the absence of Westbrook for the Thunder, as well as to Ning E, who scored 8 points, along with 1 rebound and 2 assists in the first quarter, proving to be indispensable. As the second quarter commenced, Ning did not take the court immediately. The Timberwolves deployed a mixed lineup of starters and bench players, featuring Pekovic, Brewer, and Martin, alongside toRewrite and SHVD. On the Thunder's side, Durant was not on the floor, with Reggie leading the team. It must be noted that when Durant is absent, Reggie's performance while leading the team is significantly more effective than when he shares the court with Durant, as if this arrangement ignites Reggie's inner fire. Right from the start, Reggie made a three-pointer, staunching the bleeding for the Thunder. On the Timberwolves' end, Martin attempted a one-on-one but failed to score. After securing the rebound, the Thunder launched a counterattack. And after several passes, the ball found its way to Adams, who backed down slightly and executed a gentle jump shot. Swish! The ball went in. Witnessing this play, Adelman furrowed his brow. During this period, Pekovic seemed somewhat off his game, lacking focus and frequently committing minor errors, particularly when facing rookies or in manageable situations, often failing to deliver satisfactory performances. This is certainly not a matter of strength, but rather one of form. Perhaps it is time for a candid conversation with him. Adelman mused. On the court, the Thunder, under Reggie's leadership, executed a splendid offensive sequence, unexpectedly narrowing the gap to a mere 5 points. At this moment, Adelman made substitutions, bringing Love and Rubio onto the court. On the Thunder side, Brooks also made changes, introducing Durant and Ibaka, with the exception of the rookie Adams. All other players were starters. With the return of this lineup, the Thunder continued their momentum in pursuit of points. Durant initiated the action with an isolation play, executing a remarkable change of direction that allowed him to swiftly surpass Brewer, driving into the lane for a resounding dunk. This electrifying slam by Durant invigorated the Thunder, propelling them to unleash a 9-3 surge that not only reversed the score, but also granted them a 3-point lead. Witnessing this turn of events, Adelman called for a timeout. In these fleeting moments, the Thunder have exhibited commendable prowess, while the Timberwolves, regrettably, falter in their performance. Their offensive efforts are lackluster, unable to penetrate the opposing defense, which seems impervious to their advances. In an astonishingly brief span, they have relinquished a 5-point lead, now trailing by 3. Pekovi, Brewer, and Martin, you're to step down. Adelman initiates a substitution, bringing in Dieng, Ning, and Biyombo. Following this change, Adelman unfurls the tactical board to strategize. Now, let's proceed. Meanwhile, Brooks also orchestrates a personnel shift, replacing Reggie with Derek Fisher and substituting Adams for Kendrick Perkins. After the timeout, the Timberwolves prepare to execute their offensive play. At this moment, the Timberwolves lineup featured Deng, Love, Ning E, Biyombo, and Rubio. Rubio advanced into the front court, surveying the situation on the court before executing a bounce pass to Love. Love, engaging in a one-on-one, found himself closely guarded and promptly distributed the ball to the perimeter. Ning received the pass, positioned just beyond the three-point line, feigning a shot. However, Durant was not deceived. He stepped forward, raised his hand, yet refrained from jumping too soon. As anticipated, Ning could not help but smile wryly, as this was no surprise to him. He had previously outsmarted the Thunder with a buzzer beater, and they had evidently learned from that experience. Furthermore, the defender assigned to him was Durant, possessing height, wingspan, speed, and considerable basketball IQ. Ning had anticipated from the outset that the opponent would not easily fall for any tricks. He then passed the ball to Biyombo. Biyombo took a few dribbles to the side, setting a screen with Dieng before executing a pull-up jumper. The shot missed, and the Thunder secured the rebound, initiating a swift counterattack. However, Durant's attempt went astray, and they were unable to convert. Back and forth they went through several exchanges, and, astonishingly, both teams encountered a scoring drought, with neither able to find the net, as if they had suddenly lost their touch. At this moment, Brooks made a substitution, replacing Durant with Collison, while also bringing in this year's other rookie, Andre Roberson. On the Timberwolves side, Adelman substituted Love and Rubio for Brewer and Beria, reverting to the lineup previously employed against the Magic, focusing on a fast-paced offense and defense. Apart from Brewer, the entire lineup consists of substitutes, the whistle blows, and the game resumes. The Thunder initiates an offensive maneuver, and after several passes, the ball reaches Perkins. Utilizing his weight, he attempts to overpower Dion. Although he fails to score, he draws a foul from Dion. However, he only converts one of his free throws, missing the second. Dion secures the rebound and swiftly executes a long pass to Brewer. Upon receiving the ball, Brewer notices Ning. He has already advanced to the front court, positioned beyond the three-point line at a 45-degree angle. Without hesitation, he passes the ball to Ning E. Ning takes a dribble forward and swiftly releases a shot. Swish! The ball goes in, narrowing the deficit to 2 points. The crowd erupts with excitement. It's Ning E once again. Subsequently, the Thunder's offense falters, while the Timberwolves show no mercy. After Barry advances to the front court and sets up a pick and roll with a teammate, he deftly passes the ball beneath the basket to the sneaky Bamit, who glides in for a reverse layup, tying the game. Mere seconds later, Ning fakes a shot, deceiving the defenders, takes a step to the side, and, noticing another defender closing in, executes a bounce pass to the middle. Brewer charges in, catches the ball, and delivers a thunderous dunk. What is happening? Brooks fumes. The Timberwolves are fielding nearly an entire bench lineup, with only Brewer being a starter, yet they are proving to be more formidable than the starting squad. On the Timberwolves side, the bench players, once ignited, become a formidable force. After scoring on the initial few possessions, the bench players erupt with fervor. Ning executes another cut to score, while Dion follows suit with a putback for 2 points. Barry seizes the opportunity, mirroring Ning Yi's earlier brilliance, and sinks a three-pointer just seconds before the second quarter concludes. This bench has gone wild. The crowd gasps in astonishment as the Timberwolves substitutes have remarkably reversed the situation, transforming a 3-point deficit into a 7-point lead. Chapter 60. Only through experience can one grow. The first half concludes with the Timberwolves maintaining their advantage. The result was not unexpected. However, in the final moments of the second quarter, the Timberwolves bench lineup astonished the fans with their remarkable performance, exceeding all expectations. Adelman expressed his satisfaction with the players' display during these minutes, particularly praising Ning, E, and others. For a team to be formidable, it requires not only a robust core lineup, but also a sufficiently skilled bench, especially as they advance into the playoffs, where depth of roster becomes a critical factor. Of course, the Timberwolves have struggled to reach the playoffs in recent years. Yet this season, Adelman perceives hope and a spark of anticipation. Perhaps this year, they can indeed shatter the previous curses and make their way into the postseason. Before long, the second half commenced. Both teams fielded their starters, with Durant remaining the Thunder's most formidable asset, immediately exploiting his individual prowess to score repeatedly, as Brewers' defense proved inadequate to contain him. On the Timberwolves side, Love also performed exceptionally well. Perkins, though hefty, lacked the speed to keep pace with Love. When Perkins positioned himself inside, Love retreated to the perimeter to shoot. And when Perkins ventured outside, Love capitalized on opportunities within. Back and forth they went, with the score fluctuating, yet the Timberwolves maintained their lead. As the third quarter progressed past the halfway mark, Adelman opted to substitute, bringing Ning E, Biyombo, and others into the game. Upon his return, Ning E and his companions continued to exhibit their previous form, with Ning E displaying an increasingly effortless prowess. His mid-range shots remained his primary source of scoring, yet he occasionally dazzled with three-pointers and cuts to the basket, showcasing a commendable repertoire. In truth, within the Timberwolves' second unit, Ning Yi's role had grown increasingly pivotal. Several strategies were now formulated around him, owing to his remarkable consistency and reliability in critical moments. Swipe. Ning E assisted toRewrite, who executed a layup with finesse. Adelman nodded, casting an appreciative glance at Ning E, murmuring to himself, "Ning's progress is truly rapid. Perhaps making him the best sixth man would be a commendable choice." He contemplated whether to elevate Ning E to the core of the second unit. Yet, for the time being, Adelman had yet to reach a decision. During this period, Ning E has made significant progress, and his scoring methods have become more diverse, now even including three-point shots. However, when viewed comprehensively, there remains much for Ning E to improve upon, especially considering he is still a rookie. It may be premature to assign him the title of best sixth man. As the third quarter draws to a close, the Timberwolves continue to maintain their lead, with a margin of 11 points. In this quarter, the Timberwolves showcased their collective prowess, executing their plays with remarkable finesse. Although Durant appeared unstoppable, amassing 13 points within a single quarter, the Timberwolves maintained their lead in the overall score. Ning E contributed an additional 4 points along with a single assist, elevating his personal statistics to 16 points, 1 rebound, and 4 assists. Nearing his performance from the previous game, as the fourth quarter unfolded, the Thunder began their counteroffensive, with Durant and Reggie erupting in scoring, narrowing the gap to a mere 6 points. At this juncture, Adelman opted for substitutions, withdrawing Ning E, Dion, and Beria from the game. In these few minutes, Ning E's performance was far from commendable. He attempted 2 shots, both of which missed the mark. The others fared similarly, as if the inability to score were contagious. "Ning," called Terry Porter. "I'm fine," Ning E replied, casting a grin in Porter's direction. Upon witnessing this smile, Porter nodded, feeling reassured. Ning E took a seat, inhaling deeply. Although his recent few minutes had been disappointing, he was no longer the same player he had been during the preseason. The trials of the preseason had cultivated his maturity. Most importantly, his heart was no longer in turmoil. He was no longer haunted by the past or anxious about his extraordinary circumstances. The essence of his youthful spirit had seamlessly merged with his 20-year-old physique. "I was getting a bit anxious. I must remain composed and adjust myself," Ning E murmured inwardly, gazing at the court. The Timberwolves still held the upper hand, and victory seemed assured. Nevertheless, he recognized the necessity for adjustment. Each challenge he faced and resolved represented a valuable lesson for him. Several more minutes passed. At this juncture, the Timberwolves maintained their lead, and with the clock dwindling, the Thunder called for a timeout once more. Adelman made a substitution, bringing Ning E onto the court in place of Brewer. As soon as he entered, Ning E attempted a shot, but it failed to find its mark. Turning around, the Thunder managed to score, slightly narrowing the deficit. However, Martin swiftly responded, executing a splendid play with Rubio, culminating in a powerful dunk. The game pressed on, while Ning E remained poised, patiently awaiting his moment, diligently observing his opponents and teammates, and engaging in thoughtful reflection and analysis. This, in itself, constitutes a form of enhancement. Over time, it can significantly elevate Ning Yi's capacity in reading the game, enabling him to adeptly exploit and create opportunities on the court. After a little over a minute, Ning E finally seized his chance. The Timberwolves failed to score, and Ning E accurately anticipated the ball's trajectory. With a burst of speed, he darted forward, secured the ball, and, seizing the moment before the defender could react, executed a delicate layup. Swish! The ball went in, adding another 2 points to his tally. In the stands, Ning Yi's supporters erupted in cheers, and before anyone realized, he had amassed 18 points. However, in the ensuing minutes, Ning Yi was unable to score again, yet Adelman refrained from substituting him. This was because Adelman harbored a vision of having Ning Yi as the ultimate sixth man. Thus, with a comfortable lead, Adelman deliberately kept Ning Yi on the court to play the final minutes of the fourth quarter. The last moments of the fourth quarter are crucial in any game, often serving as the decisive turning point that determines the outcome. At this juncture, the trailing team endeavors to mount a final resurgence, rendering the match exceedingly delicate. For the young players, the closing minutes of the fourth quarter often yield greater rewards than an entire preceding period of play. Under Adelman's deliberate guidance, Ning Yi was granted an opportunity, yet he encountered numerous challenges. Faced with the opponent's fervent last-ditch efforts, Ning Yi found himself somewhat at a loss, missing shots, having passes intercepted, and committing fouls. It seemed as though all troubles converged upon him simultaneously. Fortunately, with Love and Martin providing their steady scoring, the Timberwolves maintained a firm grip on their lead. Ultimately, as the game concluded, they triumphed over the Thunder with a score of 120-114. In the final moments, Ning Yi's performance faltered, resulting in a loss of points, both directly and indirectly. Yet, this bears little significance. Sometimes, experience outweighs the outcome. Despite his shortcomings in those last minutes, it was an invaluable experience. Only through such trials can one truly grow. Chapter 61. The NBA is a realm for the affluent. On the Sports Channel 5 live broadcast, host Soo Koon addressed the audience, stating, "Today's game has concluded with the Timberwolves triumphing over the Thunder with a score of 120-114. He then turned to Zhang Weiping, asking, "What is your assessment of Ning Yi's performance today?" Zhang Weiping replied, "Ning Yi recorded 18 points, 2 rebounds, and 5 assists today, with the assists marking a personal season high. Statistically speaking, he performed commendably." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, the game revealed certain issues with Ning Yi, particularly in those final minutes where he struggled, offering the opposing team numerous opportunities. Fortunately, with Love and Martin holding the fort, the outcome could have been far less certain." Soo Koon nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Ning Yi did not perform well in the closing minutes. Yet, it is only his second regular season game, which is understandable." "Exactly," Zhang Weiping affirmed. "Ning Yi is still young, and given that this is merely his second regular season match, along with the unique pressure of the closing moments, his struggles are to be expected. However, one aspect remains critical: defense. Ning Yi's defensive capabilities have consistently posed a challenge. Today, Durant scored 34 points. Though not all were against Ning Yi, he certainly contributed to the tally. On the offensive front, Ning Yi continually surprises us with impressive statistics. Yet defensively, he must enhance his abilities, particularly in terms of physical confrontations," Zhang Weiping elaborated. "The NBA is an intensely competitive arena with high standards. For Ning Yi to firmly establish himself and maintain such performance, he must address his defensive inadequacies." Of course, Soo Koon interjected, "As you mentioned, he is still young, and we must afford him ample time and opportunities." Coach Adelman likely shares this perspective, which is why he kept Ning Yi on the court during those final moments, to foster his development. What does this signify? It underscores Adelman's recognition of Ning Yi's potential, which is indeed a positive sign. Zhang Weiping remarked, while Soo Koon nodded in agreement. Zhang's analysis was both objective and rational. He did not excessively praise Ning Yi for scoring 18 points, nor did he berate him for his lackluster performance in the final minutes. Overall, his observations were astute, grounded in truth. For Ning Yi to progress, to elevate his game, and to truly secure his position in the NBA, defense remains a significant concern. In Minnesota, within the locker room of the Timberwolves, an air of excitement enveloped the players. Their enthusiasm did not stem from defeating the Thunder, but rather from the date, the first of the month. On the 1st and 15th of each month, salaries are disbursed, and the finance department had prepared the pay stubs, awaiting signatures. NBA players sign contracts based on annual salaries, yet payments are made bi-weekly, essentially every 2 weeks on the 1st and 15th. A year's salary, after accounting for taxes and deductions, is divided into 24 installments, with the finance department producing detailed pay stubs for players to sign. It is worth noting that NBA players are indeed affluent. Even a fortnight's salary represents a substantial sum, particularly for star players. Take the Timberwolves as an example. Kevin Love, as a pivotal player, had an annual salary of $16.29 million for the 2013 to 2014 season. when divided into 24 payments. This amounts to approximately $610,000 every 2 weeks. After deductions for taxes and fines, players typically receive around $500,000. This figure translates to over 3 million Chinese yuan, a considerable amount for the average person. Yet in the NBA, this merely constitutes a player's income for half a month, underscoring the truth that NBA players are indeed wealthy. Their earnings on this stage are anything but modest. This is merely the salary. There are also bonuses, in addition to various endorsement contracts and advertising revenue, among other financial incentives. This explains why so many players are eager to compete in the NBA. Unless they are unable to secure a position within the league, they rarely consider other associations. The allure lies in both the grandeur of the stage and the financial rewards. Ning Kai called out, presenting a paycheck, stating, "This is yours. Please confirm. If everything is in order, kindly sign. By tomorrow noon at the latest, your salary will be deposited into your account." "All right," Ning replied, regaining his focus and nodding in acknowledgement. He was still savoring the moments from the recent match, particularly the final few minutes, which left a profound impact on him. During those moments, the entire rhythm and atmosphere of the game transformed, rendering him somewhat disoriented. After the game concluded, Ning continued to reflect on those crucial minutes, analyzing, contemplating, summarizing, and learning. This is quite essential. At this moment, Ning regained his composure and glanced at the payslip in his hand, feeling a surge of excitement. Although his salary was modest, not exceeding $100,000, it paled in comparison to the likes of Love and Martin. However, when juxtaposed with the average individual, it was indeed substantial, $98,000, inclusive of a portion of bonuses. Ning Yi's eyes sparkled. Indeed, the NBA was extravagantly affluent. The sum of $98,000 was roughly equivalent to 650,000 Chinese yuan, nearly matching his annual salary prior to his transmigration. He observed his peers and noted that Love and Martin remained unfazed, merely casting a glance at their payslips before signing and subsequently setting them aside, engaging in casual conversation. Such affluent individuals, Ning mused. Love commanded an annual salary in the millions, and barring unforeseen circumstances, his future earnings were likely to ascend rather than descend. Thus, this amount was of little concern to him. As for Martin, he had previously earned a 7-figure salary with the Rockets, and while his pay had diminished somewhat upon joining the Timberwolves, he evidently held little regard for this sum. Moreover, he had long since acclimatized to such financial realities. On the other hand, Pekovic, the only other player on the Timberwolves besides Love to earn a 7-figure salary, was not as composed as Love and Martin. He meticulously scrutinized his payslip, checking the figures while wearing a smile. This does not imply that Pekovic lacks ambition. Rather, his salary last year was merely $4.82 million, and this year it surged to $12.1 million, more than doubling in amount, which is quite exhilarating. Others share a similar sentiment, all feeling quite jubilant. Ning shifted his gaze, contemplating whether it is time for him to find a new residence. The current apartment was arranged by the team when he first came for a trial, uncertain of his future with them. Thus, the accommodation was merely adequate. Now that he has secured his place with the Timberwolves, Ning sees no reason not to indulge in a more comfortable living situation. In truth, Ning is not particularly inclined towards luxury. He lost his parents in a car accident during his high school years. Before their departure, they left him a sum of money, which he utilized to pursue his studies in the United States. His living conditions were not particularly dire, yet they were not affluent either. Having faced hardships during his education and experienced some comforts before transmigrating, he does not hold a strong desire for extravagance. However, with money in hand, why not allow himself a bit of comfort? Of course, Ning had no time to dwell on such matters. He handed his bank card to Donnie to manage, while he joined his teammates on the flight to New York for their next game against the Knicks. Chapter 62. The senior brother, Carmelo Anthony. On November 3rd, the Timberwolves faced off against the Knicks away from home. At Madison Square Garden, the game had commenced, yet Ning remained on the bench, still merely a substitute player. With just over 3 minutes played, the Timberwolves were enjoying an upper hand. The Knicks starters included Carmelo Anthony, Andrea Bargnani, Iman Shumpert, Tyson Chandler, and Raymond Felton. Undoubtedly, Anthony was the Knicks' most dazzling star, and today he was in fine form. Observing his team being suppressed by the Timberwolves, he swiftly took charge, first sinking a low-angle jumper and then effortlessly nailing a three-pointer, decisively scoring 5 points in quick succession to turn the tide. For the Timberwolves, Love remained a pillar of strength, carrying the offensive burden, virtually unimpeded in the low post. Even as Anthony continued to score, the Timberwolves maintained their advantage. A few minutes later, Adelman made a substitution, bringing Ning Yi onto the court. Upon seeing Ning Yi enter the game, Timberwolves fans erupted with excitement, cheering him on, while some Chinese fans in particular were ecstatic, shouting incessantly. The Timberwolves were on the attack. At this juncture, the Timberwolves lineup consisted of Pekovic, Love, Ning Yi, Martin, and Rubio. With the ball in his possession, Rubio advanced, while Ning Yi swiftly sprinted towards the front court. As soon as Ning Yi arrived, a shadow flickered before him. Anthony had already positioned himself defensively. One hand outstretched and the other lowered, pressing closely against Ning Yi. Anthony flashed a subtle smile at Ning Yi, greeting him warmly. It's been quite a while since I've seen a young talent like you emerge from Syracuse University. I have high hopes for you. Ning Yi was momentarily taken aback. Both he and Anthony were alumni of Syracuse University. Despite the years that separated them, they shared a bond as fellow graduates. Anthony held deep affection for their alma mater, which compelled him to initiate conversation with Ning Yi. Naturally, Ning Yi did not anticipate such warmth from Anthony, and after a brief pause, he managed to respond with a smile. Thank you. I will strive to do my best. Anthony nodded, returning a gentle smile. As Rubio reached the front court, he executed a pick and roll with his teammate, then passed the ball to Martin, who in turn fed it to Love. Love attempted a one-on-one play, but failed to score. Fortunately, Pekovic secured an offensive rebound, converting it into a second-chance basket. The Knicks launched a counterattack. In the blink of an eye, the ball reached the front court and found its way into Anthony's hands. Ning faced off against Anthony. It was a matchup of Syracuse alumni. Would Anthony show any leniency? All eyes were on Ning Yi and Anthony. One a superstar of the NBA and the other a rising rookie. How would their duel unfold? Ning Yi inhaled deeply, lowered his center of gravity, and braced himself. I won't hold back, Anthony remarked. And as soon as he finished speaking, he accelerated with simplicity and directness, eschewing any flamboyant maneuvers to burst through from the left side. Ning Yi quickly responded and moved accordingly. However, in that moment, Anthony decelerated, using his body to nudge Ning Yi aside, exploiting the latter's momentary imbalance. With a sudden surge of speed, he executed a true breakthrough. Before long, Anthony had bypassed Ning Yi, taking 2 steps to the basket and finishing with a layup. Indeed, there was no mercy shown. Ning Yi rubbed his sore chest, casting a glance towards Anthony. At this moment, Anthony happened to glance over, and upon noticing Ning Yi's gaze fixed upon him, he flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of pearly whites, and exclaimed, "Keep it up." Ning Yi found himself momentarily speechless. What rendered him even more at a loss was that while this senior brother encouraged him with words of motivation, he showed no mercy during the game. Whenever the opportunity arose, he would single out Ning Yi, exploiting his superior physicality to dominate him, whether through relentless drives or backing him down with ease. In the stands, the spectators murmured in curiosity. Aren't Ning and Anthony alumni? Why is Anthony so fervently targeting him? Perhaps, they mused, he was merely training his younger brother. Yet, was such intensity truly necessary? To make matters worse, Anthony even delivered a block against Ning Yi, leaving the poor fellow in a pitiful state. As the crowd speculated, the game continued, and Ning Yi's shot was swatted away by Anthony, sending him sprawling to the ground. Yet the referee chose to remain silent. Anthony halted his advance, extending a hand towards Ning Yi. Are you all right? I'm fine physically. Ning Yi replied with a wry smile. While his body was indeed unharmed, his spirit bore the brunt of the onslaught. He was bullied defensively by Anthony and thwarted offensively by his blocks. Yet, gazing upon Anthony's cherubic face, Ning Yi could not discern any hint of malice. It was evident that Anthony was genuinely engaged in the competition. Of course, this also underscored the significant disparity in their respective skill levels. Anthony was a bona fide NBA superstar, averaging impressive 28.7 points per game last season, ranking among the elite small forwards alongside the likes of LeBron James and Kevin Durant. In stark contrast, Ning Yi was merely a rookie, with his only notable asset being a mid-range shot rated at level 7. It was clear that he was at a disadvantage in every regard compared to Anthony. How could he possibly compete with him? On the sidelines, Terry Porter furrowed his brow in concern. Adelman, with a resigned smile, called for a timeout and substituted Ning Yi out, internally lamenting, "It seems I mustn't be too hasty. It's still premature for Ning to face off against a player of Anthony's caliber." At this moment, the Timberwolves trailed by 7 points. With little time remaining, Ning Yi remained seated on the bench, his face etched with bitterness. Though he was not completely disheartened, the setback was undeniable. When would he ever reach level 8? Ning Yi thought to himself, yearning not for level 9, but merely to attain level 8, which would spare him such humiliation. Not far off, Anthony also sat on the bench, knowing he would not return to the game this quarter. Beside him was this year's rookie, Tim Hardaway Jr., who leaned in close to Anthony and remarked, "Anthony, for these few minutes, Ning has really been overwhelmed by you, haha." Anthony cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "If it were you, you would be overwhelmed as well." Tim Hardaway Jr.'s smile faltered, unsure of how to respond. He initially thought Anthony was targeting Ning due to a poor relationship, but now it seemed otherwise. "I'm not targeting him. It's just the nature of the game," Anthony stated, turning his attention away from Tim Hardaway Jr. to glance at Ning, whispering, "You won to be easily defeated. Will you?" Before long, the first quarter concluded with the Timberwolves down by 6 points. While a 6-point deficit was not insurmountable, it was significant enough to bear some responsibility. Though Adelman did not blame Ning. Rather, he held himself accountable for being overly hasty. Of course, the game could not be lost. Adelman gathered the team to revise their strategy. Chapter 63. Ning is furious. As the second quarter commenced, with Anthony remaining off the court, Adelman reintroduced Ning. Although Ning had struggled against Anthony, avoiding him and facing the Knicks' substitute small forward was still a viable option. Both teams fielded their rotating lineups at the start. With Anthony absent, Ning finally had the opportunity to showcase his skills. The Knicks' substitute small forward, Kenyon Martin, was in his 30s and nearing the twilight of his career. His performance waning. His scoring ability paled in comparison to Ning's, and defensively, he could not match Anthony's prowess. Moreover, facing Kenyon Martin posed no psychological disadvantage for Ning. Typically, when a rookie faces off against a superstar, the psychological edge lies with the established player, impacting their respective performances. Despite having a system to support him, Ning remained a rookie and felt the weight of anxiety when up against a top-tier player like Anthony. However, facing Kenyon Martin, that psychological burden dissipated. Furthermore, Kenyon Martin immediately began to taunt Ning. "Aren't you supposed to be a sharpshooter? Come on, take me on one-on-one. Let us see if your aim is as good as you claim. But I must warn you, don't cry if I block you. I'm not here to coddle children, haha." Ning frowned, feeling a strong aversion towards this individual, choosing to ignore him entirely. Instead, he executed a reverse run and accelerated towards the paint. Seeing that Ning was ignoring him, Kenyon Martin huffed in annoyance, but quickly regained his composure, turning to chase after Ning. However, at that moment, as Ning made a sharp turn, Kenyon Martin attempted to follow but suddenly collided with an immovable wall of flesh. Damn it. Kenyon Martin realized he had lost track of his target and hurriedly maneuvered around Dion. By then, Ning had already reached a point just inside the three-point line at the left corner, seized the ball, and with a flick of his wrist, swish, the ball went in. A clean shot. The Chinese fans in the stands erupted with excitement, rising to their feet and cheering loudly for the court. The bench of the Timberwolves also joined in the applause. Kenyon Martin's expression darkened as he shot a fierce glare at Ning, growling, "This time you got lucky, but I won't give you another chance." Ning met Kenyon Martin's gaze, and although he could not hear the words being spoken, he could easily surmise they were anything but kind. His own expression grew serious. Earlier, when he had been matched up against Anthony, despite Anthony's aggressive tactics and physical dominance, it was clear that there was no malicious intent behind his actions. This is a competition, and in a realm of competition, scoring in the most rational manner is an instinct intrinsic to every player. Ning is well aware of this fact, and thus, he harbors no resentment. Yet, what of Kenyon Martin? Aside from his incessant taunts, what else can he offer? Regardless of what you utter, I shall silence you. Ning's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze upon Kenyon Martin. He had no intention of engaging in futile dialogue. On the court, the most potent retort is to score. The Knicks launched an offensive. After several passes, the ball found its way into Kenyon Martin's hands. He lowered his center of gravity, casting a disdainful glance at Ning, and mockingly declared, "Yellow-skinned monkey, I will show you what the NBA is all about." Ning's expression shifted, his eyes growing even colder. The term yellow-skinned monkey transcended mere provocation. It was a blatant act of discrimination and insult that could not be tolerated. Taking a deep breath, Ning remained unblinking, his focus unwavering on Kenyon Martin. Ning was resolute in his determination to thwart the ball, intent on teaching Kenyon Martin a lesson, demonstrating through his actions that to insult him, and by extension, the Asian race, would come at a steep price. Upon feeling Ning's piercing gaze, Kenyon Martin was momentarily shaken, his smile fading as an eerie sensation crept over him. He found this unsettling. To prove his courage and dispel any notion of fear, he resolved to confront Ning E one-on-one, aiming to score a basket over him. With a swift motion, Kenyon Martin sprang into action, tapping his toes briefly before retracting them, feigning a breakthrough to the right while secretly veering left. However, Ning E had astutely discerned Kenyon Martin's intentions, swiftly positioning himself to intercept. With a haughty snort, Kenyon Martin mimicked Anthony's approach, slightly decelerating in an attempt to use his body to displace Ning E. In fact, he succeeded in pushing Ning E back momentarily. Yet, before he could capitalize on this advantage, Ning E swiftly closed the gap, his eyes glinting with intensity, exuding a chilling aura filled with fierce determination. Caught off guard, Kenyon Martin faltered, his movements delayed. At that moment, Ning Yi's eyes sparkled with purpose as he acted with remarkable speed. A sharp sound echoed as Kenyon Martin felt an emptiness in his palm. He was intercepted. In the next instant, Ning E surged forward, seizing the basketball and darting towards the Knicks' half of the court. The moment was utterly unexpected. No one anticipated that Kenyon Martin would be so swiftly intercepted. None could rush to thwart Ning E, who surged into the front court, stepping beyond the three-point line. What was he about to do? Was he preparing for a dunk? In the stands, astonishment swept through the crowd as Ning E entered the paint, cradling the ball in his hands. With his knees bent, he propelled himself off the floor, the sound of his sneakers scraping against the surface resonating in the air. And thus, Ning E leapt into the air, his right hand grasping the basketball, held high above him. Isn't this supposed to be a slam dunk? However, from the preseason to the regular season, it is the first time people have witnessed Ning E perform a dunk after such an extended period. In that fleeting moment, time appeared to slow down. As the crowd fixated on Ning E, moving in unison with him, they watched as he leaped into the air, his body soaring, right hand gripping the basketball, descending forcefully toward the hoop. With a resounding thud, the ball was emphatically slammed into the net by Ning E. As he landed, an eerie silence enveloped the audience. This marks Ning Yi's inaugural dunk in the NBA. Yet what truly captivates the audience is the intensity of his gaze, a fierce look that exudes a predatory essence, reminiscent of a formidable beast. He sets his sights on Kenyon Martin. Is Ning truly targeting Kenyon Martin? It dawns on me that Kenyon must have uttered something provocative. I had just witnessed him hurling insults at Ning incessantly. Ning is incensed. Following a moment of silence, the crowd erupts. Some keen observers notice subtle details, nearly reconstructing the truth. Ning E is indeed furious. While Kenyon Martin may taunt him and hurl insults, the derogatory phrase about yellow-skinned monkeys is intolerable. Were this not a game, what he would unleash would not be a basketball, but rather his fists. Chapter 64. The block, the dunk ignited the entire arena, leaving the spectators in a state of astonishment. Following a brief moment of silence, an eruption of applause and cheers ensued, prompting many to question whether this was truly the Knicks' home court or that of the Timberwolves. On the sidelines, Anthony's eyes sparkled. He neither favored Ning E nor his teammate Kenyon Martin. In the realm of basketball, anything can transpire, and every player possesses their unique style, which is beyond reproach. Naturally, when an opponent provokes you, hurling insults or disparaging remarks, one must retaliate. Such is the duty of a man. To falter in the face of provocation invites disdain. Well done, Ning. On the Timberwolves bench, a chorus of players erupted in cheers for Ning E, applauding his impressive steal and fast break, which undeniably bolstered their morale. Adelman nodded, a smile gracing his features as he quietly remarked, "This kid, he continuously delivers surprises, an unending stream. I wonder what else he will unveil in the future." Typically, a rookie undergoes a year or two of refinement before showcasing a remarkable performance, which is already a source of astonishment. Yet, Ning E has achieved such rapid progress in merely a couple of months, creating the illusion that every time one sees him, it is as if they are witnessing a transformed individual, each moment bringing forth new delight. Meanwhile, the game continued. Kenyon Martin wore a scowl, fury boiling within him as he glowered at Ning E. He began to taunt once more, though this time, his bravado seemed somewhat feeble, tinged with an air of false bravado. "Kid, don't think that one dunk makes you remarkable. That was merely a fluke. I won't allow you to prevail again. I will make you understand that you are merely a rookie. Is that so?" Ning E responded with calm indifference. He had no desire to engage in a verbal spar with Kenyon Martin, as it was not his style. However, every word spoken by Martin would come at a cost. The Knicks launched another offensive, and the ball found its way back into Kenyon Martin's hands. This time, Kenyon Martin exhibited a remarkable degree of caution. Although he engaged in a one-on-one with Ning E, he did not allow himself to become complacent or impatient. With one hand skillfully dribbling the ball and the other safeguarding it, he utilized his physical advantage to penetrate Ning Yi's defense, proceeding with deliberate and steady movements. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At this moment, Ning Yi took a step back. Kenyon Martin raised an eyebrow, a surge of delight coursing through him. Seizing the opportunity, he accelerated past Ning Yi, charging into the restricted area, poised to make a layup. "Be careful," shouted the Knicks fans from the stands. Kenyon Martin sensed an ominous shadow approaching. A large hand loomed above him, blocking his shot and constricting his space to execute. Yet, suspended in the air, Kenyon Martin found himself unable to alter his course, forced to twist mid-flight, hoping to create a momentary delay to evade the defense. Even if the shot didn't succeed, it was certainly preferable to being blocked. Unfortunately, he overestimated his abilities. The once dominant Kenyon Martin, now in his 30s, struggled with maneuvers that demanded exceptional physical prowess. He lingered in the air for mere fractions of a second before beginning his descent, cursing under his breath as he leaned back, attempting to distance himself from Dion. He aimed for a floater, determined to release the ball regardless of its outcome, resolute not to be swatted by a rookie like Dion. Just then, a figure surged forward, leaping into the air and delivering a resounding slap to the basketball. With a sharp crack, Kenyon Martin was sent tumbling to the ground, both him and the ball falling together. As he lay on the floor, his first instinct was to glance back, and upon seeing Ning Yi, his expression darkened. He had been blocked by Ning Yi. Kenyon Martin made a valiant effort to evade Dion, yet Ning Yi was still trailing closely behind. As Kenyon Martin executed his maneuver in midair, Ning Yi had already caught up. At this moment, Kenyon Martin was already descending. Although jumping was not Ning Yi's forte, he managed to surprise Martin with a well-timed block. In fact, from the outset, Ning Yi was aware that Dion would undoubtedly be behind him, which is why he refrained from exerting all his effort to obstruct Martin's advance, allowing him to penetrate, knowing Dion was there for support. He committed a foul. Kenyon Martin rose and glanced at the referee. The referee ignored him and swiftly sprinted towards the Knicks half-court, as Biyombo had secured the basketball and initiated a fast break. Ning Yi and Barria were also in rapid pursuit, and after a sequence of 3 passes, Barria took a shot and scored. At this juncture, the Timberwolves had leveled the score. Upon witnessing this turn of events, certain Knicks fans sprang into action. After all, they were indeed Knicks supporters. While they may not have cared much for Kenyon Martin, they could not remain indifferent to the scoreline. Some among the crowd shouted vehemently, asserting that Ning Yi's block constituted a foul. Naturally, the Timberwolves fans were equally displeased, creating a stark contrast between the two factions as they exchanged heated words, igniting a fervent atmosphere in the stands. The referees, accustomed to such disputes and din, paid little heed to the commotion. The players, too, remained unfazed. However, Knicks head coach Mike would call the timeout, opting to substitute Kenyon Martin for Anthony. On the Timberwolves side, Adelman also made a change, bringing on Brewer for Ning Yi, recognizing that pitting Ning Yi against Anthony would likely be disadvantageous. Yet, based on the previous exchanges, it appeared that a strategic separation might yield favorable results. In but a fleeting moment, Ning Yi contributed 4 points, along with a steal and a block, directly aiding the Timberwolves in equalizing the score. The game continued. Seated on the sidelines, Martin approached and inquired, "Ning, what did Kenyon Martin say to you that has you so incensed?" "Nothing much. I prefer not to elaborate," Ning Yi replied, shaking his head. "Very well," Martin conceded, refraining from pressing further. In truth, the spectators in the stands were equally curious about the exchange between Kenyon Martin and Ning Yi that had provoked such ire in Ning Yi. On the court, Anthony was in stellar form, scoring consecutively upon his arrival and helping the Knicks widen their lead. Meanwhile, on the Timberwolves side, Adelman substituted Love and Martin, realizing that relying solely on Brewer was insufficient to contend with Anthony. They struggled defensively to contain him and offensively to match his prowess. With Love and Martin on the floor, the situation improved somewhat. However, Anthony's performance was simply unparalleled today, his shots falling with uncanny precision, rendering him nearly unstoppable and leaving the opposition at a loss. These are the superstars. Once they ignite their passion, they become a formidable force, rendering even the most diligent defenders powerless. They transcend into a remarkable state where scoring becomes effortlessly simple. Achieving 30 or 40 points in a single game is no challenge whatsoever. Chapter 65, The Indomitable Anthony Swish. Anthony has once again sunk a mid-range jumper, and the Knicks now lead the Timberwolves by 8 points. The second quarter has transformed into a showcase of Anthony's prowess, showcasing his versatility with 3-point shots, mid-range jumpers, aggressive drives to the basket, and thunderous dunks, leaving the Timberwolves utterly helpless against his onslaught. Brewer has been thoroughly overwhelmed by Anthony's performance. He simply cannot contain him on the defensive end, which in turn affects his offensive rhythm. Love and Martin are performing adequately, yet they cannot withstand Anthony's explosive display, which invigorates the entire Knicks squad. They are playing exceptionally well in the second quarter, maintaining relentless pressure on the Timberwolves. At this moment, only a few seconds remained in the second quarter. The Timberwolves coach, Adelman, called a timeout to reassess their strategy, aiming to maximize their efforts in these fleeting moments to score and reduce the point deficit. Meanwhile, the Knicks head coach was also strategizing, opting to substitute Anthony out of the game. Shortly thereafter, the timeout concluded. The Timberwolves initiated their offense with patience, yet ultimately failed to score. The Knicks secured the rebound with mere seconds left in the second quarter. At this moment, the Knicks head coach opted to make another substitution, reintroducing Anthony onto the court. This decision seemed superfluous, as it was not the dying moments of the fourth quarter, and bringing Anthony back did not guarantee a successful shot. The strategy was overly conspicuous. Could the Timberwolves not discern it? In the stands, spectators engaged in discussions. On the court, the Knicks launched their offense, advancing the ball to Anthony, who was instructed to take the final shot, while everyone else spread out to allow for a one-on-one situation. He exhibited a series of dribbles beneath his legs, followed by a crossover step, lowering his center of gravity as he drove towards the left side. Brewer immediately shifted to defend. Simultaneously, Love moved forward to assist Brewer in the double team. As the shot clock was winding down, it was evident that this was Anthony's moment to shoot, and they merely needed to contain him. Yet, at that critical juncture, Anthony retreated, cradling the ball and stepping back beyond the three-point line, raising his hand for a shot. Brewer lunged forward, his palm reaching out to obstruct Anthony's face. With a soft swish, the ball found its mark. At this moment, only 1 second remains in the second quarter. Truly, Anthony is remarkable. This shot is extraordinary, almost a buzzer beater, and a three-pointer at that. In the stands, Knicks fans are elated, fervently chanting Anthony's name. In this segment, Anthony's performance was nothing short of exemplary, scoring 17 points in a single quarter. In the final seconds, he managed to sink a near buzzer beater, leaving no room for critique. With a margin of 11 points, Adelman furrowed his brow as he observed Anthony, realizing the necessity of containing him. After all, he had already amassed 26 points by halftime. The Timberwolves' deficit in the first half could be attributed to Anthony's prowess. Statistically, he was the highest scorer of the game thus far. However, Anthony's influence on the court transcended mere scoring. It was also evident in his defensive efforts and the upliftment of his team's morale. Consequently, to vanquish the Knicks, it was imperative to curtail Anthony's impact. Before long, the second half commenced. Both teams deployed their starting lineups, and the initial moments of the third quarter were fraught with tension. The trailing side sought to seize the opportunity to close the gap, while the leading side aimed to widen their advantage. Following the halftime break, both teams' primary players had regained considerable stamina, prompting a strategic deployment of their best players in a tit-for-tat fashion. Ning sat on the sidelines, his brow slightly furrowed. He sensed that the coach was deliberately instructing him to avoid Anthony. Yet today, Anthony was in exceptional form, indicating he would likely play for an extended duration. Thus, Ning's opportunities to enter the game would be limited. He realized he could not alter the coach's decisions. All he could do was strive to perform his best within the constraints of his playing time. Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm himself as the match continued. In this segment, the Timberwolves initiated a double team against Anthony. Although he curtailed his ball handling, his scoring did not cease. He incessantly maneuvered, utilizing backdoor cuts and his teammate screens to elude defenders before taking a shot. His accuracy remained formidable, rendering him nearly unstoppable. With 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Timberwolves found themselves trailing by 15 points. At this juncture, Anthony was substituted, and Adelman promptly brought Ning onto the court. Brewer had been thoroughly dominated by Anthony, and even with Anthony's departure, Brewer might struggle to regain his rhythm. Therefore, Adelman decided to replace Brewer with Ning, recalling that Ning had made a notable impact when he was introduced in the second quarter. As soon as he stepped onto the court, Ning spotted Kenyon Martin. The individual remained as irritable as before. Upon laying eyes on Ning, he unleashed a torrent of vitriol, seemingly wishing to drown him in a deluge of contempt. Ning, naturally, did not shy away from the confrontation. He approached with the intent to engage Kenyon Martin directly. With a deft maneuver, He executed a reverse run to secure the ball, instantly lifting it aloft, which prompted Kenyon Martin to leap in anticipation. Only then did Ning Yi ascend, drawing a foul in the process. Although this play did not yield a 2-1 opportunity, Ning Yi confidently strode to the free throw line, successfully converting both attempts and thereby notching his 8th point of the contest. Throughout the first quarter, he had managed a mere 2 points. Damn it! Kenyon Martin seethed with frustration, yet refrained from acting impulsively. He had no desire to be benched by the coach. In ensuing plays, Ning Yi continued to exhibit a formidable presence, particularly when challenged by Kenyon Martin. His agile positioning left the seasoned player, now in his 30s, somewhat at a loss, struggling to keep pace. With a resounding clap, Ning Yi secured a rebound and promptly initiated a counterattack, charging towards the front court with Kenyon Martin in pursuit. Without hesitation, Ning Yi executed a 3-step layup. The sound of impact resonated as he was met with a foul. The referee, displaying no indecision, promptly called a foul against Kenyon Martin. At that moment, the ball circled the rim before plunging into the net. What a splendid play. 2 points plus a free throw. The crowd erupted in applause, cheering for Ning Yi. Knicks head coach Woodson, maintaining a stern expression, could no longer contain his frustration and called a timeout, substituting Kenyon Martin back in for Anthony. During this period, Ning Yi completely dominated Kenyon Martin, playing with increasing confidence and aggression, consistently scoring points. As the advantageous situation that Anthony had painstakingly established began to slip away, Coach Woodson felt a surge of frustration. If it were not for Kenyon Martin's veteran status, he would have already expressed his ire. Ning Yi stepped up to the free throw line and successfully made the additional shot before being substituted. Sighing as he glanced at Anthony, Ning Yi felt a wave of dissatisfaction. Every time Anthony entered the game, he had to exit, and he longed to continue facing off against Anthony, even if it meant being overwhelmed. Unfortunately, the coach had other plans. During the latter part of this section, the Timberwolves continued to trail, albeit by a narrow margin. As the third quarter came to a close, they found themselves 5 points behind. Yet, these 5 points loomed like an insurmountable chasm before the Timberwolves, obstructing their path to victory. In the final chapter of their struggle, the Timberwolves launched a counterattack, momentarily overtaking the score. However, at every critical juncture, Anthony consistently emerged to score, aiding his team in maintaining composure and leveraging his exceptional individual prowess to firmly suppress the Timberwolves. Despite the minor point differential, the Knicks managed to sustain their lead. Ning Yi found limited opportunities to play in the fourth quarter, as the score remained too tight for Edelman's comfort. He opted to rely more heavily on key players such as Martin, Love, and Pekovic, aiming to seize any opportunity to close the gap. Today, Love, Martin, Pekovic, Rubio, and Brewer enjoyed substantial playing time, ensuring that at least one starter was always on the court. In contrast, the playing time for substitutes like Ning Yi and Dion was significantly diminished. In the final quarter, Ning Yi attempted only one shot, which did not find its mark, and he was subsequently substituted out as Adelman promptly reinstated Love, Martin, and Brewer. Observing the situation on the court, Ning Yi realized that his chances of returning to play were dwindling. This is not the crux of the matter. The key issue lies in the fact that the current circumstances are decidedly unfavorable for the Timberwolves. The Knicks are soaring with confidence, and as long as Anthony is on the court, his mere presence serves as a boon for the team, even if he does not score. The entirety of his stellar performance has imbued the Knicks with unwavering faith, ensuring that they believe they will not succumb to defeat as long as he is present. Under this mindset, the Knicks played with meticulous precision, methodically dismantling the Timberwolves' chances. As the game approached its final 2 minutes, the Timberwolves found themselves trailing by 5 points. With time slipping away and their opportunities dwindling, the tide had irrevocably turned in favor of the Knicks. It was over. Ning Yi mused inwardly, though reluctant to accept it. He had to concede that his side had lost this match. There was no doubt about it. Indeed, as the game entered its last few seconds, the Timberwolves still trailed by 7 points. At this juncture, the match was virtually concluded. Adelman made one final attempt, calling a timeout to devise the last tactical maneuvers. However, the execution faltered, failing to yield any points. Thus, the contest lost all suspense. As the final whistle echoed, the score settled at 107-114, with the Timberwolves succumbing to a 7-point deficit. In this match, Anthony undoubtedly emerged as the most dazzling star on the court, scoring an impressive 43 points along with 6 rebounds and 3 assists, rendering his performance virtually unstoppable. Today, Ning Yi managed to secure 13 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists. However, compared to his previous 2 games, his statistics have noticeably diminished. He was thoroughly overshadowed by Anthony, which has become a subject of considerable discussion. It appears that Ning struggles when faced with star players. Indeed, when he encounters such talents, he falters. When he does not face a star, he seems fine. Yet upon meeting one, he is utterly outmatched. His physical attributes are somewhat lacking, and defensively, he presents a significant vulnerability. Against prolific scorers like Anthony, it seems he can only concede points. There has been much discourse surrounding Ning, with numerous criticisms directed at him. This cannot be considered malicious slander. For certain matters indeed reflect reality. Defense has perpetually been a deficiency for Ning. Against average role players, this flaw may go unnoticed, yet when faced with superstars, it becomes magnified, revealing a vulnerable point. The Huaxia team has succumbed to the Timberwolves, yet the match remained intensely competitive, with the score tantalizingly close to victory. How many points did Ning score? A mere 13. So few? Indeed, it is fewer than in the previous 2 games. In his match against Anthony, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage, whereas he performed admirably against Kenyon Martin. Curiosity abounded regarding what exactly Kenyon Martin had communicated to Ning. Shortly thereafter, some individuals deciphered the conversation from Martin's lip movements, and this speculation was soon corroborated by the presence of on-site equipment that captured indistinct audio, aligning with public conjecture. In an instant, Huaxia fans erupted in anger. Yellow-skinned monkey? Such an affront to our dignity. Damn, Kenyon Martin. No wonder Ning was so incensed. Had it been me, I would have struck him. A fervent demand arose for the NBA to address this matter. It cannot be dismissed so lightly. This is discrimination, an insult to all Huaxia people, and Kenyon Martin must face consequences. Huaxia fans were outraged, with major sports media and platforms voicing their condemnation of Kenyon Martin, insisting that the NBA provide a response, demand an apology, and impose sanctions. Furthermore, some Chinese individuals in New York organized spontaneously to confront Kenyon Martin at his residence, reportedly instilling such fear in him that he dared not return home, opting instead to hide in a hotel. However, Ning remained oblivious to these developments. After the game against the Knicks, he boarded a plane with his teammates, embarking on an overnight journey to Cleveland, where they were set to face the Cavaliers the following day. The next day, the Timberwolves faced the Cavaliers. Perhaps the prior day's defeat to the Knicks had taken a toll, or perhaps the back-to-back games left the players fatigued. From the outset, the Timberwolves fell behind the Cavaliers. By the end of the first quarter, they trailed by 9 points. Ning's performance was lackluster. His shooting was cold, missing his first 3 attempts before finally scoring on his 4th shot. In that first quarter, he managed only 3 points, 1 jump shot, and 1 free throw. In fact, none of the Timberwolves performed well that day. At halftime, the highest scorer was Rubio, who had accumulated a mere 7 points. At this juncture, the Timberwolves found themselves trailing by a daunting 14 points. As the second half commenced, the Cavaliers further extended their lead. Rubio was unable to sustain his impressive performance from the first quarter, struggling against Irving and failing to contain him effectively. Throughout the entirety of the third quarter, Irving accumulated 13 points. By the time the fourth quarter arrived, the Timberwolves had not once taken the lead, appearing completely out of sync, which prompted Adelman to shake his head repeatedly, his expression one of evident discontent. When the final buzzer sounded, the Timberwolves succumbed to a defeat by a margin of 16 points. In this match, Ning struggled throughout, managing to score a mere 11 points, accompanied by 3 rebounds and a solitary assist, which was even poorer than his previous performance. However, it is noteworthy that no player from the Timberwolves surpassed the 20-point mark, with Martin leading the team by scoring 19 points. When comparing the collective scores, Ning's 11 points do not appear as dismal. Once again, they faced defeat, marking their second consecutive loss. Given that this game was part of a back-to-back schedule, the loss is somewhat understandable. Perhaps one can hope for a victory in the next match. The Timberwolves have now suffered 2 consecutive defeats, eliciting dissatisfaction among some fans. Yet, due to the back-to-back nature of the games, many have expressed understanding. Meanwhile, the NBA announced on its official website that Kenyon Martin has been penalized for using derogatory language during the game, which involved racial discrimination. Consequently, the league has decided to impose a fine of $30,000 and a 1-game suspension on him. This indeed is a piece of good news. Those Knicks fans who previously harbored grievances against Ning have now shifted their stance, no longer defending Kenyon Martin, but instead lauding Ning. However, at this moment, Ning is not inclined to pay heed to such matters, for they are about to face a formidable adversary, the Golden State Warriors. Chapter 67. Ning's Reluctance. During the 2013 to 2014 season, the Warriors experienced a remarkable resurgence, with the dazzling duo of Curry and Thompson captivating the entire league, leaving it in awe. In the first half of this season, they propelled the team into the upper echelons of the Western Conference standings. Although their performance declined during the latter half of the season, they ultimately secured a sixth-place finish in the West, advancing to the playoffs. In a stunning upset during the first round, they triumphed over the third-seeded Denver Nuggets. Advancing to the second round, the Warriors faced defeat against the Spurs. Yet their remarkable talent left many in awe, particularly with their three-point shooting prowess. Both Curry and Thompson each surpassed 200 three-pointers this season. And whenever the Warriors unleashed their barrage of threes, it brought sheer delight to their fans, while their opponents could only feel a sense of trepidation. This season undeniably laid the groundwork for the Warriors' ascent and established the tone for their three-point dominance. As they entered the 2013 to 2014 season, the Warriors' ambitions clearly extended beyond merely reaching the playoffs or advancing past the first round. Their roster became increasingly cohesive, and the players matured. Not only did Curry and Thompson shine, but the 2012 draftees Barnes and Green also began to emerge, further enhancing the Warriors' strength. This season, the Golden State Warriors have competed in 4 matches, achieving a commendable record of 3 victories and 1 defeat. Naturally, as the season has only just commenced, it is challenging to glean significant insights from their record alone. However, based on their performance during the games, it is evident that the Warriors possess greater strength than in the previous season. The players of the Minnesota Timberwolves approach their encounter with the Warriors with a sense of gravity. Adelman bears a serious expression, particularly following 2 consecutive losses. This match assumes heightened importance. Securing a victory against the Warriors would not only signify the end of their losing streak, but also serve as a significant morale booster for the Timberwolves. On that day, fans arrived early at the Target Center, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the match. The Warriors players had already arrived: Curry, Thompson, Iguodala, David Lee, Bogut, Barnes. Their expressions were calm, yet the fierce determination in their eyes was truly formidable. At that moment, the arena was enveloped in darkness, and the DJ's voice resonated as he announced the entrance of the Minnesota Timberwolves players. A beam of light illuminated the area above the players' tunnel, and one by one, the Timberwolves emerged, greeted by an enthusiastic ovation from the audience. The thunderous applause reverberated throughout the entire venue, reaching the ears of the Golden State Warriors players. Their previously indifferent expressions shifted slightly, not with fear or apprehension, but with a spark of excitement. This is a rising team, a youthful squad brimming with determination and ambition, each member eager to engage in battle. The players of the Timberwolves take the stage, casting glances towards their opponents, the Warriors. Their gazes collide in the air, sparking a flurry of intensity. As from each other's eyes, they perceive an unwavering resolve, a shared conviction of victory in this contest. Ning inhales deeply, his eyes sweeping over Curry and Thompson, before settling on Iguodala and Green. The Warriors' starting small forward is likely Iguodala, with Green as the substitute. Facing either presents a formidable challenge for Ning, as both are defensive stalwarts. Ning excels in offense, but struggles in defense, making encounters with such defensive powerhouses detrimental to his game. At 6:30 in the evening, the match commences. The Timberwolves field their regular starters, while the Warriors counter with Bogut, David Lee, Iguodala, Thompson, and Curry, forming a conventional starting lineup. The Warriors swiftly gain possession of the ball. Their rhythm is brisk, as they advance to the front court with rapid movements, executing screens, splitting after picks, and interweaving runs with the precision of a well-oiled machine, ceaselessly in motion. It has been said that the Warriors are the most agile team in the NBA, a statement that rings true. Their tactics and the characteristics of their players necessitate their proficiency in running. This fluid and rapid offensive style is precisely what captivates audiences, always evoking a sense of exhilarating satisfaction. Swish! After several swift movements, the ball finds its way into Thompson's hands, who promptly elevates for a three-pointer. The ball decisively swishes through the net, clean and crisp, granting the Warriors an early lead. Here, the Timberwolves counterattack. Ning sits on the sidelines, his brow furrowed. The Warriors' counterattacks are exceedingly swift, complemented by their sharp three-point shooting. Although we are also scoring, our efficiency pales in comparison to that of our opponents. Adelman, too, wears a frown. Merely 3 minutes into the game, the Timberwolves find themselves at a disadvantage, ensnared by the rhythm set by the opposing team, forced to chase relentlessly, as if being led by the nose. This cannot continue. Adelman called for a timeout, glancing towards the bench. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Dion, you shall take the place of Pekovic. Cunningham, you will replace Brewer. Ning, he was taken aback. Why was he not included? This left Ning, he feeling disheartened. Yet he soon discerned the reason behind it. After a little over 3 minutes, the Warriors began to substitute, bringing in Barnes and Green. In this instance, Adelman also made substitutions, replacing Cunningham and Martin with Ning, E, and Bammett. Understanding dawned upon Ning, E, yet he couldn't help but sigh. The coach was deliberately allowing him to evade the opposing team's star small forward. At least in Adelman's perspective, the second-year rookie Green was certainly more manageable than Iguodala, thus enabling Ning, E, to showcase his abilities more effectively. However, Ning, E, felt discontented with this arrangement. This left Ning, E, feeling quite discontented. However, Adelman had his own considerations. From his perspective, Ning, E, was still a rookie, and pitting him against the opposing team's primary small forward was not a judicious choice. Just like in the matches against the Knicks and the Raptors, this scenario was unfavorable for the team, as Ning, E, could become a liability. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the timeout. As Ning, E, took to the court, he immediately sensed the formidable defensive pressure. Though Green was merely a sophomore, his extraordinary talent, particularly on the defensive end, was no jest. He was a future contender for the title of Best Defensive Player. Ning, E, exhaled deeply, dispelling his anxiety, then executed a back cut, swiftly penetrating the paint. He exchanged a knowing glance with Dion, and they executed a pick and roll, shaking off Green. Upon reaching the opposite side, Ning, E, received the ball. At that moment, a shadow darted past. Green had already caught up, refraining from jumping prematurely, fixated on Ning, E, like a leopard poised to pounce. Furrowing his brow, Ning, E, opted to pass the ball. In the ensuing minutes, he attempted 3 shots, only making 1. Green's defensive prowess was indeed remarkable. He possessed height, wingspan, speed, and vertical leap, adeptly leveraging his physical advantages to continually apply pressure on Ning, E, making it nearly impossible for him to shake free. Even when Ning, E, managed to evade him, Green would swiftly close the gap. By the end of the first quarter, Ning, E, had only managed to score 2 points. Chapter 68. Reluctance to evade this situation was amiss. Indeed, it was quite grave. Trailing by 9 points after the first quarter, if this continued, the prospects for today's game appeared dire. Yes, Ning had only scored 2 points, tightly guarded and deprived of shooting opportunities. It must be said that Ning's performance in recent games had been underwhelming, with each game yielding lower scores. In the stands, the hearts of Timberwolves fans were heavy. Having fallen behind by 9 points in the first quarter, they were decidedly at a disadvantage. Although one quarter could not dictate the outcome of the entire game, it was a nerve-wracking sight. On the sidelines, the expressions of the Timberwolves players were grim, having already lost 2 consecutive games. A third defeat would mean a disheartening 3-game losing streak. Head bowed, Ning, E, was engulfed in frustration, not solely due to Green's oppressive defense, but also because the coach's directive to avoid confrontation with the opposing starting small forward left him feeling quite unsettled. Thus, once on the court, Ning, E, was affected, and his string of missed shots stemmed not only from Green's defense. Observing his players, Adelman furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply before clapping his hands. Let's rally together. It's only the first quarter. There is ample time left in the game. So what if we are down by 9 points? This is our home court, with so many fans watching you. Are you ready to concede? Of course not. The players lifted their heads. That's the spirit, Adelman continued. Stay focused and play well. I believe in you, and so do all these fans. You can certainly catch up and even surpass the score. The crowd nodded in agreement, their spirits reignited. Not far away, Mark Jackson was also rallying the morale. Gentlemen, you have performed admirably. However, I must assert that this is insufficient. You are capable of achieving even greater heights, and we can extend our lead further. He gestured toward the stands and continued. Do you see? The majority are fans of the Timberwolves, and whenever we score, jeers resound. Yet, in my view, this is the most exquisite sound. The jeers from the away crowd resonate like cheers from our home supporters. The eyes of the Warriors players gleamed with determination. Mark Jackson added, in the coming moments, we must elevate our performance. I wish to hear more of those jeers. I relish that sound, do you not? We do, replied the group of Warriors players, their laughter tinged with an eerie intensity. Observing the cold glint in his players' eyes, their fierce resolve, Mark Jackson chuckled. While he may not excel in all areas, he was undoubtedly a master at uplifting spirits and motivating players. Suddenly, the second quarter commenced. As the second period began, Ning, he was called upon to play. The Timberwolves approached the game with aggressive intent, and Ning, he took a moment to recalibrate, restoring his composure as he faced Green with newfound confidence. Nonetheless, the defensive pressure remained formidable. After all, Green's defense was formidable despite being merely a sophomore. He was acutely aware that during the 14-15 season, when Coach Steve Kerr took the helm of the Warriors, Green was elevated to a starting position, leading to a shift in the Warriors' strategy toward a smaller lineup. Taking a deep breath, he observed Green, then suddenly launched into action, his toes tapping twice before he retreated a step, his shoulders shifting as he exploded into speed. What? Green was taken aback. He saw feint to the right. Yet in reality, he darted to the left, a deceptive maneuver that left Green tricked. Utilizing this almost uncanny footwork to shake off Green, positioned himself at a 30-degree angle to the left and called out to his teammate, ball. In the next instant, the ball was passed to him, and he had already adjusted, his gaze unwavering on the hoop as he leapt, his body extending gracefully through the air, his wrist flicking. Swish! With a gentle sound, the ball swished through the net. The crowd erupted in cheers as the Timberwolves fans celebrated. He smiled faintly, feeling his rhythm return. In the ensuing moments, he scored another basket, yet the defensive pressure intensified. Suddenly, Warriors head coach Mark Jackson made a substitution, taking Green off the court in favor of Iguodala. Observing this, Adelman also opted for a change, substituting out. Sighing inwardly, walked to the sidelines. In the following minutes, both team starters returned to the game. Curry began to unleash his prowess, shooting three-pointers with an almost supernatural precision. Having witnessed this before his journey across time, he was not particularly astonished. However, the live audience, including Timberwolves players and coaching staff, were utterly taken aback. Curry's shot selection was questionable, launching from beyond the arc with barely a step to spare, yet miraculously, each shot found its mark. It was nothing short of miraculous. As Curry ignited, the Warriors unleashed a surge, swiftly extending their lead to over 10 points. By the end of the second quarter, the Timberwolves found themselves trailing by 11 points. As the second half commenced, Curry maintained his first-half momentum. Moreover, Thompson began to shine as well, forming a formidable long-range duo with Curry, raining down three-pointers upon the Timberwolves, nearly overwhelming the game. At this moment, the Warriors had established a lead of as much as 19 points. The game had become unbearable to watch. 19 points. The crowd erupted, their despondency palpable. On the Timberwolves side, Adelman called a timeout to regroup. Upon returning to the court, the Timberwolves situation improved slightly. However, the deficit was too substantial to overcome swiftly. Meanwhile, he remained confined to the bench. As the fourth quarter commenced, the gap narrowed a little, yet it still stood at over 10 points. Some fans in the stands began to rise and leave, unable to endure the spectacle any longer. Anxious and conflicted, he struggled internally for a moment before resolutely standing up and addressing Adelman. "Coach, I request to enter the game." "Oh." Adelman did not display anger, but merely regarded with a steady gaze. Continued, "I do not wish to only play when the opposing team's starting small forward is absent. Even if we face a devastating loss, I want to fight valiantly. I desire to battle, not to retreat or evade." "Do you believe this is evasion?" "Indeed," declared emphatically. The Timberwolves players looked on, apprehensive for him, despite the calm demeanor of their coach, who could tell if it was merely the calm before the storm. Held Adelman's gaze unwaveringly. Adelman scrutinized his brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. After a moment, he broke into a smile, placed a hand on Ningyi's shoulder, and said, "Prepare yourself. You are going in for Brewer." Upon concluding, Adelman added, "Regardless of how the remaining minutes unfold, I will not substitute you out again." "Thank you, Coach." He expressed gratefully, feeling a surge of emotion. If he had a different coach, perhaps someone like Chris Gent from the Kings, the outcome might have been different. Adelman called a timeout to facilitate Ningyi's entry. Chapter 69. To challenge Iguodala one-on-one? With only 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the Timberwolves lineup consisted of Pekovic, Love, Martin, and Rubio. The Warriors lineup included Jermaine O'Neal, David Lee, Iguodala, Thompson, and Curry. Glanced at his teammates. "Let us give it our all." Love encouraged him. Indeed, nodded, resolute. The game was not over, despite trailing by 15 points, as long as there remained time on the clock. Surrender was not an option. No matter what, they would exert every ounce of effort, even until the final second. Martin, Rubio, and Pekovic exchanged determined glances before Pekovic initiated the out-of-bounds play, and Rubio began to advance, launching the Timberwolves offense. At this moment, The score stood at 98-83, with the Warriors leading by 15 points. In the blink of an eye, Rubio advanced to the front court, instinctively glancing towards Love. Love, with one hand pressing against David Lee and the other raised for the ball, received a swift pass from Rubio as the latter flicked his wrist. Love, now in a one-on-one situation, faced an impending double team. Simultaneously, Ning initiated his movement, his peculiar footwork reminiscent of a darting fish. He swayed twice, then suddenly surged forward, his speed fully unleashed. Although his velocity only reached level 6, the erratic footwork allowed him to swiftly outpace Iguodala, who was now racing towards Love. Ning Yi's eyes lit up as he immediately passed the ball to Love. As Ning Yi received the ball, he feigned a shot. Behind him, Iguodala had caught up, and upon seeing Ning Yi's shooting posture, he lunged forward, his arm raised. Drawing from his extensive experience, he refrained from jumping prematurely and opted to interfere instead. However, even with this interference, Iguodala had to elevate his center of gravity. Seizing the moment, Ning Yi executed a sudden burst of acceleration, slipping past Iguodala in one decisive step. Oof! David Lee let out a cold snort, abandoning Love to charge at Ning Yi. At that moment, Iguodala turned around and felt a jolt in his heart upon witnessing the scene. Just as he was about to shout a warning, he saw Ning Yi execute a ground pass. The basketball ricocheted off David Lee's foot, soaring over him and landing perfectly in Kevin Love's hands. Love internally praised the exquisite pass, taking a step forward before launching into a two-handed slam dunk. The resounding crash echoed, igniting excitement among the Timberwolves fans. The dunk arrived at a most opportune moment, not only securing 2 points, but also significantly uplifting the team's morale while simultaneously undermining the opponent's spirit. Although only a little over 4 minutes remained in the game, hope was not yet lost. Love, brimming with excitement, nodded at Ning Yi upon landing and called out, "Get back, get back." The Timberwolves hastened to defend, while the Warriors launched a counterattack. Curry advanced into the front court, executing a pick and roll with a teammate, feigning a drive. On the Timberwolves side, Rubio promptly attempted to maneuver around the screener. Observing this scenario, Ning Yi felt a surge of urgency and quickly cautioned, "Watch for the three-pointer." No sooner had he spoken than Curry retreated a step, positioning himself just beyond the three-point line, swiftly gathering the ball with hardly a glance at the basket before releasing a shot. Swish! The ball found its mark, another three-pointer. Rubio was momentarily stunned, turning to Ning Yi and stating, "It's our turn to attack." Ning Yi responded calmly, refraining from elaboration. Rubio nodded in understanding, aware that time was of the essence. There was little room for discussion. With just over 4 minutes remaining and a 16-point deficit, urgency hung heavily in the air. The atmosphere among the Timberwolves fans in the stands grew increasingly despondent, sensing the daunting challenge ahead. Time was running short. On the Timberwolves' end, Rubio advanced the ball, preparing to pass to Love, who shook his head in refusal. Understanding the unspoken cue, Rubio held off on the pass, instead drifting around beyond the three-point arc before distributing the ball to Martin. Martin engaged in a one-on-one against Thompson, skillfully changing direction before accelerating towards the basket. Yet he could not completely shake off Thompson, merely gaining a half-step advantage as he charged towards the Warriors' interior. For the Warriors, Jermaine crouched low, fixated on Martin, while Thompson closely shadowed him, poised to strike, ready to deliver a formidable block at the first opportunity. At this moment, the focus of all was on the interior, oblivious to the perimeter. Suddenly, Martin leapt against Jermaine, his body curling in midair, deftly passing the ball through the narrow gap between players. It was Ning. Following the trajectory of the basketball, spectators turned their gaze to Ning Yi, who stood beyond the three-point line on the right side. Without hesitation, he launched a three-pointer. A three-pointer? The crowd momentarily froze at the sight of Ning Yi shooting from beyond the arc. In their previous encounter against the Thunder, he had made 2 three-pointers, but thereafter refrained from attempting any more, leaving many in suspense regarding whether he was unable to shoot or simply unwilling. Now, witnessing another three-point attempt from Ning Yi, anticipation hung in the air as they fixated on the ball. It soared through an arc and then swished through the net. "It's in. Hooray. It went in. I knew it." Ning must simply be reluctant to shoot threes, not incapable of doing so. Who would have thought his three-point shot was so formidable? It truly is a pity that he seldom attempts them. Could it be that he has a form of obsessive-compulsive disorder, feeling uncomfortable unless he shoots mid-range? There's a possibility. In the stands, discussions erupted among the crowd. This three-point shot has ignited various speculations among the spectators, with many believing that Ning Yi simply prefers not to attempt such shots rather than being incapable of making them. Regrettably, they are all mistaken. Ning Yi genuinely hesitates to take three-point shots due to his limited shooting accuracy. The current reason for his attempt is the dwindling time left in the match. Acquiring a mere 2 points pales in comparison to the potential benefits of a three-pointer. Should he succeed, it would not only reclaim the lost points, but also significantly elevate the morale of his team. If he fails, it is of little consequence given the circumstances. Moreover, Ning Yi's three-point shooting ability is rated at level 6, equivalent to NBA standards. Although it may not rival his mid-range shots, it is far from being ineffective. This risk is one worth taking. The score stands at 101-88, a 13-point deficit, with just over 3 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. In the next possession, the Warriors' offensive attempt yields no results, allowing the Timberwolves to seize the rebound and launch a swift counterattack. The ball traverses through Martin and Love before ultimately landing in Ning Yi's hands. A shadow flits by as Iguodala approaches. Ning Yi glances at Iguodala, hesitating momentarily, then shifts his gaze toward the sidelines where Adelman is observing him. Upon meeting Ning Yi's eyes, Adelman nods in encouragement. Understanding the signal, Ning Yi resolves to act without further hesitation. He bounces the ball on the floor, initiating a crossover dribble beneath his legs. His shoulders swaying as he attempts to deceive Iguodala with a feint, poised to break through. Is he truly planning to take on Iguodala one-on-one? Is this feasible? This is not characteristic of Ning Yi's usual style, prompting furrowed brows and focused gazes from the onlookers. Chapter 70, A Spirit Aflame Indeed. Ning is intent on challenging Iguodala one-on-one. As he confided to Adelman, he no longer wishes to evade confrontation. Avoidance only fosters weakness. Regardless of the outcome, victory or defeat, he is determined to advance boldly. With a swift motion, the sound of his sneakers against the court resonates as he initiates his move, accelerating left in a manner starkly different from his previous tactics. Previously, Ning Yi would either rely on mid-range shots, make cuts to the basket, or employ shooting fakes to mislead defenders, ultimately resulting in mid-range attempts that bore little variation. However, this time is distinctly different. This time is a drive with the ball, engaging in a one-on-one confrontation against Iguodala. All eyes are fixed on Ning Yi, including Adelman's, who has always aimed to keep Ning Yi away from the opposing starting small forward. His reasoning is twofold. Firstly, he is concerned about Ning Yi potentially becoming a liability that the opposition could exploit, thereby affecting the team's overall performance. Secondly, he believes that Ning Yi, being a rookie, requires a gradual approach. Moreover, he has designated Ning Yi as the sixth man, primarily deploying him alongside the rotation players. However, Ning Yi's recent remarks have stirred Adelman. He suddenly realizes that while his intentions may have been sound, he has overlooked a crucial aspect: the player himself. Suppressing a player's inner aspirations may not necessarily yield positive results. After all, he is still young, and excessive restrictions could be counterproductive. Adelman murmurs to himself, deciding to allow Ning Yi to take the court for these final minutes, thus presenting him with an opportunity. Furthermore, the game's circumstances have become challenging. Even Adelman must concede that the chances of a comeback are slim. To the left, Iguodala reacts swiftly, seasoned and perceptive. He anticipates Ning Yi's movement to the left and promptly shifts, retreating half a step. Indeed, Ning Yi halts and slightly retreats. He is not surprised that he could not get past Iguodala. His current skill level for breakthroughs is not high, and facing an opponent like Iguodala, it would be unusual to succeed easily. In the next moment, Ning Yi changes direction, transferring the ball to his right hand, lowering his center of gravity, and leaning his body to the right. A change of direction? Iguodala silently chuckles. He has already conserved some energy, and even if Ning Yi suddenly shifts, he can easily adjust his balance. Once again, Iguodala blocks Ning Yi's advance. At this moment on the Timberwolves side, Love, Rubio, and Martin exhibited palpable anxiety, deeply concerned for Ning. Conversely, the Warriors players appeared remarkably relaxed, with no one rushing to provide assistance. They all stood aside, confident in Iguodala's capabilities. Faced with a rookie like Ning Yi, they believed no additional support was necessary. Alas, it seemed futile. Ning found himself unable to surpass Iguodala. The challenge was formidable. His speed, explosiveness, and technique fell short. Observers lamented, assuming Ning had no option but to pass the ball, as it was implausible for him to outmaneuver Iguodala in a one-on-one scenario. In that instant, however, Ning executed a sudden behind-the-back dribble, shifting the ball from his right hand to his left. With a few quick taps of his feet against the floor, he retreated a step, creating a slight distance from Iguodala. The next moment, Ning leaped, his wrist flicking with surprising swiftness, releasing the ball with astonishing speed, reminiscent of Curry's three-pointers, almost without adjustment. As if the ball moved in tandem with his body. What? Iguodala was taken aback, but responded promptly, lunging toward Ning as he retreated. Yet, Ning's release was exceptionally rapid. In the stands, the audience gasped in astonishment. While Ning's step-back jump shot was not unexpected, the speed at which he released the ball was utterly unreasonable, seemingly without preparation. As if he hadn't completed his motion. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the ball ricocheted off the rim. Ah! Iguodala chuckled, affirming his thoughts. In the crowd, some fans shook their heads, thinking Ning was overly presumptuous. He was no Curry, and such a rapid release, without completing his motion, was bound to miss. Only Adelman raised an eyebrow, a hint of appreciation crossing his face as he murmured. Although it didn't go in, that shot was exquisite. And Ning was certainly not acting recklessly. He was prepared. Indeed, explosiveness, speed, and strength may not be his advantages, but to execute a ball-dominant offense, he must rely on such suddenness. On the court, the Timberwolves hurried back on defense. Curry advanced the ball, taking his time once reaching the front court. As they led by over 10 points with just over 3 minutes remaining, it was prudent to consume the clock, for it was the Timberwolves who needed to press. Dribbling, he directed his teammates' movements, his gaze sweeping across the court, lingering on Ning, recognizing his intentions. In truth, Ning's approach mirrored Curry's. He too relied not on physicality, but rather on speed and unpredictability, releasing shots like lightning, leaving defenders helpless. However, Curry's superior ability to penetrate the defense set him apart, complemented by his extraordinary feel for the game, allowing him to score even without a clear view of the hoop. Additionally, there was his three-point shooting. Curry's long-range threat was exceptionally potent. After a brief interlude of mere seconds, Curry commenced his movement, collaborating with a teammate to execute screen. He retreated beyond the three-point arc, elevating his center of gravity, feigning a three-point shot. Rubio instinctively advanced, leaping to contest the shot with outstretched hands. However, in that fleeting moment, Curry lowered his center of gravity, performing a deft Buddha maneuver to evade him. The ball bounced off the floor, changing direction in an instant, gliding effortlessly past Rubio, and making his way to the free throw line for a graceful floater. Bang! The shot failed to go in, yet Love secured the rebound. The Timberwolves launched a counterattack. Upon reaching the front court, the ball found its way to Love's hands. He executed a one-on-one play with poise, skillfully sinking the ball and narrowing the deficit to 11 points. In the subsequent possession, Thompson of the Warriors attempted a three-pointer but missed, allowing Ning to grab the rebound. He promptly passed it to Martin and sprinted towards the front court, where Iguodala was already closing in. Realizing the Warriors had established their positions, the Timberwolves slowed their pace. After several passes, Martin's shot was off the mark, but Pekovic managed to secure the rebound and kicked it out to the perimeter. Meanwhile, Ning made a reverse cut, slipping past Rubio. He took possession from Rubio, advanced a step, crossed into the three-point arc, and leapt into the air. Iguodala was in pursuit, but Ning did not hesitate, decisively releasing the ball with remarkable speed, as if he had shot the moment he left the ground. Once again, a smile crept across Iguodala's face. Yet in the next instant, a swish echoed through the arena, causing Iguodala's expression to shift. He stared at Ning in astonishment and saw two flames in his eyes, an indomitable spirit, fierce as fire. Chapter 71, Still Lost. The shot was successful, bringing the score to 101-92 with a 9-point gap. In the stands, Timberwolves fans erupted with excitement. Their initial hopes had been modest, yet they were taken aback as the ball found its way through the net. The deficit was now reduced to a mere 9 points. Indeed, with just over 2 minutes remaining, time was short. However, there was still ample opportunity within those 2 minutes. If the momentum continued, it was entirely possible to close the gap or even force the game into overtime. Timberwolves fans watched intently, their anticipation palpable. With just over 2 minutes left, although time was limited, the Timberwolves had managed to score consecutively, gaining momentum. If they could unleash another surge, the outcome might change. Mark Jackson furrowed his brow and ultimately called a timeout. As the players gathered, Jackson first sought to stabilize their emotions, then spread out the tactical board. Beginning his strategy, with just over 2 minutes remaining, Love and Martin were absolutely essential to contain. As for Ning, he glanced at Iguodala. "This is on you." Iguodala nodded firmly. In truth, Iguodala had been somewhat indifferent earlier, partly due to their substantial lead and partly because Ning he was merely a rookie. However, after witnessing those 2 shots, he became more serious. With just over 2 minutes left and a 9-point deficit, the situation was not trivial. As an experienced player, he understood that the more critical the moment, the less one could afford to relax. On the Timberwolves side, Adelman was also strategizing. It will be you 3 again. We're still down by 9, but opportunities remain. He unfolded the tactical board, emphasizing the need to continue feeding Love while urging the others to stay active. If they double-team Love, you must step up. Play decisively. Do you understand? Yes, I do. The crowd responded in unison. Adelman turned to Ning E, contemplated for a moment, yet ultimately refrained from issuing any specific directives. He simply advised, Ning, play at your own pace and do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Ning nodded in agreement. In the stands, fervent fans began to murmur, their anxiety palpable. Some who had departed early upon hearing the news were now filled with regret, wishing they had stayed longer to witness the most exhilarating moments. Should the Timberwolves stage a comeback, their sorrow would be profound. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the timeout. With just over 2 minutes remaining, it was a critical juncture. The Warriors initiated their offensive, with Curry advancing the ball. Upon reaching the front court, he passed to Iguodala and then began to move, his prowess lying in scoring rather than orchestrating plays. Simultaneously, Thompson was also in motion, positioning himself alongside Curry, subtly forming 2 formidable strongholds. The threat posed by these 2 individuals was formidable, compelling the Timberwolves to extend their defense beyond the 3-point line. Implementing a tenacious man-to-man strategy against Curry and Thompson, remaining vigilant at all times. The Warriors displayed remarkable patience, engaging in swift ball movement and relentless running. Even as 18 seconds elapsed from the 24-second shot clock, they had yet to release a shot. However, this relentless pursuit ultimately compromised the integrity of the Timberwolves' defense. At that pivotal moment, Curry circled from a baseline to the left side beyond the 3-point arc, receiving the ball into his hands. Alarm bells rang out. Watch out for the 3-pointer, as onlookers exclaimed. The Timberwolves, their nerves frayed, rushed towards Curry without a moment's hesitation. Yet in a surprising turn, Curry opted to pass, delivering the ball to David Lee stationed at a 45-degree angle beyond the arc. Without delay, Lee executed a swift pass to Thompson on the right side. At that moment, the players of the Timberwolves were predominantly clustered on the left side, leaving a vast expanse vacant on the right. Thompson, holding the ball, glanced down at the 3-point line beneath his feet, and then with a flick of his wrist, he released the ball. It was over. A sense of foreboding washed over the spectators. Swish! A soft sound echoed as the ball found its mark. This 3-point shot is utterly catastrophic. A once manageable 9-point deficit has now swelled to 12, with merely 1 minute and 56 seconds remaining in the game. Not even 2 full minutes left. How can the Timberwolves hope to close such a gap? On the Timberwolves side, Ning E, Love, Martin, Pekovic, and Rubio exchanged glances, each nodding in unison before embarking on their offensive maneuver. The game is not yet over. In this instance, the Timberwolves exhibited resolute determination and a clear objective. Once the ball reached the front court, it was passed to Martin, who subsequently distributed it to Ning E. Ning E then relayed the ball to Pekovic, who feigned a shot to draw on the defense before passing it outwards. Kevin Love, positioned in the corner beyond the 3-point line, received the ball and effortlessly sank a 3-pointer. Swish! Yet, the deficit remained at 9 points. In the following possession, the Warriors failed to score, nearly exhausting the entire 24-second shot clock. The Timberwolves responded with a swift counterattack. After several exchanges, the ball found its way back to Ning E. Faced with Andre Iguodala's defense, he took a decisive shot. Iguodala maintained his position impeccably, defending superbly and nearly blocking the attempt, causing Ning E to feel a moment of uncertainty regarding the outcome. Fortunately, the ball ricocheted off the rim and ultimately fell through the hoop. In the final minute, the tension and subtlety of the game heightened. The Timberwolves managed to score once more, yet time was slipping away. With merely 30 seconds remaining, they found themselves trailing by 7 points. A strategy of fouling was employed. Adelman called for a timeout to devise a plan centered around this tactic. In those last 30 seconds, the Timberwolves continued to fight valiantly. However, the miracle they hoped for did not materialize. The fouling strategy yielded no results, as the opposing team executed their free throws with unwavering precision, missing none. As the final second ticked away, the score settled at 108-99, with the Warriors emerging victorious by a margin of 9 points, leaving the Timberwolves to reluctantly accept their 3rd consecutive defeat. In this match, Ning Yi achieved a commendable score of 13 points, accompanied by 2 rebounds and 2 assists. Judging by the statistics, his performance was relatively stable, not particularly poor, especially in the final minutes where he truly dazzled the spectators. Unfortunately, the Timberwolves ultimately could not turn the tide. Sighing at the glaring red numbers on the scoreboard, Ning Yi lamented his own inadequacy, recognizing that his abilities were insufficient to alter the outcome of the game or to conjure any miracles. He felt a deep sense of regret, yet found himself powerless to change the situation. At this moment, Ning Yi harbored an unprecedented yearning for strength. He aspired to become formidable enough to influence the outcome of games, to aid his team in securing victories. He simply did not wish to face defeat. In truth, no player desires to lose. Love, Martin Rubio. Their expressions were all grim. After the match concluded, silence enveloped them as they trudged back to the locker room, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken words. Upon reaching the locker room, the silence persisted. A trio of consecutive losses. They had, astonishingly, suffered 3 defeats in a row. Initially, the season had commenced with 2 victories that filled their hearts with joy and lofty expectations for the playoffs, hoping to advance even further. Yet now, this trifecta of losses felt like a bucket of icy water, drenching them with a chilling reality that left them all shivering. Chapter 72. At the eye of the storm, the Timberwolves had lost once more. Is that so? 3 defeats in succession, indeed. It seems they remain inadequate. They started strong with 2 wins, but faltered thereafter. At this rate, it appears they will again miss the playoffs this year. And what of Ning? What can be said? His situation mirrors that of the Timberwolves, initially promising, yet ultimately disappointing. In these 3 matches, his scoring had not surpassed 15 points. Yet for an undrafted player, that is still commendable. As the Timberwolves grappled with their 3 consecutive losses, the outside world buzzed with chatter. Some reporters even camped outside, seeking interviews with the players and coaches. Adelman, however, thwarted all attempts at interviewing the players, stating, "Any inquiries can be directed to me. I am at your service. The players require training, so please do not disturb them." Upon hearing this, the reporter's eyes brightened with renewed hope. Nearby, the Timberwolves public relations manager felt a surge of urgency and quickly signaled to Adelman, but he feigned ignorance and pointed to a reporter, saying, "Please, go ahead." A middle-aged man, with golden hair and a microphone in hand, posed a question to Coach Adelman without a moment's hesitation. "What do you have to say about the 3 consecutive losses?" "Nothing," Adelman replied. "A loss is a loss. There are reasons, yet no justifications. I prefer not to dwell on it, as it is in the past, and discussing it serves no purpose." The reporter found himself at a loss, unexpectedly stumped by the very first question. Beside him, a young female journalist, likely in her 20s, swiftly interjected, "Coach Adelman, you mentioned that discussing the past holds no significance, but what about the future? Do you believe you can secure a victory in the next game and put an end to this 3-game losing streak?" A throng of reporters turned their attention to Adelman. "We must win," he asserted decisively, not attempting to dodge the question. "In the next match, we will undoubtedly prevail. There will be no 4th consecutive loss, I assure you." Yet, what if they were to lose? The female journalist pressed on. Sensing the situation was deteriorating, the public relations manager for the Timberwolves promptly intervened, seizing the microphone to shield Adelman from further inquiries. However, it was too late. Adelman's words had already been spoken and could not be retracted. Should the Timberwolves falter again in the next game, he would face considerable embarrassment. After the interview concluded, the PR manager caught up with Adelman. A wry smile etched across his face. "Coach Adelman, how can you be so certain? What if?" "I understand," Adelman interrupted. "I know what this implies. But we must put an end to this losing streak." He was no fool. He recognized that he had placed himself in a precarious position, yet he chose to proceed, embracing the challenge and compelling both himself and the Timberwolves players to rise to the occasion. Soon enough, all the players were aware of the situation. A heavy weight settled upon their hearts, as they felt the immense pressure. If they were to lose, Adelman would undoubtedly face humiliation, and they would have little face left to confront him. On that day, a profound silence enveloped everyone as they trained with exceptional diligence. For their next match against the Mavericks was critical. They could not afford another defeat. By 5 in the afternoon, the players had departed. Yet, Ning Yi lingered, having consumed a light meal outside before returning to the gym, preparing for additional practice when his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and answered. It was AChance. "Hello," came her voice on the line. "What are you up to?" "Training at the gym." "The Target Center?" "Yes." "Oh." AChance fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "I've never been to the Target Center. May I come over?" If it's inconvenient, just let me know. Not at all. It's quite convenient. The team's training has concluded for the day, and I'm here alone. Please come over, and when you arrive, give me a call, and I'll come out to meet you. After ending the call, half an hour passed before AChance arrived. She appeared quite casual today, dressed in a white shirt paired with jeans, though her figure was strikingly voluptuous, almost straining the fabric of her shirt, causing concern for her modesty. The fitted jeans accentuated her shapely, slender legs, creating an alluring silhouette that resembled a work of art, breathtakingly beautiful. Upon seeing AChance, Ning was momentarily taken aback. Her physique was almost too remarkable, not at all reminiscent of a girl in her early 20s. Such favoritism from fate. What are you staring at? AChance teased with a smile. Oh, nothing. Let us go. I'll show you inside. Ning rubbed his nose awkwardly, greeting the staff as he guided AChance to the training gym on the lower level. I apologize, but I haven't yet completed my training today. If you don't mind, feel free to look around. AChance nodded but chose not to wander, instead sitting at the sidelines. Ning resumed his training, a vital part of his daily routine. In addition to the team's practice, he undertook extra training, with a system serving as his personal coach. First, he practiced shooting, stepping beyond the three-point line, dribbling the ball once before leaping into the air, releasing the ball almost simultaneously with his jump, astonishingly swift. Swish! The ball sailed through the net with a soft sound. Ning retrieved the basketball and continued. As Ning trained, AChance observed him from the sidelines, quietly and patiently, not preoccupied with anything else, simply watching him practice. Ning sensed her presence, but felt no disturbance. Half an hour elapsed. Ning paused, beads of sweat cascading down, splattering onto the floor, forming tiny droplets that pooled into a larger puddle. Breathing heavily, he felt the heat in his lungs, as if flames were igniting within. The physical exertion was considerable, yet Ning had long since acclimated to this sensation. He began to breathe rhythmically. As he adjusted his breathing, the burning in his lungs gradually subsided, and his fatigue diminished. The technique imparted to him by the system proved to be remarkably effective. Merely altering the rhythm of his breath could swiftly alleviate his exhaustion. Ning marveled at this realization. Were it not for such a method, he could not possibly engage in daily extra training. Even if he could endure mentally, his body would not be able to withstand the strain. A delicate, snow-white arm extended towards him as AChance offered Ning a towel and a bottle of water. Wipe off the sweat and hydrate, she advised. Thank you. Ning replied gratefully as he accepted the items. At that moment, Ning was caught off guard, and his hand brushed against AChance's, a sensation of smooth softness transmitting through his fingers, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. AChance remained composed, smiling as she said, I must return to school. Already? Ning replied, allow me to treat you to a meal. I feel quite embarrassed for leaving you unattended while I focus solely on my training. Not at all. AChance responded with indifference, her smile unwavering. You must be exhausted from training, and with tomorrow's competition ahead, you should head back to rest. With that, AChance turned to leave, but paused a few steps later, calling back. Ning, I know you will win the match tomorrow. Go for it. Yes, I will. Ning replied with a smile and a nod. Though AChance offered no words of consolation, her silent presence at the sidelines during his training felt far more precious than any words could convey. Chapter 73. A commanding presence in Huaxia, Yishur. At the 9th high school, uncertainty loomed over whether the Timberwolves would triumph in their upcoming match. They certainly can, came the resolute reply. We cannot afford another defeat. It was a nerve-wracking sight. The senior had performed admirably, and how many of this year's newcomers could even compare? Yet, due to the less stellar performance in the last 2 or 3 games, he faced ridicule from others. How disgraceful. As fellow Waxians, shouldn't they support senior Ning? A group of students gathered around the convenience store, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the match. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, the principal and the head of education sat together, their eyes fixed on the computer screen, also anticipating the Timberwolves game. Today marked the Timberwolves' home game against the Mavericks, and whether they could break their 3-game losing streak hinged on this very day. In America, Minneapolis. At this moment, the match had yet to commence, and the players from both teams were engaged in warm-up exercises. On the Timberwolves side, Dieng, Martin, and Pekovic executed a series of ferocious dunks, reverberating against the rim with a resounding clang. In the stands, Timberwolves fans sensed the palpable intensity emanating from their players, resulting in heightened excitement. Each time a Timberwolves player delivered a thunderous dunk, the crowd erupted into jubilant cheers. Meanwhile, Mavericks player Jay Crowder emitted a dismissive huff, grasped the ball, took a couple of strides, and leaped into the paint, elevating the ball with his right hand before forcefully slamming it down. With a resounding thud, he executed a one-handed dunk. On the Maverick side, seasoned veterans such as Nowitzki, Calderin, and Marion maintained a composed demeanor despite the Timberwolves' intimidating presence, while some younger players found it difficult to remain unfazed. Following Crowder's emphatic dunk, Jahlil Okafor and DeJuan Blair each followed suit with their own thunderous dunks, responding in kind to the Timberwolves' display of athleticism. Though this is merely a warm-up, the players from both teams executed spectacular dunks, igniting excitement among the fans. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers, applause, and jeers, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Ning refrained from dunking, choosing instead to focus on shooting. As this was his signature move, he sought to find his rhythm so he could seamlessly transition into the game later on. After a round of warm-ups, the players returned to the sidelines. Pekovi, Love, Brewer, Martin, Rubio, it will be the same group as before. Adelman unfolded the tactical board and began to strategize, emphasizing defense as the cornerstone. They must not allow the opponents to score easily, as this would enable them to control the pace of the game. Everyone, be more proactive and aggressive. Remember, this is our home court. Yes. The team responded in unison, their voices resonating with determination. This is the target center, their fortress, where they must defend their honor. Furthermore, Adelman devised additional strategies and imparted some words of wisdom to the team before he tucked away the tactical board and solemnly declared, "In this match, victory is the only acceptable outcome." The response was unanimous. Understood. Absolutely. The team nodded in unison. This match cannot end in defeat. It must bring an end to the 3-game losing streak. Furthermore, Adelman has boldly proclaimed his assurance that should his team falter in this game, he would become the subject of ridicule. "Let us go," Adelman urged. Pekovic, Love, Brewer, Martin, and Rubio stepped onto the court, their eyes shimmering with intensity, radiating an aura of formidable determination. Sensing the Wolves' tenacity, the Mavericks felt a sense of trepidation. Nowitzki exchanged knowing glances with his teammates, cautioning, "Be careful. This game won't be easy." "Understood," replied Sean Marion, Monta Ellis, Samuel DeLembert, and Jose Calderon in unison, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Beep. The whistle sounded, signaling the commencement of the game. The tip-off ensued, and the Timberwolves emerged victorious. Pekovic tapped the ball back to the rear court, where Rubio seized it and swiftly advanced. Upon reaching the front court, he passed to Love, who decisively took on Nowitzki, backing him down a step before executing a turnaround jump shot. Swish! The ball found its mark. From the very outset, the Timberwolves played with an aggressive spirit, their offense resolute and unyielding, embodied by Love and his teammates. Despite their mental preparation, the Mavericks struggled to adapt, quickly finding themselves at a disadvantage. The Timberwolves, united in purpose, executed a splendid display of basketball, showcasing sharp and decisive offense coupled with fierce and tenacious defense. 6 minutes into the first quarter, the Timberwolves had already established an 8-point lead. Timeout. The Mavericks called for a pause, their coach Rick Carlisle furrowing his brow. He first substituted Marion and DeLembert for Jay Crowder and Bernard James, then unfolded the tactical board to reassess. "Let us slow down the pace. We cannot allow ourselves to be swept away by their rhythm. Moreover, defensively we must." Here, Adelman also made substitutions, replacing Brewer and Pekovic with Ning, and Dion. He addressed everyone, stating that they should continue to play in this manner, emphasizing the need for resolute offense and robust defense, asserting that even if it meant committing fouls, they must not allow their opponents to score easily. The team responded in unison. Upon returning to the court, Ning clenched his fist and took a deep breath, allowing himself to relax. At this moment, the Mavericks had launched their offensive, and Ning swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Crowder, arms outstretched, his gaze fixed intently upon him, moving in tandem with Crowder's every motion. In an attempt to elude Ning, Crowder executed a reverse run, only to find his efforts thwarted. Frustration welled within him, prompting him to settle into a low stance, one hand pressing against Ning, while the other sought possession of the ball. Realizing he could not easily shake off Ning, Crowder resolved to engage in a back-to-the-basket play, confident that his physical prowess would grant him the upper hand. As he received the ball, Crowder initiated his maneuver, pushing back slightly and forcing Ning to take a half step back. A smirk crept across Crowder's face. He thought to himself, "With such a slight frame, how easily I shall dismantle you." With renewed determination, He pressed back again, leveraging his body to pin Ning Yi near the restricted area. Suddenly, he executed a half-turn, clutching the ball and feigning a movement, waiting for Ning Yi to shift his balance. Seizing the moment when Ning Yi's stability faltered, Crowder abruptly retracted the ball and leapt once more, using his body to effectively displace Ning Yi. In a fleeting moment, Ning Yi was knocked aside as Crowder leapt into the air, releasing the basketball, which arced gracefully before swishing through the net. With a derisive smile directed at Ning Yi, Crowder landed effortlessly. Dion approached, offering, "I will assist you with the defense." Ning Yi nodded in acknowledgement and sprinted towards the front court. Rubio advanced the ball, passing it to Love, while Ning Yi swiftly maneuvered with an uncanny agility. Though his physical strength paled in comparison to Crowder's, his speed was nearly on par. With a deft sidestep, he evaded Crowder and positioned himself on the right side, just as Love's pass reached him. "Not so easily," Crowder declared, pursuing relentlessly as he leapt with determination. At this moment, Ning Yi had already leaped into action, not sparing a glance at Claude. With his right hand cradling the basketball and his left hand guarding it, he leaned slightly backward, and with a deft flick of his wrist, he released the ball. Chapter 74, Blood. Huaxia, E-City, 9th Middle School. What a splendid shot. In the small shop, a group of students erupted into applause, their excitement palpable. Incredible. The senior has scored. That towering figure must now understand the gravity of the situation. Go, Senior Ning Yi. The crowd was exhilarated, for Ning Yi had just answered Claude's earlier display with a remarkable shot over him, returning the favor with flair. On the television screen, the match continued. The Mavericks were on the offense. After 2 swift passes, the ball found its way into Nowitzki's hands. Despite his advancing years, the German powerhouse remained formidable, executing his signature standing chicken move as he received the ball, leaving Love with no option but to watch him shoot. The ball goes in. On the Timberwolves side, Love seeks to respond, but his attempt fails. Fortunately, Dieng secures the offensive rebound and passes it to the perimeter. Rubio, having keenly observed the situation on the court, immediately distributes the ball to Ning Yi. Ning Yi feigns a shot, causing Crowder to shift his weight in anticipation, then accelerates past Crowder, taking a step forward before executing a jumper. Swish! It goes in again. Damn it, Crowder curses inwardly, filled with frustration. However, Ning Yi pays him no mind, swiftly turning to defend, leaving Crowder in a state of irritation, as if he were ready to vent his anger on the very air around him. In the subsequent possessions, Crowder attempts to challenge Ning Yi again, but this time with Dieng providing support. He finds it impossible to overpower Ning Yi alone. Ultimately, he forces a shot, but it fails to find the mark. On the defensive end, however, Crowder becomes increasingly aggressive, his actions more pronounced. A sharp crack resounds as Crowder slaps Ning Yi's arm, prompting the referee to blow the whistle, calling a defensive foul on Crowder, sending Ning Yi to the free throw line. Ning Yi grimaces, glancing at his arm where 5 distinct finger marks have emerged. First a fiery red, which quickly transitions to a shade of blue, accompanied by a stinging sensation. Damn it. Ning Yi grits his teeth, casting a glare at Crowder, whose brutality is unforgivable. Oomph. Crowder snorts, showing no sign of remorse. Witnessing this, the Timberwolves fans erupt in discontent, a chorus of boos filling the arena. Crowder, however, remains unfazed, his expression calm, even sporting a trace of a smile, as if he had accomplished something delightful. Ning Yi, with Love approaching, is reminded to take care. "I know," Ning Yi replies. Martin, Rubio, and Dieng also come over to inquire, but Ning Yi conceals the 5 blue imprints on his arm, wary of their impulsiveness, especially Dieng's. As Ning Yi steps to the free throw line, his first attempt fails. Crowder's strike was too fierce, though it resulted in only a surface injury. It certainly does not come without pain, affecting Ning Yi's shooting. He misses the first shot. For the second free throw, Ning Yi adjusts his stance and sinks it effortlessly. With the enhancement of his skills, his free throw accuracy has improved significantly, often exceeding 90% in practice, and maintaining at least 70% in games. Minutes pass once more. In these few minutes, both sides engaged in player substitutions, gradually replacing their key athletes. Ning Yi attempted another shot. However, the previous impact from Crowder affected his performance, resulting in a miss this time. Subsequently, Ning Yi struggled to find favorable opportunities and failed to score again, yet he did contribute with an assist and a rebound. At this juncture, the first quarter concluded with the Timberwolves leading by 9 points. During the intermission, Adelman gathered the team and stated, "We hold a 9-point advantage, yet that is insufficient. We must endeavor to widen the gap further." I do not wish for any unforeseen circumstances to arise in this match. My objective is to maintain pressure on the Mavericks, preserving our lead until the final second of the game. Do you understand? Understood. The players responded in unison. Adelman then designated the players, Dion, Brewer, Ning, Martin, Rubio. You will take the court next. Accelerate the tempo. I want you all to run and execute fast breaks. Yes, understood. Dion, Rubio, and Martin affirmed one after another. Ning rubbed his right hand, still bruised, yet the discomfort had diminished significantly. Before long, the second quarter commenced. Returning to the court, the Timberwolves fielded Dion, Brewer, Ning, Martin, and Rubio, while the Mavericks countered with DeLembert, Marion, Crowder, Wayne Ellington, and Calderon. Ning was matched up against Crowder. The Mavericks managed to score immediately. However, the Timberwolves swiftly launched a counterattack, advancing into the front court before the Mavericks could fully react. In a seamless transition, Ning and Dion brushed past each other, with Dion executing a handoff to Ning before positioning himself to set a screen. Ning dribbled once and released the ball, swish. Another basket for Ning. Frustrated, Crowder turned to isolate Ning, attempting to exploit his physicality. Yet this time, Ning was vigilant. He met Crowder's initial push but then abruptly retreated, causing Crowder to stumble as he lost his balance. At that moment, Rubio lunged forward and swatted the ball. With a sharp clap, the ball was intercepted, and Rubio seized it, initiating a swift counterattack. He charged towards the front court, feigning a layup, only to deftly pass the ball behind his head. Martin soared into the air, executing a spectacular alley-oop dunk. Damn! Crowder's eyes blazed with fury. He had barely stepped onto the court before Ning scored a basket against him, and he was further caught off guard, resulting in a turnover that gifted 2 points to the opposing team. In less than a minute, he had effectively surrendered 4 points. This ignited a furious rage within Claude, causing his actions to become exaggerated. After a minute had passed, Ning feigned a move with the ball, tricking Claude into jumping, then accelerated past him, preparing to conclude the play with a layup. At that moment, Claude lunged in from behind, delivering a forceful slap that struck Ning squarely on the head. With a sharp crack, Ning's body tilted, and he collapsed onto the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Dion rushed over, shoving Claude aside. Martin, Rubio, and Brewer quickly surrounded Ning, with Martin exclaiming, "Ning, you," before he could finish his sentence. Martin was taken aback, as was Rubio and Brewer, their expressions shifting dramatically upon seeing Ning's anguished face, for which crimson liquid began to seep, blood. At that moment, the spectators in the stands beheld the sight of blood. Ning had been injured. The crowd erupted in exclamations, with some covering their mouths in shock while others seethed with rage, vehemently directing their ire towards Brewer and offering ungracious remarks towards his female relatives. On the sidelines, the Timberwolves players rose in unison, and Adelman's countenance shifted dramatically. Everything has transpired so abruptly. Chapter 75, Defeating the Mavericks. Huaxia, Yishir, 9th High School. Damn it, that towering brute. Senior Ning, he has been injured, and the blood loss appears significant. We have no idea of his true condition, as the crowd has obscured our view. A group of 9th High School students, filled with indignation, curses Claude while simultaneously expressing their concern for Ning, who has lost so much blood. The situation appears dire. Meanwhile, on various sports broadcasting platforms, such as Huaxia Sports 5 and Penguin Sports, the comment sections are nearly exploding with countless messages, all condemning Claude and advocating for Ning. It can be said that Claude's foul has incited the fury of all Huaxia basketball fans. In the United States, Minneapolis, at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities, Yi Qian is attending class when a blonde girl beside her, engrossed in her phone, suddenly exclaims upon seeing the news of Ning's injury. She pulls Yi Qian's attention, saying, "Yi Qian, look quickly, Ning has been hurt." What? Yi Qian's expression shifts dramatically as she snatches the phone away. This is a webpage featuring a live broadcast that includes a textual description alongside a striking image. In the picture, Ning lies on the floor, his face smeared with blood, evoking a sense of horror. Yi Qian furrows her brow, biting her lip, and despite being in class, she hastily retrieves her phone to find Ning's number, preparing to call him. "Wait," the blonde girl whispers. "They're in the middle of a match. He won't be able to answer your call." Upon hearing this, Yi Qian realizes the futility of her action, setting her phone down, though her brow remains knitted in worry. The blonde girl, sensing the tension, inquires, "Yi Qian, do you have feelings for Ning?" Yi Qian is momentarily taken aback, her face flushing briefly before she regains her composure and shakes her head. "We're just friends." "Oh, The blonde girl replies, skepticism lacing her tone. For despite AChance's insistence on their friendship, her gaze remains fixated on her phone, her mind elsewhere. At the target center, the match has been paused, and the Timberwolves gather around. Adelman parts the crowd, allowing the team doctor to examine Ning Yi as a wave of concern washes over the onlookers. Moments later, the doctor raises his head. How is he? Dion is the first to ask. Having witnessed Ning Yi's bloodshed, he had been ready to confront Crowder, but was restrained by Love and Martin. Both Dion and Ning Yi are rookies, and compared to Shabazz Muhammad, Dion possesses a more straightforward mindset, making Ning Yi more inclined to interact with him. Ning Yi is also amiable, and as they often partner on the court, Dion consistently steps up to assist Ning Yi whenever he faces adversity in defense, reminiscent of C.J. Aiken. Over time, they have forged a solid friendship. Seeing Ning Yi in distress ignites Dion's anger. At 20, he is naturally impulsive. Had Love and Martin not intervened, he would have undoubtedly retaliated. Fortunately, the doctor reassures. He has a laceration on his brow bone that requires a few stitches, but it's not serious. He should fully recover in about a week and a half. A collective sigh of relief escapes the group. Adelman instructs, take Ning to the locker room for suturing. As the doctor escorts Ning Yi toward the locker room, the fans in the stands begin to chant his name, eager to ascertain the extent of his injuries. Hearing the commotion, Ning Yi halts, lifts his head, and forces a smile, waving to the audience to signal that he is all right and they need not worry. Ni. The fans collectively call out Ning Yi's name, many with teary eyes. Even though his wound continues to bleed, Ning Yi does not overlook the support from the crowd, showcasing a profound sense of respect. In that moment, thousands of fans in the arena rose to their feet, bidding farewell to Ning Yi as he entered the players' tunnel. Once he vanished from sight, the crowd averted their gaze. Adelman took a deep breath, clapped his hands, and gathered the Timberwolves together. His expression stern and his tone somber. The game is not over. Ning is injured, and I share your sorrow. Yet, as professional athletes in this league, we must not retaliate maliciously despite our feelings of distress. The players remained silent, their eyes reflecting a sense of resentment. However, Adelman shifted his tone, proposing, we can seek vengeance for Ning in another manner, by defeating our opponents on the court, through the art of basketball. The players' eyes sparkled with determination as they collectively shouted, yes. Before long, the timeout concluded. The referee ultimately issued only a single technical foul to Crowder, much to the discontent of the fans, who erupted in boos. Back on the court, Dion, Love, Brewer, Martin, and Rubio returned, refraining from cursing the officials, for they understood that the referee's decision was final. Instead, they resolved to exact their own form of retribution for Ning Yi. Let's crush the Mavericks, Love declared. Dion, Brewer, Martin, and Rubio echoed, crush the Mavericks. Upon hearing their rallying cries, the fans in the stands joined in a thunderous chant, their voices merging into a cacophony that resonated like thunder. The Mavericks players visibly paled, and head coach Rick Carlisle opted to substitute Crowder, wary of potential conflicts with the Timberwolves. The game continued. In the Timberwolves locker room, the team physician was tending to Ning Yi's wounds when a sudden, resounding noise from outside startled him. Ning Yi felt a warmth in his heart, a smile gracing his lips. Thank you all. Observing Ning Yi, the physician couldn't help but reflect on the remarkable impact he had made in just a few months with the Timberwolves. From today's injury to the sight of thousands of fans standing in his honor as he entered the tunnel, and now the thunderous chant of Crush the Mavericks. It all felt utterly astounding. Such treatment is reserved solely for superstars. Yet Ning Yi is merely a rookie. Ning, we are about to suture the wound. It may sting a bit, the team doctor remarked. It's nothing, Ning Yi replied. Let's proceed. The doctor began to stitch the wound with expert precision, completing the task in a matter of moments, wiping away the excess blood. Is it done? Ning Yi inquired. Yes, the doctor affirmed. But then he watched in astonishment as Ning Yi sprang to his feet, swiftly donned a fresh jersey, and headed toward the exit. The doctor was taken aback and called out, Ning, where are you going? Ning Yi replied, out. The game isn't over yet. The doctor gaped in surprise and tentatively asked, surely you don't intend to re-enter the game? Why not? It's merely a minor injury, Dr. Kleiman, Ning Yi asserted, pushing open the locker room door and striding out. Behind him, Dr. Kleiman stood frozen for a few seconds before snapping back to reality, abandoning his gauze and needles to hastily pursue Ning Yi, shouting, Ning, listen to me. Chapter 76. Ning Yi returns to the court. Doctor. Kleiman rushed out of the locker room, but upon glancing around, he realized Ning Yi had vanished. How could a man in his 40s match Ning Yi's speed? Outside, the Mavericks were on the attack. Calderon advanced the ball, passing it to Ellis, who executed a series of crossovers in an attempt to bypass Martin, but to no avail. He ultimately passed the ball to Nowitzki. Surveying the situation on the court, Nowitzki decided to go one-on-one, backing down Love as he pressured into the paint. After a couple of decisive steps, he suddenly pivoted with the ball, maneuvering around Love and driving towards the basket. With determination, Nowitzki leaped into the air, clutching the ball. Suddenly, Dion surged in, also leaping, his arm raised like a fan, swatting down at the ball in Nowitzki's grasp. A sharp crack echoed as the ball was batted away. Nowitzki shook his head in disbelief, caught off guard by Dion's block. Standing beneath the basket, Dion's muscular arms flexed, his expression icy and fierce, resembling a wrathful guardian. One impressive rejection. The Timberwolves fans erupted in excitement, cheering loudly in approval. At that moment, the basketball rolled towards the players' tunnel, drawing the attention of several individuals. They gazed in astonishment, exclaiming, "Ning! Is it Ning? What? Over there?" As realization dawned, a collective gaze turned in this direction. At that moment, everyone beheld Ning E, who stood in the player tunnel, bending down to retrieve the basketball. The scar from a recent stitch was still visible near his left eyebrow. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd, erupting in a thunderous cheer. Ning, Ning E. The sound resonated throughout the arena, as the spectators warmly welcomed his return. Upon witnessing Ning Yi's presence, Adelman promptly called for a timeout. The team of Timberwolves rose in unison to greet Ning Yi. Terry Porter approached as well, glancing at Ning Yi's injury, his brow furrowed as he inquired, "Why aren't you resting in the locker room?" "Coach, I'm fine. Just a minor injury," Ning Yi replied, nodding in acknowledgement to his teammates. At that moment, Kleiman rushed out from the player tunnel, panting heavily as he grasped Ning Yi's arm, exclaiming, "Ning, you cannot return to the game. You are injured." "What?" Hearing this, the Timberwolves players were taken aback. Turning their gazes towards Ning Yi, Adelman furrowed his brow and inquired, "Ning, is what Dr. Kleiman said true? Do you still wish to play?" "Yes," Ning Yi replied. "Coach, please allow me to return to the court. It is merely a minor injury. I assure you it will not hinder my performance. Please trust me." "Ning, that's not possible." Martin interjected. "Indeed, Ning, you are injured. It would be wiser to rest," others advised. Ning Yi expressed his gratitude, but remained resolute. He felt compelled to continue playing. For the match was not yet over, and his unfinished business with Crowder lingered. If he were to concede now, should they encounter Crowder again, today's events might very well repeat. Therefore, Ning Yi was determined to re-enter the game, to demonstrate to Crowder that he was not to be underestimated. Adelman observed Ning Yi, discerning his determination. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately nodded. "Very well, you may return, but remember to exercise caution. Do not sustain further injury." "Thank you, coach," Ning Yi replied. The Timberwolves executed a substitution, replacing Brewer with Ning Yi. On the Mavericks side, they also made a substitution, unexpectedly bringing in Crowder. Not a deliberate tactic, but rather a surprise, as Rick Carlisle had not anticipated Ning Yi's return. When both teams returned to the court, the fans were momentarily stunned. Ning Yi and Crowder were back. What was unfolding? Had both sides come to an agreement? The atmosphere grew lively as the fans became tense, fixating their gaze on Ning Yi and Crowder. Undoubtedly, their next encounter would be anything but amicable, and something was bound to transpire. The referees exchanged furtive glances, a silent agreement forged between them to closely monitor Ning Yi and Crowder, lest any untoward incidents occur. Should another injury arise, it seemed inevitable that the two teams would erupt into chaos. With a sharp whistle, the timeout concluded. The Mavericks regained possession, initiating a sideline throw-in to Calderon. Ning Yi and Crowder were entangled, and upon noticing the injury at the corner of Ning Yi's brow, Crowder frowned slightly, but offered no apologies. His demeanor remained fierce as he grappled with Ning Yi, one hand pushing against him while the other sought the ball. To Crowder's surprise this time, Ning Yi stood his ground, as immovable as a boulder. "I refuse to yield," Crowder thought defiantly, pressing his back against Ning Yi and exerting all his strength to overpower him. Ning Yi furrowed his brow, sensing the tremendous force surging toward him, yet he remained steadfast. With a primal roar, he summoned every ounce of strength, veins bulging in his thighs and arms, bracing against Crowder's assault. Ultimately, the offensive play concluded without Crowder securing the ball, unable to extricate himself from Ning Yi's grasp. Fortunately, the German powerhouse made his mark, scoring and closing the gap for the Mavericks by 2 points. However, upon turning back, the Timberwolves retaliated with a three-pointer, courtesy of Love. In the blink of an eye, Over a minute had elapsed. In this brief span of over a minute, Crowder found himself deprived of the ball, primarily due to Ning Yi's fierce tenacity as they grappled relentlessly, neither willing to yield an inch. Furthermore, the Mavericks players were apprehensive about any potential altercation between Crowder and Ning Yi. Hence, they refrained from deliberately passing the ball to Crowder for a one-on-one confrontation. However, it was evident that this stalemate could not persist indefinitely, especially with the Mavericks trailing by more than 10 points. In the subsequent play, the Mavericks finally delivered the ball to Crowder. Seizing the opportunity, he initiated a drive, using his body to press against Ning Yi in the paint, their bodies colliding with a resounding thud. Meanwhile, Dion furrowed his brow, contemplating stepping in to assist Ning Yi defensively. But a swift glance from Ning Yi halted him in his tracks. He understood that Ning Yi preferred to handle the situation independently. I must confront this, Ning Yi resolved internally, exerting all his strength to withstand Crowder's advance. The expression on Crowder's face shifted as he realized the increasing difficulty of his endeavor. It was utterly astonishing how such a seemingly slender physique as Ning Yi's possessed such formidable strength. With a firm shove, Crowder secured the ball, lowered his body, and collided with Ning Yi, pushing him aside before leaping into the air, raising the ball above his head. At that moment, a hand reached out. Whack! A sharp sound echoed. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Ning Yi. Crowder nearly toppled over. Ning Yi's impact was no trifling matter. Yet, unlike Crowder's earlier foul, which had been aimed squarely at the man, Ning Yi's intent was solely directed at the ball. Damn it, you did that on purpose, Crowder grimaced, rubbing his arm as he glared at Ning Yi. What the hell? Are you out of your mind? Did you not see the referee only called a common foul? You're the one being deliberate. Ning Yi returned Crowder's glare, unflinching. His focus had indeed been on the ball, not the man. And considering that Crowder had previously left 5 fingerprints on his arm in the first quarter, the score was still settling. Therefore, Ning Yi held nothing back. It was merely a matter of reciprocity. Despite his fiery demeanor, Crowder dared not retaliate, nor did he speak further. Earlier, the coach had admonished him to keep his emotions in check, warning that any conflict would not bode well for him. In this instance, Crowder was granted 2 free throw opportunities, yet he failed to convert either, much to the delight of the spectators, who erupted in boisterous laughter. The Timberwolves launched a counterattack. Once the ball reached the front court, it was passed to Love, who attempted to go one-on-one but was met with a double team. He subsequently distributed the ball to Martin, who then passed it to Ning Yi. As Ning Yi received the ball, Crowder immediately closed in on him. Ning Yi refrained from shooting and instead returned the ball to Love, who missed his shot. In the ensuing 2 possessions, neither team managed to score. When the Mavericks once again failed to convert, the Timberwolves seized the rebound and initiated a swift counterattack, swiftly advancing to the front court and passing to Martin, who also failed to make a mid-range shot. The crowd roared in anticipation. On the court, players from both teams jostled in the paint for the rebound, with Crowder among them. Ultimately, however, it was DeAndre who secured the rebound, and upon spotting Ning Yi outside, he promptly passed the ball out. Ning Yi caught the ball and executed a shooting fake, evading the lunging Calderon before taking 3 long strides forward. Just then, Crowder appeared in his path. Come on, let's see what you've got, Crowder thought to himself, filled with determination. Ning Yi noticed Crowder, but showed no signs of slowing down or passing. Instead, he accelerated, taking 2 steps, planting his left foot firmly on the floor, and soaring into the air. Take that. Crowder leaped as well, exerting all his strength, prepared to take Ning Yi down. In the next moment, Ning Yi and Crowder collided midair, and some fans near the sidelines could even hear a resounding thud, their hearts racing in astonishment. The collision was utterly terrifying. Ning Yi was finished. Facing Claude head-on, Ning was bound to suffer defeat. The crowd murmured in hushed tones, sighing silently. Yet, in that very moment, they were astonished to witness Claude being propelled away. Indeed, Claude had been sent flying. His previously raised hand suddenly drooped, failing to make contact with Ning Yi. As the two collided, Claude was hurled back, letting out a wretched cry. This left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Ning Yi was also rebounded, and in midair he tossed the ball with a swift motion and with a swoosh. It went in. As he landed, he looked down at Claude and roared, "Aren't you going to block me? Come on." Upon witnessing the spectacle, the crowd was momentarily stunned before erupting in cheers. "Well done, Ning. That's how you teach Claude a lesson." They praised his commanding presence, exclaiming, "Ning, you're magnificent. A true man." The atmosphere was electric, with everyone rallying behind Ning Yi, their sympathies for Claude non-existent, as he had long been held in disdain. especially after his earlier malicious foul against Ning Yi. Claude clutched his chest, unable to rise from the floor, while Nowitzki rushed to the referee, protesting that Ning Yi had committed a foul and should be penalized, even with a technical foul. However, the referee remained unyielding. In this instance, Ning Yi exhibits a knee-raising maneuver, yet inherently, he is executing a three-step approach, resembling the preparation for a layup or dunk. The knee lift seems almost instinctual, an involuntary addition to his movement. Furthermore, Crowder's actions are decidedly unrefined. He lunges forward without regard, his arms directed not towards the ball, but rather at the person. It can be argued that had Ning Yi not lifted his knee, it would have been he who fell rather than Crowder. Naturally, had Crowder refrained from his aggressive advance, he would not have encountered such a collision, nor would he have been propelled backward. The notion of using his chest to block a knee seems absurdly reckless. The referee is not oblivious. They are astute observers. Regardless of Ning Yi's inner thoughts, it is evident that he maintained a degree of restraint, appearing not to act with malice, while Crowder's intentions were glaringly apparent. In this scenario, you have suffered a loss, and it can only be deemed as misfortune. The Mavericks have called for a timeout. In this recent period, events have unfolded with astonishing rapidity. The competition has become exceedingly fierce, leaving Ric Flair somewhat taken aback. However, at this juncture, a pause must be called. Claude was helped to his feet, clutching his chest as he cast a glance at Ning Yi. Ning Yi met Claude's gaze, his eyes radiating a lethal intensity that sent a shiver down Claude's spine. The impact of that particular play weighed heavily on him, sowing seeds of doubt in his heart. Subsequently, Claude was substituted out, and Adelman allowed Ning Yi to play for another minute before he too was replaced. By the end of the third quarter, the Timberwolves had established a commanding lead of 19 points. During the intermission, discussions about the preceding match were fervent, particularly regarding the face-off between Ning Yi and Claude, which ignited excitement and fervor among the spectators. No one anticipated that Ning Yi, after sustaining an injury, would return to the court and once again confront Claude, decisively asserting his dominance and delivering a harsh lesson to Claude. Notably, Ning Yi's fierce roar resonated powerfully, akin to that of a ferocious tiger, exuding an intimidating aura palpable even in the stands. Before long, the fourth quarter commenced. The day had witnessed an array of events, and the tide had irrevocably turned in favor of the Timberwolves. The Mavericks found themselves at a disadvantage, whether in score, morale, or mindset. Upon entering the fourth quarter, they merely staged a token counterattack, which, unsurprisingly, failed and was swiftly dismantled by the Timberwolves. 5 minutes into the fourth quarter, Claude was reintroduced to the game. Observing Claude's return, Ning Yi eagerly volunteered to take the challenge, leaving Adelman both amused and exasperated, as he cautioned Ning Yi repeatedly before permitting him to enter the game. Initially, Ning Yi surged onto the court with a fiery spirit, only to discover that Claude had considerably tempered his demeanor, his movements noticeably restrained. Even his footwork appeared to have slowed. With the opponent's resolve diminished, Ning Yi felt little impetus to assert himself aggressively. After just over a minute of play, he capitalized on a foul to exit the game. The remainder of the match had devolved into a mere formality, and he needed to rest, still nursing an injury. Ultimately, when the final whistle blew, the Timberwolves triumphed over the Mavericks with a score of 126-104, securing a resounding victory by 22 points, thereby putting an end to their 3-game losing streak. In this match, Ning Yi scored 14 points alongside 3 rebounds and 1 assist, which is a commendable performance. However, what truly captivated the audience was the fierce rivalry between him and Crowder. After the game, a reporter approached Ning Yi for an interview. Glancing at the corner of Ning Yi's brow, the reporter inquired, "Ning, is your injury serious?" "It's merely a minor ailment," Ning Yi replied. "In our country, we have a saying, a slight injury does not take one off the battlefield. It conveys that during times of war, even a small wound will not keep someone from the front lines. In the present day, I believe this holds true as well. I have only a minor injury, and I am still able and eager to fight." Oh, the reporter's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Yet many fans believe your return to the court is driven by a desire for revenge against Crowder. "That is categorically untrue," Ning Yi immediately countered. "How could I possibly think that way? My sole reason for stepping onto the court is to secure victory." "But you were already leading by a significant margin at that time," the reporter pressed. Well, Ning Yi rubbed his nose and offered a sheepish smile. "You know, in the NBA, anything can happen. A lead of several points can be overturned. As long as the game is not over, I wish to be on the court." The reporter appeared skeptical of this explanation, but chose not to pursue the matter further, shifting to a different topic. Ning, today you achieved a resounding victory, ending a 3-game losing streak. Looking ahead, how do you foresee your performance in the upcoming matches? Do you believe you can secure more wins? I hope we can triumph in every game, but who can say for certain? Ning Yi chuckled lightly. Seeing Ning Yi's evasiveness, the reporter felt a hint of exasperation. As the moment drew near, the reporter uttered a few commonplace remarks, signaling the conclusion of the interview. However, at the last moment, she couldn't resist asking one final question. Ning, did you take the court injured truly not to teach Claude a lesson? Ning Yi smiled faintly, offering no reply. Observing Ning Yi's retreating figure, the reporter furrowed her brow, her expression rife with skepticism. She found it hard to believe Ning Yi's words. In truth, it wasn't just this reporter who was unconvinced. The fans shared her doubts. Given Ning Yi's performance upon his return, who would believe that it was not aimed at Claude? I am certain that he returned solely for revenge. Undoubtedly so. There was no denying it. After all, he had shouted furiously at Claude, as everyone witnessed. In the fourth quarter, the game had nearly devolved into garbage time. Yet upon seeing Claude back on the court, Ning Yi immediately re-entered. Later, when it seemed Claude had backed down, Ning quickly exited the scene. Indeed, it was all too evident. Nevertheless, to be fair, Ning performed admirably. Claude was exceedingly treacherous, and the fact that Ning refrained from physically assaulting him was commendable. The public engaged in endless discussions, reveling in the spectacle. The Timberwolves had triumphed in a thrilling match that left the fans exhilarated and satisfied. At the University of Minnesota's Twin Cities campus, AChance was browsing the web when she discovered that the official Timberwolves website had updated Ning Yi's injury status, reassuring fans that he was not severely hurt, merely a laceration to his brow that would heal swiftly. Upon reading this, AChance exhaled in relief, picking up her phone. Considering that the game had just concluded, she surmised that Ning Yi might not be available to take a call, so she opted to send him a text instead. In Huaxia, in Yishur, at the 9th middle school, a group of students lingered in the small shop, still enveloped in excitement despite the conclusion of the match. When Ning Yi took to the court with an injury, their blood surged with fervor. Witnessing Ning Yi's fierce confrontation with Claude, where he sent Claude sprawling and let out a fierce roar, the students erupted in jubilant cheers, their faces flushed with exhilaration. They remained animated until the very end, their spirits undampened. Our senior is incredible, one exclaimed. When I saw him play injured, I nearly cried. What are you talking about? Little Fatty was so moved, he actually cried. I didn't cry. I was just touched. Our senior is magnificent. He brings honor to us Huaxia people. We must be fierce, unafraid of those foreigners. Well, little Fatty may seem a bit effeminate, but deep down, he has quite the man. Laughter echoed among them. Simultaneously, major sports platforms across Huaxia, along with various news media, promptly reported the Timberwolves' significant victory over the Mavericks. Ning Yi, despite his injuries, took to the field, a topic of revenge against Claude that was undoubtedly paramount, given its sensational nature. In Minneapolis, USA, Ning Yi's injuries were not severe enough to prevent his participation in the game. Team physician Kleinman was compelled to craft a protective mask for him, reminiscent of the iconic masks worn by NBA's own Richard Hamilton, albeit in a sleek black, fashioned from carbon fiber, resembling something out of a science fiction film. Ning Yi was not particularly fond of the mask, as it was rather uncomfortable to wear. However, once photographs of him training in the mask were released, they sparked a fervent admiration among fans. The sleek black carbon fiber mask exuded an undeniable coolness. It is well known that America is a nation rich in the allure of individual heroism, with its cinema often saturated with tales of personal valor and an array of superheroes, such as Batman, Iron Man, and The Flash. When Ning Yi donned this mask, it embodied the essence of a heroic figure from the silver screen, which captivated American fans and propelled him into the spotlight of various media outlets. Upon learning of this unexpected turn of events, Ning Yi found himself both amused and bewildered. This is merely a fleeting episode. Following the conclusion of their match against the Mavericks, the Timberwolves swiftly embarked on their journey to Los Angeles, where they are set to confront the Lakers on November 10th. Presently, the Timberwolves are brimming with confidence and determination, while the Lakers find themselves in a state of considerable struggle. With Kobe sidelined due to injury, despite the presence of Gasol and Nash, the latter's physical condition is far from optimal. Relying solely on Gasol's resilience proves insufficient for them to contend with the formidable Timberwolves. From the outset of the match, the Timberwolves established their dominance, consistently suppressing the Lakers, who failed to secure a lead throughout the entire first half. Today, Ning Yi began the game as a substitute, but was afforded numerous opportunities, amassing 11 points by halftime. As the second half commenced, the Lakers unleashed a formidable surge, momentarily reversing the score in their favor. However, the Timberwolves swiftly retaliated. Martin erupted with an astounding performance, scoring 10 points within a mere 3 minutes, effectively reasserting the Timberwolves' control over the game. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Timberwolves held a commanding 13-point lead. At this juncture, the outcome of the match became increasingly evident. Nash did not take to the court in the final quarter, and the Lakers were utterly unable to mount a comeback. When the final whistle blew, the Timberwolves triumphed over the Lakers with a commanding lead of 14 points, securing yet another victory. In this match, Ning Yi played for 20 minutes. Although masked, his performance was not adversely affected, as he scored 16 points, alongside 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, and incurred 3 fouls with 2 turnovers. Overall, Ning Yi's statistics today are quite commendable. Chapter 79. 3 consecutive victories following the game against the Lakers. The Timberwolves did not depart from Los Angeles. For the next day, they were to face another match at the Staples Center. This time, their adversaries would not be the Lakers, but rather the Clippers. The Lakers and the Clippers are the only 2 teams in the league that share a venue. And in the Timberwolves' current schedule, the matches against the Lakers and Clippers are closely sequenced. Thus, although the Timberwolves are engaged in back-to-back games, they need not traverse between 2 different locations. For the Timberwolves, this can be regarded as a fortuitous turn of events. The night passed in silence. The following morning, the team gathered and proceeded to the temporarily rented arena for practice, with a game scheduled for that evening, following a match the previous day which tested the players' physical endurance. Adelman refrained from assigning rigorous training tasks, allowing the players to engage in free practice, primarily shooting, to find their rhythm. Additionally, during this time, he took the opportunity to elucidate the critical aspects to consider when facing the Clippers, instilling and rehearsing specific tactics tailored for their strategy. After all, the Clippers differ significantly from the Lakers. The latter are currently undermanned, and their strength is not at its peak. In contrast, the Clippers boast a robust lineup, featuring the likes of Paul, Griffin, DeAndre Jordan, Redick, Crawford, and Chris. It is evident that since Paul's arrival, the Clippers have consistently qualified for the playoffs. This forthcoming match will not be an easy affair. We must exert ourselves to the fullest. Adelman's demeanor was grave. After enduring 3 consecutive losses, they finally secured 2 victories, and he did not wish for that momentum to falter. The Timberwolves shared this sentiment. After a session of training, the players gradually came to a halt. However, Ning Yi continued, persisting in his regimen. He had developed a unique system that allowed him to adjust his breathing to regulate his body and alleviate fatigue, thus enabling him to endure higher intensity training. With this method, even during back-to-back games, he felt no need for restraint and could adhere to his usual training regimen. Initially, both Adelman and Terry Porter disapproved, believing Ning Yi's approach was misguided and counterproductive. Nevertheless, time has a way of affirming many things. After a while, they ceased to intervene, for despite the intensity of Ning Yi's training, he would invariably appear revitalized the following day. With a swift motion, Ning Yi advanced a step, raised his hand, and released the ball with remarkable speed. As his mid-range shooting reached a certain level of proficiency, he became dissatisfied and began to pursue an even quicker release, which would enable him to evade blocks more effectively and shoot under more complex circumstances. However, this was no simple feat after half an hour of training. Ning Yi paused for a brief respite before commencing his 3-point shooting practice. This is equally significant, whether it is Ning Yi himself or the system. They both place the 3-point shot in a position that is second only to mid-range shots. In the future, this may become one of Ning Yi's most crucial supports. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder how Ning has progressed so rapidly. The intensity of his training is remarkable. On the sidelines, Barya shook his head repeatedly, astonished by Ning Yi's rigorous training regimen. Indeed, Love remarked, Ning is quite diligent. Martin and others nodded in agreement. This was not the first time they had witnessed Ning Yi's dedication. Yet each time, they could not help but marvel. While many in the NBA are exceptionally gifted, and numerous individuals work diligently, it is rare to see someone as industrious as Ning Yi. Dion wore a wry smile, feeling rather frustrated, and lamented, "It is not that I lack effort. Rather, it is that I am simply incapable." He had once been unwilling to accept this reality, attempting to emulate Ning Yi's approach. only to face disheartening consequences the following day. This mode of training is indeed not suited for everyone. After half an hour, Ning Yi's training for the day finally concluded, and the group departed together. At 6 in the evening, within the Staples Center, the match between the Timberwolves and the Clippers commenced. The Timberwolves gained an early lead, demonstrating remarkable synergy as they surged ahead with a score of 10-4. However, the Clippers quickly retaliated. Paul sank a three-pointer, followed by an assist to Griffin for a resounding dunk, narrowing the gap to just 1 point in under a minute. The Clippers then began to gain momentum, swiftly overtaking the Timberwolves in score. Adelman, with a furrowed brow, called for a timeout to execute a personnel rotation, substituting Ning Yi and Beria into the game, and readjusting the strategy. Upon returning to the court, Ning Yi showcased his exceptional shooting skills, swiftly landing a mid-range jumper, followed by a cut to the basket for another 2 points. Yet, the Clippers promptly intensified their defense against him. In the ensuing minutes, Ning Yi attempted another shot, but it failed to find the net. As the first quarter concluded, he had accumulated 4 points and 1 rebound, a performance that was fairly standard. Entering the second quarter, the Clippers unleashed a series of impressive offensive plays, extending their lead to over 10 points. Throughout the latter part of this quarter, the Timberwolves endeavored to close the gap but struggled to reclaim the lead. The score fluctuated, at times exceeding 10 points, and at others dwindling to a mere 3 or 5. Nevertheless, when a halftime buzzer sounded, the Timberwolves found themselves trailing. It was evident that the back-to-back games had taken a toll on the Timberwolves. Fatigue was likely affecting their performance, a fact well understood by the spectators. Many began to speculate that the Timberwolves might lose, as the Clippers, a formidable opponent, were playing on their home turf, fully capitalizing on their advantageous conditions. As the second half commenced, the Clippers continued to widen their lead, at 1 point stretching it to 16 points. By the end of the third quarter, the Clippers maintained a 15-point advantage. Ning Yi had scored 13 points during the 3 quarters, a commendable performance, yet overshadowed by the team's overall deficit. In the fourth quarter, just when it seemed the Timberwolves were destined for defeat, they unexpectedly surged back with an impressive rally. Love struck a three-pointer, followed closely by Ning Yi, who also sank a shot from beyond the arc. In the blink of an eye, both players contributed three-pointers, reducing the gap to single digits. Following this surge, the Timberwolves exploded into action, with Love, Martin, Ning Yi, and Brewer all scoring. Only Rubio remained scoreless, yet he facilitated 3 assists. This wave of momentum allowed the Timberwolves to reclaim the lead, a pivotal turnaround that shifted the course of the game, enabling them to maintain their advantage until the final whistle. In the closing minutes, Adelman placed Ning Yi back on the court, allowing him to play the last few moments of the fourth quarter. Ning Yi did not disappoint him, securing 18 points, along with 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal throughout the match. It can be said that following a streak of 3 consecutive defeats, Ning Yi began to revive, performing increasingly well with each game. Ultimately, as the final buzzer sounded, the score settled at 111-108, with the Timberwolves orchestrating a remarkable comeback, triumphing by a slender margin of 3 points, thus achieving a streak of 3 victories. Chapter 80. Watching a movie, Minneapolis. In a quaint coffee shop, Ning Yi and Yi Qian found themselves seated together. "Is your injury all right?" Yi Qian inquired, despite already having gleaned the details from the news. "Oh, just a minor scrape. It will heal in a few days," Ning Yi replied with a smile. "Playing basketball, you know, even amateur players occasionally sustain injuries." Yi Qian nodded, deftly shifting the topic. "Shall we go watch a movie?" "Sure." "Haha, I've almost forgotten the last time I stepped into a cinema," Ning Yi answered as they departed the coffee shop in search of a nearby theater. The film was chosen by Yi Qian. For Ning Yi, the choice mattered little. Having already seen the 2013 release, he felt no thrill, merely accompanying Yi Qian. As anticipated, the movie selected by Yi Qian was one he had already watched. The prospect of a second viewing lacked allure. Ning Yi's gaze drifted from the screen to Yi Qian, who wore a lovely long dress with a V-shaped neckline. From the front, one could see little, but seated beside her, his height allowed him a different perspective, revealing a delightful curve that quickened his heartbeat. "Goodness, Yi Xiaohua's figure is truly stunning," he mused internally, reminding himself to avert his gaze. Yet, what was there to enjoy about a film from 2013 that he had already seen? He felt utterly uninterested. The previous image lingered in his mind, prompting him to turn his head and steal another glance, followed by a second. It seemed Yi Qian was thoroughly engrossed in the film. At that moment, she unexpectedly turned her head, startling Ning Yi, who quickly averted his gaze. "Are you all right?" Yi Qian asked, a hint of curiosity in her tone. "Oh, I'm fine. Ning Yi stammered, blushing slightly as he concocted a reason, claiming the wound was a bit uncomfortable and that he felt slightly dizzy. The dizziness was genuine, though not due to the injury, but rather because of the alluring sight he had just witnessed. AChance furrowed her brow and suggested, "Then perhaps we should leave. But you haven't finished watching yet." "It's all right. The film will be showing for many more days. We can come back another time," she replied, standing up alongside Ning Yi. Noticing his dizziness, she extended her hand to support his arm. The screening room was already narrow, and with AChance holding onto him, their bodies were inevitably drawn close together. Ning Yi felt a soft sensation emanating from his arm, accompanied by an astonishing elasticity. Without needing to think, he knew precisely what it was, causing his heart to race and his steps to falter. "What's wrong?" AChance inquired calmly, displaying a composure far exceeding Ning Yi's own. "I'm fine, really," he managed to stammer. Ning Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment as he rubbed his nose. After stepping out of the screening room, the sensation on his arm faded away, allowing him to exhale with relief, albeit tinged with a hint of reluctance. He was not a naive young man unacquainted with the world, yet the girls he had encountered before his time travel paled in comparison to AChance. In terms of both beauty and figure, AChance easily scored a near-perfect 99, leaving just 1 point off to prevent her from becoming overly proud. A wave of dizziness washed over Ning Yi as the two of them hailed a taxi to his apartment. This marked AChance's inaugural visit to Ning Yi's residence. Upon entering the elegant and spacious apartment, she momentarily paused, then turned to Ning Yi with a smile, exclaiming that NBA players are indeed wealthy, each one a veritable tycoon. What do I count as a tycoon? It's those top-tier superstars who truly fit that title. Compared to the likes of Love and his multi-million-dollar salary, Ning Yi's apartment, while impressive by ordinary standards, situated in a prime location with beautiful surroundings and tastefully decorated in understated luxury, still paled in comparison. Moreover, this apartment was not purchased but rather leased, with only half a month's salary amounting to less than $100,000. It was insufficient to acquire such a splendid dwelling. With a light-hearted chuckle, AChance invited Ning Yi inside. She encouraged him to take a seat, and noticing the absence of medication in his home, she prepared some warm water, wetting a towel to apply to his forehead. "Just tilt your head back and place the warm towel on it," she instructed. "Does this really help?" Ning Yi inquired skeptically. "Is there even such a remedy for dizziness? Why not give it a try?" AChance replied with a grin, leaving Ning Yi speechless. "Am I to become your guinea pig?" Thankfully, there are no medicines at hand. Otherwise, AChance might have casually rummaged for a couple of pills for her own experiment. Leaning back on the sofa, Ning Yi felt the towel as AChance folded it and placed it on his forehead. In that motion, her neckline opened slightly, revealing a glimpse of alabaster skin before Ning Yi's eyes. This time is clearer than in the cinema. After all, the theater is dimly lit, while the current surroundings are well illuminated. AChance remains in a bent posture. Gulp. Ning Yi was momentarily frozen, swallowing hard, his words failing him. Yiving, regaining her composure, looked at Ning Yi. I. Ning Yi stammered, feeling the awkwardness. Fortunately, at that moment, the phone rang. With a forced chuckle, Ning Yi diverted his gaze, picked up the phone, and answered hello. The timing of the call was impeccable. On the other end, Tang Ni's excited voice resonated. "Ning, where are you right now? I need to see you. What wonderful news has you so exhilarated?" Ning Yi replied with a smile. "I'm at home. When will you come over?" "I'll come over right now. It's something good, and you'll find out shortly." After saying this, Tang Ni started the car, exclaiming, "Wait for me, just 10 minutes. Ning Yi chuckled and hung up. AChance had already set down her towel and taken a seat on the sofa, inquiring, "Is something up?" "My agent is looking for me regarding a matter. He'll arrive shortly." "Oh, then I should head back." AChance stood up, composed and unperturbed, showing no signs of anger. "Take care of your injury. There's a match tomorrow." Ning Yi felt a twinge of reluctance, but AChance had always been straightforward. When she said she would leave, she did not linger. After escorting AChance outside and hailing a taxi for her, Ning Yi watched as the vehicle disappeared from sight. Reflecting on the events of the day, a warmth surged within him. Was it time for him to seek a girlfriend? Tang and I indeed arrived in precisely 10 minutes. As soon as he sat down, he exclaimed, "Ning, great news. Adidas has contacted me and expressed interest in signing you." "Oh." Ning Yi raised an eyebrow. This revelation was not surprising. Many rookies had secured endorsement contracts before even entering the NBA, and it felt somewhat delayed for him to be approached now. "What did Adidas say? What are the specifics of the contract?" Ning Yi inquired. "Adidas is proposing a 3-year contract worth a total of $3 million, Tang and I replied, his face beaming with joy. This is Adidas, a major international brand. Signing with them will undoubtedly enhance your visibility. Moreover, I have a strong intuition that this is merely the beginning. There will surely be more endorsements coming your way. Ning Yi remained non-committal. As long as he could continue to perform at his current level, it was inevitable that more endorsement opportunities would arise. However, the offer from Adidas seemed rather parsimonious. Chapter 81. Refusing Adidas. The NBA boasts a plethora of players, each with endorsement contracts that vary significantly and exhibit considerable disparity. Yet, with careful observation, one can discern certain patterns. For instance, the annual endorsement fees for NBA players typically approximate their yearly salaries. A player earning $10 million annually would generally receive a similar amount in endorsements. Of course, numerous factors influence this, leading to substantial differences among individuals. Some players command higher endorsement fees than their salaries, while others enjoy the opposite. Presently, Adidas has extended an offer of 3 years for $3 million to Ning Yi, averaging $1 million per year. While this may be a substantial contract for other undrafted players, Ning Yi is no ordinary undrafted talent. He earns $6 million per year with the Timberwolves. The Adidas offer pales in comparison to his annual salary. Moreover, Adidas intends to secure a 3-year commitment. Should Ning Yi excel during this period, the value of this endorsement, bolstered by the vast market in Huaxia, could far exceed $3 million. It would not be surprising if it reached into the tens of millions. Ning Yi chuckled and said to Donnie, "Is a 3-year, $3 million endorsement contract truly worthy of such excitement? Let us not forget that we declined the Timberwolves' offer of 3 years for $7 million. Donnie stood there, mouth agape. This is a sponsorship contract worth $3 million. Typically, Tony does not encounter contracts exceeding $1 million in a year, let alone one from Adidas. Observing Ning Yi's composed demeanor, Tony took a deep breath to calm himself and inquired, "Ning, what are your thoughts on this Adidas contract?" "Not favorable," Ning Yi replied. "Why?" Tony pressed further. Ning Yi shrugged. "Because the compensation is too meager. An annual sum of merely $1 million is less than my salary with the Timberwolves. It's utterly ludicrous. Do they genuinely consider me an undrafted player?" Upon hearing this, Tony's expression darkened. Indeed, the offer was somewhat low. Although it surpassed the typical compensation for undrafted players, Ning Yi was the most promising rookie of the season. An annual payment of $1 million was tantamount to charity. "Ning," Tony said, "what do you think would be a suitable amount?" "What is suitable? I won't be signing with Adidas at all. Given their attitude, I see no reason to continue discussions. Simply decline their offer." Ning Yi wished to avoid wasting time negotiating with Adidas. The nature of their contracts spoke volumes. Even if negotiations progressed, it would likely yield no better outcome and would only undermine his standing. Thus, he resolved not to sign with Adidas, regardless of any potential increase in their offer. Tony furrowed his brow, contemplated for a moment, and then nodded. "All right, I'll heed your advice and call them shortly. Rest assured, Adidas is merely the first. Soon, the second and third sponsorship contracts will come knocking," Ning Yi remarked with a smile, confident in his prospects, buoyed by his star player development system. Though this was a secret he kept to himself, not expecting Tony to share his confidence. In due course, Tony would come to understand. Tony swiftly communicated with Adidas, informing them of Ning Yi's decision to decline their proposal. At this juncture, Adidas began to grasp the situation. After a brief deliberation, they raised their offer from 3 years and $3 million to 3 years and $4.5 million. A substantial increase of $1.5 million. However, the final outcome remained a refusal. Ning Yi had already rendered a verdict of death upon Adidas's hopes, declaring that even if the offer soared to $10 million, he would still not sign. As this news spread, several brands that initially harbored intentions similar to Adidas were compelled to revise their strategies. Some brands outright abandoned the idea of enlisting Ning Yi as their spokesperson, deeming him unworthy of the price. However, a few brands, reluctant to forfeit the vast Chinese market that Ning Yi represents, increased their offers. Within just a day or two, Dong and I received a multitude of calls, over a dozen, in fact. All these calls were invitations for Ning Yi to endorse, but he remained unhurried, allowing Tang and I to set them aside for the time being. After all, Ning Yi was confident that the more he engaged, the better the outcome would be, and, consequently, the contracts he secured would become increasingly advantageous. On November 13th, the Timberwolves faced off against the Cavaliers at home. This marks the second encounter between the two teams within a fortnight. The last match, occurring just recently during the Timberwolves' unfortunate 3-game losing streak, saw them thoroughly outmatched by the Cavaliers. As they face off once more, the Timberwolves are determined not to succumb again. Indeed, there is an overwhelming sense of urgency surrounding this game. From the coach to the players, everyone feels the weight of expectation. Having already lost once in this brief span of rivalry, a second defeat would be utterly humiliating. Furthermore, after finally achieving a commendable 3-game winning streak, how could they allow the Cavaliers to thwart their momentum? Regardless of the circumstances, they must secure victory in this contest. Adelman unfurled the tactical board and addressed the team. We must closely monitor Irving. This is crucial as he serves as the focal point of the Cavaliers' offense. By containing him, we effectively constrain the entire Cavaliers squad. Offensively, we will adhere to the strategies I previously outlined. Love and Peak, you are tasked with fortifying our presence in the paint. Love, your primary objective is to score, while Peak focus on securing rebounds. Martin and Brewer, I encourage you to engage in more collaborative plays, and also assist Rubio with defensive support. After imparting these instructions, Adelman stowed away the tactical board and declared, "Let us proceed." At this moment, the whistle sounded, and the match commenced. Today, the Minnesota Timberwolves fielded their usual starting lineup, while the Cleveland Cavaliers showcased Tristan Thompson, Anderson Varejao, Dion Waiters, Alonzo G., and Kyrie Irving. The Timberwolves launched an aggressive offensive from the outset, riding the momentum of 3 consecutive victories, and swiftly established a 9-3 lead over the Cavaliers. Subsequently, Irving ignited a resurgence for the Cavaliers, rapidly narrowing the score gap and soon equalizing. As the first quarter progressed past the 4-minute mark, the Timberwolves maintained a slender 2-point lead, with the score remaining fiercely contested, particularly highlighted by Irving's commendable performance. A substitution was made. Adelman replaced Brewer with Ning E. As Ning E took to the court, donning a mask, a thunderous cheer erupted from the audience. A glance around revealed numerous spectators also wearing black masks, resembling Ning Yi's, albeit lacking the exquisite craftsmanship of his. These individuals are evidently fervent admirers of Ning E, forming a formidable presence. On the court, the Timberwolves are on the offensive. Rubio advances into the front court, surveys the situation, and passes the ball to Martin. Martin then distributes it to Love, while Ning E weaves along the baseline, maneuvering to the opposite side to receive the ball from Love. Behind him, Waiters pursues, and upon seeing Ning E leap for the ball, he too springs into action, reaching out towards the basketball. Yet before his hand is fully extended, Ning E has already released a shot. How swift! Waiters is taken aback and, as he lands, turns his gaze towards the hoop, witnessing the basketball deftly penetrate the net, setting off a flurry of white mesh. Chapter 82. The release was too rapid. Ning Yi's inaugural shot finds its mark flawlessly. Waiters retracts his gaze, now regarding Ning E with a newfound seriousness. If he can score like this, his release is alarmingly quick, posing a challenge to defend against. Initially, Waiters felt confident in facing Ning E, considering him merely a rookie whose skills appeared somewhat one-dimensional, relying heavily on his shooting ability and possessing average physical attributes. However, the pressure is palpable now. Ning Yi's footwork is enigmatic, making it difficult for Waiters to anticipate his moves. Coupled with his teammate screens, it becomes all too easy for Ning E to slip away. Even if he manages to keep pace, Ning E's shooting speed is extraordinarily quick. I must stay closely attached to him. As long as I remain right on his tail, I will be fine, Waiters muses, hastening towards the front court. On the Cavaliers' end, after several passes, the ball finds its way to Varejao, who attempts to take on Love one-on-one, yet fails to capitalize, misfiring his shot, leading toRewrite to secure the rebound and swiftly pass to Rubio. "Go!" Rubio exclaims, initiating a rapid counterattack for the Timberwolves. In the blink of an eye, Ning E, Rubio, and Martin have already surged to the front court. Rubio distributes the ball to Ning E, who then relays it to Martin. Martin feigns a shot, deceiving the defender, and accelerates towards the free throw line. At that moment, the Cavaliers players were convinced that Martin was about to shoot, all rushing towards him. However, Martin deftly twisted his body mid-air, contorting in a remarkable fashion, and passed the ball outward. What? Beyond the three-point line? Gasps of astonishment filled the air as spectators followed the trajectory of the basketball, only to find Love already positioned at the top of the arc, just outside the three-point line. As Martin's pass reached him, he immediately executed a three-point shot. Swish! With such a vast open space for a three-pointer, Love naturally seized the opportunity, and the ball effortlessly swished through the net. The Timberwolves extended their lead to 7 points. Observing the situation, the Cavaliers head coach opted for a substitution, replacing Alonso with Jarrett Jack. Following the personnel changes, the Cavaliers managed to score, courtesy of Irving, who remains the most formidable player on the team, proving difficult for Rubio to contain. In the ensuing exchanges, both teams exhibited a back-and-forth dynamic, exchanging baskets and misses. Ning refrained from attempting another shot and incurred an additional turnover, having been intercepted by Irving, who swiftly transitioned into a fast break. Up to this point, Ning had only accumulated 2 points along with 1 turnover. However, shortly thereafter, Ning erupted into action. Upon reaching the front court, he executed a backdoor cut, creating a slight separation from Waiters, received a pass from a teammate, feigned a shot, and instead opted for a drive. Lowering his center of gravity, he maneuvered past Waiters and charged towards the free throw line, where he launched a floating shot over Thompson. The ball swished through the net, adding another 2 points to his tally. Finally, he had scored again. Indeed, some fans conversed among themselves, exhaling in relief. At this moment, only a few minutes remained in the first quarter, prompting both coaches to begin substituting their key players, introducing their rotation lineup. Consequently, Ning found himself with more opportunities to shoot. Bang! The Cavaliers missed their shot, and several players leaped into the air to contest the rebound. However, it was ultimately secured by the Cavaliers, who returned the ball to the perimeter, where Jack successfully sank a three-pointer. On the Timberwolves side, Beria advanced the ball into the front court and immediately distributed it to Ning with the ball in his hands. Ning executed a series of swift dribbles before suddenly rising for a jump shot, a mid-range effort delivered with remarkable speed. He jumped, aimed at the basket, and released the ball, all in one fluid motion. The series of swift movements is astonishing, possessing a unique aesthetic appeal. Regrettably, the shot did not find its mark. Such a release makes it challenging to ensure a high success rate. Ning pondered as he shook his right hand. While the rapidity of the motion has its advantages, it also has its drawbacks, as the details of the action can easily be lost, negatively impacting accuracy. Nevertheless, it is ultimately within one's control. Stephen Curry, too, exhibits a remarkably quick release, often making questionable shot selections. Yet through sheer determination, he manages to maintain a commendable success rate. With this, Curry's three-point shot transformed into a formidable weapon. Ning aspired to elevate his mid-range shot into a similar lethal force. Despite having achieved a level 7 in his mid-range shooting for several months, he found himself unable to ascend to level 8, causing a sense of urgency within him. Consequently, he began to consciously increase the difficulty of his practice, honing his shooting skills with the hope that this accumulation of effort would spark a qualitative change, ultimately enabling him to break through to level 8. A minute later, taking advantage of a screen set by his teammate, Ning seized the opportunity for another mid-range shot. With the same swift and decisive motion as before, he released the ball. Swish! This time, he secured another 2 points. After missing one shot, Ning resumed his offensive prowess with a mid-range basket, prompting the Cavaliers to call a timeout. Their head coach substituted Waiters for Earl Clark. Standing an impressive 6 feet 10 inches, Clark was slightly taller than Ning and possessed remarkable athleticism. The coach's intention for bringing him onto the court was clear: to contain Ning's performance. Clark's presence proved effective as he leveraged his strength and height to closely shadow Ning, applying consistent pressure. However, had it been Kyrie Irving in Ning's place, Clark would have found it much easier to maintain such close contact, knowing he could be easily surpassed. Nevertheless, at this moment, breaking through was not Ning's forte, and he found himself somewhat troubled by Clark's relentless defense. Observing this, Adelman nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the situation yet refraining from making substitutions. Every NBA player encounters such challenges. As one progresses, opponents continuously analyze and adapt their defensive strategies. Moreover, the defenders themselves vary. Each player employs a distinct approach. While one may find it relatively easy to maneuver against a specific defender, the dynamics change dramatically when faced with another. This is inherently a process. The opponent studies you and places restrictions upon you, compelling you to devise methods of resolution. Upon overcoming one challenge, the adversary employs new tactics, necessitating further ingenuity on your part. This is precisely how a player evolves. Therefore, Adelman remains unfazed. He harbors great confidence in Ning, for only he comprehends the nature of Ning's training and the rapidity of his progress. On the court, Ning executed a backdoor cut, signaling to his teammate for the ball. Beria delivered it, marking the final offensive play of the first quarter with only 9 seconds remaining on the shot clock. As Ning received the ball, his toes slightly ahead, He feigned a drive, abruptly lifting the ball, causing Clark to momentarily falter as he adjusted his center of gravity. In that instant, Ning bent his knees and unleashed his speed, darting past Clark. However, the Cavaliers' interior defense had already anticipated his move and was prepared. Ning furrowed his brow, glancing towards the paint, when suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. He halted, cradling the ball aloft, seeking an opening. Cavaliers center Anthony Bennett leapt in an attempt to block Ning Yi's shot, eager to vindicate his position as the #1 draft pick. Chapter 83. Sore Youngster. As Anthony Bennett ascended to contest the shot, Ning casually released the ball, not even glancing at the hoop, merely tossing it as if in jest. Caught off guard, Anthony Bennett missed entirely, failing to make contact with the basketball. In the following moment, a figure emerged from behind Bennett, catching the ball as it soared above the rim, and with a powerful thrust, he sent it crashing down towards the basket. The resounding clang reverberated, sending a shockwave through Anthony Bennett's chest. This was an aerial slam dunk. As Anthony Bennett lunged forward, Ning noticed Dion stealthily approaching from behind. Thus, Ning had no intention of shooting. His true aim was to pass the ball. Dion and Ning shared an impeccable understanding. Upon seeing Ning release the ball, Dion instantly recognized it as a pass, leaping into the air to execute a powerful two-handed dunk, so forceful that it distorted the rim. At this moment, the first quarter came to a close, with the Timberwolves leading the Cavaliers by a margin of 11 points. Anthony Bennett quietly made his way to the sidelines, his countenance clouded with despair. Life as a disappointing first overall pick was proving to be arduous, as he faced the derision of fans and the skepticism of the media, pushing him to the brink of collapse. Indeed, many rookies succumbed to the weight of such pressure, ultimately leading to their downfall. During the intermission, Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown wore a grave expression as he clapped his hands to gather his players. Once they converged around him, he unfolded the tactical board and sketched a few diagrams, stating, "We must remain vigilant in the paint, especially concerning Love's position. Our defense needs to be more aggressive. Switches and help defense must be executed swiftly. We are trailing, which is not insurmountable, but we cannot continue down this path. We must catch up and reclaim the lead to win this game." The Cavaliers nodded in unison. As the group dispersed, Mike Brown cast a sympathetic glance towards Anthony Bennett, shaking his head in resignation. Choosing Bennett as the first overall pick had proven to be a monumental error. Up to this point, Bennett had played several games, yet had failed to demonstrate the caliber expected of a #1 draft choice. With this thought lingering, Mike Brown couldn't help but glance over at the Timberwolves side, his gaze lingering on Ning for a moment before shifting to Dion, sighing softly. Not only Ning, but even Dion surpasses him. His disappointment in Anthony Bennett was palpable. Before long, the second quarter commenced. The Cavaliers substituted their rotation players, and the Timberwolves did the same. However, Ning was perplexed as he remained on the bench. In previous games, he would typically take the court at this juncture to join the rotation. But today was different. Adelman had said nothing, merely outlined a strategy before waving his hand to signal, "Go on." As the players returned to the court, the Timberwolves maintained their upper hand. In terms of roster balance, the Timberwolves were evidently more cohesive, especially with Martin on the floor, who had become their most formidable offensive weapon, repeatedly dismantling the Cavaliers' defense and attacking the rim, leading the Timberwolves to a sustained lead. Within a few minutes, the Timberwolves had widened the gap to 16 points. At this moment, Mike Brown could no longer contain himself and called a timeout to recalibrate his strategy. He made substitutions, bringing in Irving and Waiters. On the Timberwolves side, Adelman also opted for changes, introducing Love and Ning. Just before stepping onto the court, Adelman stopped Ning and said, "Ning, I initially intended to cultivate you as the best sixth man, but I have now reconsidered. Your potential is remarkable, and the future holds boundless possibilities for you. I cannot confine you to a single role. Therefore, starting today, I will no longer impose limitations upon you." Ning felt a surge of joy within. He had no desire to be merely a sixth man. He aspired to be a star, to become a superlative player in the NBA. What he sought was freedom from constraints. Only with such freedom could he explore endless possibilities. At that moment, Terry Porter approached, gently patting Ning on the shoulder with a smile, saying, "Fly, young man, the ball." Ning executed a reverse run, signaling to his teammate for the ball, and Berea swiftly complied. As Ning received the ball, a figure flashed before him. Wiggins had already lunged forward, arms wide. Lowering his center of gravity, fixated on Ning with unwavering intensity, fully prepared. Although Ning was merely a rookie, He could not be treated as an ordinary newcomer. Wiggins had grasped this fact since the first quarter, hence he remained vigilant. Nevertheless, this time, he still could not intercept. Ning Yi pivoted on his toes, suddenly changing direction with remarkable speed, catching Wiggins off guard. Wiggins had anticipated Ning Yi's shot, but was ill-prepared for a drive. In an instant, Ning Yi stepped forward, bypassing Wiggins by half a body length, then paused, as if to execute a jump shot, compelling Wiggins to halt in his tracks. Yet at that moment, Ning Yi accelerated once more. Damn it, Wiggins lamented, realizing he had fallen into the trap. This marks a significant breakthrough, characterized by a notable shift in rhythm. Ning Yi executed a sudden stop and start, elegantly bypassing Vitesse, followed by a seamless three-step maneuver that culminated in a successful layup. 2 more points added to his tally. A splendid play indeed. The crowd erupted in jubilation, with Wolves fans cheering fervently. While it is not uncommon for Ning Yi to score through shooting, his ability to score via a breakthrough is a rarity. On the sidelines, Terry Porter nodded and remarked to Adelman, "It seems your words have had an effect. Ning has truly unleashed his potential, and that was a beautiful play." Adelman responded with a smile. It has been proven that allowing him complete freedom was the right choice. It's not that he lacks the capability to break through or score in other ways. He was merely constrained. Not long ago, Adelman had contemplated positioning Ning Yi as a 6th man. However, after observing his rapid development over this period, he realized that treating him as a typical rookie would only stifle his growth. Consequently, Adelman revised his strategy. On the court, Ning Yi played with remarkable initiative, both offensively and defensively. After scoring, he secured a defensive rebound and, instead of distributing the ball immediately, advanced forward with intent. His gaze was fixed on the front court, and upon spotting Martin already positioned ahead, Ning Yi executed a long, precise pass. The delivery was exquisite. Martin seized the ball with determination, took a step forward, and, with fluidity, transitioned into a 3-step move, launching into a thunderous dunk. The audience roared with excitement, their fervor palpable. Adelman raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his face. Ning Yi's performance exceeded his expectations, a stark contrast to his previous displays. Martin was equally taken aback, yet recognized it as a commendable play. He quickly returned to the backcourt, high-fived Ning Yi in celebration, and shouted, "Defense." Chapter 84. Observation, Analysis, Comprehension. Ning Yi has been with the Wolves for nearly 4 months, during which he has made substantial strides, not solely in shooting, but across various facets of his game. However, every player must adhere to a defined role within the team. Thus, Ning Yi cannot simply play as he wishes or execute his desired style. He must align his approach with his designated position. This transformed him into an archer. Even though he occasionally exhibited other remarkable qualities, in the eyes of the people, he remained an archer. Nowadays, Adelman has lifted the restrictions imposed on Ning Yi, explicitly stating that he will no longer impose limitations on him. In this manner, Ning Yi no longer needs to concern himself with issues of self-identification. For the coach has spoken, he is devoid of a fixed role, allowing him to engage in the game with greater flexibility. He may enter the fray at any moment during a match, whether as a substitute or occasionally as a starter. On the court, he can assume the role of shooter, while also embracing a multitude of responsibilities. Undoubtedly, this presents a significant advantage for Ning Yi, facilitating his swift development. Observing Ning Yi's performance, several bench players from the Timberwolves could not help but feel envious. How many rookies are afforded such opportunities, earning the coach's unwavering trust? Few indeed. Even the top 3 draft picks may not enjoy such privileges. Of course, all of this has been earned by Ning Yi through his dedication and individual excellence. Swish. On the court, Ning Yi scores again with a mid-range jumper, adding another 2 points to his tally. In the brief span of 2 to 3 minutes, the Timberwolves displayed an overwhelming momentum, extending their lead to an impressive 20 points over the Cavaliers, which left Mike Brown's face ashen, prompting him to call yet another timeout. "I am thoroughly dissatisfied with your performance," Mike Brown stated sternly, initiating a personnel change by substituting Waiters, clearly expressing his discontent with him as well. Waiters managed a wry smile as he cast a glance towards Ning Yi, feeling a sense of frustration. How could an undrafted player be so formidable? He had exerted his utmost in defense, yet he still failed to contain Ning Yi. In truth, the reason Waiters struggled to limit Ning Yi was that Ning Yi had completely liberated himself from his previous style of play, catching Waiters off guard. Often, Ning Yi's choices diverged entirely from what Waiters anticipated, leaving him unprepared. Mike Brown brought Earl Clark into the game, who had performed admirably in defending Ning during the first quarter. "Clark, your task is to guard Ning. Do not allow him to score easily." While Mike Brown's directive was to prevent Ning from scoring effortlessly, it did not imply he was to be entirely denied, thereby affording Clark some latitude. However, despite this leeway, the outcome ultimately disappointed Mike Brown. Upon resuming play after the timeout, Clark was unable to replicate his earlier success in restricting Ning. Ning-Yi's offensive range had expanded, no longer confined to within the three-point line, but now extending beyond it. Although Clark was capable of defending beyond the arc, once he ventured that far, he became susceptible to being outmaneuvered by Ning-Yi, who needed only a feigned shot and a burst of speed to surpass him. Clark possessed sufficient height, yet his reaction and mobility paled in comparison to Ning-Yi's agility. Fortunately, there was little time remaining in the quarter. As the first half concluded, the Timberwolves held a commanding lead of 21 points. Well done. This is how the game should be played. The match appeared secure. In the stands, Timberwolves fans were particularly exuberant, reveling in the 21-point lead at halftime. While this did not guarantee victory, the state of the Timberwolves players suggested that securing a win was virtually assured. Indeed, as the second half commenced, the Cavaliers launched a counterattack, with Irving igniting a scoring spree, sinking consecutive three-pointers. However, the Timberwolves were equally resolute, displaying a collective effort that thwarted the Cavaliers' resurgence, no matter how formidable Irving was. He could not withstand the Timberwolves' collective explosion. "Ning, pay close attention to the game," Adelman advised. "Understanding the flow of the game is crucial. It will inform you of when and how to secure victory. Certainly, merely acquiring knowledge does not guarantee victory. Understanding the course of action is one matter, while executing it effectively is an entirely different endeavor. Nevertheless, possessing such awareness enables one to approach the game with greater precision. Certain players consistently rise to the occasion during crucial moments, and this is precisely why they comprehend what must be done at that pivotal juncture and successfully execute it, thereby becoming the linchpin of triumph. Dwayne Wade serves as a prime example of this phenomenon. Ning nodded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the court. The competition intensified, with both teams fiercely battling for supremacy. The match had reached a critical juncture. If the Cavaliers could narrow the score during this quarter, they would still have a chance in the final period. Conversely, failure to do so would likely seal their fate, as relying solely on the fourth quarter would leave them with insufficient time to recover from such a significant deficit. Ning was thoroughly engrossed in the game, yet simultaneously engaged in contemplation, analyzing the unfolding dynamics. This is a complex process, as numerous factors influence the trajectory of the match, including player stamina, momentum, lineup, strategies, as well as the competitive state and mentality of both teams. At present, Ning found himself unable to grasp these elements with clarity. Of course, in the midst of a game, it is impossible for any player to calculate these intricacies. They rely instead on instinct, a skill honed over time through experience. They need not perform calculations or even conduct analyses. When opportunity arises, they instinctively recognize it and respond accordingly. In the midst of this segment, both coaches continuously rotated their players. Amidst the continual changes in personnel, the intricacies of wisdom and strategy are often lost on outsiders. It is at this moment that Ning engages in earnest contemplation, beginning to grasp the nuances at play. And he cannot help but marvel at the fact that not everyone is suited for the role of an NBA coach. As time flows onward, the game persists. Throughout the entirety of the third quarter, Ning remains on the sidelines, tasked by Adelman with the responsibilities of observation, analysis, and synthesis, striving to glean insights from the unfolding events. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Timberwolves hold a 13-point lead. The point difference is not exaggerated. The Cavaliers have not yet lost the chance to win. "Ning," Adelman called out. Ning raised his head. Adelman continued, after observing an entire quarter. "I believe you should have gained some insight. When you go in, I will not assign you any specific tasks. Just act as you feel." Ning was taken aback and nodded earnestly, understood. Before long, the fourth quarter commenced. The Timberwolves fielded Dion, Brewer, Ning, Shabazz Muhammad, and Beria. Observing the players take the court, Terry Porter inquired of Adelman, "What insights do you believe Ning has gained? What has he discerned?" With a chuckle, Adelman replied, "I'm not concerned with whether he has gained insights or perceived anything. My only worry is whether he can execute." Chapter 85. Mastering the Game 76-89. The Cavaliers trailed by 13 points. The Cavaliers lineup featured Deli, Jack, Karasev, Shims, and Zeller. On the Timberwolves side, Beria, Batum, Ning, Brewer, and Dion took the floor. The Cavaliers retained possession. In the blink of an eye, the ball advanced to the front court. This lineup for the Cavaliers did not possess any definitive strengths. After a few passes, the ball found Jack, who executed a driving layup. The ball circled the rim before ultimately falling into the net, adjusting the score to 78-89. The Timberwolves countered swiftly. Beria pushed the ball up the court, glancing towards Ning upon reaching the front court. Adelman had not assigned Ning any specific duties, allowing him to operate freely while providing instructions to the others. Essentially, it was straightforward. Ning was to serve as the focal point of the offense, receiving the ball first upon entering the front court. This is undoubtedly an extraordinary treatment. Ning Yi's initial choice proved to be astute. Had he been with another team, he would certainly not have garnered such trust, especially as a rookie. "Don't pass it to me yet," Ning Yi signaled to Barya. Barya nodded and passed to Bamit. Meanwhile, Ning Yi was on the move, seeking an opportunity. After observing the entire first quarter from the sidelines, he concluded that to triumph over the Cavaliers, they must first shatter their morale. Once they diminished their spirit, the victory would be assured. To effectively undermine the opponent's morale, mere sporadic attempts would be insufficient. A formidable impact was essential. With no feasible opportunity for a dunk due to the high difficulty, the solution lay in three-point shots. Ning Yi assessed the situation on the court and made his decision. Nothing could deflate the opponent's morale more effectively than a dunk or a three-pointer. At this moment, Brewer found himself in a one-on-one confrontation with Sims, his back to the basket. He took 2 steps backward and then, with a sudden half-turn, transformed from a back-to-basket player to face the hoop, clutching the ball in one hand, poised to execute a jump shot to conclude the encounter. Just then, a voice resonated, prompting Brewer to alter his motion and pass the ball to Ning Yi, who stood beyond the three-point line at the arc's apex. Unmarked and with no one in front of him, Ning Yi seized the ball without hesitation, took aim, and decisively launched a three-pointer. As the ball soared from his fingertips, he instinctively knew it would succeed. Swish! In the next instant, a gentle sound echoed as the ball cleanly swished through the net. The score shifted to 78-92, a 14-point deficit. Damn it, the gap had widened. Cavaliers fans seethed with anger as they watched Ning Yi's three-pointer negate their hard-fought 2-point gain, further enlarging the margin. On the sidelines, Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown furrowed his brow and shouted to the court, "Guard Ning. Do not leave anyone open. Everyone, stay focused and play well." Perhaps Mike Brown's encouragement bore fruit, as mere seconds later, the Cavaliers managed to score again. Yet, just a few moments later, the Timberwolves retaliated. Ning Yi and Dion executed a brief collaboration, drawing defenders before distributing the ball to Beria, who sank another three-pointer. Another three-pointer ensued, widening the gap to 15 points. The situation left Cavaliers fans furrowing their brows. Despite the team's scoring, every time they managed to secure 2 points, the opponents swiftly responded with a three-pointer. At this rate, when could they hope to catch up? Mike Brown, visibly displeased, stood on the sidelines, vociferously warning, "Watch out for the three-point shots." In this encounter, the Cavaliers fortified their defense, wary of the Timberwolves' three-point shooting prowess. Conversely, the Timberwolves intensified their defensive efforts, denying the Cavaliers any easy scoring opportunities. For the next minute, neither team managed to score. However, at that moment, Ning Yi re-emerged. Since the onset of this quarter, Ning Yi's objective has been unequivocal, not to chase after numerous points or to significantly widen the score gap, but rather to undermine the morale of the opposing team. Throughout these rounds, Ning Yi remained vigilant, seeking the opportune moment. At this juncture, the Cavaliers intensified their defense, and both sides found themselves missing shots consecutively, resulting in a slight laxity in their respective defenses. It was at this moment that Ning Yi finally discerned his chance. He called for the ball, and without a moment's hesitation, he accelerated past Karashev, charging towards the free throw line. The Cavaliers' power forward, Shims, stepped forward to obstruct Ning Yi's path. However, upon seeing Shims in his way, Ning Yi did not falter. Instead, he executed a sudden ball-handling spin that caught Shims off guard, allowing him to glide past effortlessly. In the next instant, Ning Yi secured the ball, propelled himself off the ground with force, and soared rapidly into the air. With his right hand gripping the basketball, he lifted it above the rim. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as if Ning Yi was suspended in time, pausing for just that brief second before his arm swung down, driving the ball with tremendous force towards the hoop. The resounding impact echoed bang. As he landed, Ning Yi's gaze was sharp and fierce, akin to the edge of a blade. In that moment, the audience erupted in fervor. The Minnesota Timberwolves fans rose to their feet, shouting and cheering for Ning Yi's spectacular dunk. The thunderous roar reverberated throughout the arena, striking the hearts of the Cavaliers players like a heavy hammer, causing several of them to display a pallid demeanor and a noticeable dip in morale. Nothing could demoralize the opponent quite like a dunk. Adelman nodded in agreement. He is astute, having seized the pivotal moment. One can discern this from his prior three-pointer to this dunk. I am no longer concerned. He not only recognized the critical juncture, but also capitalized on it. Ning Yi's three-pointer followed by his dunk were crucial, as he adeptly maintained the rhythm of the game, stepping up precisely when needed. He commanded the match. The score shifted to 80-97, widening the gap to 17 points. However, the 17-point deficit was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was not only the widening score, but also the demoralization of the Cavaliers, whose spirits had soured. In the subsequent minute or so, they faltered, failing to convert on 2 or 3 consecutive offensive attempts. Conversely, the Timberwolves seized the momentum, continually racking up points. Although the scores did not originate solely from Ning Yi, they had stretched the lead to 21 points. A 21-point gap is indeed formidable. Beep. Mike Brown called a timeout, his expression grim. Despite utilizing a rotation of players, the disparity in performance was glaring. How could such a gap emerge in so little time, with an 8-point increase? Substitutions were in order. Mike Brown opted to replace several of his key players. At this moment, the point differential is substantial, and the situation appears dire. The likelihood of losing this match looms large. However, one must strive to give it their all. If a surge of momentum can be achieved, there remains a glimmer of hope. On the Timberwolves side, Adelman beams with delight as he approaches Ning Yi, patting on the shoulder and praising, "Well done. I'm exceedingly pleased with your performance." "Thank you." Ning Yi responds, exhilarated. The sensation of altering the course of the game is profoundly satisfying, imbued with an addictive sense of fulfillment. Chapter 86. A transformation once again. Adelman also makes substitutions, bringing in Love, Martin, and Rubio, with Ning Yi still on the court alongside Dion. In truth, with such a considerable point gap, the scales of victory have decidedly tipped in favor of the Timberwolves. Adelman's introduction of Love and others serves merely to assist the team in thwarting the Cavaliers' impending final push. Should this counterattack be successfully repelled, the match will inevitably descend into garbage time. Conversely, if it fails, the contest will still hold suspense. "I'll say this," Adelman declares, "we shall proceed with our strategy. Albeit at a slower tempo, we cannot allow ourselves to be swayed by the opponent's rhythm. To suppress the Cavaliers' counterattack, we must disrupt their cadence. As long as we prevent them from establishing a flow, allowing them to score a few points becomes inconsequential." The Timberwolves nod in agreement. Not far away, Mike Brown meticulously outlines his strategy, his demeanor serious as he addresses his players. "We still have a chance. We must not lose faith. Let us play well onward." Beep. The whistle sounds, signaling the end of the timeout. The players return to the court, with the scores standing at 101-80. The Timberwolves leading by 21 points. Upon his return, Irving ignited the offense, initiating the play with a penetrating layup that successfully narrowed the gap for the Cavaliers. The Timberwolves, however, remained unhurried. Rubio advanced the ball with a measured pace, and upon reaching the frontcourt, he passed it to Love. Yet, Love did not intend to make a move. Instead, he was assessing whether the Cavaliers would opt for a double team. Should the Cavaliers choose to double him, opportunities would arise for his teammates. And if an open shot presented itself, that would be the ideal scenario. Observing that the Cavaliers were not doubling him, Love remained undeterred, returning the ball to the perimeter, intent on slowing down the tempo, as it was the Cavaliers who were feeling the pressure. After 2 additional passes, the ball found its way back to Love, who, unfortunately, could not convert a shot. The Cavaliers secured the rebound and initiated their counterattack. Once again, it was Irving who, utilizing a teammate's screen, executed a swift jumper that confidently found the net, narrowing the deficit to 17 points. However, the Timberwolves promptly retaliated. After a series of deft passes, the ball found its way to Ning Yi, who, facing an opponent, unleashed a quick mid-range shot as rapid as a flash of lightning. Swish! The ball went in. Tighten up the defense. Mike Brown fumed, as Ning Yi's play disrupted their rhythm. Indeed, the Cavaliers failed to score on their next 2 attempts, while the Timberwolves maintained a leisurely pace, consuming time and slowing the tempo, driving the Cavaliers to frustration. With the clock winding down and the gap still substantial, their chances of recovery seemed bleak. The Cavaliers began to panic. However, The more anxious they became, the worse their performance. Following 2 consecutive missed three-point attempts, the Cavaliers lost their last opportunity, prompting Mike Brown to gradually substitute his starters, conceding the game. On the Timberwolves side, Adelman also opted to bench Love, Martin, and Ning. The match has entered garbage time, with the Cavaliers unable to make a comeback. The remaining moments are merely a matter of time passing, and ultimately, they succumb to defeat, finishing at 113-98. The Timberwolves triumphed over the Cavaliers by a margin of 15 points, avenging their previous loss and extending their winning streak to 4 games. In this match, Ning delivered an outstanding performance, amassing a total of 24 points, along with 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal. Many of his baskets proved to be pivotal, significantly influencing the course of the game. Furthermore, his 24 points marked a personal scoring record for Ning. After the game, he was interviewed by journalists on site. This is not the first time Ning has been interviewed, so he remains composed, and his responses are quite similar to those given earlier. However, it was Mike Brown who, when faced with reporters, expressed considerable admiration for Ning, describing him as a remarkable young man of great talent with an exceptional ability to read the game. In fact, he only played 3 quarters, having not taken the court at all in the third, yet upon entering in the fourth, he placed us in a rather disadvantageous position. Are you referring to his three-pointer and dunk? A reporter inquired. Indeed, Mike Brown nodded. The game had concluded, and he felt no need to conceal his thoughts, stating candidly, Ning's three-pointer in the fourth quarter, along with that subsequent dunk, significantly impacted our morale. I must admit, his timing is impeccable. He hardly resembles a rookie. The audience gasped, surprised by the high praise Mike Brown bestowed upon Ning. However, upon reflection, they realized he was indeed correct. Ning's grasp of timing was spot on, hitting the Cavaliers where it hurt, which demoralized them and led to a one-sided contest devoid of suspense. It can be said that those 2 plays by Ning were pivotal turning points in the game. Certainly, he does not exhibit the qualities of a novice. His instincts are remarkably sharp. Today, his style appeared somewhat different, bold and unrestrained, relying less on mid-range shots, ultimately achieving a personal scoring high of 24 points. People were abuzz, marveling at Ning's performance while simultaneously pondering what had transformed him, rendering him suddenly distinct. Of course, some believe this was merely a stroke of luck. However, as the Timberwolves subsequently triumphed over the Nuggets and the Celtics, witnessing Ning's performance in those 2 games, it became evident to all that he had indeed evolved. Compared to his former self, Ning now exhibited a greater lethal edge, shining more brightly, and his persona had transcended that of a mere shooter. Against the Nuggets, he amassed 19 points, alongside 5 rebounds and 2 assists. In the matchup against the Celtics, he scored 21 points, secured 2 rebounds, provided 3 assists, achieved 3 steals, and even recorded a block, astonishing the spectators. Including his performance against the Cavaliers, Ning averaged 21.3 points over the 3 games. This data is extraordinary. Among this year's rookies, it undoubtedly reigns supreme, truly one of a kind, while others find it challenging to even score 20 points. In fact, when compared to all historical NBA rookies, this performance is remarkably impressive. It is astonishing to witness such achievement from an undrafted player. Who could have anticipated that a player from Huaxia, not even a center, could make it to the NBA and deliver such outstanding results? I have a strong premonition that Ning is on the verge of a remarkable ascent. While discussions abound, Ning continues his training undeterred in the underground gym of the Target Center. Indeed, as some have predicted, Ning is poised for a significant rise. He has undergone a comprehensive upgrade, with his jumping ability, explosiveness, and breakthrough skills all advancing simultaneously to level 5. This is not yet the conclusion. Simultaneously, his passing skills have experienced a breakthrough, reaching level 6, attaining NBA standards. For Ning, this signifies a significant advancement. His prowess is poised for a transformation, growing ever more formidable as he strides toward becoming an all-rounder. Chapter 87, Breakthrough and Passing. With a swift exertion, Ning's sneakers screeched against the floor, producing a sharp sound. He surged forward with remarkable speed, akin to a leopard on the prowl. The ball sprang off the ground, resembling an orange-hued sprite, moving in harmony with Ning's control. After taking a step, he abruptly halted, executing a sharp break, and with a flick of his wrist, the ball leapt from in front of him. A rapid change of direction led him to break toward the left, seamlessly executing a 3-step maneuver. Swish! The ball went in. This is a straightforward maneuver for a breakthrough layup, Yet Ning Yi executes it with a newfound intensity that surpasses his previous attempts. Indeed, a successful breakthrough requires not only skill, but also relies heavily on speed and explosive power. Without these elements, even the most refined techniques may not guarantee success. He has undergone yet another transformation, embarking on a journey to explore and appreciate his progress. This recent leap, a breakthrough in explosive power, has consequently elevated Ning Yi's capacity for advancement. However, the benefits derived from the enhancement of physical attributes extend far beyond this. They significantly bolster his overall prowess. For in the realm of the NBA, physicality stands as a paramount factor. Now let's explore the art of passing. Ning Yi commenced an examination of his passing skills. Engaging in solitary practice for passing is not without merit. One merely needs to direct the ball towards specific points marked on the wall. Naturally, there are numerous intricacies involved. Firstly, precision is essential. The ball must be accurately delivered to these designated points, akin to the skill challenges witnessed during the NBA All-Star festivities, where passing into a target is key. Additionally, one must adeptly manage the force applied, ensuring that the ball rebounds perfectly back into one's hands, ideally at waist height. With focused intent, Ning Yi faced the wall, initiating his passing drills. Cradling the ball with both hands, he thrust it outward, the basketball swiftly colliding with the wall. Striking the circular target he had meticulously drawn, approximately the size of a hoop. Subsequently, the ball ricocheted, bounced once upon the floor, and returned to Ning Yi's grasp, landing precisely at his waist, the most comfortable position for receiving. Indeed, a noticeable improvement was evident. Ning Yi felt a surge of joy as he recognized his progress. This passing exercise now felt effortless and instinctive. Next, Ning Yi decided to elevate the challenge. He began executing bounce passes, sending the ball forth with a deft flick. The basketball sprang from the floor, fortuitously striking the circular target he had previously marked, before rebounding back once more. It is essential to execute precise calculations and maintain a delicate command over one's strength. As the ball rebounds from the floor, Ning Yi must not only direct its trajectory, but also regulate its height, a task far from simple, especially since he must achieve this consistently. With each pass, he strikes with remarkable accuracy. Ning Yi feels at ease. This is the hallmark of a level 6 passing ability, rendering such maneuvers effortless. Of course, there is another factor at play. This is a training session, not a competitive match. In the realm of practice, technical skills are considerably more manageable. However, once on the field, the circumstances change dramatically. After numerous attempts, Ning Yi began to elevate the challenge. While passing, he introduced a spin, sending the ball arcing toward its intended destination. This trajectory appeared rather peculiar, yet proved quite effective in actual combat. Imagine, when you observe an opponent passing in one direction, poised to intercept, only for the ball to suddenly veer off course. What might be the outcome? This form of passing, aside from its element of surprise, possesses the capability to circumvent defenders, accomplishing assists in scenarios where conventional passing techniques may falter. Admittedly, the difficulty of such passes is considerably elevated. Ning Yi, upon attempting this, finds himself capable yet not effortlessly so, compared to the previous two methods. This presents a distinctly greater challenge. In the context of a match, the complexity escalates even further. After all, while technical proficiency in passing is one aspect, the mastery of timing and the synergy with teammates represent another. It is the harmonious integration of these elements that culminates in a spectacular display of teamwork. There exists the potential to heighten the challenge even more, and Ning Yi seeks to amplify the difficulty further. This time, he began to pass the ball guided by instinct rather than relying on his eyes. He no longer overtly focused on the target of his pass. Instead, he relied on his intuition and a fleeting glance to propel the ball to its intended destination.